This audiobook contains 41 censored sentences and 47 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Gray casually dismissed her question before grabbing his book again. Thankfully, he remembered to use a spell to hide Celine's scent away. If not, Lyra would probably sniff her scent almost immediately. Act so annoying. He sighed inwardly. I really need to pay her a visit to make sure she calms down. Chapter 116. A Half-Mermaid's Obsession 3. Is this a good decision? I don't know. You'll need to figure it out yourself, damn it. Currently, Gray stood before Celine's dorm room, hands deep in his pockets, staring at the door like it had personally insulted him. His hair was a bit messy, his shirt collar slightly undone from the fight earlier. The moonlight pouring through the hallway windows made his expression look even more troubled. Fucking hell, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his face tiredly before knocking twice on the door. Knock, knock. He didn't even get a second to breathe. The door flung open, then grabbed. Wadash. Before he could react, his wrist was seized, his body yanked forward with surprising strength, and in a blink, he landed flat on a soft mattress. The scent of roses, sea salt, and something faintly sweet hit his nose all at once. Huh. Gray blinked, brushing his bangs aside as his vision adjusted. The room was dimly lit. Dozens of candles lined the walls and windowsills, their golden flames flickering softly. Red rose petals were scattered across the floor, the bed, and even the nightstand. The air was warm, heavy with perfume and the calming scent of the ocean. Every little sound felt louder in that silence. The faint crackle of a candle wick, the soft rhythm of waves from an enchanted seashell placed by the window. Gray, his body stiffened instantly. He turned his head and froze. Celine stood there, barefoot, the faint glow of candlelight wrapping around her like a dream. Her long, cyan hair tumbled down her back in smooth waves, shimmering faintly with traces of water magic. The blue nightgown she wore clung delicately to her figure, thin, translucent silk that left little to the imagination. Her ocean-colored eyes met his deep and unsteady, yet filled with desire that almost drowned him. Is this what you had in mind? Gray raised an eyebrow. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she tilted her head, that sly, seductive smile forming on her lips. The kind that could make a man forget every rational thought in his mind. Isn't it obvious? She whispered softly, walking closer. You came to my room, so I thought, maybe you were ready to stop pretending to be so innocent. Her fingers brushed his jawline, and the soft sound of water droplets echoed faintly in the room, as if the ocean itself was reacting to her mood. Gray simply smiled at her actions. You never stop tempting trouble, do you? Before she could reply, he caught her wrist, and with one swift motion, he turned her around and pulled her down with him onto the soft bed behind them. Thumb dash. The candles flickered wildly from the sudden movement. Celine gasped, but there wasn't an ounce of surprise in her voice. Instead, her eyes gleamed with warmth and a strange sort of delight. Finally, she whispered, breath brushing his cheek. Their eyes met, deep blue meeting dark gray, and for a second, neither of them moved. The air between them was heavy, the world beyond that candlelit room fading away. Then, without a word, shoo! He kissed her. Celine's breath hitched softly. Her hand rose to his chest, her fingers trembling faintly against the rhythm of his heartbeat. MNH. Shoo! The soft sounds filled the air, blending with the faint whisper of the sea. When they finally pulled away, both were breathing lightly, eyes half-lidded. You shouldn't tease me like that. Gray Celine's voice came out in a hush, barely more than a sigh. Gray smiled faintly, brushing a strand of her long, blue hair away from her face. MH. He kissed her again, his hand coming up to cup her cheek, his fingers tangling in her soft, cyan hair. Celine let out a tiny, happy sigh against his mouth, her arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him closer. The kiss deepened, turning hot and messy. Their lips moved together, hungry and searching. Gray's tongue traced the seam of her lips, and with a soft moan, Celine opened for him. MH. His tongue slid into her mouth, and hers met it eagerly. Gray explored her mouth, claiming it, and she gave herself over completely, her own tongue dancing and twining with his. PWA, a thin string of saliva connected their lips when he pulled back for a breath, glistening in the candlelight. Huh, Gray, Celine panted, her ocean eyes looking as lustful as they ever could be. Her cheeks were flushed a pretty pink. You kiss so much better than I imagined, Gray didn't he reply. Instead, he leaned down and captured her lips again, kissing her even harder, like he was trying to drink her in. One of his hands slid down from her hair, over her shoulder, and finally palmed her breast through the thin, silky nightgown. NNH. The fabric was so flimsy that it was like touching bare skin. He could feel her warmth beside him, and he held her close, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. You okay? He murmured against her smile. MHM, she replied softly. Don't stop. While his hands were busy with her breasts, Celine's own fingers were fumbling with the buttons of his shirt. Her hands were shaking, making it difficult. This stupid thing, she whined, frustrated. Impatient, are we? Gray teased, but he was breathing just as heavily. Finally, open-mouthed kiss to his collarbone. Ack, Gray groaned, his hands moving from her breasts to her hips, gripping them tightly. He rolled them over, so she was lying beneath him on the soft mattress, her hair fanning out around her like a blue halo. He looked down at her, her body barely covered by the see-through gown, her lips swollen and red from his kisses. Russell. He drew her close, the candlelight tracing the curve of her shoulder as the silk slipped from her frame. He didn't wait, leaning down to take one into his mouth, his tongue moving gently against it. Aya, Gray. Celine's reaction was loud and breathless, her body lifting slightly off the bed. Her hands rested on his hair, guiding him closer as he continued, then nibbled softly. HNN. Oh. Her voice was a series of soft sounds, each sound drawing him closer. His other hand rested against her shoulder, matching the rhythm of his mouth. Huh, Gray, so good. Don't stop. She shifted beneath him, her body wiggling under his touch. He pulled back just enough to look at her. Breathing hard after the moment, she flushed at his closeness. You're incredible, he murmured softly as he rested a hand gently at her waist, his thumb tracing the fabric of her gown. Ah, she shivered at the touch. She let out a soft, trembling breath. Gray, Celine whispered, her voice unsteady, leaning closer to him. Her expression was raw and searching, her cheeks flushed as she caught her breath. Please, I need you. His hand moved slowly down her side, resting gently at her hip. Feeling the tension building there, she shifted against him, the cloth shifting with her movement. He leaned closer, sensing her reaction beneath his touch. Gray. Celine's voice was unsteady, her body shifting, her hands gripping the sheets with a rustle. Right there. Keep going. She pressed closer to him, her breath quickening as his fingers brushed gently along her side. Gray, she whispered, her voice soft and unsteady. Her hands found his hair, fingers threading through it as she pulled him nearer, the moment warm and intimate between them. She pulled him closer as he gently held her in the quiet room. The rustle of sheets surrounded them in a calm, intimate moment. Gray, that feels nice, she whispered softly, smiling as she rested against him. He let his fingers trace softly along her skin, savoring the way she shivered, how her soft, warm body reacted to his gentle touch. She pressed closer to him, her body tense as she whispered, yearning for more. Yes, Gray, right there. Her breath came in short, quiet gasps. Each breath trembled as he moved closer, his touch gentle and steady. The moment between them grew warm and intense. Gray, She pressed closer to him, her body tensing with emotion. Her voice rose, more urgent, almost a whisper. Gray, I am going to. He chuckled low, brushing a strand of hair from her flushed face. She took a shaky breath, her whole body trembling. Her hands gripped his shoulders tighter, her nails digging lightly, her forehead brushing against his chest. "Gray, please." He leaned down, lips brushing hers, kissing her deeply, tasting her breath, letting his tongue slip inside. She moaned instantly, pressing her wet lips to his, tongue tangling with his. "MMHH. Ah." NNGHH, she ground against him, desperate, almost shaking, her moans mingling with wet slurps and gasps. "MMHH. Don't stop. Ah, oh." Her voice grew breathless, gasping with every movement, body trembling as he pushed her onward. "Gray, please, don't stop." Her chest heaved, her legs shifting restlessly. He held her close, feeling her tremble intensely against him. "Gray, oh, yes. MG gonna. Mom." Her back arched fully as a shiver ran through her body. He watched her collapse against him, flushed, her lips parted, eyes glowing with warmth and emotion. She bit her lower lip, smiling softly, as he pulled her close, their stillness settling over the sheets. "MMHH. Gray. That was so good." Chapter 117. A half-mermaid's obsession, for moi, their lips met again, soft at first, slow and wet. Celine's eyes fluttered closed as Gray pressed closer, tilting his head, deepening the kiss. Their breaths mixed, warm and heavy, tongues teasing gently, exploring with a delicious slowness. "MMHH. Ah." She whimpered into his mouth, rolling her hips slightly, pressing herself against him. His hands slid along her sides, over her waist, holding her close as their lips moved in a slow, teasing rhythm. Her hands trembled slightly, sliding lower, fingers brushing along his stomach. She let her palm linger just above the waistband of his pants, teasing, feeling the warmth beneath. "Gray," she whispered, breath catching, her lips close to his. I really care about you. You're so sweet, aren't you?" He murmured softly, pulling back just enough to kiss her jaw. She let out a small, happy laugh, gently biting her lower lip. "MHH, yes. I feel the same." Her fingers lingered near his hand. Her hand brushed lightly over the thin fabric, her touch light against the fabric beneath her fingers. Her hips shifted subtly, a brief pause as she leaned closer. Gray's hands rested on her thighs, holding her steady, letting her take the lead while he kissed her again. Slow and tender, lips meeting softly, a quiet moment between them. "You make my heart race." She smiled against his mouth, then leaned closer, her hand resting gently against his chest, feeling the quickened beat beneath his shirt. "Gray, I just want to be near you," she whispered, eyes dark with want, lips wet and trembling. Slowly, Gray's lips trailed from hers down to her neck, soft and wet, nipping gently, leaving little trails of heat. Celine shivered, fingers tangling in his hair, pressing herself closer. He smiled against her skin, breath warm, and moved lower, lips brushing her collarbone, trailing slowly down. "Gray," she whispered softly, leaning closer to him. His hands rested at her sides, thumbs brushing lightly over her ribcage as he held her close. Celine flushed at his touch. He leaned closer, and she sighed softly, her fingers gently gripping his shoulders. "MHH," she murmured, arching back. "Gray. Yes, that feels nice." He continued, alternating between the two. He leaned in close, whispering against her skin as she sighed softly. "MHH, that feels nice." "Gray." "Oh," she murmured, drawing nearer to him with a warm smile. His hands rested gently at her waist, tracing down her side slowly. He rested his hand gently at her waist and leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. She let out a quiet sigh, her fingers brushing lightly through his hair as she leaned into him. "Gray, please. I need." He paused for just a second, looking up at her flushed face, glowing eyes, and trembling lips, then smiled, pulling her closer. "MMHH. All right then," he muttered. Celine gasped, her hips lifting instinctively, fingers clutching the sheets. "Ah, Gray, you're so bold," she murmured, voice trembling, cheeks flushed. He leaned down, letting his lips brush lightly against her skin, moving in slow, deliberate motion. Celine arched back, gasping softly, hands pulling his hair closer. "Ah, Gray, yes." He pressed his mouth against her while one hand cupped her breast, and she sighed with pleasure, thumb rolling over the stiff nipple. HHHHNNGH. MMHH. Her hips rolled desperately, pressing closer to him, her breathing quick and unsteady. "Oh, Gray, I am so close." He pulled back just slightly, smiling softly, then leaned in again, holding her close. She pressed closer to him, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. "Gray, don't stop, please." Her back arched, her hands gripping his shoulders as she lost herself in the feeling. Every touch of his lips, every gentle movement made her heart race. "Ah, Gray, right there. Wait, I can't hold on much longer." But just before she could finish, he pulled back slightly, letting Celine gasp and catch her breath, her chest rising and falling, her shoulders trembling. "Not yet," he said softly, brushing his thumb across her lips. Celine let out a shaky breath, her fingers clutching the sheets, her body shifting as if pleading. "Ah, Gray, please, huh? I need you." Gray simply chucked, sliding over her, pulling her close as their bodies pressed together. He leaned into her gently, giving her time to settle against him, holding her tightly. "Ah, Gray, huh, so close. So good," she sighed, wrapping her arms around his neck instinctively. He held her close and slowly started swaying. Swoosh. "Ah, Gray, oh yes, don't stop." Celine sighed, arching back, fingers gripping his shoulders. Her body was trembling, moving with him instinctively, trying to match his rhythm. He leaned down, pressing his lips to hers in a deep, lingering kiss as they held each other close. "Gray, I can't." She gasped, claws raking his back slightly, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Their lips parted, and then Gray started pressing soft kisses along her jaw, her neck, down to her shoulders. She gasped, letting her head fall back, fingers tangling in his hair. His hands held her close as they swayed together. Her breath came quick, soft sounds slipping out as the moment intensified. "Gray." "Yes, just like that." She arched beneath him, pressing closer, her body trembling with each passing moment. Her chest rose and fell, lips parted, her eyes half closed, glowing with emotion. "Oh, Gray, I can't hold on." Gray groaned low, drawing her nearer, teasing her, letting her feel the intensity building. Her back arched fully, chest pressing into him, hands gripping the sheets. "Ah, MHH, right there. Don't stop." Gray picked up the pace, moving deeper, feeling her hold him tightly with every movement. One hand rested along her side, thumb brushing lightly against her, while the other held her waist firmly, keeping her close and steady. She trembled, pressing closer to him, letting out soft, breathless sounds that filled the room. "Ah, mem. Yes," Celine whispered, her voice catching. He held her close, the moment intense and breathless as they moved together. She gasped his name, wrapping herself around him, their connection electric and overwhelming. "NNGH. Oh, yes. Gray. MH. EM gonna. She cried out again, arching fully, trembling as an overwhelming rush tore through her, body shuddering, breathless and trembling, overwhelmed and lost in the moment. And then it was finally Gray's turn. His body tensed lightly as he quickly pulled back from her. "MHM." Celine groaned lightly, shivering violently as his warmth spread over her, her own body quivering. "Clean." A faint green light hovered above her. He gently rolled off her, letting her lie on the bed. He pressed a soft kiss to her temple, fingers brushing through her damp hair. "You okay?" he murmured, voice low and careful. "MHM." Celine sighed, chest rising and falling quickly. She nuzzled into his shoulder, still shivering slightly. So warm. He chuckled softly, brushing her hair back from her face. You were amazing. Gray. I feel so full. She let out a small giggle, burying her face against him. He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer, letting her rest against his chest. The faint green glow above them faded, leaving the sheets dry and clean, but their bodies still pressed together, warmth lingering. I'll stay here with you, Gray whispered, hand tracing gentle circles on her back. Really? Her eyes instantly brightened as she heard his words. Gray nodded lightly. I knew you loved me. She threw herself onto his arms, hugging his waist tightly as Gray gently patted her back in response to her enthusiasm. Russell, his hand lowered slyly, before giving her plump buttocks a hard squeeze, feeling the soft and elastic texture. G. Gray, MHM. Celine leaned onto his shoulder, letting him do as he wanted. And knowing Gray, she knew that the night was still young. Kaya. Gray suddenly picked her up in a princess carry, causing her to snuggle her arms around his neck, while looking at him with surprise in her eyes. Let's go take a bath, he smiled faintly. MHM. Chapter 118. A talk between brother-sister act. Mermaids really are fucking lustful. Gray groaned, rubbing his aching waist as he walked down the academy's quiet hallway. He was going to relax a little for now, maybe do some training, and then meet up with the headmistress. He had already made an appointment with her, which was surprisingly easy. Gray. He froze mid-step, his lips twitching into a tired, annoyed smile. What do you want, my dear sister? He turned around just to see Maylise, with her arms crossed, looking at him with a casual expression. Do you miss me that much? He tried to annoy her, but somehow her face didn't change a single bit, causing his own smile to twitch. Actually, she nodded after a while. So come with me now, without waiting for his response. Grip. Just come with me. I'll stop annoying you if you do, she declared before grabbing his wrist once again. He stared at her for a second, then sighed again and gave in, letting her pull him along. But of course, he started marking objects on his way to make sure that he wasn't going to be led into a trap. It was her dormitory room. Gray's lips curled up slyly. Are you planning to kill me in a place where no one could see us? He asked with a teasing tone, but once again, the way she replied to him shocked him. Nope. Click. She pushed Gray further into the dormitory before locking the door behind them. Gray's smile faded as his hand instinctively moved toward the small hatchet hanging from his waist. His eyes narrowed as he prepared to attack at any given moment. Maylise let out a small sigh, her body suddenly relaxing. Then, without warning, she reached up and tugged, loosed the tie of her academy uniform. The dark ribbon slid free from her collar, falling carelessly to the floor. She unfastened one of the buttons at the top of her shirt, and a faint glimpse of her cleavage appeared beneath the fabric. Gray blinked, his expression twisting with confusion. What the hell? A thirst trap, he thought. Few mana flickered at his fingertips. Thin, invisible threads spread out through the room, anchoring to the walls, windows, and ceiling, creating an invisible web all around them. Maylise brushed her long black hair back over her shoulder, exposing the soft and pale collar of her neck. Hey, my little brother, she said softly. Her voice had a surprisingly teasing tone that Gray didn't know she could make. She slowly started walking toward him, her hips swaying naturally as the faint sound of her heels tapping against the floor echoed through the room. Aren't you keeping a secret you should have told me? When she stopped just a foot away, she tilted her head and reached out. Her fingers caught his chin, lifting it slightly until his gaze met her shimmery green eyes that held a faint trace of amusement in them. Gray didn't flinch. Instead, he just looked at her and sighed. Did you really think a thirst trap would work on me? Swish. He raised the hatchet from his belt, flipped it once in the air, then caught it again by the handle. But Maylise only smiled wider. She didn't step back. Instead, she gave him a light push, guiding him back until the back of his knees touched the edge of her bed. This isn't a thirst trap, Gray, she said calmly. If it was, I'd have used something a lot more dangerous than my own charm. Maybe an aphrodisiac. After all, our family has a lot of money. Doesn't he it? That soft smile never left her face. But her eyes had darkened, a faint, dangerous glint flashing through the green. Emran? That single name turned the room a shade colder, causing Gray's grip on the hatchet to increase by a lot. How the fuck did she figure that it was me? Melis noticed his stunned look and let out a quiet laugh. PFFTT. To be honest, I didn't expect it at first, she said. Not until you transformed your clothes into those of a clown during that fight with the demons. She smiled faintly as she sat beside him on the bed, her tone turning oddly nostalgic. Even then, I wasn't sure. But then I remembered something. I once told you what kind of man was my ideal type when we were children. No one else knows that, except you. Her head rested gently on his shoulder. He didn't move, didn't push her away, and continued staring ahead in silence. Your acting was almost perfect, she whispered, her voice brushing against his ear. But you made one mistake, and that is? She lifted her gaze, her lips curving into a knowing smile. The rapier your mother gave you. There's only one in existence, forged from countless precious metals, designed by Madame Viru herself. You can change your face, your voice, your name. Her eyes gleamed with amusement and danger mixed together. But not the weapon that only you carry. A quiet laugh escaped her lips. You must have forgotten that, didn't you? Gray remained silent for a while. Melis sighed softly, then stood up. She stretched her arms a little, tilting her head until her neck made a faint crack. When her eyes returned to him, her voice sounded tired. Are you satisfied yet? She suddenly asked him. Gray looked at her, and his eyes were stunned slyly as he saw crystal-clear tears dripping out from her eyes. Real, trembling tears that made her green eyes shine in the dim light. Never did he think that he would see this kind of expression on her face that early. However, that same expression made him ecstatic. His face even flushed red with excitement as a perverted expression appeared. Sniff, you. You made me fall in love with a fake figure? Does that satisfy you? She asked once again, her voice cracking while looking at him. But to her words, Gray shook his head with a big smile. Not yet. After all, my plan was to actually kill that fake figure right in front of you. He laughed lightly. His usual devilish smirk got back. I wonder what kind of sound you'll make, my dear sister. Melis's fists trembled in anger and disappointment with herself to actually fall in love with none other than her useless brother. She bit down hard on her lip until it drew blood, but before she could say anything, Gray suddenly pulled her into an embrace. Her eyes widened, her body stiffened, and she shook slightly as her arms hesitated, then weakly wrapped around him. However, don't worry, Melis. Gray wasn't satisfied yet. I'll make sure you go through hell for everything you've done to me. He whispered near her ear, his tone frighteningly calm. Splurt. A brutal, wet sound tore through the room as blood splashed across the floor. Two limbs hit the ground with heavy thuds, rolling slightly before stopping. Melis collapsed, gasping and trembling violently, her breath turning into broken sobs. Gray, stop. It hurts, it hurts. Her voice shook with panic, her body jerking as she tried to move, but pain kept her pinned down. Gray crouched beside her, his face calm again, almost gentle. He brushed her hair away from her face with one hand. Relax, my dear sister, he said softly. I'll make sure that bastard father of ours and your precious sister suffer just as beautifully as you. He smiled sincerely, as if comforting her. But somehow, that sincere smile of his was much scarier than her devilish grin. Asha. Melis's breath hitched. Her eyes widened in horror, and tears kept pouring down her face. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, the smell of blood thick in the air. Gray gave a small wave. Bye-bye. Swap. Swish. Suddenly, the air inside the dormitory began to tremble. From Melis's fallen body, a faint emerald light started to leak out, soft at first, then growing brighter and brighter until a green, misty figure rose above her. Its form shimmered like smoke, vaguely shaped like a woman draped in flowing robes. The figure raised a hand, and at once, the blood that had splattered across the floor began to move. It slithered back across the tiles, threading itself through the air before seeping back into Maylise's wounds. Sickening cracks echoed as bone reformed, skin mended, and within moments, her limbs were once again whole. The color slowly returned to her face. "Your Majesty, is this really necessary?" The green figure knelt beside her and spoke softly. Maylise's eyelids fluttered open. The tears were gone, and her breathing had calmed down. But the most surprising thing was her expression. It had changed a lot. Her gaze turned sharp, regal, almost divine. She slowly sat up on the bed, brushing her long hair aside as if nothing had happened. "Not really," she said with a faint smile. "But I suppose it was a little funny to see his reaction. Still, this body of mine is so damn weak." The green figure hesitated. "You've only regained your memories 2 days ago, Your Majesty. Besides, your younger self, as you mentioned, was a little too." Maylise turned her head sharply, her green eyes narrowing as if daring the green figure to continue its words. The figure stopped mid-sentence. She let out a small sigh and waved a hand dismissively. "Hey, he is. Don't worry about it." As she did, faint light began to form above her palm. Runes appeared one by one, circling her hand before locking into place like a sigil of divine authority. "After all," she murmured, staring at the runes, "I'll need to make sure my dear little brother gains enough strength before the outer gods descend upon this worthless world." The rune pulsed once, then dissolved into her skin. Her whole body flickered faintly, faint patterns glowing under her flesh for a brief second before fading away. The green figure bowed deeply. Then, "I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. May your recovery be swift. Have a wishful cultivation session." With that, the green figure dissolved into motes of light, scattering like dust into the air until nothing remained. The room fell silent again. Russell. Maylise suddenly touched the spot Gray had sat down before slowly leaning down and taking a deep breath as if trying to exhale its scent. "My sweet little brother, how come I was so blind to see that my true love was right next to me?" Her face flushed red in excitement as she took the whole mattress and stored it in a dimensional storage. Meanwhile, Gray simply walked towards the headmistress's office. But little did he know that both of his sisters had their own secrets, and it seemed that he was also a part of them. Chapter 119. A Meeting with Gloria, the headmistress. Upon reaching the headmistress's office, Gray didn't even bother to knock. He simply opened the door and walked in. It wasn't because of his arrogance or anything like that, but because, if his guess was right about the deal they were about to make, then he would be the one holding the upper hand. "MHM, you really dare to enter my office without knocking, huh?" A teasing female voice reached his ears immediately, as expected of someone who killed 50 students in one go during my speech. He looked towards it immediately. She was gorgeous, so beautiful that Gray would be stunned before, but right now, when he had already had quite a few encounters with goddesses. Sitting behind the polished mahogany desk was the headmistress herself, Gloria. Her beauty was breathtaking in a dangerous way. Long golden hair flowed down her shoulders like threads of sunlight, each strand shining faintly under the light. Her golden eyes glimmered with playful authority, and her full lips curved in a knowing smile. Her uniform blouse looked almost ready to give up under the size of her chest, the tight fabric straining slightly whenever she shifted her posture. A narrow, elegant waist disappeared behind the edge of the desk, where her crossed legs moved slowly, teasingly, as she adjusted her position. She placed her pen down with a soft click before leaning her cheek on one hand. "So, what did you come here for, Student Gray Viru?" she asked, her tone light, but her eyes were strangely sharp, studying him carefully. Gray walked over without hesitation, sitting down on the sofa in front of her. "I'm here to make a deal with you," he said flatly. "A deal?" Gloria's eyes narrowed slightly. With a small motion of her hand, she pulled out a bottle of wine from a shimmering dimensional pocket, along with a delicate glass. popped the bottle opened with a light pop. Sluxy took a slow sip of the red liquid, her lips leaving a faint mark on the rim of the glass. Then, her crimson-tinted mouth curved into a faint, intrigued smile. "And what exactly," she murmured, swirling the wine lightly, "would you offer me in return for whatever it is you want?" Gray leaned forward, his eyes meeting hers without fear. The location of a true sealed dragon. A true dragon. Gloria suddenly straightened, her regal posture forgotten as shock flashed across her golden eyes. But the moment she realized her reaction, she coughed lightly and composed herself again, the calm, queenly air returning almost instantly. "Ahem," she muttered, clearing her throat and regaining her poise. "How can I confirm your words?" Her gaze fixed sharply on Gray. "Will a mana oath be enough?" he asked lightly, tilting his head slightly. Gloria's eyes narrowed at his words because she knew many ways to alter a mana oath, and his strangely confident demeanor made her a little cautious of him. "Make a soul oath with me," she said flatly. "Huh?" Gray raised an eyebrow in surprise, then let out a short laugh. "I didn't even tell you my conditions yet. And you're already offering something that's serious?" His lips curved into a teasing smirk. "You haven't even bought me a drink yet." For a second, he expected a scoff or glare. Snap! But instead, a glass of red wine materialized right in front of him. When he glanced up, Gloria was already looking at him with playful, challenging eyes. "Well," he murmured, accepting the glass and taking a sip, "can't say you're not quick." Sip. The flavor was deep and rich. "Oh, this one is quite tasteful," he nodded in approval. Gray was too much of a wine drinker, but this one, it was surprisingly good. Gloria set her own glass down, then rose gracefully from behind her desk. Her heels clicked softly against the floor as she approached and sat beside him. The subtle scent of her perfume drifted through the air, smelling sweet with a sharp undertone that reminded him of danger. "Now," she said with a faint smile, crossing one leg over the other. "What are your conditions, I wonder?" Gray twirled the wine in his hand, pretending to think. Before that, I want to know something." "Oh." Her brows lifted slightly. "What are my limits?" "Probably either graduating early or asking for an item as precious as a dragoness heart," she said after thinking for a while. The first thing made Gray raise an eyebrow. Graduating early was denied? How obsessed was she with keeping her students under control? He cleared those thoughts away, but now he knew the limits of what he could as her. But before that, he kind of wanted to tease her a little. "What about you?" he asked casually, taking another sip of wine, his tone dripping with lazy amusement. "Is that something I can ask for?" "The authority beauty is currently in effect. You have gained the title Incubus in human form. Grants 50 more attraction towards young women, and 75 more towards women older than 35 years. Huh? Gray's lips twitched at the notification. Then he looked at Gloria, who had a casual expression, but strangely, her eyes were a bit conflicted, as if she was weighing both of the conditions, as if she were seriously considering it. "That almost sounds plausible," she finally said, nodding lightly. "But unfortunately, possessing me would also mean possessing everything I own. And among my possessions are items far beyond the worth of a dragoness heart. So, I'm afraid that offer isn't acceptable." "Unfortunately?" At her words, Gray deadpanned. "What is that face for?" Gloria tilted her head. "I was joking," he muttered flatly. "Oh, I see." She nodded, utterly unfazed. Gray's expression darkened slightly as he took another sip of wine. What the hell is wrong with her? He shook his head, deciding not to tease her any further, at least not now. It was clear this woman's emotional compass pointed in whatever direction she pleased. "I want an instant mastery scroll," he said finally. Gloria's eyes flickered with mild surprise. "What grade?" "Maximum." Her gaze sharpened instantly. "That's above the value of a dragoness heart." "TSK." Gray audibly clicked his tongue. That was the one thing he truly needed. With that scroll, he could instantly master the god-level movement technique, saving himself months, maybe years of painful repetition. Then, I guess the ninth step, I'll fucking try to learn it myself. He gritted his teeth. Fine, he muttered after a brief pause. 1 grade below maximum. And he trailed off, watching her expression carefully to see if she'd accept the change. Gloria remained silent, her expression unreadable, but she didn't reject it either. Good, that was 1. And a talent restoration scroll, he added, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Both of the items were below the value of a dragoness heart, but together they surpassed it by a little. His offer was practically a gamble. Top. Her manicured nails tapped lightly on the sofa as her golden eyes stared deep into his. The intensity in her gaze made Gray's heartbeat quicken slightly, though he didn't show it. Finally, she exhaled slowly. Deal. Yes, Gray shouted internally, though his expression stayed cool. However, fuck, don't make me fucking nervous. Before he could even finish the thought, Gloria leaned closer. The faint scent of her perfume brushed against him as she lifted his chin gently with 1 finger. You'll be my partner at the 7 Stars Ball, she said with a soft, playful smile. How does that sound? Gray froze momentarily. The 7 Stars Ball attended by the high nobility, the royal family, and worse, his father and older sister. Exactly the people he wanted to avoid because of the inheritance dungeon. Still, those 2 scrolls were far too valuable to refuse. He exhaled quietly. Sure, perfect. Gloria smiled brightly, her eyes glinting with mischief. Now, she said, clapping her hands together lightly, let us make the soul oath. Gloria extended her hand slowly, a faint golden circle forming beneath her palm as the light spread across the room. The air grew heavier, the pressure of mana twisting faintly around them. Then, let us begin, she said softly, her tone almost ceremonial now. Gray placed his glass down and rose from the sofa. Their eyes met, black and gold, calm and playful, both aware that this was more than a simple contract. A small silver dagger appeared in Gloria's hand, shimmering faintly with divine runes. Without hesitation, she sliced her fingertip, letting a single drop of golden blood fall onto the glowing circle. It hissed faintly as the light absorbed it. She offered the dagger to him next. Gray took it without a word and repeated the gesture, cutting his own finger. His blood, dark crimson and faintly shimmering with something unnatural, fell right where hers had. SSSHHH. The 2 drops met and swirled together, creating a brief pulse of light that expanded, forming a symbol between them, half gold, half red. State your name, Gloria said calmly. Gré d'Aurélien. Gloria smiled faintly and followed. Gloria Serafina de Lume. At the moment their voices overlapped, the circle beneath them flared to life. The light twisted upwards, forming a thin thread connecting their chests, blood and mana merging in a single oath. Gloria raised her hand slightly, and both of them spoke the final words in unison, by the bond of blood and soul. Flexing his fingers as he watched the faint mark of the ritual, a small red line, shaped like a thread, appear near his wrist. It glowed once, then faded from sight. Swoop! 2 scrolls suddenly materialized in the air, to which Gray calmly took them, and in front of Gloria, he summoned his dimensional storage and threw them into it. Now, where's the dragon? Gray's lips curved slightly. At the vacation island. Chapter 120. The headmistress against in true dragon. Several hours later, is it really here? Gloria asked, her golden eyes narrowing as she looked down at the pond. Quiet, still, and far too ordinary to hide anything special. Yeah, Gray replied, folding his arms. We have to dive into it. All right then. Without hesitation, Gloria began unbuttoning her uniform jacket, setting it aside piece by piece until she was left wearing only a black bra and matching panties. Her movements were calm and unbothered, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Gray blinked, briefly frozen by her casualness. He exhaled through his nose and said nothing, removing his shirt and shoes, keeping only his shorts. I'll follow your lead, Gloria said, glancing at him. Gray gave a light nod, turned toward the pond, and dived in with a clean motion. Splash! The cold water swallowed him whole. He kicked downward, scanning the dim blue depths before glancing back. Gloria's figure followed gracefully behind him, her golden hair streaming like sunlight under the water. After a few seconds, Gray spotted that familiar blue glow ahead. He swam toward it quickly, weaving between a cluster of rocks until he found the narrow passage hidden beneath them. Half! He surfaced with a short breath. Brushing his wet hair back, he looked around. The faintly glowing walls of the cave confirmed that this was the same place as before. Moments later, Gloria emerged beside him. She snapped her fingers, and a faint golden light wrapped around their bodies, instantly drying their skin and hair. Gray blinked, then frowned. Couldn't you just have dried our clothes too? Gloria turned her head slowly. Lead the way. She promptly ignored his question. Gray stared at her for a second, his lips twitching. Actually, what the fuck is wrong with her? He sighed deeply. Forget it. Shaking his head, he walked deeper into the cave. The air grew colder, and before long, the straight corridor he remembered came into view. Gray crouched down, picked up a small rock from the ground, and threw it forward past the faint outlines of the traps ahead. Swap in a blink, his body flickered, but each one stopped midair and fell harmlessly to the ground before even reaching her, as if annulled by some kind of magic. Soon she was standing beside him, completely untouched. "What's next?" she asked casually. Gray led her into the next chamber, where the familiar pedestal stood, and on it, the Rubik's Cube he'd already solved once. Except now, it was scrambled again. A puzzle? Gloria raised an eyebrow, picking up the small cube before briefly reading what was in the stone pedestal. "Yeah, hand it over, I'll solve it," Gray said, extending his hand. "There's no need." She turned the cube in her fingers, studying it briefly before her hands began to move. Clack, clack. The pieces started shifting rapidly, faster and faster. Gray watched silently as her fingers blurred, twisting and snapping the cube into place at an almost mechanical pace. 1 minute later, clack, the final turn clicked into place. Creak. The wall at the far end of the room trembled before sliding open, revealing a hidden passage. "That was easy," Gloria murmured, brushing her hair back as she stepped forward. Gray was a little speechless about how easy she had solved it, but followed her nonetheless. The tunnel beyond led into a massive chamber lit by a strange blue light. And there, bound by colossal chains that glimmered faintly under layers of dust and mana, lay a sleeping dragon. Its scales were milky white, its enormous wings folded tight against its body. The sheer pressure radiating from it was enough to make the air feel heavy. "It's indeed a true dragon," Gloria whispered, taking a few cautious steps closer. "And judging by these chains, it's been sealed for 3 or 4 millennia at least." Of course, Gray made sure to stay as far away from it as possible. "MHM, and it seems to be a dark type," she added with a rare spark of excitement in her voice. "What a rare find you brought me, Gray." She didn't expect to find such a rare species of dragon here. "Dark species?" He asked, clearly white. Gray was a little confused at her words, but then replied, As long as it's enough for us to fulfill our deal." "MHM." Gloria nodded with satisfaction. Swish! The red mark on their body dissipated into wisps as the soul oath was officially completed, making Gray sigh in relief. He was about to turn around and leave, but seeing Gloria still approaching the dragon, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you going to do with it?" he asked, curiosity breaking through his calm tone. Gloria paused mid-step, looking over her shoulder with a playful smile. "Challenge it." "I see." Gray blinked twice, then nodded and started walking faster toward the exit. He didn't want any part of that. But before he could even reach the corridor, bang! Crack! He turned around in disbelief. Gloria had just shattered the ancient chains holding the dragon down. Fuck! He instantly tried to run away, but then he noticed a strange 7-colored barrier hovering around the whole place. Don't fucking tell me. He touched it lightly and instantly felt its immense hardness. Gosh, fortunately, I made sure to mark a rock in case something like this happened. He sighed in relief. Swap, nothing happened. Does this damn thing block spatial techniques too? This skill doesn't even use mana. He slammed his fist against the barrier again. Fuck, 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 he muttered through his teeth before forcing himself to calm down. Thankfully, the dragon still didn't wake up yet. Roar. Swoop. Thud. Ack. The dragon appeared to wake up and roared, its power making Gray's fragile body slam against the seven-colored barrier hard. He blinked his eyes open, then saw a golden figure holding a giant polyaxe as a giant. Dark-colored figure whapped its wings, causing small whirlwinds. But that wasn't the only thing, as around them, multiple space cracks could be seen. Interesting human. You are at least powerful enough to hold against one of my weaker attacks. The dragon talked. You're not so bad yourself, Gloria casually replied with a faint smile, brushing off the imaginary dust of herself. Ha! Then let us see who's stronger. The dragon's mouth widened as its chest bulged, and suddenly, Gray felt a strange heat reaching his body, causing him to freeze slyly. Oh fuck. Snap. He incubated himself on his strings, putting everything to defense, and making them as visible as possible. Whoop! The dragon unleashed a pillar of black fire that tore through the air. The flames devoured everything in their path, but Gloria didn't seem to bother avoiding them. She simply raised one hand, palm forward, and then a faint, transparent shield formed. Yet it bent the entire stream of hellfire away from her, sliding it harmlessly to the side. My turn down, little lizard. Gloria snapped. Crack. The ground beneath Gloria's feet shattered as she launched herself forward. A trail of thin black cracks tore through the air behind her, like the fabric of space itself was ripping apart under her speed. In a blink, she was already in front of the dragon's face. Bomb! Her poleaxe smashed directly into the dragon's snout, snapping its nose with a loud crunch. Blood burst out as the massive beast's head slammed down into the ground, shaking the entire cavern. Roar! Dust and wind blew everywhere as the dragon's roar echoed through the cave. Gloria landed gracefully atop its head, her boots pressing against the creature's scales. She looked down into its slit, golden eyes and smiled faintly. You're kind of weak, aren't you? She taunted him. Humane. Whip. The dragon's tail swung with terrifying force, cutting through the air like a whip. And to this move, Gloria barely moved, lazily waving her right hand to the side. Clang! The tail bounced off something invisible and ricocheted back, slamming against the rocky wall. Why you? That power! The dragon's eyes widened in shock, but before it could say anything else, Gloria was already in the air, spinning her body before bringing her poleaxe down in a clean vertical arc. Whoop! The dragon quickly avoided it before opening its mouth and letting out another surge of flames, to which Gloria, this time, swung her poleaxe against it. The weapon sliced through the flames cleanly, splitting the torrent in two. The fire bent around her and smashed into the walls instead, scorching everything but her. A crescent wave of golden energy burst forward from the swing, streaking toward the dragon. Thum! It hit the dragon square on the shoulder, slicing through scales and drawing a deep gash. Black blood spilled out like oil. Roar! Flap! Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon launched itself upward, shaking the air and dust off its body. Its red eyes glowed with fury as it glared down at her. You re the descendant of that bitch, aren't you? Gloria simply tilted his head with a wry smile on her face. I don't know who you're talking about, she replied sweetly. Ha ha, Don Teli, you carry her stench, her damned power. But if that's true, the dragon's eyes flared with madness. I know exactly what your weakness is. SWIP. The formation hovering around them that Gray had called a barrier suddenly dissipated away, before its energy gathered at a single point. The seven-colored formation that Gray had called a barrier began to distort, its light trembling, then fading away completely. The energy didn't vanish, though. It started condensing into a single point above the dragon, swirling and pulsing like a storm ready to explode. Gloria's eyes widened for the first time. Her confident smile faded slightly. That's impossible, she whispered. An ancient demon's and God's sacred killing formation. That's right. Fool. The air spiraled violently. The ground cracked. Space itself began tearing apart as the glowing energy spun faster and faster, forming a dark vortex that swallowed all light around it. Now die, woman. Chapter 121. The Headmistress Against a True Dragon. Meanwhile, a few minutes before the dragon summoned the ancient array, Jasmine, Gray shouted inwardly. How the fuck do I get out of here? Ugh, don't me. Help me already. All right. Calm down. Jasmine's tone carried a teasing edge that annoyed Gray. If I'm right, that barrier you're trapped in isn't actually a barrier at all. It's a seven-colored attack formation. A formation? Like those old array masters used? Heh, is that what they call them nowadays? Goo. Jasmine chuckled lightly. Anyway, that thing is no joke. It's an ancient killing array. One hit from it could easily vaporize your little headmistress friend in an instant. Then how the hell do I not die here? You got two options, Jasmine said calmly. Either you tell Gloria the weakness of the formation, which I do happen to know, or you run the moment the dragon activates it. She gave a short, almost playful laugh. Though, if the dragon doesn't die first, it'll probably rampage until someone stronger comes to kill it. And between you and me, you're definitely not fast enough to escape that blast. Oh, great. Thanks for the vote of confidence, he muttered. He lowered his threads, peeling open the cocoon of protection he demade. Swoosh! The air trembled as the seven-colored light above began to twist and converge into a single, violent point. Now die, woman! The dragoness voice echoed loudly throughout the whole cave, and Gray knew that he couldn't hesitate anymore. Fucking tell me its weakness, Jasmine, he shouted inwardly. He grabbed a small stone off the ground and hurled it toward Gloria, who was frozen mid-step, staring wide-eyed at the gathering energy. Listen carefully to me, Jasmine warned him. When the beam fires, there's a split-second delay between its release and impact. If she hits the energy at that precise moment with enough force, it'll nullify the array entirely. Got it? Gray nodded. Swap. In a flash of light, Gray switched positions with the stone, appearing right behind Gloria and wrapping his arms around her waist to stop himself from falling. Well, he could use his strings, but hugging a beautiful woman was simply a better choice in his opinion. Gee, Gray, what the hell are you doing? Gloria snapped back to her senses, startled by the sudden contact. Listen to me, he hissed quickly, leaning close to her ear. I know the formation's weakness. Her golden eyes widened, disbelief flashing across her face. But as he whispered the details, she looked toward the pulsing light, the sheer power gathering above them, and bit her lip. Fine, I'll trust you. Gray nodded once, then quickly swapped back to the ground below. Phew, the unique ability swap has reached level 3. I'll check it later, he thought impatiently. Above, the seven-colored energy flared violently, condensing into a massive sphere that shone like a miniature sun. It's time for your death, woman. Foom! A colossal beam of energy erupted downward, tearing through the cave with a sound like the heavens splitting open. Meteor slash! Gloria roared, her poleaxe blazing with golden light as she swung it diagonally across the air, perfectly timing the impact point Gray had told her about. FWIP. In an instant, the beam shattered, disintegrating into a cascade of glittering wisps that evaporated into nothing. Silence filled the cavern. Thanks, Jasmine, he uttered, letting out a deep breath of relief. You're welcome, dear, she purred teasingly in his mind, to which he ignored. How did you its weakness? The dragon bellowed in disbelief, staring at the ruined array with shocked eyes. Gloria smiled lightly. What can I say? I have a very dear student of mine. She giggled lightly, causing the dragon's eyes to flare up with killing intent. It instantly locked eyes with Gray's, causing him to shiver. Why? Fucking hell, he groaned, looking at Gloria with an annoyed gaze. I'll deal with you after killing her. The dragon roared, steam rolling from its nostrils as it turned to focus on Gloria. Strangely, her face darkened slyly as she heard the dragon's words. How dare you have bad intentions toward my student? Fwhoop! A strange golden aura poured out from her like sunlight spilling from a crack. In a heartbeat, she was above the dragon. Her poleaxe multiplied in size in her hands and slammed down onto its skull. Boom! The dragon crashed to the ground, the impact throwing up a whirlwind of dust and broken rock. Before it could fully recover, Gloria was moving again. Deity-slaying axe. She brought the poleaxe down in a bright, brutal arc FWIP. Splurt. The blade cut through scale and sinew, opening a terrible, deep gash along the dragon's side. Black blood steamed where the wound had been. Guard WI, do you know that technique? The beast howled, staggered, and the air shivered from its pain. Phew, that was a nice blow. Jasmine muttered with a small smile, oddly delighted. The fuck you mean? She could have dealt with him in one single blow. But she didn't directly do it. Why? You wouldn't understand, Gray. After all, this woman should probably be the strongest person in the world you're living. Maybe not, since I felt a few powerful auras, but well, someone as strong as her should be extremely bored. Why the fuck would they be? They already experienced everything one could experience, and now, finding a real opponent should be extremely hard. Which is exactly why she didn't tee in the fight directly. Besides, that axe art is a forbidden art, which means... Her voice trailed off as Gloria's face had gone pale. Sweat beaded at her temple. She sagged forward, the golden light fading from her skin as she fell. Her body must be extremely weakened after that. Plop! Gray moved without thinking. He caught her as she fell, steadying her in his arms. Her breath came shallow, and her eyes fluttered half-closed. Damn it, he muttered, annoyed and a little helpless. He shook his head before taking off his jacket and putting it on the ground, and then gently lay Gloria down. He smoothed the fabric over her shoulders like it mattered, then scowled to himself. Whatever. I'll make her owe me a favor. Gray shook his head, and then Gray turned toward the dragon's massive corpse, pulling out 2 water containers that he had stored in his dimensional storage just in case he needed them later. Might as well give some to Gloria, he muttered with a small sigh. Without hesitation, he crouched beside her, gently lifting her chin. He popped open the lid and pressed the container against her vermilion lips. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Gloria obediently swallowed every drop, her throat moving as she drank. When she was done, Gray gave a small nod of satisfaction before taking the second container for himself. Now that's refreshing. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, letting out a relieved exhale before walking toward the dragoness body. Since I basically saved her, she won't mind if I take a bit of its blood, right? I mean, the deal was that I'd tell her where to find it. The corpse still pulsed faintly with warmth. It's thick. Crimson blood slowly pooling beneath. Gray crouched and filled both containers with the precious liquid. But when he looked at how much was left, his lips twitched in regret. So much good stuff go to waste. If only I had something bigger to store it in. Here, use this. Thanks. He turned and found Gloria standing there, offering a small green gourd. Gray accepted it and began pouring the blood in. But then, something fell off. He froze mid-motion, his lips twitching slightly as he glanced back. You're already awake? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Gloria nodded calmly. You can have all of the dragoness blood. Really? His eyes immediately lit up, excitement flashing across his face, only to freeze the next second. Squish 2 soft mounds pressed lightly against his back, and her delicate, pale hands slowly reached forward to cover his. This gourd isn't used like that. She murmured close to his ear, her breath warm. You tap this little button here, and then, swoop. The gourd instantly sucked in every last drop of blood, as if it were a miniature black hole. Within seconds, the ground was spotless. Gray stared at it with a dumbfounded expression. Is this a limitless gourd? You can keep it, Gloria said, stepping past him with a faint smile. Consider it a thank you gift for saving me. Swoop. With a wave of her hand, the dragon's enormous body shimmered, then vanished completely into her storage space. All right, let's go back now. Wait a sec. Before Gray could finish his words, he was already being dragged back into the chamber from before. This woman. A vein popped on his forehead. Chapter 122, Upgrades. Using the scrolls. A few days later, I guess it's time to use these things, Gray muttered, staring at the two scrolls laid out neatly on his bed. A talent restoration scroll that could actually restore his spatial talent. A peak-grade instant mastery scroll that could make him almost master his movement technique. Two tiny pieces of parchment, worth more than a small kingdom. I still can't believe I actually found a damn dragon, he said with a small grin, shaking his head. Without wasting another second, he picked up the first scroll, the talent restoration one, and tore it cleanly in half. Rip. Ding. A talent restoration scroll has been used. The Akashic records are opening their library. 3 glowing panels appeared in front of him, followed by a massive, golden roulette that spun slowly in the air. Gray's eyes twitched. What the hell is this? Roulette of luck. Because the user's unique talent has been stolen, it cannot be retrieved. Instead, the system presents a roulette containing unique talents of equal level. Click to roll it. You gotta be kidding me, he groaned. If he'd known this would happen, he would waited, and maybe killed Leon first just to make sure he didn't regret it later. To make matters worse, every name on the roulette was completely blurred out. Damn it! With a resigned sigh, Gray closed his eyes and tapped the wheel. Ding! Rolling the soft ticking of the spinning roulette filled the quiet room. It spun faster and faster until finally, ding! The sound stopped, and Gray finally opened one eye, then the other. Congratulations on getting the unique talent nullification. Unique talent. Nullification details. The user can nullify any kind of attack. It doesn't matter how strong it actually is. As long as the user has physical contact, it can nullify anything. Note, this talent consumes soul power. Current soul power. 200. Gray instantly froze at the panel. This. How fucking lucky can you be? Jasmine's voice practically screamed in his head. Jackpot. Gray couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face as he shouted in pure excitement. Then he snatched the instant mastery scroll, tore it apart, and watched as it dissolved into countless golden wisps of light that faded into his body. Which skill do you choose? A panel appeared in front of him, displaying all of his skills, and without wasting any time, Gray obviously clicked 9 illusionary dream steps. Ding! The skill has reached the 9th and last step. Is this it? Gray tilted his head in surprise. He didn't feel anything, and he honestly thought that maybe his body would change or anything like that, or even get a rush of memor, arghhh. A blinding pain exploded through his entire body. Blood burst from his eyes, nose, and ears all at once. His pupils rolled back, turning white, while foam gathered at the corners of his mouth. Calf dash. His body convulsed violently as he grabbed the bedsheets, biting down on them until his teeth nearly tore through the fabric. Every muscle twisted, bones groaning under unbearable pressure. Crack. MHHHM. His legs snapped and twisted unnaturally, the sickening sound echoing through the room. The agony spread upward, crawling through his torso, clawing at his spine until he thought his mind would shatter from it. Phew! The pain didn't end quickly. It lasted 15 full hours. By the time it finally faded, Gray had missed every class and even skipped a meeting with Lyra. Hag huff! Fucking hell. Gray leaned back against the edge of his bed, his body drenched in sweat and blood. A foul, rotten stench filled the air, coming from the pool of black liquid that had leaked out of his frail body. Gah! He forced himself to move, his body trembling as he stumbled toward the bathroom. Without a thought, he stepped into the wooden bathtub and twisted the valve open, letting the water rush in. But looking at the disgusting liquids on the floor, Gray almost vomited as his stomach twisted miserably. Ugh, disgusting. Holding his nose, he cast a quick cleaning spell. The black mess vanished in an instant, but the smell seemed to linger in his head. He grimaced and turned back to the tub. Even though he'd already used magic to clean himself, it just didn't feel right. He needed the bath. Scrub, scrub. He scrubbed his body roughly, almost angrily, until his skin turned faintly red. He was so focused on washing the filth away that he didn't even notice the glowing system window hovering quietly in front of him. Only when he finally leaned back against the tub, letting out a sigh of relief, did he look up and notice it. The passive skill blessing of beauty has reached level 3. The authority beauty has reached level 3. Huh, why the fuck? That black liquid you saw was the impurity of your mana pores. Jasmine's calm voice explained in his mind. It's basically all the foul energy that's been clogging your body. Now that it's purged, your mana flow and skin quality improved. Now you've got refined muscles, clearer complexion, faster energy circulation, things like that. So, basically, I went through 15 hours of hell to get prettier? Pretty and stronger, dear Jasmine teased. Gray nodded absent-mindedly, and as if remembering something, he quickly opened the details of his unique skill. Unique skill, swap level, 3 type, spatial utility cooldown, 24 seconds effect. Instantly switch positions with any object or living being within a 150-meter radius. Additional traits. Swap ignores most barriers and terrain obstacles. The user can mark something to swap with and set a timer to automatically swap. The user can create a swap point that the user can swap with, even if the user is more than 2,000 meters away from it. The cooldown of this effect is 1 week. If anything goes wrong, I'll have a perfect escape plan, he muttered, exhaling in relief as he sank back into the tub. He soaked for another 30 minutes, letting the warm water ease the lingering ache in his muscles, before finally stepping out, drying off, and heading straight for the training grounds. He couldn't wait any longer. MHM, let us see how this feels. Gray rolled his shoulders and stretched his legs, the cool air brushing against his skin. He closed his eyes for a moment, syncing his breathing, feeling every pulse of mana flowing through his body. Everything felt strangely connected. 9 illusionary dream steps. Dream missed the world blurred. In a single step, Gray vanished. He didn't make a single ounce of sound. A faint shimmer of mist lingered where he once stood, and 2 kilometers away, his figure reappeared, the air rippling around him like disturbed water. This is only the first step? His eyes widened in amazement. However, he then frowned as the giant amount of mana he had spent just to utilize the first step. It was exactly 72%, almost his whole mana reserves. You've got to be kidding me. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head with a small laugh. Yeah, definitely not something to spam. I'll save it for killing blows or escape. However, before going away, he decided to go on a small sprint. Whoosh! He dashed forward, creating a blur that tore through the field like a gust of wind. Dust scattered behind him in long streaks as he sprinted across the training ground, leaving faint afterimages with every step. This is fucking amazing. Those were the only words that he had muttered. Before, Divika had mentioned that the first step would increase his speed 5-fold, and the higher the steps he mastered, the faster he would be. And right now, he found out that his speed had increased by 120 times. He was in a whole different realm when it came to speed. With this, I'm fully prepared for the midterms. He clenched his fist tightly. But before that, he looked at the sky and then faintly remembered Lyra's figure. His heartbeat increased slyly, causing him to click his tongue. But even if he hated this feeling, his body suddenly moved on its own as he rushed towards Lyra's dormitory. He wanted to spend time with her because he was unable to do it 15 hours ago. Of course, he got there in a matter of seconds since his speed was that high now. He hesitated slyly before gently knocking on the door. Gray didn't know if Lyra would actually open since it was actually quite late, probably around 10 or 11 p.m. Creak. Ock, who is it? Mumbling in a drowsy voice, Lyra gently opened the door while rubbing her eyes. She was wearing a cute pajama with countless bare figures splattered across it. Seeing her tired yet beautiful face, a smile appeared on Gray's lips. Thud! He hugged her tenderly, pulling her body closer to him. Gee, Gray, I love you, Lyra. Ushul. Lyra's face went completely red at his confession, not knowing what to do about it. Patting his back lightly, she bit her lower lip before also muttering back to him. I love you too, Gray. Chapter 123. Midterms exams IMHM. This is boring. Gray sat quietly at his desk, staring at the clean surface in front of him as the rest of the students whispered nervously among themselves. The large classroom was unusually quiet for once, and even the air felt heavier than usual. Professor Otto stood at the front, his tall, thin figure perfectly straight as he adjusted his glasses. His expression, as always, was calm but serious. All right, everyone, he began, his deep voice echoing through the classroom. The first part of your midterms will be a written exam. As expected, Gray leaned back a little in his chair at his words. Figures, he muttered under his breath. There will be 3 papers in total, Otto continued. Bestiary, mana spells, and demonic magic. You will have exactly 3 hours to complete all of them. No talking, no magic use, and no tricks. Anyone caught cheating will fail immediately. Some students swallowed hard at those words, the tension rising even higher. Gray simply folded his arms, his eyes half open, looking bored already. Swish! With a casual wave of Professor Otto's hand, 3 thick stacks of papers appeared in front of each student, along with a single black ink pen resting neatly on top. The papers gave off a faint mana glow, proving they couldn't be copied or swapped. You may begin. The classroom instantly filled with the soft scratching sounds of pens on paper. Gray flipped through the pages lazily. The first paper was bestiary. Long paragraphs describing various beasts, asking for weaknesses, classifications, and mana core structures. Seems simple enough, he thought. A crimson horn basilisk has scales resistant to mid-tier fire magic, but weak to sound-based spells. A. What is the best elemental approach to subdue it? B. Name one spell that could effectively restrain it. These types of questions are really damn annoying. Gray groaned lightly as he started writing quickly the answers. Along with that, the exam also had a few scenario questions, which Gray also found stupid, as he could probably one-hit kill them. But since this was a scenario, and not the real world, he couldn't simply write as an answer, suffocate it with mana strings. Then came the second paper, which was quite to Gray's liking since his knowledge about mana was pretty vast. It was full of mathematical equations and casting theories. E.G. Write the mana equation that balances the casting flow of mana burst at intermediate level. Honestly, for most students, this answer could be seen as difficult since one needs to think about a compression rate, the variation caused by breathing rhythm or pulse, the stable casting point, and things like that. But yeah, that is for an ordinary student, of course. Gray solved it in 2 minutes. R. M. Core C rate. O flow V. S stability M. Core. Total mana drawn from the caster S core. C rate compression rate used before release. O flow outward mana flow per second. V variation caused by breathing rhythm or pulse. S stability stable casting point. Must stay between 0.8 and 1.0 for clean discharge. So if M core 120 units and C rate 1.5, with O flow 160 and V 20, then 121.5, 160-20, 0.9, 121. 5, 160-20, 0.9, 121.5, 160-20, 0.9 stable. The spell will ignite cleanly with no backlash. Easy Gray quickly finished the second paper before going to the hardest and final one, which was about demonic magic. The questions were quite tricky, blending theory with real-life battlefield scenarios. But Gray found them easily, nonetheless, as he continued scribbling at the same writing speed that he had been since the first paper. Until he stopped at the last question. Interesting. 17. Explain why demonic magic, while powerful, is strictly forbidden in most human nations. Include moral and practical reasons along with examples from the real world. Although the question was quite easy to solve, Gray's eyes were fixated on the part most human nation. The Utopia Kingdom came to mind, as this was a human nation where demonic magic was even welcomed. It was also the first kingdom to have humans coexist with demons. It's a pity that the human emperor suddenly decided to destroy their alliance. If not, the kingdom would probably still be standing until now. He shook his head before starting to write his thoughts. Time slipped by quickly. The sound of pens, nervous sighs, and faint muttering filled the air. After a while, Otto walked between the rows of desks, his shoes making quiet clicks against the floor as he watched every student closely. His gaze lingered on Gray for a moment, noticing the boy's relaxed posture and quick writing speed. But he said nothing and continued walking. 10 minutes left, Otto finally said, looking at the big clock on the wall. Gray had already finished everything by then. He leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed, watching the other students struggle to write their last answers. Rang. When the bell finally rang, Otto clapped his hands once. Time is up. Put down your pens. The papers vanished instantly, flying from each desk toward him, stacking neatly into 3 glowing piles on his desk. He looked around the class one last time, his sharp eyes scanning everyone. This concludes the first part of the midterm, Professor Otto said, his tone calm, but heavy enough to quiet the entire room. You have 1 hour to rest. The next part. He stopped mid-sentence, a faint smile curving his lips. Will be physical. The room went silent again. Gray smirked lightly. Finally, he stood up from his seat before heading out of the classroom, ignoring the countless glares on his back. Of course, he could recognize a few of them like Leon, Maelys, and Selena. Especially Selena. Her gaze burned like fire. It wasn't too hard to guess why. Ever since his relationship with Lyra became public, Selena's patience had been thin. Gray. He didn't even have to look to know who it was. A moment later, 2 soft mounds pressed against his arm, making him glance down with a faint smile. Lyra, he called out in surprise. Were you waiting for me? Blee. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Not really. I was just on my way to the cafeteria and happened to pass by. I didn't expect your class exam to end right now. Gray raised an eyebrow, then bent slightly and brushed his lips against her forehead. It must be fate, huh? He murmured. If that's the case, then let us not waste it. Lyra giggled softly, and she pointed at a cream-filled pastry with sparkly eyes. That one. Gray bought 2, one for her, one for himself, and they sat by the window, the afternoon light spilling across the table. As soon as Lyra took her first bite, her cheeks puffed up adorably. It's so good. Try it. He leaned closer and took a small bite from the side she was holding. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. She gasped dramatically, pretending to glare at him. This is perfect. You're too easy to please, Lyra. Gray chuckled, watching her pout. And you're too serious, she replied, poking his cheek with her spoon. Lighten up once in a while, Mr. Genius. He smirked and leaned closer, whispering, You're saying that while still holding my arm, you know? Her face turned a light pink. So what? I'm cold. Sure you are. Their small teasing continued quietly for a moment, until suddenly, clack, 2 trays slammed down beside him at the same time, one on the left, one on the right. Gray froze. Slowly, he turned his head. To his left, Selena, eyes narrowed just enough to look calm, but not harmless. To his right, Celine, wearing a strange, cold yet fox-like smile. Neither of them said a single word. Ah. Hello, Lyra asked softly, blinking between them in confusion. Before Gray could answer, another cheerful voice echoed nearby. Gray, my bro, how you doing? Ronan, of course. The loud chatterbox dropped his tray right in front of Gray and sat down with zero hesitation. And right behind him came Lyra, silent as always. Her emotionless gaze fixed straight on Gray as she took the seat directly across from him. Gray's smile twitched. Once. Twice. Then it froze completely. Fuck. What kind of situation is this? In front of him now, sat his girlfriend, Lyra, who's still holding his arm. Celine, a fucking Yander mermaid. Selena, the girl he hooked up with. Lyra, who clearly likes him but never said a word. And Ronan, who was exactly important, but he thought that they were best friends and had no clue what was going on. It was a disaster waiting to happen. One wrong word, one wrong glance, and the table would explode. But as if to ease his thoughts, a funny thing came to his mind. Selena and Celine. He exchanged glances between the two of them. Lyra and Lyra. He almost laughed in realization. What a coincidence. PFDT. Chapter 124. Midterms Exams 2 Clap. Suddenly, Ronan clapped his hands together with a loud sound that made half the table flinch. So, tell me, guys, any clue what the physical midterm is going to be like? Gray blinked once. That was actually a decent question. Selena sighed softly, crossing her arms. Professor Otto didn't say anything. At all. He just smiled like a creep. Yeah, my professor did the same, Ronan said with a laugh. Man, that guy's smile gives me nightmares. It's like he enjoys watching us suffer. Lyra puffed her cheeks. He does enjoy it. The upperclassmen told me that he made them run around the training field 30 times before the exam even started. 30. Roan gasped in surprise, leaning forward. Wait, I thought that was a rumor. It's not, Lyra said flatly, stabbing her fork into her pastry. A few of them even passed out halfway through. Oh dear, physical tests do weed out the weak, don't they? Celine chuckled under her breath, twirling her spoon slowly. Her tone was calm, but there was something a little strange behind it, like she wasn't talking about tests at all. Gray's eyebrow twitched, but before he could respond, Ronan jumped right back in. Huh, weak? Nah, I'll crush it. I've been training like crazy lately. Even learned a new stance. He stood up, puffing his chest, and awkwardly tried to demonstrate in the middle of the cafeteria. See? You plant your feet here and then twist like this, wait. His foot slipped. Clang. His tray hit the ground. Half the cafeteria turned to look. Ronan, Gray said dryly, rubbing his temple. Ah, a little slip, bro, no big deal. Ronan quickly picked it all up, grinning sheepishly. Anyway, the point is if it's about combat, I'm ready. What about you, Gray? You've been training, right? Gray paused, realizing everyone was suddenly staring at him. Even Lyra stopped eating, curious. He shrugged lightly. A bit. Nothing special. Nothing special, Selena repeated with a quiet snort. Says the guy who can already beat half the second years. Lyra frowned, turning to him. Wait, what? Selena blinked, clearly realizing she might be said too much. Oh, just a rumor I heard, she said quickly, waving her hand. Don't listen to her. People exaggerate. Gray tried to shrug it off. Celine leaned her chin on her hand, her smile faint but sly. Maybe, but some rumors have a bit of truth, don't they? Lyra's hand tightened slightly around Gray's sleeve. Well, I don't really care about rumors, she said softly. I know what he is capable of. Ronan, noticing the tension, quickly cut in with a loud, exaggerated laugh. Right. Rumors are for bored people. Am I right? Ha ha. No one laughed. He laughed anyway. Then, trying again, he leaned toward Lyra, who was quietly eating her soup. Hey, Lyra, you're top of the class in mana control, right? What do you think our professor is going to throw at us? Wait a second. Now that I noticed, a few days ago, Ronan was challenged. Did he really lose his spot in class, say one like that? Gray frowned. No wonder no one was annoying him during classes. But what about Lyra? Did something with her also happen, causing her rank to drop? His gaze stood on her for a few seconds before he simply shrugged it off. Probably something dangerous, besides. It's the main Professor Otto, who is going to supervise the exam. Lyra looked up, expression blank as always. Ronan blinked. Yeah, like what? Demons. The table went quiet again. Demons? Lyra repeated, half joking. Would he do that, would he? He probably would. Gray leaned back, glancing at the window. From his classes, Gray could tell that Professor Otto was anything but normal. He probably was some kind of sadist, too. That earned him a few uneasy stares. He does have that reputation. Last year's test, I heard, involved a high-ranking demon. The kind that would need at least 5 master-level students to deal with. Celine smiled faintly. Oh, come on, Ronan said weakly. That's just to scare us, right? Do you really think Professor Otto cares about scaring or not scaring you? Selena tilted her head. Good point. Ronan froze. Lyra looked at Gray again. If that's true, are we even ready for something like that? Gray didn't answer right away. He took a small bite from his pastry and finally said, if it's Otto, we should be ready for anything. The quiet weight in his tone made the others pause. Celine's smile softened slightly. Selena looked away. Even Ronan stopped fidgeting for a second. But then Ronan, bless him, snapped his fingers and grinned again. All right. Enough scary talk. Let us eat before my stomach starts fighting me. He grabbed his spoon dramatically. To survive tomorrow and not die horribly. You're so weird. Lyra laughed, a small giggle slipping out. Hey, if being weird keeps the mood light, I'll take it. Ronan said proudly, pointing his spoon at her like a weapon. You and Gray should thank me for saving your date. Gray nodded lightly. I guess. Lyra smirked lightly, brushing her hand against Gray's arm. As she silently looked at Lyra, the only girl that she actually knew who liked Gray. A date? How cute. Celine's eyes sparkled dangerously. Lyra looked up, completely serious. Dates usually involve fewer people. Huh, you're not wrong. Ronan burst out laughing, while Selena silently glared at Gray. And surprisingly, no one seemed to notice it. All right, no fighting, please. Let us just eat before someone dies of embarrassment. Lyra sighed, clearly trying to hold her ground, but amused by the chaos. Selena finally chuckled softly. Fair enough. At their words, Gray's lips twitched lightly. But he ignored them, shaking his head lightly. Celine relaxed slightly, resting her cheek against her hand again, eyes still glancing at Gray from time to time. Lyra went back to eating, and Ronan kept talking about how he was definitely going to punch a monster in the face in just a few hours. But soon, the calm atmosphere was interrupted. Rhying. Already. Ronan groaned, his face dropping dramatically. I didn't even finish my food. He complained before starting to eat his food in the fastest way possible, stuffing more and more into his mouth. I didn't even finish my food. He complained, and then proceeded to stuff spoon after spoon into his mouth at record speed. Bits of food nearly flew out as he chewed noisily. No waste of good food. You're going to choke at this rate. Lyra laughed helplessly, covering her mouth. Ronan waved her off with his spoon. Worth it, he managed to say between bites. Gray stood up, stretching lightly. Guess that's our cue. Yeah, Selena said, getting up beside him. Celine rose as well, fixing her hair with an almost lazy grace. Let us go. Wouldn't he want to be late for our doom? Lyra quietly placed her fork down, finishing the last of her soup. Good luck, she said flatly, looking at Gray for a moment before turning away. Yeah, good luck, Gray, Ronan said with his mouth still half full, flashing a thumbs up. Show them who's boss. Lyra smiled, standing as well. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay? I'll be fine. Gray gave her a small grin and nodded before pinching her cheeks lightly. Then, the small group started splitting apart. Lyra, Ronan, and Lyra walked down the right corridor toward their class training wing, while Gray, Selena, and Celine headed left toward a 1S classroom. The hallway was already buzzing with excitement and nerves, somehow. It seems that they had gotten some early information. I heard there's a monster round. No, it's team battles this year. They said only one person gets full marks. Crazy, right? Gray ignored it all, hands in his pockets as he walked beside Celine and Selena. As soon as they reached the classroom door, Selena reached out to open it, but the moment her fingers touched the handle, flash! A brilliant white light engulfed them. Wadash! In the blink of an eye, the three of them were standing not in a classroom, but in a vast open arena surrounded by high stone walls and shimmering barriers. The ground beneath them was solid earth, rough and uneven, marked with scratches and old battle scars. 120 stood all around, divided into groups. Every class of the first year was here. The noise of confusion, gasps, and murmurs filled the air. What the hell, Dash? A student shouted somewhere behind them. Instant teleportation array? Gray raised an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't feel Otto's presence the moment they were teleported. Looks like it, Celine replied, crossing her arms while Selena nodded lightly. Then, from the far end of the arena, a single voice boomed across the field. Attention, students. The voice was calm, but carried authority strong enough to silence the entire crowd. Professor Otto stood atop a floating platform made of light, hands clasped behind his back. His expression, as always, carried that faint, scary smile that clearly made people uneasy. Welcome to the second part of your midterm examination, he said. The physical test. Whispers spread again, but Otto raised a hand, and the noise died instantly. This time, he continued, you will be facing something different from previous years. He gestured, and several glowing rings of light appeared around the arena, marking out different sections. This exam, he said slowly, will be a gladiator-type assessment. Chapter 125, Midterms Exams 3, a gladiator exam? Wait, like, we're supposed to fight? Against who? Monsters? The students were skeptical of Otto's words. After all, this had never happened since the academy had been founded. Otto's smile widened slightly as his gaze swept over the crowd. Exactly as it sounds. You will fight against each other. The one who remains standing in the arena until the end will receive the highest score. A heavy silence followed. One victor? Selena muttered. Yes, serious? Of course he is, Celine replied lazily. Otto continued in the same casual and almost expressionless tone. You may form teams if you wish. Cooperation, strategy, and adaptability will be considered when grading. However, he paused, letting his words sink in. If your team becomes the last one standing, you will still have to determine a single victor among yourselves. Whether you choose to fight or decide peacefully is up to you. A faint murmur of unease rippled through the crowd. So basically, Celine whispered under her breath, you can team up, but in the end, only one walks away with the full marks. Seems so, Gray replied, his gaze focused on Otto. Up on the platform, Otto clapped his hands once, and several glowing screens appeared, listing every student's name, class, and mana ranking. This battle will test more than strength, Otto said. It will test your control, decision-making, and survival instincts. Killing is not permitted, but severe injuries are expected. The corners of his mouth curled upward just slightly. You have 5 minutes to prepare. After that, his eyes glinted dangerously as his gaze once again slowly swept over the crowd. The exam begins. The floating platform descended slowly, the sound of humming mana fading into silence. But on the ground, tension began to rise like smoke. Almost immediately, students began to form groups, some small and tight, others massive and chaotic. In one corner, more than 15 students from different classes gathered into a single alliance, murmuring plans and strategies in hushed tones. It seemed that teaming up across classes was allowed, and because of that, Gray soon found himself surrounded by a few very familiar faces. Selena, Celine, Lyra, and Ronan. Gray looked at the group for a moment, lips twitching faintly. There were also others nearby who recognized him but chose to stay away, Mira and Claire, for example, who had once fought alongside him and Selena during the practical dungeon exam. They met his gaze briefly before joining another team. Isn't it better for you to do the exam alone? Jasmine's teasing voice echoed in his mind. It is, Gray replied calmly, crossing his arms. But I don't think Lyra is going to let me. Simp. TSK. A virgin like you wouldn't understand. Who's a virgin? I've existed longer than your entire bloodline. Of course I've had my expiry, sure. Gray muttered inwardly with a smirk. Ronan broke the silence first, clapping his hands together. Huh, looks like we've got quite the team. Huh? He grinned widely, eyes darting around the group. We've got beauty, brains, brawno. His grin widened somehow. And who is that hottie? Gray blinked and turned just in time to see Cassandra walking past them. Her long gray hair shimmered faintly under the arena's mana lights. She looked completely unfazed by the chaos around her, and her presence alone was enough to draw attention. But as she looked around, for a brief second, their eyes met. Gray froze instantly. Gray? Lyra called out to him in a curious tone. But the sight of him frozen in place, staring at Cassandra with a dazed look, made her expression change quickly. Her cheeks puffed in irritation, and she stomped closer. Hey! Before he could react, she reached out and twisted his waist lightly. Huh? Gray jolted, spinning around like someone who just woken from a nightmare. Ah, you bastard! Lyra huffed, punching his shoulder, though not too hard. What was that for? But when she looked at his eyes again, her irritation faded into confusion. His usual hypnotic gray rings, the ones she always found so beautiful, had somehow disappeared from his eyes. Gray? She whispered softly. He blinked lightly, as if trying to remember something before brushing her hand away gently. Sorry about that. Then, without another word, he reached for his rapier and stared at it for a moment. Lyra frowned, taking a small step back, uncertainty clouding her eyes. Celine noticed, tilting her head, but didn't comment. Selena and Lyra both continued stretching, warming up their bodies silently, while Ronan, oblivious as ever, was stretching his arms and mumbling something about punching the first idiot who attacks him. Properties. A glowing panel materialized before him. Status panel. Name. Grave Rudi Aurelian 1 titles. Exiled noble race. Human class. NA to be chosen. Rank. Early master realm. Perfected. Unique skill. Swap active skills. Shadowless sword art grandmaster stage. 9. Dimensional storage. 9 illusionary dream steps 0. 9 step. Passive skills. High mana recovery, parallel mana processing, heightened senses. So, the nullification talent stayed with him? Huh? He thought, narrowing his eyes slightly. That means talents are bound to the soul, not the body. Unique skills, though, they must connect directly to physical vessels. He exhaled slowly, adjusting his grip on the sword. Whip! A small shockwave of air rippled as he swung lightly, testing the weight. The rapier hummed faintly, vibrating in his hand. Interesting. Mastering the 9 illusionary dream steps must have accelerated the neural link between my mind and body. He raised his hand slightly, watching faint mana veins flicker across his fingers. My reaction speed as sharper. The connection cleaner. His lips curled up faintly, although from others' perspective, it was probably an almost emotionless smile, considering the coldness in his eyes. And my sword art leveled up too. Guess that imaginary training Alina told me about actually worked. I didn't think mental repetition could evolve a combat art. But if it does, that is going to be very useful. He spun the rapier once before sliding it fully into the waistband of his trousers. Fits perfectly with my sword art. A faint frown formed on his face as he opened the glowing status window again, scanning it carefully. But strangely, the combat intuition skill stayed with him. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the status window. And as he had thought, it truly wasn't he there. So comprehension might be linked to the soul too, not the body. He thought about it for a moment, and I guess it made sense since he was much smarter than the other gray. Noted, the shimmering clock floating above the arena ticked closer to 0, the last few seconds of Otto's countdown glowing faintly. Gray's eyes sharpened, his gaze growing colder as mana began to ripple faintly from his body. 5 minutes had been enough for him to observe everything the other gray had done. And honestly, it disgusted him. For someone who carried his memories, who had access to every detail of his past training, his habits, and his discipline, that version had wasted time flirting around. If he had at least got something out of it. Sure, she's a vessel of 5 main gods and may be helpful in the near future. However, instead of manipulating her into an obedient tool, no, Instead, he turned into some kind of simp. He had thoughts about killing her, but he didn't even have enough courage to do it. Pathetic. Whatever. I've got 15 days in this body before the swap happens again. I'll make sure those 15 days are used properly. I'll rebuild what he wasted, and then some more. But first, swish. In an instant, blinding light swallowed the students whole. The sound of thousands of boots hitting solid ground echoed across the arena as they materialized within it. The massive circular battlefield stretched endlessly, lined by magical barriers that hummed with blue light. High above them, in the stands, dozens of professors and other figures watched silently. Among them sat the headmistress, Gloria herself, with a small smile on her lips. Gray didn't look at her, as his focus was entirely forward. I need to finish this damn midterm as quickly as possible. From above, Otto's voice boomed like thunder, amplified by mana. All right, students, time up. A thick silence filled the arena as mana started rippling across the arena as the students started preparing themselves for a direct attack. Otto raised his hand. From this moment on, he paused, a grin creeping across his face. Your midterm exam begins. Boom! The ground exploded into chaos the instant his hand dropped. You read first, Gray. 3 weapons, 1 spear, 1 dagger, 1 flaming arrow, shot toward him in perfect sync. Gray's pupils narrowed lightly as he exhaled, his body twisting lightly before he jumped, flipping backward through the air. The weapons grazed past him, cutting through his afterimage. Got you, bastard! Another voice roared from above. A bulky student descended from midair, veins bulging as he brought down a massive battle axe, glowing with crimson mana. Phew! A cold breath escaped Gray's lips as he unsheathed his rapier in the air and simply swung it at the battle axe that was coming in his direction. Fwhip! Wadash! The axe split cleanly in two, the upper half spinning away uselessly. The attacker's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could say anything, Gray spun his body in the air and swung his leg directly at his head. Boom! The student's body was flung across the arena like a rag doll, crashing into another group before rolling to a stop. Gray landed lightly, one knee bending, rapier still humming softly as his gaze swept over the crowd. Whoosh! He didn't waste time as mana surged from under his feet as he kicked off the ground, appearing right in front of another student before they even realized he demoved. His sword flashed once, cutting the strap of their armor cleanly before tapping their neck. Out! The student froze, instinctively surrendering as their protective charm shattered and teleported them out of the arena. Gray turned slowly, his expression blank. Next, the crowd around him hesitated, but not for long. Surround him. One student screamed and charged, followed by 10 more. Huh! Gray smiled coldly before swinging his rapier once, bending his legs, and then rushing towards the group of people. Chapter 126. Midterms exams for just in a few minutes. The arena had turned into pure madness. Dust clouds rose into the air as spells, weapons, and screams tangled together. Explosions of mana crackled like thunder, shaking the stone ground. And, right in the middle of it all, Gray's group had completely fallen apart. Oi! What the hell is he doing? Ronan shouted, slamming his gauntlet fists together as he blocked a burst of fire from an incoming mage. The metal glowed from the heat, but he didn't even flinch. His eyes were locked on the faint blur that was Gray, cutting through enemies alone like a phantom. Wasn't this supposed to be a team battle? He yelled again, punching the ground. The shockwave shattered a few nearby spells before he charged straight at another student, his fist landing square on their chest. Bam! The poor student flew several meters back, their protective charm flashing red before vanishing. Lyra, a few meters away, swung her sword in a wide arc, deflecting 2 daggers before thrusting forward with precise strength. Her expression stayed calm, as ever, but her eyes flicked toward Gray. Yes, fighting alone again, she muttered, parrying another strike. He always does that. He doesn't trust anyone to watch his back. Selena's sharp voice came from behind, but strangely contained a hint of frustration. Her hands moved fluidly through the air as streams of water burst from the ground, curling around her arms before she sent them flying forward. The water solidified into spears that shot toward a group of mages hiding behind a broken pillar. Swoosh! Bam! The mages barely managed to raise barriers in time. But Selena's water spears pierced through two of them, sending both students crashing to the ground. Selena's right, Selene added coldly. She stood only a few steps away, her sword surrounded by a faint blue aura. He doesn't fight with people. Instead, he uses them until he doesn't need them anymore. We should be thankful that he isn't using us. Actually, Lyra frowned slightly at that, but said nothing. Hag, Ronan groaned, punching another opponent in the gut. Well, I don't care what kind of brooding loner act he is pulling. We're supposed to get the top score together. If he keeps hogging all the action, we're screwed. Lyra, who'd been quiet until now, finally spoke. Probably, he thinks that we would only bother him. Everyone turned for a moment, right as a flash of golden lightning erupted from her body. Krarak, the energy burst outward, forming arcs that split into smaller trails of light. They shot through the battlefield, striking multiple opponents who were trying to ambush them. Each one was hit with a shock that knocked them unconscious instantly. He told me once that his power is too difficult to use when he has teammates. Lyra exhaled, her sword humming faintly as the golden glow flickered around her. Selene scoffed. That'd sound like something he would say. Whip! She swung her sword in a wide arc, releasing a crescent of aura that cleaved through a stone barrier and sent two students tumbling away. Ronan spat out a bit of dust, straightening his back. Well, I'm not letting him have all the fun. I'm going after him. But before he could move, a massive gust of wind cut across his path, forcing him back. Lyra stepped forward, her sword glowing faintly. No, she said simply. You'll get caught up in his attack range. It's dangerous. You sure that's the only reason? You sound like you care about him, Lyra. Ronan blinked, then grinned. Lyra gave him a flat look, not even bothering to reply, before she leapt toward another wave of students charging their way. Selena joined her from the side, summoning a wave of water that she froze midair before shattering it into ice shards that rained down on the enemies below. Focus, she shouted, her hair fluttering as the water around her danced. Ronan dashed in right after, his gauntlets glowing bright orange from compressed mana. Yeah. Team Grey. Let's wreck him. He landed a punch so hard that it sent a student spinning midair before crashing into the dirt. Selene stayed back, guarding their rear. Her aura sword glowed brighter as she concentrated, before swinging it continuously, causing countless crescent blades of mana to shoot towards the other students. Lyra watched all of them for a moment. She could feel Grey's mana signature far ahead. He wasn't even in the same section of the arena anymore. He was alone, cutting down anyone who dared to get close. He's overdoing it again, she murmured. That damn bastard. Selena sighed. If he doesn't stop, he's going to burn himself out before this even ends. Lyra finished off her opponent, wiping the dust from her cheek with the back of her hand. Then we'd better clean this up fast, Selene said, tightening her grip on her sword. Boom! The ground shook violently. A shock wave burst across the arena, forcing everyone to brace themselves. What the dash? Ronan stumbled back, shielding his face as dust and debris filled the air. When it cleared, everyone turned toward the source of the explosion. Far ahead, where Grey was fighting, a blinding light still lingered, and from within it, a tall figure slowly emerged. Long silver-gray hair flowed down her back, her black and crimson outfit fluttering in the wind. Her scythe gleamed with dark light, and her gray eyes locked directly onto Grey's. It's that hottie, Ronan blurted, his voice breaking the stunned silence. Selena smacked his arm. Idiot, that is Cassandra. The others froze immediately at her words. Even Selene's confident expression hardened, her eyes narrowing. So she's his opponent. Crackle. A flash of golden lightning tore through the air. Lyra, his aura flaring as she shot forward, faster than any of them could react. Sparks exploded behind her as her golden sword hummed with electricity. Gray! She shouted, heading straight for him. But before she could even reach halfway, Fool! Cassandra lifted her right hand, her scythe still resting lazily in her left. A massive wave of energy pulsed out, forming a perfectly circular barrier around her and Gray. The barrier gleamed with shifting colors, twisting like liquid glass. Lyra crashed straight into it. Thud! The impact sent a loud vibration echoing through the field, and Lyra was thrown back, flipping in midair before landing on her feet. Her arm trembled slightly from a shock. Fuck! She hissed, slashing at the barrier again. Her golden lightning crackled violently against it, and then rebounded with equal force, sending a faint jolt up her arm. GH, damn it! She bit out, shaking her hand. Ronan and the others finally arrived, skidding to a stop beside her. Whoa, that doesn't look like any normal barrier, Ronan said, his tone serious for once. Selena frowned deeply, extending her hand. Water rippled around her palm as she touched the surface of the barrier. Instantly, the water sizzled into steam. It's a mixed-element barrier, she muttered. It's impossible to break without reaching the Grandmaster realm. Lyra's face darkened at her words, gritting her teeth tightly while looking at the barrier. Ronan rubbed the back of his neck, looking frustrated. So what? We just stand here and watch while those two try to kill each other? There's nothing we can do. That barrier would reflect anything we throw at it. If we push harder, we'll just get ourselves hurt. Celine's expression didn't change. Lyra pressed a hand against the shimmering wall again, her golden lightning sparking weakly across its surface before dying out. Her eyes softened, filled with reluctant understanding. He'll be fine, she said quietly, though her tone wavered. He always fights alone. That's just how he is. Yeah, guess we just get in his way anyway. Ronan gave her a small nod, still frowning. Selena took a small step back, lowering her hand. Then we'll deal with the other students. Celine looked up at the barrier once more, her sword resting against her shoulder as she spoke in a low voice. Whatever happens in there, that fight belongs to them. The barrier soon darkened, and then no one could pry inside of it. The professors easily could, but they decided not to, leaving some kind of suspense between them. And inside of it, Gray had already unsheathed his sword as he slowly approached Cassandra, who maintained an expressionless face. When he stopped just a few inches away from her, he reached out with his right hand and lightly pinched her nose. Did you wait long, Cass? His voice turned surprisingly gentle. At those words, Cassandra's cold expression instantly broke. Her eyes trembled for a moment before she suddenly threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly, burying her face against his chest. You're finally back, she said, her voice muffled and trembling slightly. Gray didn't say anything and slowly patted Cassandra's back in a repeating cycle. Then Cassandra pushed him back a little, standing on her toes before pressing her lips against his neck. She stayed there for a moment, nibbling softly, her breath brushing against his skin. Gray didn't resist her actions. He just stood still, letting her do whatever she wanted. After a few seconds, Cassandra finally pulled back and looked at his neck. A small smile appeared on her face as she nodded proudly, clearly admiring her work. Gray glanced down at the reflection of his rapier, and sure enough, a faint red mark, a small hickey, rested just below his collar. Naihai Cassandra giggled mischievously at his deadpanned expression. However, if she knew Gray's thoughts, she probably wouldn't be so happy. She's more attached to me than before. Good. Even though that idiot version of me wasted plenty of time flirting with others, it probably made her jealousy grow stronger. He reached out and brushed her cheek gently, and Cassandra leaned into his touch with a faint smile. I almost thought your memories wouldn't come back. You really think I'd leave without saying goodbye? Gray tilted his head slightly, studying her expression. Her lips curved into a faint pout. You didn't before. He didn't answer, and his silence made her look down for a moment, her hands tightening around his coat, as if she was afraid he'd vanish again. I hate that, she whispered softly. After you lost your memories once again, I sneaked glances at you, hoping for you to remember me. But you didn't. It felt like I was being left behind all over again. Gray looked at her for a moment, then gave a quiet sigh. Relax, you have me for 15 days for now. Really? Her eyes brightened as a small smile crept back to her face. Yes, Gray nodded lightly. Great. She hugged him tighter, to the point of burying her head on the nape of his neck, and slowly inhaled his scent as if trying to remember it. They stayed in silence for a moment, with the only sound being Cassandra's inhales. After a while, Gray stepped back slightly, his tone shifting back to the usual cold tone. Anyway, we can't just stand here like this. If we walk out of this barrier smiling and pretending nothing happened, people will start asking questions. Cassandra blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Gray said, resting his rapier against his shoulder, we might as well make it look like we were fighting. Her expression changed instantly, confusion turning into amusement. Oh, you want to spar with me? Gray nodded once. A short one, enough to leave a few scratches. It'll make more sense when we step out. Cassandra giggled softly, spinning her scythe in her hand as she took a step back. You could just said you wanted to fight me. I don't mind a little dance with you, then don't hold back. Gray smirked faintly, lowering his stance. You never have to worry about that. Cassandra twirled the scythe again, her hair flowing around her like silver smoke. The barrier trembled faintly as their mana began to rise. Two different auras flaring against one another. Gray's controlled pressure meeting Cassandra's cold, flowing energy that spread like mist. Their eyes met, his calm, hers full of playful hunger, and the space between them seemed to tighten. Try to keep up, Gray. Always. And in the next breath, boom, the air cracked as their weapons met. Cassandra's scythe spun in her hands like a silver crescent, every swing slicing the air apart with frightening speed. She leapt back after the first clash, boots digging into the ground as her mana surged out in a cold, blue mist. Let us make this pretty, shall we? She purred. In an instant, shing, 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 blades began to form around axes, spears, knives, daggers, even swords, each floating in the air behind her like a deadly halo. Is this one the skill she got from Divika? Gray thought, increasing his guard against Cassandra as his stance shifted into a more defensive one. The weapon spun and pointed toward Gray as she raised one finger. Go! Whoosh! The swarm of steel shot forward like a storm, dozens of weapons raining down on Gray from every direction. But Gray didn't even flinch. His eyes darkened, literally, as faint shadows rippled beneath his feet. Swap! Suddenly, Gray's figure blurred and vanished, the weapons crashing into the ground where he stood, then reappeared a few meters to Cassandra's left. Foom! The sound was almost like air collapsing in on itself, humming with quiet menace. Cassandra froze for a second, her heart skipping a beat. What is that? She muttered under her breath. Gray didn't reply to her words, and instead, his movements grew faster, with every step leaving only a faint blur in the air. It was almost like he wasn't moving at all, just appearing in new places. Truthfully, the speed was thanks to his footwork technique, but the dark outline on his body was precisely because of his shadowless sword art. Because it had reached the Grandmaster stage, he could now coat his body in aura, increasing his physical capabilities and strengthening his sword. Cassandra gritted her teeth, swinging her scythe to block the next attack. Clang! The moment their weapons touched, a loud shockwave blasted through the barrier, rippling like thunder. Her arms shook for the impact. What the hell? You weren't this strong before. Was I? FWIP. He vanished again. Cassandra's eyes darted around rapidly, searching for him, her flying weapons regrouping around her like a shield. A voice came from right behind her ear. Too slow. Her eyes widened as she quickly spun around and swung her scythe. Crash! Sparks flew again, the barrier trembling from the force. Whip! Gray's sword stopped right against her collarbone, only a breath away from drawing blood. For a long second, neither of them moved. "You're terrifying when you're serious." Cassandra's lips slowly curled into a grin. Graydon T smiled back. He simply stared at her, his dark aura still flickering faintly around his form. "You should start getting used to it." The shadow surrounding his sword gradually faded as he lowered his weapon. "Fine. You win this round." Cassandra's grin softened into a small smile. She let out a long breath, brushing her silver hair away from her face as she looked at Gray, who turned away, sliding his rapier back into its sheath. But as if curious about something, Cassandra suddenly inquired, "Why didn't you use your threads?" Gray froze instinctively at her words, but quickly got back to normal as he turned around and gave her a sly grin. "I didn't need to use them to deal with you." Then Cassandra's pout appeared, soft lips pressing together, cheeks puffing ever so slightly. "That's rude. I could have beaten you if you had taken me seriously." "Oh, is that so?" Gray raised an eyebrow, the smallest trace of amusement flashing across his face. "Yes," she said, stamping one foot lightly against the ground. Her scythe flickered beside her, the blade shimmering as if responding to her mood. "So, let's go again. Just one more. You'll use your threads this time." Gray crossed his arms. "No." "What do you mean, no?" Her eyes widened. "I mean," he said slowly, with a lazy smirk that made her want to hit him, "you already lost once. I don't see a point in repeating the same result." Cassandra huffed, stepping closer and poking his chest with her finger. "You're so full of yourself." "I know." That made her blink, clearly caught off guard by the blunt response. Then she sighed, shaking her head with an exaggerated pout. Fine. You win, for now." Gray chuckled lightly and turned his gaze toward the faint cracks of light now spreading across the barrier. "Good, because once this fades, things are going to get messy again." "Messy?" Cassandra blinked, tilting her head. He glanced back at her, eyes sharp. "Stay away from me the moment it disappears. Far away. If you get caught in my swing, it won't end well." For a brief second, Cassandra just stared at him. Then her lips curved into a slow grin. So serious all of a sudden. But she didn't argue. She understood. "All right," she said softly, stepping back with a glint of excitement in her eyes. "I'll give you some space." Then, her hand rose gently, fingers weaving through the air as faint blue light surrounded them. Whoosh! The dark barrier began to dissolve, turning transparent bit by bit until the arena beyond came into view. Just as the last traces vanished, Gray lifted his sword slightly, signaling her. Cassandra smirked in understanding and raised her scythe. Clang! Their blades clashed in a burst of force that rang through the entire arena. The sound alone made several students turn their heads in shock. The impact sent a violent shockwave across the ground, dust flying everywhere. Cassandra was thrown backward by the force, her boots sliding hard against the dirt before she jammed the blade of her scythe into the floor, stopping herself from flying any further. She glanced up, her silver hair whipping around her face, a faint smile curling her lips. This should cause enough of a dramatic exchange, no? She thought. Phew! Gray exhaled slowly, lowering his sword. The crowd around them was silent for a second before the noise of battle returned, even louder than before. From across the arena, Lyra rushed toward him, her golden lightning sparking faintly around her. "Gray," she called, worry filling her voice. "Are you okay?" Gray turned to her, expression calm, and gave a small nod. "Yeah, mi fine." Lyra slowed down, looking at the faint dust still settling around him, her brows furrowed. "That looks serious. You could be gotten hurt." "I didn't," he said simply, brushing a bit of dust off his shoulder. Lyra let out a quiet sigh, puffing her cheeks a little before muttering, "You're impossible sometimes." By then, the others had already reached him. Selena was panting slightly, her hand glowing faintly with leftover mana from her water spells. Ronan cracked his knuckles, grinning widely. "Damn, man, that sound. You trying to wake the dead, or something?" Celine stopped beside him, resting her sword against her shoulder, her gaze flicking between Gray and the spot where Cassandra had been. Was that her? Gray nodded once. Lyra, quiet as always, scanned his face carefully before giving a short nod of her own. You don't seem injured. Good. Of course he is not. The guy is built different. Ronan chuckled. Gray ignored the comment, glancing toward the far end of the arena where Cassandra was already standing again, her scythe resting across her shoulders. Her gaze already told him a lot. She is strong. Lyra followed his gaze and frowned slightly. She is, Gray replied. So what now? Selena tilted her head, looking at Gray. His eyes slowly shifted toward the center of the arena, where the remaining students were gathering again, their numbers greatly reduced after all the fighting. He tightened his grip on his rapier. Now we finish this. Chapter 128. Midterms Exams 6 Finally. Ronan grinned widely at Gray's words. He slammed his gauntlets together, creating a burst of sparks before charging straight into the crowd ahead. Ronan, Dante, Selena started, but it was already too late. Bam! Ronan punched the first student in front of him so hard that the boy's barrier shattered like glass, sending him flying across the arena floor. The impact created a small crater in the dirt. Reckless, Selena finished, shaking her head before raising both her hands. Water swirled around her arms, forming two large serpents that shot forward. The water snakes coiled around enemies, binding their arms and legs before throwing them into the air. Lyra was already beside her, golden lightning crackling around her body. Watch the right, she shouted, thrusting her sword forward. Drop! A blinding streak of gold cut through 3 students in one swing, knocking them out of the field. Celine joined from the other side, her aura sword glowing a deep blue. She shot through the crowd without any wasted steps, swinging her sword at every single student who tried to get close to her. Lyra moved just behind her, sword raised in a knight-esque guard stance. She struck down anyone who got close to Celine, covering her flank perfectly. Gray, meanwhile, walked through the chaos like a shadow. He didn't need to rush, and the moment anyone tried to attack him, they were gone in the blink of an eye. Swap, a student lunged toward him, spear aimed for his chest, but suddenly the student was standing where Gray had been a second ago, and a blade of fire meant for Gray hit him instead. What? The boy gasped before collapsing from the impact. Gray reappeared a few meters away, already attacking another student, without even checking if the last one had actually collapsed. Whip! Clang! One after another. Students fell as Gray moved through them like a ghost, his rapier cutting through their barriers as if they were paper. This is too easy for me, he sighed inwardly. The Gloria Academy was supposed to be filled with genius, but they were nothing to him. He didn't even need to use his sword art. Selena glanced at him between spells, her mouth slightly open. He is not even trying hard. He doesn't have to. Lyra smirked faintly, though there was pride in her eyes. Swoop! A fire mage screamed and shot a blazing orb toward them. Lyra raised her sword high, golden lightning bursting out and slicing the fireball in half. The explosion that followed sent waves of dust around. But she didn't move, she just stood still, the light of her power shining like a star in the chaos. Behind you, Ronan shouted. Celine spun instantly, blocking a sword strike aimed at Lyra. Clang! Sparks flew as the blades met. Celine pushed back, twisting her wrist and kicking the attacker's leg from under him before knocking him out with a single hit from her aura-infused blade. Thanks, Lyra said breathlessly. Celine nodded once before rushing towards another opponent. Clang! Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared right in front of Lyra, causing her to frown lightly. Maelys, Leon, and some others who weren't as well known. Instantly, the others gathered around Lyra when they saw this, knowing that both of them were quite strong. But Gray didn't seem to notice as he kept eliminating more and more students. Shit, this is going to be difficult, Celine muttered lightly. At her words, Maelys smiled faintly, tilting her head. It seems that one of you at least knows your limits. She lifted one hand. and the ground instantly cracked under everyone's feet. Through them, a faint black aura spread out from her fingers, making the air feel heavy and suffocating. The pressure made everyone's legs tremble slightly. Shit! Gravity magic, Selena gasped, forcing herself to raise a water shield. But it wavered instantly under the pressure. Leon glanced at Maelys with a small smile. Don't overdo it. We don't want to kill them before Gray notices. Oh, please, Maelys whispered with a teasing tone. He'll come eventually. I'll make sure he does. Stop talking and fight already. Lyra gritted her teeth, lightning flickering along her arms. Crackle. She thrust her sword forward, lightning bursting from the blade. The golden light shot toward Maelys in a blinding arc. But before it could reach her, snap! Leon raised his finger, and space itself twisted. The lightning vanished, then reappeared behind Lyra, striking the ground near her own feet. What dash? She jumped back, her eyes wide. You should learn how to control your aim. Leon smiled faintly. Seeing this, Selene instantly dashed forward, her blue aura flaring as she swung her sword at Leon. But he simply raised a hand, and her attack passed right through him. Her eyes widened. A spatial projection? Correct, Leon said coolly, reappearing behind her. Too slow. Bam! A strong kick landed on her back, sending her rolling across the dirt. Selene, Lyra shouted, rushing to block a follow-up strike. But a silver-haired dagger girl appeared in front of her in a blur, moving with wind-speed precision. Clang! Lyra blocked each hit, but barely. The wind user's speed was overwhelming, and every movement that came from her was much faster than hers. A dagger grazed her cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Tisish, you're not bad, Lyra hissed. The silver-haired girl smiled playfully. You're not either, but you'll lose anyway. Behind them, Ronan roared and charged toward the halberd user. Bring it on, Flame Boy. Clang! Their weapons clashed like thunder. Sparks exploded, dust flying with each hit. The halberd user laughed, his aura flaring red. You hit hard, he said, grinning. But I hit hotter. He spun the halberd once, the blade igniting fully, and slammed it down. A wall of fire erupted between them, forcing Ronan to jump back. The heat scorched the ground, turning dirt into glass. Holy shit! Ronan cursed, his gauntlets glowing faintly as he tried to absorb the shock. Ronan, left side! Selena shouted before throwing a torrent of water in his direction, dousing part of the fire. The archer in the back immediately responded, firing a cursed arrow into Selena's water stream. The moment it made contact, the water turned black, the curse spreading like oil through it. What poison curse? Damn it, Dash! Selena's eyes widened. The black water burst, creating a toxic mist that burned her skin. She fell to one knee, gasping. Hag, didami! Selena, Lyra, seeing that, screamed and rushed forward, only for Maelys to raise her hand again. Stay where you are, Maelys said softly. The ground rippled like waves, and then, crack! The gravity multiplied around Lyra. The air bent, and her knees crashed into the ground from sheer pressure. She tried to move, but her limbs felt impossibly heavy. GGHHH dash. You're strong. For someone who always hides behind my brother. Maelys walked closer, speaking in a cold yet mocking voice. Shut up, Lyra hissed, lightning struggling to form around her arms, but failing, crushed by gravity. Maelys crouched down slightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as she smiled. You're not even worth his time, but maybe I'll make him come running if I hurt you enough. That was when a soft crack echoed. Selene reappeared, bleeding but still standing, her sword glowing bright blue. Don't you dare. She swung her sword at Maelys, but Leon intercepted with a flick of his wrist, bending space around her strike, so it passed harmlessly into the air. Grip. Predictable, Leon said, catching her wrist mid-swing and twisting it before sending her flying again. Selene, Lyra yelled, slashing at the dagger girl and breaking free for a moment. She ran towards Selene, dragging her back. But unfortunately for them, they were surrounded now. Maelys, Leon, and their team stood calm and untouched, barely even breathing hard. Meanwhile, Gray's group was bruised, burned, and pushed back. "Well, you guys should be proud that you've lasted more than the others," Leon chucked lightly, to which the others from his group also laughed. PFT. Ronan spat blood on the ground. "Not gonna happen. You don't have a choice." Melis chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing coldly. Her power flared again, a wave of gravity rippling outward, crushing the ground into cracks. Lyra screamed as the weight pressed down harder. The others were barely standing now, forced onto one knee under the pressure. Even Celine's sword arm trembled violently. Only then did Gray finally turn his head. He froze mid-swing, his eyes slowly locking onto the source of the chaos. "They lost this easily?" Melis smirked faintly as she met his gaze across the battlefield. Finally, she whispered, her tone dripping with delight. "Big Brother watching." Without wasting time, Gray switched positions with a small rock that was on the ground, and Melis slowly turned her gaze towards him. But instead of meeting her gaze, Gray simply turned around and looked at the group of 5 practically lying on the ground. A half-mermaid that didn't even use her charming abilities. A vessel of 5 gods who only uses one of their authorities, the inheritor of the Sun Sword art. A water mage who awakened a high-level water spirit. And finally, the most unusual one. His gaze locked onto Ronan. Ronan V. Dravenholt, the last heir of the Dragon King bloodline. He glanced at the others who were surrounding his group. Besides Melis and Leon, they lost to these weaklings? Gray wanted to laugh. However, why were all 5 of them playing the pig to eat the tiger? It would be a simple waste of time for him to help them. However, Gray had one person in the other group that he wanted to deal with. Leon. Chapter 129. Midterms Exams 7 Gray. "My sweet big brother, are you finally going to help those pathetic little things that you can teammates?" Melis uttered in a teasing tone. "Bitch," Celine hissed through clenched teeth, her aura trembling around her sword. The others were also quite uncomfortable at her words. But most of them didn't dare to actually say something about it. But Gray didn't react at all. He stood there, silent, sword resting lazily against his shoulder, his dull black eyes fixed elsewhere. He wasn't even looking at Melis. His gaze was locked onto Leon. A low-level space spirit? His eyes narrowed lightly as he gazed down at Leon's shoulders, where a faint purple and dark wisp could be seen circling around him. No wonder he got so strong that easily. The only reason Gray was able to see spirits, something that usually only elves and people contracted by spiritus could see, was because he had met the fairy queen once. Even until now, he hasn't forgotten about it. After all, she was probably the only person he had considered as a second mother, and the warmth she gave him back when he was nothing more than a lost boy with blood on his hands. Even now, the memory was sharp enough to sting. "What you looking at?" Leon scoffed, noticing his gaze. "You seem awfully distracted for someone who's about to lose." Gray's head tilted slightly, his smirk returning. "At your frog-looking face, why?" Leon blinked, clearly thrown off by the bluntness. Gray slowly drew his rapier, the faint shing echoing through the air. His movements were strangely calm, and that made everyone nearby tense instinctively. They all had seen his fighting before. He pointed the blade straight at Leon's face, just a few inches from the princess' nose. Then, his lips curled up even more. "Come on, little prince," he teased him lightly. "I've been waiting for you to make the first move, but it looks like you only swing at people weaker than you. Watch your mouth, commoner." Leon's jaw tightened. "Oh," Gray chuckled lowly, tilting his head. "Did I hit a nerve?" His eyes glinted dangerously, that usual emotionless stare replaced by something cold and mocking. "Tell me, Leon," Gray continued with a casual tone, though the pressure around him started to rise. "Do you beat the weak because it makes you feel like a real man? Or because you know you'd get torn apart the second you fight someone who doesn't kneel to you?" Leon's smile slowly vanished at his words. His eyes darkened, the playful expression fading into something cold and sharp. Thrum! The air around him started to twist slightly, small cracks of light forming where his mana leaked out. Everyone nearby could feel it, the sudden weight pressing down on them. Damn, his killing intent is no joke, Ronan gritted his teeth. Even Maelys stopped smirking, her green eyes narrowing as Leon's mana grew heavier. You talk too much. Leon clenched his jaw tightly, his voice trembling with anger. His hand twitched as the ground below his feet cracked. Then, in one instant, he vanished. Whoosh! The air ripped apart as Leon shot forward. A flash of distorted space following his movement. Gray's eyes sharpened as his rapier rose slightly, catching the incoming pressure with perfect timing. Clang! Their blades met, sending out a shockwave that pushed dust and sand across the arena floor. Gray slid 1 foot back, the ground cracking beneath him, but he didn't lose balance. Finally decided to move, he said quietly, pushing Leon's blade away before swinging his own with frightening speed. Gah! Clang! Sparks flew in every direction, lighting the air between them. Leon growled, his space magic flaring with each movement, distorting the air and making it hard to tell where he would strike next. But Gray's eyes followed perfectly, predicting every attack as if he had seen them all before. You're quite fast, Gray said with a mocking smirk, twisting his sword and forcing Leon to stumble a step back. But for someone who stole one of the strongest talents to ever exist, you're quite mediocre, aren't you? Leon's expression darkened even more, his killing intent growing thicker. You'll fucking regret saying that. He lifted his hand, a faint purple circle forming behind him as his sword flickered out of sight. And Gray just smiled coldly, lowering his stance slightly, his rapier glowing faintly with that strange dark outline again. I don't even need a proper technique to deal with you, he thought, his eyes scanning around, trying to see if one of his teammates was actually going to make a move. But like the useless idiots they were, they only stood still, watching the fight between the two of them. Crackle! Leon's eyes gleamed faintly purple as the air around him rippled, folding like shattered glass as space itself bent to his will. Let us see you dodge this then, he shouted madly, losing his elegance as the Empire's prince. But well, almost everyone already knew that he was quite the mad dog. Sue! It was easy to say that he was acting like he usually does. Fool! In an instant, Leon vanished. The sound of air imploding filled the arena as he reappeared behind Gray, his blade already slicing down with killing precision. Clang! Gray's rapier twisted backward without even looking. Sparks exploded where steel met steel, the impact forcing both of them to slide across the ground. TCH. Leon clicked his tongue, disappearing again. FWIP. FWIP. He flashed across the field like a storm of afterimages, appearing at Gray's left, right, above, and below, each time swinging with perfect coordination. But Gray's body moved like it already knew every strike. He ducked under the first slash, sidestepped the second, tilted his rapier to deflect the third, then twisted his wrist, parrying the fourth in one smooth spin. Sparks scattered in a circle around them. Having my reaction time enhanced by more than 100 times really is useful, especially my senses, which were already deeply developed. Aren't you too weak? Gray yawned lazily. Leon gritted his teeth, teleporting backward, then instantly reappearing above Gray with both hands gripping his sword. The weapon hummed with warped energy as space folded around its blade. Gray tilted his head, raising his sword with his hand. Shing! The moment Leon's strike descended, Gray's rapier met it perfectly. The collision rang like a bell, and a powerful wave burst outward, sending sand and debris flying everywhere. Leon pushed down with all his strength, veins bulging at his neck, but Gray didn't even flinch. His feet dug slightly into the ground, the muscles in his arm tightening for a brief second before. Crack! Gray twisted his sword upward, The angle shifted just enough to throw Leon's balance off. Then, before Leon could even blink, whoosh! Gray's silhouette vanished. Wadash! Leon's eyes widened as Gray appeared right behind him, his rapier already slicing forward. Clang! Leon barely managed to teleport again, but Gray's sword grazed his cheek, cutting a thin line that drew blood. You managed to dodge that? Gray raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are spatial spirits, even at the low level, that strong? His eyes focused on the faint, dark glimmer around Leon once again. Should I kill it? His eyes briefly turned colder before getting back to normal again. He isn't a person who cares much about promises, but he still knows how to keep some of them, especially from someone as useful as the Fairy Queen. And since he had promised not to kill any spirits without her permission, so be it for now. You think this is over? Leon growled, wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand. Then, before Gray could reply, he slammed his palm into the ground. Crack! A dome of twisted space spread out from his position, the arena floor bending unnaturally as sharp distortions cut through the air like blades. The world seemed to tilt sideways, but Gray didn't react at all. His rapier glowed dark, a faint shadow coating it like ink. His body flickered, his movements growing smoother, faster, quieter. And then, as Leon blinked his eyes, he disappeared. What dash? Leon's eyes darted around wildly. His spatial sense caught nothing. No mana trace, no sound, no image. Clang! A strike came from his right. He turned, blocked, but another one followed instantly from the left. Clang! Clang! Every movement was seamless. Gray didn't just attack. He flowed. His feet barely touched the ground as he spun, stabbed, and redirected the weight of Leon's blade with surgical precision. Leon tried to teleport again, but Gray was already there. Their swords collided mid-step, and Gray leaned in close, his voice barely above a whisper. Stop blinking around and fight me properly. He twisted his blade, locking Leon's weapon between the rapier's guard before driving his knee straight into Leon's stomach. Thud! God dash! Leon coughed, air bursting out of his lungs as he stumbled backward. Gray didn't give him a chance to recover. In the next heartbeat, Gray's rapier darted forward. SZZZT dash. A faint black streak of energy followed the blade's path as it cut through the air, grazing Leon's shoulder and leaving behind a thin, smoking line. Bobby, Leon gritted his teeth, pain flaring up. He swung desperately, warping his sword through space itself, making it reappear from impossible angles. But Gray's body bent, twisted, and weaved through each attack like a shadow come alive. Spatial tears. Nice trick, Gray muttered, sidestepping the last blow. Too bad your hand shakes before each cast. Leon froze for half a second, just enough time for Gray to move. Whoosh! Gray thrusted his rapier forward. The tip stopped right at Leon's throat, just barely grazing the skin. The arena went silent. Gray's cold eyes locked on Leon's. And that, he said slowly, is why I don't wait for weaklings to finish showing off. He pulled the blade back with a flick, wiping the faint dust off its edge before turning his back to Leon, already walking away. But then, as if recalling something, he turned around with a cold smile. If I remember correctly, the professor seemed to mention that severe injuries were expected, right? Leon's eyes dropped cold as he heard Gray's words. And then, just before he could react, thud! Arg! A mouthful of blood was spilled from Leon's mouth as Gray's fist slammed against his stomach, also making his eyes roll back. Goo, ha, ow. His body started staggering back, but just as he was about to fall, grip! Gray grasped his hair hard, lifting his head to meet his eyes. Don't worry. I'll try to be gentle, he gently smiled. Chapter 130. Midterms Exams 8 Grip. Gray's grip tightened in Leon's hair as the young prince tried to pull away. But it was useless, as his strength meant nothing here. A faint smirk curved on Gray's lips, but there was no warmth in it. He looked more like a man dissecting a problem than fighting a rival. Crack! His fist slammed into Leon's face, snapping his head to the side. Blood sprayed through the air, a tooth bouncing off the ground. KHGUH. Leon tried to raise his arms to defend himself, but Gray caught his wrist and twisted it. Pop! A sharp sound echoed through the arena as his shoulder dislocated. Leon screamed, stumbling back, but Gray didn't let him fall. Stand up, little prince, Gray muttered coldly, yanking him forward by the collar. You wanted attention, didn't you? You got it. Thud. Bang. 3 more blows struck in Leon's weak points. Goo dash. Gray's movements were too precise to be called rage. This wasn't wild violence. It was some kind of punishment. Cough. Cough. Leon coughed and tried to swing his sword with his good arm, but Gray sidestepped easily and slammed his knee into Leon's ribs. Crack! A scream tore out of Leon's throat. The sound echoed, but no one moved. The crowd, with the remaining students, just watched. No one dared step in. Blood dripped from Leon's nose and mouth as he collapsed to one knee, trembling. Gray tilted his head slightly, studying him with the same detached calm one might show to a broken toy. Still breathing? Impressive. Leon groaned, clutching his stomach. He could barely see through the blood coating his eyes. But when he looked up, he saw Gray's cold stare and froze. Don't worry, Gray whispered. You'll learn not to open your mouth next time. He grabbed Leon's head again and slammed it into the ground. Bam! The floor cracked beneath the impact. Then again. Bam! And again. Bam! Each strike sent small shards of stone flying, and the sound grew duller each time as Leon's voice faded into pained gasps. Students whispered among themselves, but the moment Gray's gaze flicked in their direction, all noise stopped. His eyes were too cold, too empty, like looking at something that no longer cared about consequences. And honestly, he didn't. Celine and Lyra exchanged glances. Both wanted to intervene, but something in their instincts told them not to. Gray wasn't in the mood to be reasoned with. But strangely, Maylise, who had been smirking, still had the same smirk. It was as if she was enjoying that Leon was getting beaten up. Gray didn't give it much thought as he continued beating the crap out of him. The professors standing above the arena remained motionless. Otto's expression didn't change. His eyes were sharp, but there was no sign of interference. It seemed this was exactly what he had expected from Gray. And Gloria yawned in boredom. Gray finally released Leon, letting the prince fall flat onto his back. The once proud noble lay motionless, his face a swollen mess of bruises and blood. Gray straightened slowly, wiping his knuckles with a casual motion. You talk too much, he said simply, his tone void of emotion. Leon coughed weakly, trying to raise his head, but Gray placed his boot on his chest and pressed down, not hard enough to kill, but enough to remind him that he could. You're lucky this is an exam, Gray added quietly. Otherwise, I'd have finished the job. He looked down at Leon's battered body, his cold eyes showing not a hint of pity. Then, without hesitation, he swung his leg hard into Leon's side. Crack! The sound echoed sharply across the arena. Leon let out a strangled groan, blood and saliva flying from his mouth as the force of the kick sent him soaring through the air. Bang! He hit the wall with a heavy thud before sliding down lifelessly, leaving a faint streak of red behind. His body lay limp on the floor, unconscious, his once proud face swollen beyond recognition. For a moment, the entire arena went still. The sound of breathing, the faint hum of magic in the air, all of it felt distant. Everyone just stared at Gray. It was already a miracle Leon had lasted that long against him. Huh! Gray's head tilted slightly, expression unreadable as he looked at the broken prince. Then slowly, he turned his gaze toward the others still standing. Aside from Cassandra, his team, and Maylise's group, only 14 students remained. Their faces were pale, their grips on their weapons unsteady. Gray rolled his shoulders, stretching slightly as if the fight had only warmed him up. The blood dripping from his hand only made the scene worse. painting him in the image of a devil who just stepped out of hell. Without saying a word, he began walking toward the last group. Every step he took echoed softly on the cracked floor. Talp, talp, talp. And with each step, the students' fear grew clearer. Their breathing quickened. A few of them clenched their teeth, while others didn't even dare to meet his gaze. One of them let out a shaky sound as all 14 unconsciously stepped back together, like prey reacting to a predator's shadow. Then, without anyone expecting, Gray took one more step forward and vanished. Whoosh! The air split around him, a sharp gust following his sudden movement. The group of 14 barely had time to react before he was already among them, his rapier flashing like a streak of black light. Clang! The first student raised his spear to block, but Gray twisted his sword at the last second, sliding the rapier's edge under the shaft and flicking it upward. The spear went flying. Crack! A sharp kick met the student's jaw, sending him spinning through the air before he hit the ground hard. One down, Gray muttered lightly. Another came from his left. Swinging an axe, Gray sidestepped, feeling the air rush past his ear, then brought his elbow forward. Thud! Kirk! The hit landed squarely on the attacker's throat. The man gagged, clutching his neck, and collapsed shortly after. 2. Gray didn't even glance at him. 3 mages began casting from the back. Then, he raised his sword lightly before vanishing again. Swoop! He appeared right behind them. Too slow. His sword slashed sideways. Shink! 5. A gust of wind followed the clean motion, cutting through their defensive barriers like paper. The 3 were thrown backward, coughing blood as their spells fizzled out in the air. 2 others tried to flank him from behind. He turned, catching the first one's blade mid-swing, twisting it down with his wrist and slamming his shoulder into the man's chest. The other came right after, aiming for his head, but Gray ducked under the attack, sweeping his leg low. Swish! Both attackers hit the ground at once. He spun his rapier in his hand before stabbing it down, the tip stopping just beside one man's throat. They froze. Stay down, he said coldly. 7. Clang! Suddenly, another tried to take advantage of the distraction. A dagger came flying toward his face. Gray didn't flinch as he simply tilted his head, the blade passing an inch from his cheek. His hand shot forward, gripping the dagger thrower's wrist. Snap! The bone cracked, followed by a scream. Gray pulled the weapon free, reversed it, and threw it right back. Thuk! The hilt struck the man's forehead, dropping him instantly. 9. He scanned the remaining students, and all of them were trembling, causing him almost to laugh. Gray exhaled slowly, brushing a few drops of blood from his cheek with his thumb. Shit. I am out. Dumbly, the next student tried to run. Clang! Clang! Gray parried both with fluid ease as his sword twisted low before he countered. One strike pushed the left opponent's sword up, leaving his chest open. Gray turned his wrist and drove the hilt of his weapon into the man's ribs. Thud! The other tried to take advantage of the moment, thrusting forward, but Gray leaned sideways, letting the blade brush past his shoulder, then slashed up. Shine! A bright flash followed, and the student's weapon was cut cleanly in half. He stumbled back, eyes wide, before Gray flicked his blade across the boy's chest, leaving a faint bleeding line. That was enough to end his courage as he instantly dropped to his knees. 12. 2 left. Boom! The last 2 students tried casting a massive spell from the back, energy swirling around their palms. Gray turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing, before his aura suddenly pulsed outward. Dark mist rippled from his body like smoke, coating his blade in a shadowy layer. He swung once. Zosh! The air itself seemed to tear apart. The spell broke mid-cast, and both of the students were thrown off their feet, crashing into the ground. Silence followed. 14 bodies lay scattered across the arena floor. None dead, but all were either broken, defeated, or humiliated. Gray stood in the middle, his breath steady, his expression unreadable. But his eyes, they were changing. The dark aura still leaked from him, crawling along his shoulders and down his arms. His pupils swirled faintly, like ink mixing in water, shades of black and crimson shifting together. Even his teammates, standing far behind, could feel it, the strange, suffocating pressure spreading slowly outward. Cassandra's hand tightened around her scythe. "Gray," she whispered softly. But Gray didn't respond, as he didn't even hear her, which was a surprise considering his extreme senses. He simply stood there, surrounded by the faint sound of his heartbeat echoing in the silence, his shadow twisting unnaturally on the cracked ground beneath him. However, the only reason he was like that was because of the notification in front of him. "Ding! You've successfully met the requirements to awaken a secret class." Chapter 131. Midterms Exams 9. A secret class? Gray raised an eyebrow in surprise as he tapped on it. The moment his finger touched it, everything around him darkened. The noise, the ruined arena, the scattered bodies. All of it vanished into nothing but silence and shadow. And then a voice echoed inside his mind. "Secret class. Villain." The air trembled, and the shadow beneath Gray's feet stretched, curling upward like ribbons, swirling around him like smoke. For a moment, Gray stared at the name in silence. His lips twitched lightly, and a faint grin spread across his face. "Fitting," he muttered. He scrolled down, reading the class details. Unlike the usual classes, this one didn't have any flashy skills or combat techniques. Instead, there were only a few passive abilities, simple but terrifying. Villain's presence. Your killing intent and aura grows stronger the more fear and hatred are directed toward you. The weaker the opponent's resolve, the stronger your power becomes. Cruel instinct. In battle, your body moves on its own toward the most painful and effective strikes. Hesitation is erased. Shadow of sin. Every kill leaves a trace of darkness that strengthens your body and sharpens your senses. The more you fight, the more terrifying your presence becomes. Gray stared at the list, his reflection shining faintly on the floating screen. All passive, huh? He looked at the class for a moment, but he still didn't accept it. After all, the skill Shadow of Sin bothered him. Gray doesn't know what kind of trace it is, but if it appears every time he kills someone and someone recognizes that the trace comes for him, that could bring him unnecessary trouble. It doesn't, huh? Gray froze. He blinked, staring at the floating text. The words had appeared without him doing anything. "The Akashic Records is talking?" He frowned deeply. "Yes, so you can speak." Gray's eyes narrowed slightly. "You are special enough for me to talk with you. And more importantly, you're the first person I've ever granted a class to directly. Normally, secret classes appear as part of the selection process. But this villain class, is different. It doesn't belong to the normal system. There is no one worthy of it, except you. Is that why you're letting me see the skills and details before even choosing?" If I remember correctly, the other Gray only saw the name of each class. Indeed, he was lucky enough to have Jasmine. If not, he wouldn't have probably chosen such an overwhelmingly powerful class. MHM, it doesn't leave traces. It's all right for me. He crossed his arms and looked at the class window again, his black eyes reflecting the faint purplish glow. "However, if I may ask, why are there only passive skills?" "Because you don't need any active skills. Your sword art is already ranked as a semi-god grade technique, and you've nearly mastered a god grade movement skill. What more could you possibly require?" Listening to its words, Gray thought about it for a moment. "A skill that lets me increase my soul power through the cultivation of the mind." "Oh, so even when you switch with the other Gray, you want your own soul to grow stronger?" "Yes, honestly, I was going to let him take over my body when we fused, but from what I've seen so far, he doesn't deserve it." Gray's eyes turned cold. "Interesting. Very well, then. New passive skill granted." Sinful Mind. Gray's eyes flicked upward as another window opened. Sinful Mind. Your soul strengthens through thought and awareness. The more you learn, experience, and understand, the denser your spiritual power becomes. You can increase your soul power by meditating. Not bad, he muttered under his breath. Good. I'll take my leave. Have a pleasant day, Gray. Thanks, he replied flatly, unsure how to respond to the strange familiarity in the Akashic Records tone. Then, just as the light from the window faded, another soft chime rang. Ding! Secret class villain successfully accepted. A faint wave of dark energy rippled from his body as another panel, but with all the information of his class inside it, appeared. Class acquired. Villain. Grade, secret path level. Novice class type. Evil trait. Loved by evil creatures specialty. Manipulation destruction core skill unlocked. Sinful mind your soul strengthens through thought and awareness. The more you learn, experience, and understand, the denser your soul power becomes. You can increase your soul power by meditating. First passive skill. Villain-S presence, your killing intent and aura grow stronger the more fear and hatred are directed toward you. The weaker the opponent's resolve, the stronger your power becomes. Second passive skill. Cruel instinct in battle. Your body moves on its own toward the most painful and effective strikes. Hesitation is erased. Third passive skill. Shadow of sin. Every kill leaves a trace of darkness that strengthens your body and sharpens your senses. The more you fight, the more terrifying your presence becomes. MHM. Perfect. Gray nodded lightly. Ding! It's detected that the user has already performed countless actions that were those of a villain. The class proficiency is rising. Congratulations! Your class has reached the intermediate path level. All skills have been strengthened. Congratulations! Your class has reached the high path level. All skills have been strengthened. Congratulations! Your class has reached the master path level. All skills have been strengthened. Congratulations! Your class has reached the grandmaster path level. All skills have been strengthened. Ding! The remaining villainous actions bump the proficiency to 72. Instantly, the dark aura rippling through Gray's body increased significantly. And it was finally at that moment that Gloria's bored expression dissipated. She licked her lips as she looked deeply at Gray's body, which seemed much more different than before. Phew! Gray finally turned to the remaining students in the arena. Somehow, they were dumb enough not to attack him when he was on Cloud 9. His teammates wouldn't attack him, obviously, but Melis's group had completely wasted such a perfect chance. Let us finish this already. I don't want to waste time on this meaningless exam. He rolled his shoulders, stretching lightly before walking toward Melis's group. In response, Melis stepped forward to meet him, her black hair swaying softly as she turned her head toward her teammates. Deal with those pests. Her eyes turned cold at the last word. Then, her lips curled up into a faint smile as she finally noticed that Gray's attention was on her and no one else. Big brother, she purred, leaning forward slightly, her voice smooth and playful. What was that surge of power? You become so different. A small breakthrough, he replied flatly. Then, before she could say another word, he slowly reached out his hand. Melis blinked, surprised when his fingers brushed through her long, silky black hair. Brush that Mata. Melis's brain circuit froze as her eyes widened, feeling Gray's gentle palm brush against her luscious black hair. Rustle. Then his hand moved lower, tracing down the side of her face. His fingers slid under her chin, lifting her head slightly until her gaze met his. My dear little sister, he murmured. His voice was so gentle that it almost sounded affectionate. He pinched her jaw lightly, thumb brushing against her lower lip before pressing past it, slipping inside her mouth. She let out a short sound, surprised, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as her breath trembled. Her tongue brushed his thumb unconsciously, and her eyes widened as realization hit. Her face turned red, her heart skipping a beat. But before she could move, speak, or even react, thud! Gray's fist slammed into her stomach. The impact was so sudden that the air exploded out of her lungs. Her body bent forward violently as pain spread through her torso. Guh! She coughed, a small spray of spit and blood escaping her lips as she stumbled backward. Gray straightened his wrist calmly, his expression completely void of the affectionate persona just a few seconds ago. "Don't flirt with me during a fight," he said flatly. Melis's body trembled as she clutched her stomach, her once playful grin completely gone. Ugh! She bit her lower lip lightly, a faint tremor passing through her body. For a moment, it almost looked like she would yield, but then that familiar spark of pride lit up in her green eyes. She straightened, brushing the blood off her lips before smiling faintly. "If that's what you want, big brother, then let us fight." She flicked her wrist, and her staff appeared in her hand in a flash of violet light. The smooth black shaft was topped with a glowing orb, a perfect grade mana stone, pulsing with deep purple energy that distorted the air around it. Through him, the ground trembled softly beneath her feet as the orb hummed. "Finally taking it seriously, huh?" Gray tilted his head slightly. "A fight with her should be enough for me to test the cruel instinct skill," he thought inwardly. Melis didn't answer. She raised her staff high, and the air around Gray suddenly tightened. Crack, crack, dash. The floor beneath him split apart, the force of gravity spiking several times over in an instant. Gray's boots dug into the stone, his knees bending slightly from the sudden pressure. Weak, he twisted his sword upward, his blade humming with a dark aura, and then, swoosh, he vanished. Melis's eyes widened, instinct kicking in as she waved her staff sideways, sending a gravity wave in a sweeping arc. The air bent and rippled as an invisible force slammed outward. Boom! Gray's body reappeared just to her left, sliding across the ground from the sudden shift. He used the momentum to spin his sword, twisting the hilt sharply and forcing her to stumble a step back as her staff met his blade with a loud clang. Too slow. Clang. Whip. Each strike from Gray came faster than the last, his dark aura leaving faint trails of black mist in the air. Melis blocked the first two swings, but the third cut straight through her barrier, grazing her arm. She hissed sharply, "TCH, you always were brutal." She slammed her staff into the ground, and the entire arena shook. Boom! The gravity around them warped instantly. The debris, the sand, even the loose stones lifted from the ground and started spinning violently around her. The pressure was so strong that the air twisted like a storm. Gray narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, only for his legs to suddenly feel 10 times heavier. His boots cracked the floor as he forced his body to move, muscles tightening from the strain. "Cute trick," he muttered, raising his sword again. Foom! He vanished once more, his outline blurring. Melis's eyes snapped to the left, but it was too late. A dark shape appeared behind her. Clang! She barely turned her staff in time to block, sparks flying as the blades met. The force of the hit sent her sliding backward, her feet carving 2 deep trails in the stone. "Damn it," she growled, lifting her staff again and sending out another gravity pulse. Gray ducked low this time, rolling to the side before spinning on one foot and bringing his sword down in a precise, diagonal cut. The blow slammed against her shoulder guard, the pressure cracking her armor slightly. She gritted her teeth, swinging her staff up in retaliation. Tum! A sudden burst of gravity exploded from the tip, point blank. Gray crossed his arms in front of his chest, sliding backward across the arena floor, boots screeching against the cracked ground. He lifted his gaze, dark aura flickering faintly around his shoulders again. "Not bad," he said quietly. Melis was panting, her hands trembling slightly from the strain, but her eyes still burned fiercely. "You're not beating me that easily." She pointed her staff forward again. Gray rolled his eyes at her words before vanishing once again. Whoop! In an instant, he crossed the space between them, his sword slashing down faster than her eyes could follow. Melis tried to counter, her staff glowing as she bent the gravity field toward him again, but Gray twisted his wrist, changing the direction mid-swing. His blade slid along the staff's edge and slammed into her ribs with the flat side. knocking the air out of her lungs. Guh! Her body flew backward, crashing into the cracked floor. The impact sent a shockwave rippling across the arena, scattering dust and shards of stone into the air. Gray stepped forward slowly, his sword resting against his shoulder. Melis tried to rise, but the pressure of his aura pinned her down. Her breath came in short gasps, but even then, she smirked weakly. Still, as cruel as ever. Gray looked down at her in silence for a moment. The skill is quite interesting. It's telling me the other people's weak points while adjusting my movements to make it so they would suffer more pain. Now, his eyes turned slyly colder. Should I torture her a bit? Chapter 132. Midterms Exams X. Meanwhile, while Gray faced Melis alone at the center, his teammates were scattered around the other half of the field, locked in battle with her group. Why the hell is he fighting her alone? Ronan shouted, smashing his metal gauntlets together as flames exploded nearby. Clang! His voice barely cut through the thunder of clashing weapons. Don't ask me, Lyra yelled back, lightning flickering around her body. Her light brown hair danced wildly as a flash of electricity burst from her sword, slicing through the air toward the silver-haired dagger user. You know how Gray is. The wind mage spun her daggers and twisted sideways, her feet barely touching the ground as she dodged the lightning strike. A rush of wind pushed her forward, and she slashed at Lyra's side. Shink! Sparks flew as the blades met. Lyra gritted her teeth, swinging her sword with one hand while channeling more lightning into her other. Crack! A bolt of golden energy shot from her palm, forcing the wind mage to leap back. Fast little rat, Lyra muttered under her breath, her sword glowing even brighter. The static in the air buzzed against her skin, raising goosebumps along her arm. Meanwhile, not far from her, Celine and Lyra stood back to back, their armor scratched and covered in dust. You good? Lyra asked, panting as she blocked a wide swing from the halberd user. Barely, Celine answered, forcing a faint grin. Her aura sword gleamed faintly blue as she parried another blow. He hits harder than he looks. Yeah, and I'm getting tired of blocking flames all day, Lyra muttered, tightening her grip on her sword. The tall man roared, swinging his halberd, and a wide arc fire erupted from the weapon, creating a short wall of heat that forced the girls to jump back. Boom! Flames erupted around them, scattering debris across the field. Lyra raised her sword in front of her face, bracing for impact. Through him, then a stream of water cut through the fire like a blade. Selena stepped forward, one hand stretched out, her eyes glowing a calm, icy blue. Try not to stand too close next time, she said dryly. Good timing. Lira e halit, lojirin hersiort. Fwisp. The fire user growled, stomping forward as his halberd flared again. You're nothing but ants to me. Ronan cracked his neck from behind him, his gauntlets sparking faintly with red aura. Ants, huh? The tall man turned and got a punch straight to the jaw. Crack! The impact sent him flying backward, rolling across the cracked ground. Ronan's gauntlets hissed faintly with heat as he shook out his hand. Ants and bite too, he muttered, grinning widely. Show off. Selena raised an eyebrow, but smiled faintly. Behind them, the curse user moved quietly, her body covered in dark marks that pulsed faintly. She whispered something under her breath, and the ground under the group darkened. Celine noticed too late. Move, she shouted. Shah! Dark spikes enveloped with a disgusting green liquid shot from the ground, slicing through the air. Lyra barely rolled aside as one missed her face by an inch. Selena threw out her hands, forming a wall of spinning water around them. The black spikes hissed and melted as they hit the barrier. Annoying, the curse user girl groaned. Right back at you, Selena smirked faintly. The curse user's hand moved again, and a shadow tendril lashed forward. But before it could reach her, Lyra appeared behind her in a flash of golden light. Zapshing! Her sword struck as lightning, cracking through the air. The curse user screamed as electricity surged through her body, collapsing onto her knees. That's one down, Lyra said, breathing heavily. Two more, Ronan shouted, charging the fire user again. The halberd swung up, flames bursting from its blade, but this time Ronan ducked under and punched the man in the gut. Bam! The air exploded. The fire user coughed, his weapon falling from his hands as he stumbled back. Then Lyra came from the side, her sword flashing silver as she twisted the blade, cutting through the man's chest armor. He screamed, falling to one knee. Celine followed up instantly, slamming her sword down from above. Clang! The halberd cracked in half under the blow. Ronan stepped back, grinning as the man fell to the ground, groaning. Now that's teamwork. Celine gave him a quick nod, brushing the dust off her shoulder. Two down. But before they could rest, the wind mage appeared behind them like a blur. Her daggers moved so fast they left after images. Swish! Whip! She darted between them, cutting at their sides and necks. Selena barely blocked one strike, but another caught her arm, leaving a shallow line of blood. Damn it, Dash! She hissed. Lyra turned sharply, swinging her sword sideways, but the wind user spun midair, twisting away from the blade. Her feet barely touched the ground as she landed lightly and grinned. You're all too slow. Then let us make it even. Lyra's voice came from behind her. Boom! A golden flash exploded across the arena. The lightning user appeared out of nowhere, her sword coated in thick electric light. The wind mage's eyes widened. Crack zap! The collision of wind and lightning shook the air. Sparks and air currents swirled violently, throwing dust everywhere. Lyra pushed harder, her eyes glowing gold. The wind user gritted her teeth, trying to push back, but Lyra's sword overpowered her. The electricity burst out in a violent explosion. Croc! The silver-haired girl was sent flying, crashing into the cracked ground near the arena wall. Silence followed for a few seconds, broken only by the soft crackling of lightning. Down, all of them. Ronan looked around before dropping on the ground and taking deep breaths. Barely. Selena let out a deep breath, her hands shaking slightly from exhaustion. I can't believe we only won because of the number advantage. Gosh, Celine sheathed her sword, watching the fallen enemies. Crackle. Lyra's golden lightning faded slowly, her shoulders rising and falling with every heavy breath. What about Gray? She murmured, turning her eyes toward the center of the arena where Gray and Maylise were probably fighting. But as she did so, her eyes widened as she saw Maylise on the ground, and Gray casually looking down on her with his rapier resting on his shoulder. The others followed her gaze, their faces showing the same mix of shock and awe. He has done already? Lyra said quietly. That's Gray for you, Ronan frowned. Without thinking twice, Lyra started walking toward him, her boots crunching against the broken stone. The rest followed close behind. Maylise's group was unconscious or groaning on the floor, and the only one still standing in the arena besides them was Cassandra. Gray, Lyra called softly, her voice still sweet even in exhaustion. Gray turned his head slightly, giving her a short nod before turning back to Maylise. He was still considering torturing Maylise, but then he sighed lightly. He had better things to do. So, he stepped closer and leaned down, causing the half-conscious Maylise to blink in confusion. What were you doing? She asked weakly, her voice trembling a little. Gray didn't answer as he simply reached down, one arm wrapping around her waist. Her face reddened in surprise for a split second, and then he lifted her into a princess carry. Ushu! But before she could say anything else, thud! He tossed her straight out of the arena like a sack of potatoes. Dash! You bastard! Be more gentle! Maylise yelped as she landed on her buttocks outside the arena, clutching her stomach in pain. Gray didn't even bother to glance her way. He turned back to his teammates, sliding his rapier back into its sheath. The group gathered together again, their attention now turning toward Cassandra, the last one still standing in the arena. Crack! Ronan cracked his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face. Well, looks like it's 6 against 1 now. Should be doable, right? She is strong, But she can't handle all of us, Lyra nodded lightly. But then Gray's calm, cold voice cut through the brief moment of confidence. No, it's not. Huh? What do you mean by that? Ronan blinked, lowering his fists in surprise. Gray's head tilted slightly. Exactly what I said. Before anyone could react. Swoosh. Gray vanished from his spot. Ronan barely had time to widen his eyes before Gray appeared right in front of him, faster than anyone could track. Wah thud. Gray's fist buried deep into Ronan's stomach, the sound echoing across the arena. Guh dash. Ronan's breath exploded out of him as his body doubled over, his eyes bulging in pain. The others froze, their expressions twisting from confusion to shock. G. Gray? Celine shouted. But Gray just stood there, his fist still pressed into Ronan's gut, his face calm and completely emotionless. He slowly straightened, pulling his hand back and letting Ronan collapse to his knees, clutching his stomach and gasping for air. What are you doing? Lyra asked quietly, her eyes searching his for an answer. Gray didn't answer right away. His eyes moved slowly across his teammates, one by one, before finally landing on Cassandra. Now, there is no more need for a group, he said coldly, unsheathing his rapier before pointing it forward. So, you four should advocate for your grade if you have the ability to do so. Chapter 133. Midterms exams 11. The words hung in the air, heavy and cruel. Grip. What the hell is that supposed to mean, Gray? Celine tightened her grip on her sword, her teeth grinding together. Gray gave a faint smirk, though his eyes remained lifeless. It means exactly what it sounds like. The air around him trembled faintly, a dark pressure leaking from his body. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly, small pieces of dust floating upward from the force alone. Lyra's heart pounded hard her chest. You're serious? She could barely breathe as she whispered. Gray didn't respond. He simply lowered his stance, the blade of his rapier shifting to his side, the tip angled slightly upward, the stance of someone ready to cut down anyone who stepped forward. Even without a word, the message was clear. He wasn't joking. At his words, Selena took a shaky step forward and spoke reluctantly. Then what about Cassandra? She asked, her eyes darting to the girl standing calmly at the far end of the arena, scythe in hand. You saw her fight before, Gray. How are we supposed to deal with her if we're not working together? She's right. Cassandra's strong. Even you can Lyra frowned, gripping her sword tightly. I can win against her alone. Gray cut her off directly. His words stunned them. Which means I don't need your help. The cold certainty in his tone sent a chill through the group. Celine's jaw clenched in anger, while Lyra's heart dropped, her throat tightening. Even Ronan, still struggling to stand, looked at him in disbelief. Gray, he didn't look at her. Since none of you are making the first move, he suddenly spoke. I will. Swoop. He vanished. The wind cracked where he stood just a heartbeat before. Dust exploded outward as the space he had occupied bent from the force of his movement. What dash? Where dash? Selena's eyes widened as she spun around, searching frantically. But what she didn't expect was that Gray was going to target their weak link once again. Shit dash. Ronan tried to step back, but he barely had time to raise his arms. Thud. Gray's knee slammed into his ribs. The sound echoed through the arena, followed by Ronan's strangled gasp as his body was thrown across the ground, crashing and rolling several meters before stopping. Ronan, Selena shouted, water already swirling around her palms. She spun, forming a thick wall of water in front of her just as Gray's silhouette appeared behind it. Swoosh! Her barrier split apart in an instant. Gray's rapier pierced through it like it was air. Selena stumbled backward, barely dodging, but a strand of her blue hair fluttered away, sliced clean. Damn it! She thrust both hands forward. Move! A surge of pressurized water exploded toward him, sweeping across the floor, but Gray sidestepped it easily, sliding low under the wave before twisting on his heel and appearing right behind her. Crack! He kicked her legs out from under her and grabbed her collar, slamming her onto the ground before spinning away again. "Selena!" Lyra yelled, lightning flashing across her body as she dashed forward, her blade glowing gold. Zazzap! Her sword cut through the air with blinding speed, but Gray parried it effortlessly with one hand. Clang! Sparks flew, the impact sending golden arcs across the ground. He reading every move dash. Lyra gritted, hertit, charging imbecide Lyra. She swung her sword in a wide arc, aiming to catch him off guard. But Gray ducked low, forcing her own strike to pass inches over his head. Then, without missing a beat, he twisted his wrist. Clang! His blade slid up Lyra's guard, forcing her sword upward. She stumbled a step back, and Gray's foot slammed into her stomach. Thud! A dash! Lyra coughed as she flew backward, her armor scraping the ground. Stop holding back! Selene shouted, her aura blade igniting with a bright white glow. She dashed at full speed, her sword crackling with condensed mana. Boom! She swung with both hands, her strike strong enough to shatter stone, but Gray tilted his head slightly, and her blade barely missed him by a hair. He caught her wrist mid-swing. Her eyes widened. "You're too slow to be able to land a single hit on me." He twisted her arm sharply, forcing her to drop her weapon, then spun his rapier around, smacking the side of her face with the hilt. Crack! Selene hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop as her aura flickered out. Lyra clenched her teeth, golden lightning exploding out from her body. "Gray!" She screamed, her voice cracking with rage. The lightning engulfed her, her speed doubling in an instant. She reappeared behind him in a flash, slashing diagonally. ZZZT! Clang! Gray blocked it. The force of her lightning strike sent a shock up his arm, but he didn't T-flinch. He twisted his blade, letting her momentum drag her forward, then elbowed her in the ribs. She gasped, but before she could step back, Gray's hand caught her throat. "You're still too slow," he whispered coldly. He threw her across the arena, her body sliding against the stone floor before crashing into Selena, who made sure that she didn't get thrown out of the arena. "Really?" Gray groaned inwardly RRRGH. Ronan let out a painful groan, forcing himself to stand despite his injuries. His knuckles bled as he summoned his gauntlets again, mana flaring weakly around him. "I'm not done yet." He rushed forward, pushing through the pain, and threw a wild punch. "Not you too." Swish! Smack! Gray furrowed his eyebrows as he caught his blow easily. His hand wrapped around Ronan's wrist, stopping his attack cold. Then, with a single step forward, he slammed his forehead into Ronan's nose. Crack! Ronan's body went limp, and Gray shoved him aside without a second glance. Selena had recovered enough to attack again, summoning a dozen water spears that flew toward him at high speed. Swip, swip, swip. Gray didn't move his feet and instead swung his sword at the spears. Swish, swoop. Each spear was cut down mid-air, shattered in a mist before they could even touch him. Damn it, Dash. Selena stepped back, sweat beading on her forehead. How can he, before she could finish, Gray appear in front of her? Whoosh. He swung his sword horizontally, not to cut, but to strike. The flat side hit her abdomen, the impact sending her flying. She rolled several times before lying still, gasping for breath. Lyra tried one last desperate attack, charging from behind. She swung with both hands. He twisted the blade out of her hands and slammed the hilt of his rapier into her gut. Thud! She fell to her knees, coughing violently. Is that all? Gray now stood in the middle of the arena again, surrounded by his fallen teammates. All of them were groaning in the ground, not being able to move anymore. Well, all of you except one. Lyra, shaking, slowly pushed herself up from the ground. Her hair was messy, her golden lightning flickering weakly around her. Her eyes burned with anger and heartbreak. It's just an exam, woman. Gray almost wanted to roll his eyes at her expression. Why, Gray? She whispered, clutching her sword. Why are you doing this? Gray looked at her, his expression blank. Then, without answering, he raised his rapier again. Because I can. He vanished again, already swinging his rapier. Thud. Lyra's body went limp the instant the hilt connected with her temple. Her sword slipped from her hand, clattering across the stone floor. Gray caught her before she could fall completely and, without a word, lifted her easily in his arms. He carried her toward the edge of the arena, and when he reached the boundary, he set her down gently, resting her against the side wall like someone laying down a sleeping child. Then he turned back. Selena was already trying to crawl up, her hand trembling as she summoned a sphere of water in front of her. "Stay away," she breathed. Gray sighed quietly. In a blink, he appeared in front of her. Smack! The back of his rapier struck her neck. Her spell burst into mist as her body went limp, falling forward into his arms. "Stubborn," he muttered under his breath. He carried her the same way and placed her beside Lyra. The faint glow of the arena's light reflected on their unconscious faces, making them look peaceful, almost like they were just asleep. Then he turned to the others. Lyra and Selene stood side by side, their faces pale but still defiant. Lyra's sword trembled in her grip. Selene's aura flickered weakly around her blade. "You still want to continue?" Gray asked calmly. "Until the end," Selene said, forcing a weak smile. Gray's expression didn't change. He lowered his stance slightly. "Fine." Swoosh. He disappeared. P.S. Beihai dash. Before she could finish, Gray's knee hit her stomach. Thud. Air rushed out of her lungs as she collapsed forward. He caught her by the collar to stop her from hitting the floor and gently set her down beside the others, brushing the dirt off her shoulder almost absent-mindedly. Selene charged from behind, yelling as her aura sword came down with all her remaining strength. Gray turned slightly and raised his rapier, blocking her strike without effort. Her teeth clenched as sparks flew between their blades. "Why? Why are you doing this, Gray?" she screamed. He tilted his head. "Because I want to." With one twist of his wrist, her weapon was disarmed. Then he stepped closer and pressed the hilt of his rapier against her neck. Thump! Selene dropped, unconscious, before she even hit the ground. "Gosh, what is up with these women creating drama? It's a fucking exam." He shook his head lightly. Gray looked at her for a second, then sighed softly and carried her to the same side of the arena as the others, placing her down gently beside the others. Only one remained. Ronan. The man groaned, pushing himself off the floor, blood dripping from his mouth. His breathing was harsh, his body shaking from the earlier hits. Gray walked toward him slowly. Ronan spat to the side and forced a smirk. "Gonna carry me out too?" "No." Gray stopped a few steps away. Thud! His foot shot forward, connecting squarely with Ronan's chest. The sound echoed like a drum. Kook! Ronan flew through the air and landed outside the arena, rolling across the ground before lying flat, unconscious. Silence followed. Gray exhaled quietly, lowering his sword. And then, the sound of soft footsteps echoed through the air. Step, step, step. From the far side of the arena, Cassandra approached, her long gray hair swaying gently behind her. Her hands rested casually on her scythe, spinning it once before letting it rest on her shoulder. She stopped a few meters away, her gray eyes smiling like crescent moons. "Round two?" she asked lightly. Gray turned toward her with his usual blank expression. "Round two," he replied, giving a small nod. Cassandra smiled faintly, her fingers tightening on the scythe's handle. "Good," she whispered. "I was hoping you'd say that." Chapter 134. Midterms exams 12 then. Without wasting any time, Gray made the first move. Swoosh! He dashed forward, his rapier flashing in the dim light like a streak of silver lightning. The wind cracked around him as his blade cut through the air toward Cassandra's throat. Clang! Her scythe intercepted the strike, sparks bursting where the blades met. The force behind Gray's attack made her boots slide backward on the cracked arena floor, leaving a faint trail of dust behind. Still as fast as ever, Cassandra muttered, her eyes narrowing. Gray continued on, twisting his wrist sharply, forcing her scythe off balance before flicking his rapier sideways in a clean horizontal arc. Cassandra ducked under it, her hair brushing the air as the blade sliced above her head. Shing! The next instant, she countered. The curve of her scythe swept upward in a deadly crescent, aiming for Gray's chest. He leaned backward, the blade grazing his coat as he spun midair and landed lightly on his feet, his rapier already raised again. The ground beneath them cracked from the shock of each movement. Cassandra's expression stayed calm, but her mind was a little enraged because, honestly, Gray's attack speed was too damn fast. He is too fast. I can't even read the rhythm of his attacks. Gray closed the distance again. Whip, whip, whip. 3 strikes in one breath. She barely managed to block 2. The third grazed her shoulder, cutting a thin line through her uniform. Shit! She hissed softly, pain flaring, but she refused to back away. Instead, she stepped in, the blade of her scythe spinning around her body in a smooth, circular motion before slicing toward his ribs. Gray twisted his torso just enough for it to miss, then drove his knee up, slamming into the flat of her scythe to knock it off its path. The clash sent both of them skidding backward, and dust rose between them. Cassandra steadied her breathing, gripping the scythe tighter. "You don't even hesitate anymore, do you?" she said. "It's like you've stopped seeing people as swoop." She didn't even finish before he vanished again. Her instinct screamed as she spun to her left, just in time to barely block his strike. Clang! The impact shook her arm numb. Gray pressed forward, his rapier turning into blurs. He attacked from all angles, slashing from below, stabbing from the side, spinning the blade with such speed that Cassandra could barely track it with her eyes. Each movement was clean and efficient, with no wasted motion, no unnecessary flourish. He is faster than before. Her side spun defensively, intercepting his blows one after another, but she was being pushed back, her boots grinding into the ground, her breath growing shorter. Gray didn't even look angry or desperate. His face was calm, as if this wasn't a fight, but a simple routine he had practiced 1,000 times before. Finally, she saw an opening. Swoosh! She ducked under one of his thrusts and spun behind him, her side slicing toward his back. Clang! He twisted, blocking it with the flat of his blade without even turning his head. The motion was so fast that it seemed impossible, a movement made from pure instinct. Cassandra's eyes widened. He took advantage of her brief shock. Thud! His boot connected with her stomach, sending her flying backward across the arena. She slid several meters before stabbing her scythe into the ground to stop herself, coughing hard as she tried to catch her breath. Still standing, Gray muttered quietly, walking toward her. "You really don't hold back, huh?" she said, forcing a smirk. He said nothing, only raised his rapier again. Cassandra gritted her teeth. Her arms ached, and her heartbeat thumped against her ribs like a drum, but the fire in her eyes didn't fade. She pushed herself up and raised her scythe once more. "Fine then," she whispered. "You want to fight seriously? Let's fight seriously." Gray tilted his head slightly. She closed her eyes for one breath. Foom! A surge of red energy burst from her body, the air trembling under its weight. The crimson strands in her gray hair began to glow faintly, like molten metal under moonlight. The aura around her grew much heavier, almost suffocating. Gray stopped mid-step, his eyes narrowing slightly as he felt the sudden spike in power. When she opened her eyes again, they were no longer dull gray. They burned faintly red, like a flame hidden behind glass. "The goddess of war's blessing," she declared softly, spinning her scythe once. The sound of the blade cutting through the air was sharper now, heavier, like the weapon itself had changed. Thrum! The arena floor cracked under the weight of her next step. She finally activated Divika's blessing, Gray thought inwardly. That means that I should increase my speed a little to match hers. Maybe 20 times is enough? Whoop! Cassandra's crimson strands glowed brighter, the heat from her power distorting the air around her. The gray of her scythe deepened to a bloody shade, pulsing faintly with her heartbeat. Gray, however, only rolled his shoulders lightly. 20 times speed it is, he muttered lightly. Foom! A ripple of dark energy burst out of him, faint but heavy. It twisted the air like a mirage. His figure blurred, the edges of his body dissolving into faint streaks of shadow. Swoosh! He vanished. Cassandra's eyes widened, then narrowed. Clang! Her side snapped upward just in time to intercept a flash of silver. Sparks flew as the rapier's tip scraped across the shaft of her weapon. Better, she breathed, pushing him back with a strong kick. Gray landed lightly, twisting his rapier in his hand. Cassandra's side spun in her hands, a dance of steel that created a whirling circle of air around her. Soulcita spiraleront. The air itself bent under her swing, the ground ripping apart in a spiral as the blade sliced through space toward him. Gray stepped forward, thrusting his rapier into the center of the spiral. Crack! The impact shattered the ground, and for a moment, both of them were hidden behind a cloud of dust and force. Then Gray's voice came through the haze. Nice move. Swoosh! He cut through the cloud from above, his rapier stabbing straight down. Cassandra jumped aside, the tip of his blade grazing her sleeve. The force of it tore through her uniform, leaving a thin cut on her arm. She hissed and countered instantly, swinging her scythe in a wide, horizontal arc clang. Gray deflected it with one hand, but the power behind it forced him back several steps, his boots grinding against the ground. The two moved again, faster this time. Their weapons clashed again and again, every strike louder and sharper than the last. Clang! Swoosh! Thud! Gray twisted his rapier, forcing Cassandra to stumble a step back. She quickly dropped to one knee, spinning her scythe around her body and slashing upward, catching him off guard for half a breath. Slash! A shallow cut appeared across his chest, dark aura leaking out like smoke. Gray glanced at it, unimpressed. Then he stepped forward again, this time with his rapier coated in dark energy. It rippled like living shadows, crawling along the blade, pulsing with his heartbeat. The next swing came out like a storm. Clang! Swoosh! Each strike sent small bursts of energy shooting in every direction. The entire arena shook under the pressure of their battle. Cassandra gritted her teeth, her arms trembling under the weight of every clash. He is getting faster. No, it's not that. It's his rhythm that is changing. She suddenly jumped back, spinning her scythe in her hands before planting it into the ground. I need to end this in a single move. If not, I'll lose. Her crimson aura surged upward. Soul scythe art falling star cleave. The ground beneath her cracked open as her scythe drew a large crimson arc in the air, sending a wave of condensed energy screaming toward Gray. The energy split the ground open, the entire arena rumbling from the sheer force behind it. Dust, debris, and light filled the air. But Gray didn't move to dodge. He slowly exhaled. Shadowless sword art, he whispered. The dark energy on his blade swirled violently. His figure blurred even more, almost transparent. First form, phantom sword. Whoosh! For a single instant, Gray vanished completely. The crimson wave hit him. No, it passed through him. His body seemed to melt into the shadows, leaving only a faint distortion behind. Then, behind Cassandra, Shing! The air screamed as his rapier struck from nowhere. The blade cut through the aftermath of her own energy wave, slicing it apart like paper. Calf! Cassandra gasped, barely spinning around in time to block. Crash! The force of the clash threw her backward, her boots digging long lines into the cracked stone before finally losing grip. She flew out of the arena, crashing into the barrier with a loud, dull thud before collapsing to her knees, breathing heavily. The red light in her hair flickered weakly and faded away. Gray lowered his rapier, exhaling slowly as the shadows around him began to retreat back into his body. The dark aura disappeared, leaving only the faint hum of power in the air. The arena was silent for a long moment, until someone finally broke it. Clap! 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 The professors started clapping. Then Professor Otto stepped forward from the audience platform, his voice carrying clearly through the still air. The winner of the midterm exam is Gravy Roo. His voice remained as cold as ever. Congratulations. Chapter 135. A small visit to the black market. Status panel. Name. Graver D. Aurelian 1 titles. Exiled noble race. Human class. Villain rank. Intermediate master realm unique skill. Villain active skills. Shadowless sword art grandmaster stage. 89. Dimensional storage. 9. Illusionary dream steps 0. 9th step. Passive skills. High mana recovery. Parallel mana processing. Heightened senses. Sinful mind class. Villainous presence class. Cruel instinct class. Shadow of sin class. Already reached intermediate master realm. Huh? Gray murmured, stretching his arms lazily before sliding his rapier back into its sheath. 3 days had passed since the midterm exam. Most of that time had gone into quiet training sessions and a few hidden meetings with Cassandra. He usually preferred to spend his time alone, but Cassandra was too important to ignore. She was a key piece in his long-term plans, especially now that she had told him her fallen family might not be as dead as everyone thought. Apparently, a large number of her family's warriors and servants had survived. They had been hiding in the mountains, slowly gathering strength and money, waiting for Cassandra's signal to re-emerge into the world. Now, they were beginning to move again by forming alliances, buying weapons, and preparing to rebuild what they had lost. Gray had agreed to help them, not because of compassion, but because power in any form was worth investing in. MHM, that's enough training for today. He shook his head, rolling his shoulders to relax the tension. Can't push too far, or I'll end up frying my brain. The sun was still high in the sky, filtering through the tall glass windows of the training hall. It was only 15:37, which meant he still had plenty of daylight left to do something else. Cassandra had said she would be busy today, so there was no need to meet her. Guess I'll go to the black market, Gray muttered finally. There were 2 reasons behind that decision. He needed to buy a suit. Yeah, they had higher quality and were much cheaper on the black market. The first was simple. He needed a suit for the ball he was going to attend with Gloria. The black market always sold better quality clothes for half the normal price, even if most of them came from questionable sources. And second, he wanted to look for useful items. Elixirs, artifacts, maybe a rare medicine, anything that could strengthen him or give him an advantage. He had already pushed his body to its limits during training. Now it was time to improve in other ways. With his plan decided, Gray returned to his dormitory. He stripped off his training clothes and stepped under the shower. Steam filled the small bathroom as he washed the sweat and dust off, taking his time to clear his head. 10 minutes later, he stood in front of the mirror, buttoning a black shirt and pulling on a light jacket. The dark clothes fit him perfectly, simple yet sharp. Good enough. He left the dorm quietly, blending into the academy's outer streets. Gloria Academy was so massive that it functioned almost like a city. It had districts, alleys, hidden corners, and, of course, places the professors pretended didn't exist. The black market was one of them. It didn't have a fixed location. Instead, it moved often, always hidden behind coded marks known only to those who paid attention. A normal person would needed information from a guild or an underground broker to find it. But Gray wasn't interested in wasting money. He relied on his eyes instead. He scanned every dark alley and shady street, every corner where the light didn't quite reach. His heightened senses picked up murmurs, faint movements, and small signs others would missed. The mark of the black market was simple, a black balance scale, usually painted somewhere discreet. And finally, after almost an hour of walking, he found it, right next to a dimly lit brothel. A small, barely visible symbol of a black scale had been etched into the brick wall near the entrance. Gray's lips twitched faintly. Figures it'd be near a place like this. The street smelled faintly of perfume and smoke. Voices and laughter leaked out from behind the brothel's curtain doors. He touched the faint mark lightly and instantly felt a familiar mana fluctuation that led right into the brothel. Without hesitation, Gray walked towards the entrance. Normally, if one found the mark, they could easily enter as it would reveal a passage, but if this one led to the inn, today was probably a special day in the black market. Oh my, what a fine-looking fellow we have here. Big brother, care to join us for a while? Another laughed, her perfume thick and sweet enough to make the air dizzying. The moment the whores in the brothel saw Gray, their eyes instantly lit up as they rushed towards him. Normally, they would prioritize money, but seeing such a handsome guy, they didn't even bother looking to see if he looked noble or not. Besides, Gray looked quite young, having a mature vibe around him, and that caused the ladies to be even more interested in him, as he probably had that youthful vigor on him. Squish, he was surrounded by big-breasted women, but his eyes weren't on them as he scanned the room instead. That was when he saw her. Sitting near the back of the room was a woman dressed in a deep crimson kimono, her long hair pinned up with gold ornaments. She wasn't tea like the others. Her smile was subtle, controlled, and her eyes watched everything quietly. The Oiran. Her beauty wasn't tea overwhelming, but refined. Her face held elegance and a trace of mystery. Though compared to the true beauties Gray had seen before, she was only slightly below their level. Still, she stood out easily among the crowd of the whore in here. Gray's gaze lingered on her for a moment. He had a feeling she wasn't just here to entertain guests. If this brothel was being used as a front, then either she or the unseen manager ran the connection to the black market. But before he could take another step, the women around him clung tighter. "I don't leave so soon, handsome," one said, pressing against his arm. "Stay a little. I'll give you a special discount." He ignored them, his focus shifting when a faint glint caught his eye. Right there, just below the Oiran's pale neck, hidden between her collarbones, was a small tattoo, black and faintly glowing under the light. The black balance symbol. So it was her. Gray already knew what to do. He gently removed the woman's hand from his arm and stepped away from the group. "Excuse me." The ladies blinked, confused but too flustered to stop him. He walked across the room, weaving between low tables and laughing men until he reached the Oiran's side. She sat surrounded by two men already deep in their cups. One short and red-faced, the other tall, with greasy hair and an expensive coat. The men's laughter filled the air the moment Gray approached. "Oh ho, what's this? A kid trying to sit with Our Lady?" the tall one said, slapping his thigh. "Huh, go find yourself another girl." "Brat," the other sneered before whistling at the Oiran. "Don't waste your time on children, beauty." The Oiran smiled softly, hiding her lips behind her fan. Her eyes shimmered with a strange amusement. "Oh my, you flatter me too much, gentlemen," she purred, voice warm as honey. "But don't say that. Some folks have their own kind of appeal." That earned a few chuckles from the men nearby, who were already calling out their own comments. "Maybe she likes new faces. Hey boy, you even old enough to know what you're doing?" Gray didn't react to any of it. He simply sat down beside her uninvited, his calm presence enough to quiet some of the laughter. The Oiran tilted her head slightly, her fan lowering just enough for her to study him up close. "How bold," she whispered playfully with a hint of curiosity. Gray leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice so only she could hear. "I'm looking for the gobble market. I wonder if you know about it?" For a brief moment, her fan stopped moving, and her eyes flickered with recognition. Then, just as quickly, her gentle smile returned. "I see," she murmured before adding a casual yet unusual comment that didn't actually reply to his question. "You must be quite the collector, young master." He gave a faint nod. "Something like that." She laughed beautifully at his words. "Then allow me to guide you." "But, of course," she said louder now, turning toward the crowd, "a lady shouldn't be rude to her guests." The drunk men booed playfully, waving their hands as she stood up. "Ah, come on, already leaving? Hey, we weren't finished talking." "Later, darlings," she teased with a wink, tapping her fan lightly against one man's cheek. "Be good for me." The men roared with laughter, but Gray barely glanced at them. The Oiran gave him a subtle nod, then walked gracefully toward a door behind the beaded curtain. Gray followed, after without a word. Chapter 136. No mercy, the hallway was dim, lit only by a few flickering red lanterns. A soft, flowery scent filled the air, masking the faint metallic smell that Gray noticed beneath it. When they stopped before a sliding wooden door, she turned slightly, her voice low and smooth. "Please, wait inside, young master. Someone will come for you shortly." Gray said nothing and stepped through. The room was small, elegant, with silk curtains, a low table, and a faint smell of incense burning in the corner. But the air felt off. Too quiet. Whoop! A sharp rush of wind cut through the air. The Oirin's body blurred. She was suddenly behind him, her movement fast enough to leave a faint afterimage in the air. Her expression was no longer soft or flirtatious. Her eyes had turned cold and sharp like a blade. But Gray was already moving. He tilted his head slightly to the right, the dagger grazing past his cheek, leaving only a thin line of blood. Before she could even pull back her arm, his hand shot up, gripping her wrist tightly. "Slow," he muttered. Thud! He twisted her arm and slammed her down onto the floor with one swift motion. The impact made the wooden planks shake, and the dagger clattered away, spinning across the room. The Oirin gasped, the air knocked out of her lungs, but she didn't cry out. Instead, her eyes burned with defiance, even as Gray pinned her arm behind her back. "Quite the warm welcome," Gray said flatly, pressing his knee lightly into her back. "That is how you greet all your guests?" "TCH," she hissed, trying to twist free, but Gray's grip didn't budge. After a second, her body relaxed slightly. "So you're not an idiot. You tried to stab me. What did you expect?" Gray narrowed his eyes. The woman smirked faintly, even from her position on the floor. "To see if you were really one of them." "One of whom?" "The ones who know where to look." She tilted her head just enough to glance at him from the corner of her eye, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. "And you passed the test." Gray stayed silent for a moment before letting go of her wrist. She stood slowly, brushing off her robes as if nothing had happened, though her breathing was still uneven. "Well," she said, turning back toward him with that same teasing smile, "now I know you are not just some fool chasing cheap pleasure." Her tone suddenly changed, turning more serious now. "Follow me, quietly. The black market doesn't open its doors for just anyone." Gray wiped the small streak of blood from his cheek with his thumb and smiled coldly. "How was he planning to ask twice?" "Good. You'll fit right in," she chuckled softly. Then she moved toward a paper wall at the back of the room and pressed her hand against a hidden panel. Click! A faint shimmer of mana spread across the wall before a narrow staircase appeared, leading down into darkness. "After you, young master," she said, bowing slightly with a mocking tone. Gray didn't bother replying. His steps were steady as he started down the narrow staircase, while behind him, the Oirin pressed her palm against a small, hidden panel in the wall. Click! The entrance sealed shut instantly, a smooth slide of wood against wood. Swish! Torches along the walls lit up one by one, their orange flames flickering to life and casting long shadows across the steps. The passage smelled faintly of dust and iron, and the deeper they went, the colder the air became. Gray's expression darkened slightly. This woman strengt. His eyes narrowed as he descended, his hand never straying too far from his rapier. "There's no such thing as a test, like she said. Someone probably told her to kill me, or she's hiding something." His mind wandered briefly, tracing back through recent encounters. But then he suddenly remembered a silver-haired figure. Alina, his big stepsister, and also the most mysterious person Gray had met so far. "I know she's dangerous. And from our interaction, she seemed to have some kind of hidden force for her own benefit, if not more. Does she have her people on me? If so, I'll need to be a little more careful." He frowned lightly. From his interactions with Alina, he always felt something strange about her. She didn't hate, nor did she love him. To her, from his perspective, he was something interesting to invest in, and her expression would change depending on whether he topped her expectations or not. And thanks to those thoughts, Gray's expression had turned even colder. Forcing a polite tone, Gray didn't answer. She frowned slightly, slowing down as she noticed how silent he had become. Swish! A faint light appeared at the bottom of the stairs. It was T torchlight, but instead a white light that seemed too clean for this filthy passage. She smiled faintly. "We're here, Thud." "Gah!" Before she could finish, Gray's knee drove hard into her stomach. The impact knocked the air from her lungs as her body folded forward. Without pausing, Gray grabbed her by the back of the head and slammed her face against the wall. Crack! Plaster and dust broke loose from the impact. And before she could even fall, he dragged her forward and threw her down the last few steps, her body tumbling against the curved end of the stairs. Thud, thud! She groaned weakly, clutching her stomach, her lips trembling from the pain. Gray descended the remaining steps slowly, his shadow falling over her as she tried to look up. He reached down, grabbed a handful of her silky hair, and yanked her head up. "Who are you working for?" The Oiran trembled, her body shaking under his grip. Her eyes weren't calm anymore. They were wild, desperate, filled with something close to madness. Sweat rolled down her temple, and a faint red glow of fear danced across her pupils. Please," she stammered, her lips trembling. I can't." Gray tilted his head slightly, his tone flat. "You can't, or you want tea." He dragged her closer, his cold eyes reflecting the torchlight. Her breath quickened as she tried to pull away, but his hand didn't move. "You'll speak," he said simply. Crack! His knee struck her ribs, the dull sound echoing sharply. She screamed, clutching her side, but before she could breathe again, Gray pushed her against the wall, his hands still tangled in her hair. "Try again." Her eyes darted everywhere, searching for an escape that didn't exist. Her voice broke as she whimpered, "I swear, I don't know who it is. Please." Gray's expression didn't change. He lifted his rapier slightly, pressing the flat of the blade against her cheek. The cold steel made her flinch. "Then who told you to attack me?" he asked quietly. Tears spilled from her eyes as she tried to form words. I don't know. I don't know, I swear. Not good enough." He twisted the blade lightly, just enough to make her gasp in pain. It was a voice." She screamed suddenly, panic exploding in her voice. "A voice inside my head. It said if I didn't do it would kill me." Gray's eyes narrowed. "A voice?" She nodded rapidly, choking on her breath. "Yes, that is all I know. I swear on my life. Please, please don't kill me." The torchlight flickered, shadows crawling up the walls as silence filled the air. Her breathing was rough, her body trembling so much she could barely stay upright. Gray looked down at her for a long moment, his hands still gripping her hair tightly. Fwip! The sound was almost soft, but what it made was fucking disgusting. Splurt! Her head slid off cleanly, blood splashing against the wall and pooling at Gray's feet. He didn't even blink. Gray shook the blood off his rapier, the red droplets splattering across the stone floor. Then, in one smooth motion, he sheathed the weapon at his side. "A voice inside her mind, huh?" he muttered coldly, stepping past the lifeless body without another glance. There was no hesitation in his steps, no trace of guilt. He looked ahead and spotted a door. Click! When he pushed it open, he was met with a wide street glowing faintly under dim lanterns, lined with dark, crooked stalls stretching into the distance. The air was heavy with smoke and whispers. People lay on the ground, begging for coins, their hollow voices mixing with the laughter of the rich. Fat, jeweled men strutted about proudly, holding chains that were tied around the necks of beautiful, pale women who followed behind them with empty eyes. Gray had finally reached it, the Goblin Market, otherwise known as the Black Market. Chapter 137. An unexpected encounter. Step. Gray walked forward without slowing down, not even trying to hide his face. The heavy air, the dirty deals, the cruel sights around him, none of it bothered him. He glanced from stall to stall, studying the goods with a cold, practiced eye. He didn't care if an item was forbidden, cursed, or illegal. If it helped him grow stronger, it was worth taking. His morals were already dark enough that nothing here could shake him. Aphrodisiacs, huh? he thought as he spotted a colorful set of bottles at his left. Could be useful in some strange situations. But poison is what I really want, as there is one technique that I can cultivate with the use of poison. He kept looking, checking bottles, powders, strange bags of dust. But none of them were deadly enough. Everything he found was weak, cheap, or diluted, not worth using or even taking a look at. Then, after another few steps, he noticed a small building with a sign above the door. Goblin as haberdashery, Gray raised an eyebrow. A tailor? Here? He didn't hesitate, pushing the door open, and the bell above it let out a soft ring. Inside, the atmosphere was completely different. Unlike the dirty streets, it was clean, warm, and looked strangely elegant. Rows of shelves were stacked with beautiful suits, black, white, red, navy, all made from rich fabrics that caught the light gently. A woman stepped forward with graceful steps. She wore a cat mask that covered her whole face in a neat maid outfit. She bowed deeply, holding the sides of her dress. "Welcome to my humble shop, young master." Gray nodded once. "Hello. Can you find a black suit that fits me?" "Of course," she said sweetly. "May I ask your budget, young master?" Gray met her masked eyes. 300 gold coins. The cat-masked woman froze for a second. Then her voice trembled in excitement, and even through the mask, he could feel her smile widen. Her bright reaction almost lit up the whole room. "Of course. Please follow me, young master." The cat-masked woman quickly led Gray deeper into the shop. Then, she moved from rack to rack, pulling out suit after suit with practiced ease. "This one is a shadow-woven blend, young master," she said, lifting a dark navy jacket. "It has light mana resistance. Very good for basic protection." She placed it back and pulled another. "And this one here has a fire-resistant layer. If you ever face a fire mage, it can keep your body from burning for a few seconds. Very useful." Gray nodded slightly, but stayed silent. He studied each one, touching the fabric lightly. They were good, clean, elegant, but none of them felt right. The cat-masked woman kept explaining little details, stitching, hidden pockets, small magical runes sewn on the inside to help with mobility, but Gray's focus shifted the moment he saw it. A suit that was conveniently placed inside a tall glass case. Completely black, deep black like a shadow. The fabric looked smooth and cold, almost like it drank in the light around it. And on the right sleeve, just near the wrist, there was a tiny silver embroidery, so small it barely showed. Gray didn't move his gaze away from the suit. Noticing his, she continued softly. "It's made from shadow silk and midnight thread. It adapts to your movements, makes your steps lighter, and gives a faint resistance against mental attacks. Many nobles ask for it, but very few can afford it." Gray simply answered, "I want that one." His tone left no space for negotiation. The cat-masked woman straightened up, a smile blooming on her lips, so wide it almost seemed she was about to purr. "As you wish, young master." She tapped twice on a glass case. Clink! Swish! The entire case shimmered, and the suit folded itself neatly, shrinking into a small black box wrapped with a thin silver ribbon. She handed it to him with both hands, head bowed. Gray took the box and placed it inside his dimensional storage without a word. Then he reached inside again, pulled out a thick bundle of gold coins, and set it gently in her hands. "Consider the rest a tip," he said with a calm wave. The woman's shoulders trembled in delight. "Thank you very much, young master." Gray nodded once and walked out of the store, leaving the sound of her excited breathing behind him as the door closed softly. Ring the door closed behind Gray, leaving the faint jingle of the shop's bell and a soft breeze from the hallway. The cat-masked maid stood still for a moment, holding the gold with trembling hands. Step, step! A presence slid out from behind a shelf, quiet and cold like moonlight. A silver-haired woman stepped from the shadows, her long hair flowing behind her like silk. Her pale eyes glowed faintly in the dim shop light. The maid's entire figure suddenly blurred as her legs started twisting, her bones shifting, and her skin rippling. Her skirt tore away, and from her waist down a long, Thick snake tail unfurled across the wooden floor with a heavy thud, dark scales catching the torchlight. She bowed low, tail coiling neatly behind her. "Your Grace, lift your head," Nia, the silver-haired woman said softly. Her voice was cold, the kind that could freeze someone's spine without effort. Nia raised her head, her slit pupils narrowing as she looked at Alina, Gray's older stepsister. She hesitated. "Your Grace, may I ask something?" Alina tilted her head, looking at her with those same unreadable eyes. "What is it you're curious about, Nia?" The snake woman shifted her coils, confused. "Your Grace, how did you know that His Highness Gray would choose that suit? You prepared it before he entered. Even the size matched him perfectly." For a moment, silence. Then Alina's lips curled into a sweet, slow smile. She turned slightly, snapping her fingers. Snap! A soft shimmer filled the air beside her, like ripples on a dark lake. And from that ripple, a gown appeared. A long, elegant black gown with silver markings that matched Gray's suit perfectly. When she lifted the skirt slightly, the fabric moved like a living shadow. Rustle. Her fingers glided down the dress, touching it as if it were something precious. "Isn't it obvious?" she murmured, voice warm and chilling at the same time. Her smile grew wider, soft but dangerous. A big sister should know her little brother's tastes. "The suit has been bought," Gray spoke quietly, his hands in his pockets as he walked deeper into the black market's twisted streets. Every stall he passed had strange goods. Bones, herbs, glowing jars, but none of the poison he wanted. He clicked his tongue softly. "Still nothing good, TSK. Then his brows lowered. "But well, I didn't expect Cassandra to give me that much money." Just one day after his awakening, she had told him about her fallen family, how they hid in the mountains, how she wanted him to help raise them again. And she paid him for that promise. 20 platinum coins, 20,000 gold. A ransom enough to buy a fine manor. With that money, Gray no longer needed to worry about resources. As these thoughts circled in his mind, his steps slowed. A massive building stood in front of him, so large it dwarfed every other shop around it. The windows were tall, the stone walls clean, and the golden letters above the door glowed faintly. An auction house? Gray's lips curled a little. So this is why the black market needs brokers. Dozens of masked people stood around the entrance. Some wore feathered masks, some metal, some cloth. A few didn't bother using masks at all. Everyone whispered, bargained, or showed off small bags of coins. Above the grand entrance, a glowing countdown slowly ticked down. Do I even have enough money for this? Even with Cassandra's coins, he wasn't sure. Black market auctions were notorious for being ridiculous. Gray? A soft, feminine voice cut through the noise. Gray immediately frowned as he noticed how familiar that voice was. He turned. Maelys. His cute, adorable younger sister stood there wearing a soft lamb mask. Her outfit looked like something a high noble lady would wear while pretending to be common, with rich fabric, delicate lace, and subtle embroidery. She looked him up and down with a smirk. "How come you're here? And without a mask?" She teased, stepping close to him. "Aren't you afraid someone will target you? Why would I need a mask? If they want to steal anything from me, they're welcome to try." Gray replied, shrugging his shoulders. With his switch mark, Gray didn't react much. "I'm not sure I have enough money for the entrance," he said simply. Maelys' eyes narrowed playfully behind her mask. "Then how about I loan you some, if it's not enough?" she said sweetly, brushing her fingers along his sleeve. Gray stared at her for a short moment. Is she planning something? Trying to humiliate me if I can't pay? No. She changed too much after learning the truth about the other Gray being Imran. His eyes chilled slightly. Or maybe there is something else behind it. But in the end, he wasn't worried. The stone floor shaking lightly under the weight of the people gathered there. Everyone around them kept their faces hidden behind masks, but their aura leaked despite their efforts. All of them are above the Grandmaster stage. Maelys giggled softly beside him, completely unbothered. She reached into her small silk purse and pulled out something thin and black. A token. It shone with a faint red glow and had a small rune carved into it. A VIP token. The guards at the door stiffened instantly. Oh, one of the honored guests. Please this way. Their heads lowered deeply, and the crowd shifted away without resistance. Meili smiled proudly, looping her arm tighter around Gray's. Let us not sit with the common crowd. Big brother, she whispered, tilting her head as she guided him into a private corridor. Inside, the air felt different and scented lightly with cold incense. A maid in a fox mask bowed. Welcome. Your private booth has already been prepared. The door slid open smoothly, revealing a spacious VIP room with wide seats, a faintly glowing barrier, and a perfect view of the auction stage below. From above, Gray could see even more masked figures seated in similar rooms. Their auras clashed silently, making the air feel thick and dangerous. As expected of the black market, Gray thought, every single one of them could kill a whole group alone. Meili placed her hand on her cheek and smiled sweetly. Quite fun, right? Gray didn't answer as his eyes were on the stage. The lights dimmed. Top, top. A pair of soft footsteps echoed. A woman walked onto the stage, the sound of her high heels clicking lightly against the wooden floor. She wore a tight cheongsam, black silk with red floral lines that hugged her curves in a dangerously elegant way. Her long hair was tied high, swaying like a dark ribbon with each step. Her lips curved into a faint, seductive smile. Welcome, honored guests, to the Black Market's midnight auction. Her voice was soft but carried perfectly through the hall, almost like she was whispering personally to each person. Asham technique. Huh. The woman placed a hand on her chest and bowed lightly. I am your auctioneer for tonight. Please enjoy yourselves, and may your wallets bleed generously. A wave of laughter instantly rolled through the hall at her sharp words. Then the woman straightened, her eyes glowing faintly under the lights. Clang! The auction began with a loud clang as the woman tapped her fan against the podium, then exploded with noise the moment the first item floated up inside a glowing glass orb. First item, azure bone powder, good for refining bones and raising physical strength. Instantly, voices burst out from every corner. I'll take it. 300 gold. 300? Are you blind? That trash powder sells for 500 outside. 600. You pighead, that's before taxes. 550. They didn't even wait for the auctioneer. Their auras flared, slamming into each other like angry beasts. The glass barriers between rooms shook. Meili leaned her cheek on her hand, smiling sweetly as she raised her token. Everyone went silent for a moment. TCH, some noble kid is wasting money again. Let her waste it. Those types always lose steam later. Meili giggled. Big brother, she whispered, nudging him with her shoulder. Don't you think their angry voices are cute? Sure. He promptly watched the room with cold eyes. More items came out, each one more chaotic than the last. A rare beast egg, a poison dagger, a golden pill, a glowing white spirit stone. Every time something appeared, at least 3 masked men would start cursing each other. Old dog, you want to fight me for this again? You shameless bastard, you bid on everything. Shut up. At least I can afford it. Boom. The two auras between the masked men clashed violently, causing the barrier around the VIP to quiver intensely. But just at that moment, swish, the auras dissipated away. Please restrain yourselves, the auctioneer said with a soft smile that did not look worried in the slightest. Anyone who breaks a booth will be sold as a test subject. Everyone shut up instantly. Meili laughed quietly beside Gray and lifted her token again. I'll take the white spirit stone. 1,200. A few men cursed. One slammed his fist on a railing. Who keeps buying all the rare stuff? Show yourself. Must be some spoiled brat trying to impress their father. Meili just stuck out her tongue playfully. Gray sighed lightly through his nose. Besides the azure bone powder, she had already bought a small alchemy cauldron, a flame crystal, and finally a rare gravity-enhancing necklace that was actually useful for her. Every time she won, she would look at Gray and grin. Hey, big brother, look. ISNT this perfect for me? I guess. Oh, you guess? Humph. Maybe I should buy more until you say it properly. She pressed her shoulder against his arm again, far too soft, far too close. She even leaned a little too far forward once, dangerously making her dress stretch. Gray simply looked away. She really is trying to seduce me. How stupid. Below, another item arrived. A black coffin. Inside, it was a skeleton wrapped in cursed chains. Next, the auctioneer said with an excited purr, "A bone mage's remains, found in the western abyss." Instantly, the crowd roared. Holy dash. 10,000. You rat. 11,000. Move aside. I want it. 15,000. 15,000. Are you insane? The air grew heavy as several powerful auras clashed, pressing down on the entire hall. Maelys rested her chin on Gray's shoulder. Does any of this interest you, big brother? No. Not even a little? No. Her fingers traced circles on his arm. Then why don't you pick something? I'll buy it for you. I don't need anything. Maybe I should buy something for you then, she whispered sweetly. Gray looked at her with a flat stare. Her smile simply widened. But then, as the next item came, Gray's reaction finally changed. The Cheongsam-clad woman lifted a small glass case, her fingers moving with a calm, practiced grace. Inside it, a faint light pulsed gently like a slow heartbeat. This is a soul-warming bead, a treasure that can slowly heal a damaged soul, and even help the soul grow stronger. This item is rare. Very rare. Many people spend their whole lives without ever seeing one. A light murmur swept through the crowd. Even though everyone hid behind masks, their auras stirred the air as if warning the others that they wanted this bead. TSK, there's no way I can get this item for myself. Gray frowned lightly, and Maelys instantly noticed this. She leaned her whole head onto his arm again, pressing herself closer. Her soft lamb mask brushed his shoulder, and her warm breath touched his skin. "Oh," she whispered, her voice low and playful. "Big brother, you stared for quite a while just now." This time, Maelys got his attention as he looked at her. Seeing his pitch-black eyes, she smiled faintly, a little too pleased. "You want it, don't you?" she asked again, tilting her head against him, rubbing slowly like a spoiled kitten. "I can buy it for you, if you ask nicely." Several strong auras around the VIP seats suddenly twitched, as if they were listening in. Gray ignored all of them. Maelys giggled softly, her fingers brushing his sleeve, climbing up, tracing his arm in small circles. "You could owe me one," she whispered. "I don't mind at all." "Tuck, tuck." The auctioneer tapped the side of the glass. "The soul-warming bead starts at 10,000 gold coins." A moment of silence, until the chaos finally erupted. "I bid 15,000. 20,000. 22. 25. Voices shot out one after another, cold, sharp, angry, impatient. The atmosphere heated up fast. People hid their faces, but not their tempers. "You dare bid against me, dog? Shut up. You don't own the auction. You want to die? You first." A heavy, crushing aura erupted on the left side of the hall. Several weaker people coughed up blood on the spot. Maelys rolled her eyes. TSK. Animals. Then she tightened her hold on Gray's arm, hugging it close, pushing her chest softly against it. "You know, this bead would help you a lot," she whispered against his ear, her tone almost seductive. "Wouldn't it be better if I bought it for you? That way, you need my help again later." Gray decided to ignore her for now, but unfortunately for him, the price range had easily passed the amount of money he possessed. The bids continued on. 30,000, 35, 40, 42, 45,000. The Cheongsam woman smiled sweetly as the tension rose. Her red lips curved like she enjoyed watching the crowd rip itself apart. Gray looked at Maelys from the corner of his eye. She seemed almost excited by the chaos, her grip on him soft but firm, her breathing a little quicker. "So, big brother," she brushed his arm lightly. "Will you let me treat you? Or do you want to fight them all alone?" Gray finally gave a little thought, and because this bead was pretty useful for him, he decided to accept her proposal. "Russell." He grabbed her waist lightly before settling her down on his lap, his arms wrapping around her softly, before he leaned close to her ear. "Buy it for me," he whispered softly, causing her whole body to shiver. And at the same time, she raised her token as if she was scared that she wouldn't be able to buy the bead. 60,000. Chapter 139. The end of the auction, 60,000. The entire hall shook as every gaze snapped toward VIP room 12 in pure disbelief. After all, Melis hadn't just raised the price. She jumped it by 15,000 gold coins in one breath. It was like she was throwing away pocket change. What kind of crazy rich kid is that? Is she out of her mind? Are they royalty or what? A few bidders slammed their fists against their armrests, veins popping from their temples, but none of them dared say anything too loud. Even though the mask hid her identity, her voice, posture, and calm tone told everyone one thing. She was not someone they could afford to offend. And even worse, she still looked relaxed. Because of that, no one raised the price anymore. There were still many items left, and they weren't stupid enough to waste their entire fortune on a single glowing bead, no matter how rare it was. The Cheongsam lady on stage almost looked like she wanted to blow a kiss toward VIP 12. Her smile curved like a blooming flower, and her eyes sparkled with pure profit. 60,000. Going once. Going twice. Going thrice. BM. The wooden hammer struck down with a crisp sound that echoed through the auction hall. Sold. And congratulations to our honorable VIP 12 for obtaining the soul-warming bead. Swish. A soft swirl of magic formed around the stage, and the bead inside its protective case slowly floated through the air toward their private room. The other guests watched with jealous, burning eyes, like wolves forced to stay behind bars. Melis caught it with both hands, holding it as if it were a delicate piece of heaven. Then, she turned to Gray with a sweet smile and handed it to him without any hesitation. "Here, big brother. Now you owe me," she giggled, covering her mouth with the palm of her hand while gazing mischievously into his eyes. Sure, Gray nodded silently, resting his chin on her shoulder before turning his head to the left, causing his hot breath to drift into her small ear. Quiver. Her body visibly shivered at his actions. "What do you want in return, my dear little sister?" he whispered again, his lips brushing slightly against the outline of her ear. "Ah!" Melis gasped, her body shivering before she could stop herself. Her thighs uncomfortably pressed together beneath her long skirt, and she shifted around, trying to hide the sudden weakness spreading through her body. Then, she turned to face Gray with red cheeks and a small, shy smile. "Don't tease me too much." Her voice almost fell into a whisper as she tried to keep herself dignified, but her glistening eyes said otherwise. Gray simply leaned back, removing his arm from her waist, raising both hands as if surrendering with a soft smile. All right, I'll behave. I won't tease you again. MHM. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, then slowly relaxed, leaning back against his chest while focusing once more on the auction stage. From the outside, they looked like a sweet, noble couple, even matching the image of newlyweds enjoying a romantic date. But on the inside, the truth was rotten and deadly. Gray's gentle smile was nothing more than a thin mask hiding a cold abyss. He couldn't wait to kill her. No, even it felt too merciful. I don't think that she's even worthy of dying. His eyes were frighteningly cold. After that, the next items shown on stage were not anything that caught either Melis or Gray's interest. Most of them were rare escape treasures, things like one-time teleport scrolls that could send someone 100 miles away, or protective items that blocked death once. Also, the prices began to rise to terrifying numbers. Even with the platinum coins he had left, they jumped into a level where only prestigious clans, high nobles, or hidden monsters could still raise their hands. For Gray, nothing besides the soul-warming bead was worth it. Soon, the auction came to its quiet and elegant end, and the final sound of the gavel echoed lightly across the big hall. When they walked out, Melis moved ahead of him with a bright mood, her steps soft and light, almost like she was skipping on clouds. She hummed a sweet tune, swaying her hips like she was the main character of the whole market. MHM, MHM. Her good mood was almost glowing. Then she looked back, spun around, and gave him a cute, evil little smile. Don't forget, she said softly, you owe me now, big brother swish. She lifted a black talisman filled with thin golden letters, whispered something, and her figure vanished from the air, leaving Gray completely alone in the middle of the massed crowd. And the moment she disappeared, he felt multiple greedy gazes on his body. At least 5 grandmasters and a peak great grandmaster. They must have sensed the aura of the soul-warming bead. Annoying. He adjusted his sleeve, lowered his chin slightly, and started walking, turning away from the auction exit. He didn't rush outside like prey being chased, but instead, he walked normally, like someone returning from a casual shopping trip. Then, once he reached a darker area between 2 tall buildings, away from the bright lanterns and curious eyes. Fwhip! His body shot forward, disappearing into an alley filled with cold, stale air and wet stone walls. And soon, the group of 5 walking behind him hurried up into the corner as well. They slowly blocked the narrow path around him, forming a loose circle like hungry wolves smelling fresh blood. Their auras pressed down on him without mercy, showing that every single one of them stood above his level. One of them stepped forward, his tone filled with ugly pride. Kid, hand over the soul-warming bead if you don't want to die tonight. You should feel lucky we are asking first. Someone weak like you shouldn't touch a treasure like that. We saw you only won because that girl paid for you. So be smart, brat. Give it up. Their eyes were full of greed, like they were already imagining themselves walking away with his treasure and his corpse forgotten in the mud. But Gray did not answer. He didn't even lift his eyes to look at the man speaking. Instead, his gaze slid to the right, toward the one who had bought something very interesting at the auction. Gray remembered the item clearly. A small, strange crystal that could absorb 1 strike of damage and reflect at once. It wasn't strong enough to stop a real monster, but it was strong enough to annoy him. His cold stare made that man's shoulders twitch for a second. The hell are you looking at? The man barked, feeling strangely uncomfortable. But Gray still said nothing, and his lack of reaction worked like oil on fire. TSK, this brat is acting tough? Kill him already. Their voices overlapped with impatience, anger, and rising killing intent. The man with the strange crystal finally snapped. His anger twisted his face, and he rushed forward at full speed, stomping the ground so hard that cracks spread under his boots. His killing intent shot out like a violent wave, thick and wild. Gray's eyes slowly narrowed coldly. Brat, it's your time to die. Swoosh. Thick, purple mana wrapped around the man's arms, forming giant claws that looked like a monster's hands. His grin stretched wide, showing yellow teeth, as he slashed toward Gray with full strength, hoping to tear him apart in one blow. But before the claws landed, he heard a calm and emotionless whisper. 9 illusionary dream steps. Dream is swing. The purple claws sliced through empty air. Gray's body disappeared without leaving sound, shadow, or scent. It was as if his figure melted into mist. Hey, behind you! The others shouted at the same time, their voices cracking with panic. The man spun around with wide eyes. But all he saw was the flash of a thin, elegant rapier that reflected the faint light like a cold crescent moon. Splurt! A fountain of blood sprayed upward like a broken pipe as the man's head flew off his shoulders, spinning in the air before crashing onto the ground. Thud, thud. It rolled slowly until it stopped at the feet of the remaining 4. That speed. Did he hide his real power? Monster. He is a monster. Even the strongest among them, the peak great grandmaster, didn't see when Gray moved. Gray stared at them with boredom as they were already scared for their lives. Weaklings. He lowered himself and picked up the small crystal from the corpse's pocket. The gem glowed faintly with pale blue light. I'll take this as payment for letting the rest of you live. He tossed it lightly into the air once, then caught it again as if it were nothing more than a toy. He smiled with a cold curl that promised a future death. The next second, his figure disappeared completely. Only a small toothbrush dropped into the dirt where he once stood, rocking slowly back and forth. Chapter 140. 7 days left? Guys, what is up with Gray these days? Ronan asked, munching on his bread with a strange expression. For some reason, this bread that he so damned loved seemed tasteless. He doesn't even hang out with us anymore, he muttered, placing the bread back on the tray and pushing it away like it disgusted him. Ronan then looked around at the group, hoping someone would smile, laugh, or give a normal answer. But instead, all he saw were tired, broken faces. Selena and Lyra were eating in complete silence, not even lifting their heads. Their eyes looked empty, and every bite seemed forced, like their food was made of metal. Celine sat still with her spoon in hand, staring at her plate as if it were poison. She didn't eat at all. She only moved her fingers anxiously, tapping the table without noticing. And Lyra, she looked the worst. Her dark circles were deep and purple, her eyes red from sleepless nights. She lifted her fork slowly, like her arm weighed a ton, and took the smallest bite of steak, barely chewing. I don't know. Lyra finally spoke through clenched teeth. She gulped, then continued, loud enough for everyone to hear. Ever since that exam, he changed. He is not the same at all. He doesn't speak to me, doesn't look at me, and I'm his girlfriend. Crackle. Her fists clenched tightly on the table, the fork bending slightly under her grip as tiny sparks of golden lightning cracked around her fingers. The air around her shook for a moment. Lyra, calm down. Celine sighed deeply. She raised her head slightly, her lips trembling before she added with a bitter little laugh. That look would have been thrown straight at him, without a doubt. Normally, he would attempt to crack a joke and make everyone laugh. But the atmosphere was so gloomy that he didn't dare. Perhaps it would just make the situation worse. Arg. At that moment, someone familiar walked past them and sat down without a care. His shoulders dropped as he sighed. Perhaps I should take a rest day today, he muttered to himself. Gray had been training every day for the past 8 days, and soon his time over the body would come to an end. However, he was already pretty satisfied with his progress. The only problem is that it's that dumb bastard that is going to be attending the ball, and not me. He furrowed his eyebrows. Honestly, that was his biggest concern. The other Gray would probably take the opportunity and try to charm any beautiful lady he sees, without thinking about the consequences. Clank, 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 clank. The sudden noise of several trays hitting the table beside him made Gray slowly turn his head. The group of 5 had sat down close to him without saying a word. Oh, right. I almost forgot these annoying toys still exist, he thought, almost letting out a sleepy yawn. They stared at him like they were waiting for something, or like they were trying to see if he was real. Their silent eyes were starting to get on his nerves. Why are you all staring at me? He asked in a tired tone as he rolled his eyes. All 5 of them twitched. All of them twitched at the same time. Because normally, Gray would say something like, I know that I'm fucking handsome, but you guys don't need to ogle at me. So damn much the difference between the two of them was simply massive. Gray, how'd you been these days? Ronan asked, trying to figure out if there was something wrong with him, and if that was the reason he was acting like that. The other's ears also perked up at Ronan's question. Great? Gray answered while tilting his head. I've just been training. Nothing strange. Why? Roran was a little baffled at how easily he answered his question, but before he could pry more, Lyra silently touched Gray's arm, as she always did. Why are you ignoring me? No, ignoring us, she asked, her gentle golden eyes shaking as she looked deep into his, and not seeing the familiar hypnotic rings. She bit her lower lip in agony. But I'm not ignoring. I've just been busy training. That's all. Gray casually shrugged her question away. But from the looks of it, he would probably need to act like the other Gray to get out of this damn situation. Then why aren't you teasing us like you always do? BAM. Celine abruptly stood up, slamming her hands against the table, causing it to shake. Gray furrowed his eyebrows at her actions before closing his eyes. Fucking hell, I'll do this just this time. He blinked once, twice, and then the familiar hypnotic rings appeared. Swish! In a single motion, he pulled Lyra onto his lap before gently kissing the nape of her neck, causing her whole body to tremble. "Aya!" She let out a soft sound before covering her mouth, her entire face turning red as her heartbeat raced out of control. That small action of pulling Lyra into his lap made everyone sigh in relief. Gray looked at them with a lazy smirk, one eyebrow slightly raised, as if he didn't understand why they reacted so strongly. "Why are you all acting like I just returned from hell?" he said playfully, tilting his head. Lyra leaned back very slowly until her back touched his chest, almost like her body remembered where it belonged. She didn't say anything at first, but her hands grabbed the edge of his shirt tightly, afraid it might just be an illusion. "Bro, don't do that ever again. I swear I thought you got kidnapped by a boring old man. You were so serious it scared me." Ronan let out a long breath and finally smiled widely, shaking his head. Gray chuckled lightly and shrugged. "Well, if I don't train, I'll stay weak. And if I stay weak, I can't protect my pretty little girlfriend, right?" He whispered near Lyra's ear, making her toes curl and her cheeks grow even redder. "Next time, at least warn us, idiot. You look like a dead statue with no emotions." It was honestly creepy. Celine crossed her arms but smiled a bit. Just fucking didn't feel right before. Then, Selena finally spoke, staring directly at Gray's eyes. Lyra nodded at her words. "You're usually annoying and fucking narcissistic. But that narcissistic version is easier to accept than a stranger." Gray smiled wider, clearly enjoying every reaction like candy. "So what? Do you all want me to tease you one by one? Should I start with who missed me the most?" he asked with a playful smirk. Ronan groaned, but finally laughed like his old self, placing his feet on another chair in his usual, disrespectful manner. "That's more like it. Damn, I feel alive again. I even lost my appetite when you were acting like a solemn monk. Thought I'd have to slap your head to reboot you. TSK, please. You slap me, and you'll break your ugly hands." Gray clicked his tongue. Ronan pointed at him with a wide grin. There he is, the walking ego. Lyra didn't say a word. She only hid her red face by lowering her head. But her body language was clear as she was happy, relieved, and comfortable, fully relaxed on his lap now, even letting her fingers play with the edge of his sleeve. "Don't worry, I'm not leaving," Gray noticed and whispered softly near her ear. Lyra nodded happily without speaking. But now, even the dark circles seemed to have gotten away as their Gray had come back. Meanwhile, ugh, why does that bastard act like this? This makes me feel so damn disgusted. Gray felt a wave of nausea. Of course, the other Gray hadn't come back, and the hypnotic rings appearing on his eyes were a simple illusion created by using mana. Well, it seems that I'll need a reason to avoid them for now, especially Lyra. He looked down at Lyra, who was practically beaming. This woman is the other me's weakness. He sighed inwardly. Patience. Chapter 141. A challenge for Lyra's hand. After a long lunch, Gray finally managed to slip away from those annoying pests. The moment he stepped out of sight, the strange glow inside his eyes faded as he canceled the magic that created the hypnotic rings. He didn't like them much. Currently, he was walking back to the training grounds since he didn't want to waste such precious time doing nothing. But then, "Hey you," a loud voice echoed from behind him. Gray didn't even bother to turn around. He continued, walking like the air itself were more important. "Bastard, I am talking to you." The shout was filled with anger, pride, and wounded ego. Gray finally stopped. He stared ahead for a moment, exhaling slowly, before turning his head just a little, only enough so his cold black eyes could see the one who dared to yell. It was a young man wearing a silver badge on his chest, showing that he belonged to one of the special elite groups. His face was flushed with fury, and behind him stood 4 other students, all glaring like loyal dogs behind their boss. "The fuck does this fucker want?" Gray's expression stayed calm, maybe even a bit bored. "What do you want?" he asked plainly. The young man pointed at him with a shaking finger, his voice loud and proud. "I, Damien of the Silver Wolf Division, challenge you to a duel, and if I win, Lyra becomes mine." Gray blinked twice at Damien's words, his gaze falling on Damien's friends who remained behind him like guards, all wearing proud smirks. Then he slowly turned his body to face them completely. "Repeat what you just said," he spoke softly. Damien clicked his tongue and stepped closer, practically shouting so everyone could hear. "I said that Damien of the Silver Wolf Division, officially challenge you. And when I win, Lyra will belong to me. She will stop being your woman and become mine instead." The area around them suddenly exploded with whispers. "Wait, did he just say Lyra? The girl from the FE class? No way. Challenging Gray over her? Is he insane or just wants to die?" Students nearby quickly pulled out communication crystals and recorded the scene, sending short messages to their friends who weren't present. Some even began running toward other buildings to spread the news by mouth. It only took a few minutes before a small crowd gathered, forming a rough circle around Gray and Damien. Gray did not move, his calm expression not changing even a little. He was just a little curious about Damien. What problems did this guy have to challenge him so openly? After a long moment, he finally spoke. "You want her?" Gray said calmly and without emotion. "And you think winning a fight gives you the right to claim her?" Damien smirked, wiping his nose proudly. "That's how the Silver Wolf Division settles our disputes. Whoever is stronger takes the prize. And everyone knows Lyra is one of the most beautiful girls in the academy. I have no reason to lose to a lazy first-year brat like you." Gray stared at him, expression still empty, but his eyes slowly darkened. "So you're not only weak," he murmured, "you're also stupid." TSK. Damien's face twisted with anger. "You can talk big now, but let us see how long that attitude lasts in the arena. Unless," Damien leaned forward, laughing, "you're actually scared?" Gray shrugged lightly. "You're too fucking loud. Let us just get this over with." Students around them burst into noise again, some shocked, some excited, some almost screaming like hungry wolves wanting blood. "He accepted, right?" "Yeah. There's no way he backs off now. Get the teachers, this is going to be official." A nearby third-year student wearing the uniform of the dual referees stepped forward, raising his voice. "A formal challenge involving relationship rights requires approval at the arena. Both sides must sign." Damien agreed instantly. "Fine by me. Let S go. I'll destroy him in front of everyone." Gray slipped his hands into his pockets and began walking. He didn't bother looking at Damien again, almost like he was walking to buy snacks and not to fight for someone else's future. After all, even though Damien was a second-year student, his power level had barely reached the peak of the Master Realm. And Gray had the absolute confidence of being invincible within the same realm. The walk to the arena created even more noise. Students followed behind them like a parade of excited children. By the time they reached the arena, over 100 spectators were already there, and more were running from all directions. Meanwhile, inside the girls' dormitory, Lyra sat on her bed, staring at her hands with a tired look. Her heart felt heavy because she could still feel the strange distance between her and Gray, even after he returned to his usual teasing self. After all, he didn't even ask her if she wanted to hang out after lunch. A faint knock suddenly echoed. "Took, took, took. Lyra, Lyra, open the door now," a girl shouted from the hallway. Lyra opened it quickly, confused. "What is it?" "You need to go to the arena. Right now. Someone challenged Gray for your hand." Lyra froze, her eyes shaking. "What?" The girl grabbed her arm. "Hurry up. The news is spreading everywhere. They said the challenger is Damien from Silver Wolf Division." Lyra's heart dropped like a stone. She didn't even waste time changing clothes as she rushed out immediately, sprinting across the walkways, ignoring the strange looks from everyone she passed. At the same time, word reached Celine, Selena, Lyra, and Ronan as well. All of them headed there, fast. Back at the arena, Gray casually signed the battle contract with a bored expression. Damien signed his copy with a wide grin, raising his hand toward the cheering audience. "No backing out now, Gray. Today, I will take everything from you, your pride, and your woman." Gray stepped inside the arena ring, his body relaxed like he was ready for a nap. He cracked his neck slightly and spoke in a quiet, cold tone that sent chills through every person who heard it. "You made one mistake." Damien grinned confidently. "Oh, and what is that?" Gray raised his gaze, his eyes turning darker. and darker, until the air itself seemed to freeze. "You challenged me." Damien scoffed loudly at his words, rolling his shoulders with a smug smile. "Huh, listen to yourself." Lyra finally arrived, breathing hard, her boots scraping the stone floor as she ran. When she saw the packed seats and heard the excited noise, her heart tightened painfully. Did it really start? Her voice shook. Before anyone could answer, ding! A sharp metallic sound from the referee's bell cut through the entire arena, making thousands of heads turn toward the stage. The match begins. The reaction was instant and explosive. "Let S go. Beat him, Damien. Gray. Don't die too fast. This is going to be crazy, finally real drama." Lyra froze at the entrance, eyes widening with panic. "No, no, Gray dash. Whip." Inside the ring, Damien slammed the bottom of his boot into the ground like he was marking ownership, and a silver glow formed around his right arm. In a bright flash of light, a long silver spear appeared in his grip, its blade thin, elegant, and shining with a sharp metallic aura. "Oh, a spear user," Gray muttered softly, reaching behind his waist, pulling out his rapier. Damien twirled his spear above his head, arrogance shining in his eyes. "Don't regret coming here." Gray held his rapier loosely with one hand, the blade angled down. Swoosh! Damien kicked the ground first, his body rushing forward like a charging wolf. The tip of his spear shot toward Gray's chest with a clear, killing intent, air splitting sharply around it. Gray slightly tilted his body left, letting the attack pass right beside him. His coat fluttered, but his feet didn't even move more than half a step. "TSK." Damien clicked his tongue and spun the spear around, attacking again with a wide horizontal slash aimed at Gray's ribs. Gray bent backward smoothly, like his spine was water, the blade of the spear passing right above his nose. With the same motion, he raised his rapier slightly and tapped the spear shaft with a soft, metallic ding, breaking Damien's flow. "What was that? A greeting?" Damien hissed. Gray remained silent, taking a few steps back as Damien charged again, this time stabbing 3 times in quick succession. First, a straight thrust to the throat. Clang. Then a sweep at the knee. Clack. And finally, a reverse swing aiming for the shoulder. Ping. Gray blocked each strike with minimal effort, twisting his wrist to move the blade to the right angle with calm precision, letting their blades spark but never shake his arm. Damien's eyes twitched with irritation at his, causing him to grit his teeth as he jumped backward, spinning his spear once in his palm. "I guess you're not just a clown who likes attention," he muttered. That description would actually fit the other me. Gray sighed inwardly. Then he slowly lifted his rapier, pointing the tip straight at Damien's throat. "You speak too much." Damien smirked and lowered his stance again. "Then shut me up." Whoop. Chapter 142. A fight not meant to lose. Both of them practically disappeared from their places, swinging their weapons at each other at a fast speed. "So fast. Is that Gray really a first year?" Damien's grin stretched ear to ear as sparks surrounded his spear. Lightning danced across his arms, crackling wildly, and his speed suddenly jumped. "Let us end this fast," he roared. He lunged, spear thrusting like lightning itself, but right as the attack should pierce Gray, swish, Gray's body twisted to the side, his foot sliding smoothly across the arena floor. His speed matched Damien's, not a single beat behind. He spun once, coat fluttering, and ended up with his back facing Damien for a split second. To any normal fighter, turning their back was suicide. An opportunity, Damien thought fiercely. His pupils shrank with excitement as he prepared to attack Gray, but just at that moment. Whip! What the foo dash? Splat! Gray shifted his grip to a reverse hold, thrusting his rapier backward, causing Damien to move his face in an attempt to dodge, but the blade still grazed his cheek, leaving a red streak. He got him. That could pierce his skull if it went deeper. No way. Is the first year actually winning? Lyra's hands trembled where she stood near the gate, her eyes wide with shock and relief mixed together. Drip! Damien touched his cheek, seeing the blood on his fingertips. His jaw locked, and his nostrils flared with anger. He wiped the blood away with the back of his arm, clicking his tongue. "You're quite the lucky one, huh?" Gray unexpectedly spoke, hitting directly Damien's soft spot. Damien's eyebrows twitched. "Shut up. If it wasn't for your lousy tricks, you wouldn't even be able to touch me," he retorted madly, before spinning his spear once. His spear thrust forward in a lethal straight line, aiming to pierce Gray through the heart. Swap Gray's figure vanished, and a stone near the wall took his place. Damien stabbed straight through it, causing stone fragments to explode everywhere. But Damien didn't stop as he twisted his heel and shot forward again, his spear ripping through the air like a mad beast. This time, since Gray's unique ability was on cooldown, he needed to meet the blow. In the crowd, Lyra's heart jumped as she could feel the ferocity of that attack from where she was. "Gray, move." She tried to shout, but Gray wasn't able to hear her. Swip. In response to Damien's attack, Gray slid 1 foot back slowly, lowering his stance. "Shadowless sword art." The words escaped his lips like a cold breath. "Phantom sword." Gray's figure vanished like smoke. The audience blinked once, and suddenly Gray appeared directly in front of the spear, his rapier slashing straight toward Damien's weapon. Clang! The impact rang like a giant bell. A shockwave burst outward, shaking dust off the walls and forcing nearby students to shield their faces. Gray's rapier and Damien's spear met head-on. Both fighters slid backward across the floor, sparks flying beneath their feet. The crowd instantly went wild. "This is insane. They're equals. How is a first-year matching that attack?" Both Gray and Damien stood still, staring at each other as if expecting something to happen. And just then, splurt, a thin line of red flashed across Damien's uniform. His eyes widened as a spear dropped a few inches, and his legs shook. He fell on one knee, one hand slamming on the ground, his whole body trembling. Cough, cough. With a rough gag, he coughed a heavy mouthful of blood that splashed onto the stone floor. A clean crescent-shaped cut showed on his clothes, right over his ribs, and blood poured slowly from it. Shit," he whispered, breath shaking, voice filled with disbelief and pain. At this, the crowd was even more chattering than before. The first year actually won the exchange. Isn't Damien the 15th strongest student of our grade? Does that mean that this first-year student is stronger than most second years? Fuck, he is too damn awesome, and also pretty handsome. Some students backed away from the fence in shock, while others leaned forward like hungry beasts wanting more blood. Ugh. Damien lifted his head slowly, sweat rolling down his temple. He stared straight at Gray, eyes wide, confused, desperate, but also burning with wounded pride. Gray stood there without a single scratch, and just that fact made Damien's mindset drop. "This is bad," Damien muttered through his teeth as he wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. He cracked his neck, then his fingers, then rolled his shoulders to relax his tense muscles. "I did not expect a first year to be this strong." He started taking a few deep breaths, and, thankfully, Gray didn't move during that time. "PFTT, let us do this." Damien took a deep breath and then spat blood on the floor and forced himself to stand. He slid 1 foot back, lowering his stance, tightening his grip on his spear. Again, he roared. A violent flash burst from his body. White and blue lightning cracked around his arms, legs, shoulders, and weapon like an angry storm. His hair rose slightly from the energy, and sparks danced around his skin. The smell of burnt air filled the arena. Yes, fight again. Show him how big the difference is between a first-year and a second-year student. Damien, don't lose to a first-year. Boom. Damien launched forward. His boots scraped the ground, lightning shooting behind him like small explosions. He thrust his silver spear straight at Gray's throat, then twisted his wrist to change direction and stab at his stomach. Gray moved 1 step backward and tracked Damien's spear with his eyes calmly. With this, he knew how to dodge and made the minimal movements to parry Damien's spear and evade his attacks without spending a lot of mana. Whip! Damien swung again, this time from the left, his movement sharp and fast, aiming to slice through Gray's ribs with the spear S-blade. His arm twisted with full force, muscles shaking, sparks of lightning trailing behind the silver weapon. To this, Gray lifted his rapier only a few centimeters, timing it with perfect accuracy, and hit the exact point of Damien's spear tip. Clink! The force redirected immediately, and Damien's entire body turned sideways, his balance breaking for a short moment, leaving his chest and face completely open. The crowd gasped loudly, seeing the danger. That's it. He got him. No way Damien can block that. The first year is actually going to win. Even Lyra's breathing turned more frantic. Her fingers dug into the arena fence, eyes wide, unable to even blink. Gray shifted his weight slightly forward, preparing to end the match, and everyone could see it. His cold eyes narrowed. His sword arm moved slowly like it was sliding across water. An opportunity. But at that moment, Damien's lips curled up into a full-fledged grin. He growled from deep inside his throat, tightened his grip, twisted his wrist in a wild motion, and used his turning momentum to spin his spear in a full circle. He had practically stolen Gray's technique. Then he struck upward with reckless speed, aiming at Gray's jaw, trying to pierce it and kill him in one single brutal attack. And lo, Lyra's scream ripped out so loudly that it echoed across the entire arena. Everyone heard it, even Gray and Damien, but the attack was already in motion. Damien's eyes widened with excitement, as he didn't expect that copying Gray's move from before would actually make him win the match. At least, in Damien's mind, the match was already decided. Clip. Oh. Confusion froze his face. The spear stopped moving, not because it missed, but because someone had grabbed it. But what was grabbed wasn't the handle or shaft of the spear. It was the tip of the spear, the most deadly and sharp part of it. And Gray had caught the spear tip with his bare left hand. The entire arena became silent for one full breath, like the world fell asleep. Gray stood there, perfectly calm, holding the lethal, sharp metal point between his fingers as if it were nothing more than a wooden stick. Blood didn't even fall from his hand. "Why you?" Damien exclaimed, his voice cracking as his heartbeat erupted. He jumped backward with pure instinct, ripping the spear free from Gray's relaxed grip. Gray let it go easily, watching him stumble back 3 steps. "How are you so strong?" Damien finally shouted, his voice shaking with fear, disbelief, and complete humiliation. Gray did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked forward slowly, one step at a time, his rapier gently touching the ground as he moved. Each step echoed like heavy boots on a hollow floor, even though his steps were quiet. "Step!" Damien stepped back without thinking, his breath shaking. He felt like an animal forced into a corner. "Didn't I tell you?" Gray finally spoke, his lips curling up into a chilling smile. "You picked the wrong opponent." Damien gritted his teeth so hard that blood leaked from his gums. "Boom. Impossible. There's no way a first-year student is that strong," he screamed, voice exploding like thunder, aura bursting out in a violent shockwave that made nearby students fall backward. Those shockwaves didn't affect Gray whatsoever. Damien then lowered his stance, eyes glowing with cold blue light, and placed both hands on the spear handle. His whole body became tense like a bowstring ready to snap. "Fine. If normal skills don't work, I'll show you something only strong warriors can use." His voice turned deep, like something ancient was speaking through him. "Flood Dragon's Rage." Boom! A huge burst of violent blue energy exploded from his body, shaking the ground and forming strong wind pressure that forced several students to shield their faces. Even the referees took a few steps back. 2 shining, ethereal blue horns grew from Damien's head. His skin slowly grew blue dragon scales across his neck, arms, and cheekbones. His pupils stretched into vertical reptile slits, filled with fury and madness. The arena roared in complete shock at the transformation. A transformation? But he hasn't reached the king realm yet. How is this possible? Crackly. Damien raised his spear with both hands. Lightning and water vapor swirling around it. This is my ultimate technique. There's no way you'll be able to defeat me now. He spun the spear, forming a full spinning circle of blue water energy around himself, wind howling like storms. The flood dragon swims through the sky, he declared madly, launching himself upward, levitating, surrounded by blue spectral dragon energy. He was actually flying, something only king-level masters could actually do. Boom! The silhouette of a massive water dragon coiled behind him, rising, and his rank spiked instantly, going from the peak of the Master Realm to the late stage of the Grandmaster Realm. Everyone was left speechless, not to mention Lyra, who originally had a face full of relief, but now she was practically panicking. She truly didn't want Gray to lose this match. No, she didn't even want Gray to get hurt. Gray, please, she begged, even though he couldn't hear her whispers. Please survive. Chapter 143. A fight not meant to lose to. A late-stage Grandmaster? Gray watched calmly as the massive blue flood dragon rushed down toward him, its body twisting through the sky with heavy pressure. Right? He thought that to himself while lowering his body slowly, bending his knees, letting his center of gravity drop in a smooth, stable way. His right hand slid behind his waist as he grabbed the handle of his rapier in an unusual reversed grip with the blade pointing behind him. His breathing slowly relaxed to the point where he was holding it. Shadowless sword art. Whoop! The moment he whispered those words, the light around him bent a little, as if his figure began to blur between one breath and the next. It's time for you to die. Damien shot down from the sky at full speed. Spear first, his body wrapped in bright blue scales as the dragon aura held around him. The roar echoed across the arena, shaking the stands and making several spectators step back in fear. But even with that, Gray still didn't move, waiting for the right distance. 30 meters, 12 meters, 5 meters, and finally, a single meter of distance. Vanishing light step. Fwish! Gray simply vanished from that exact point like smoke blown away by the wind. Boom! Damien's spear pierced through empty space and slammed into the arena, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. What? Where dash? Before Damien could even turn his head to search. Up here, loser. Gray was already above him, spinning gracefully through the air like a dancer who had trained this movement 1,000 times. Mana flowed down the length of his rapier, making the thin blade grow thicker and brighter with each rotation, as if it was being sharpened by the air. And then he struck. Clink, clink, clink. 3 quick hits smashed into Damien's force field. The shield trembled violently with each impact, ripples spreading outward like circles on water. Fucking hell, Damien cursed, trying to pour more energy into the barrier. But unfortunately for him, Gray's technique was simply flawless. Crack! The force field shattered into fragments of blue light that scattered through the air like broken glass. Now Damien stood completely open. Gray descended with even faster strikes, forcing Damien to block desperately. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks burst with every clash of metal. Damien's arms trembled, his feet slid across the cracked floor, and his breathing turned rough as he tried to keep up. D-damn it dash. He tried to push Gray away with a sudden burst of lightning that spread around his body, but Gray didn't give him even a second to breathe. Twisting in midair, Gray reached for Damien's left arm and grabbed it tightly, locking his grip around the muscle and bone with perfect precision. What dash? Before Damien even understood what was happening, Gray wrapped both legs around Damien's head, locking it between his thighs like an iron trap. Bam! Gray flipped backward with all his weight, dragging Damien down with him, and Damien's head crashed into the stone floor so hard the entire arena shook. A wave of dust exploded upward, covering the ground like a cloud. What the hell? He slammed him straight into the floor. That technique. That was too fucking clean. The arena was still shaking lightly from the impact when Damien's body suddenly twitched again. Boom! A burst of blue aura exploded out of him, tearing Gray's leg lock apart and forcing Gray to release him. Sharp gusts of wind whipped across the arena, and several students in the front row were pushed back a step. Gray simply let the force break his hold. He spun in the air once, lightly flipping backward, and then, top! He landed on the stone floor with a calm, soft step, not even bending his knees too deeply, as if the violent explosion meant nothing. Across from him, Damien struggled to stand. His whole body shook while blue veins crawled up his neck and temples. Strange blue blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, from his nose, even from the edges of his eyes like ink running off a painting. "Why you damn bastard," he shouted, spitting the words like poison. The arena murmured in shock. What is wrong with his blood? He's overusing that dragon technique. It looks like he's going to explode. Then Damien snapped his spear up, spinning it wildly as lightning wrapped around the shaft like angry snakes. Crackly. Gray. The storm shimmered around him, and he let out an animal-like roar as he prepared to launch another attack. Everyone expected Gray to brace himself. Everyone thought he would step back or prepare a stance. They were wrong. Damien took a single step forward, and then froze, because Gray was already standing in front of him, silent and cold, without making the slightest sound. He hadn't teleported or used a skill, which meant that his speed alone had erased the distance. Damien's eyes widened in pure disbelief. How? Gray instantly cut him off with a bored expression. Keep your head up. At least you survived my second move. Damien didn't even get the chance to reply. Fact. Gray's fist slammed into Damien's solar plexus with a heavy, deep impact, the kind that crushed breath, crushed strength, and crushed will. Damien's eyes bulged wide, and all the air in his lungs escaped in one broken gasp. Guhah! A spray of saliva mixed with blue blood burst from his mouth, splashing through the air as his body bent violently around Gray's fist. Then he was launched like a broken arrow shot from a failing bow. Bam dash! Damien's body flew out of the arena, smashing into the outer barrier with such force that it rippled like water before sending him falling limp onto the ground outside the ring. The arena went dead silent. He killed him. No, he's breathing. I think he's breathing. What kind of first year is that? This first year is fucking monster. At that same moment, just as Damien's limp body hit the ground outside the arena, Lyra didn't wait another second. She jumped the railings in one clean motion, dropping down into the arena with a soft thud. Her hair fluttered wildly behind her as she sprinted toward Gray with everything she had. Gray! Her voice cracked, not with fear this time, but with pure relief. Gray turned his head at the sound, clicking his tongue quietly as he blinked once. And in that blink, the familiar hypnotic rings shimmered back into his dark eyes. Lyra reached him in the next second. Thump! She threw herself right into his arms without even slowing down. Gray caught her naturally, his hands circling her waist with surprising gentleness. He even spun her lightly, her feet lifting off the ground as her hair brushed against his cheek. Gray, she whispered breathlessly, her eyes soft, filled with so much emotion that it almost felt heavy. She stared deeply into his hypnotic rings. Then slowly, she closed her eyes, her lips parting just a little, awaiting their normal greeting kiss. But her movement made Gray frown faintly. Instead of leaning in to kiss her lips, he lowered her back to the ground, placed one hand on her cheek, and pressed a soft kiss on her forehead. Chew! Lyra froze instantly. Her eyes flew open, trembling, confused, flustered, her cheeks burning red. The crowd around them watched with wide eyes. Some were blushing, but more were fucking jealous. There was also some whispering madly about the scene happening before them. Gray ignored all of them. That dumb version of me really doesn't know how to express normal affection. Huh? Gray scoffed inwardly as he looked down at Lyra. Her small tremors, the way she clutched his shirt, the way her breath hitched lightly, all of it told him how easily she was shaken by the smallest bit of genuine emotion. He brushed her back slowly with his fingertips, letting her calm down. If he didn't have Jasmine-S authorities, that idiot would never be able to make such a delicate girl fall in love with his stupid playboy style. He thought with a sigh, lifting his chin slightly as his hand continued its gentle motion along her spine. Lyra's face was hidden, but her whole body was trembling. Her heart pounding so loud Gray could probably feel it through her chest. A forehead kiss for a girl like her. It was far more intimate and meaningful than anything flashy or passionate. Chapter 144. How to Have Fun. A few days after the fight ended, Gray's name spread through the whole academy. His fame jumped so fast that people almost forgot he used to be known as the academy's biggest playboy. Now, most students only spoke about the boy who crushed Damien without even trying. And just today, it was Gray's last day in control of his body. Besides the time he spent with Cassandra. As for the others, they were pretty annoying, so he didn't relax much. And even during those days, several arrogant second years still tried to challenge him after seeing his fight with Damien. Gray beat all of them and used each one as a test dummy to polish his strength. Thanks to that, he finally reached perfect control over all his power. To be honest, Gray doesn't like this kind of power up too much since it gets hard for him to be able to control his whole power directly. And if he didn't spar with these people, he probably wouldn't be able to reach perfect control before switching with the other Gray. Fucking hell, I don't know what the fuck to do, he muttered while scratching his head in annoyance. He was a training addict. Resting felt uncomfortable, and free time felt almost useless. He didn't know what people usually did to enjoy life. So after thinking for a moment, he decided to visit Selviria. Not to tease her like he once did, but to maybe go on a date with her. She is older than him and should have enough experience with these kinds of things. Besides, she still owed him a favor after what the other Gray did for her. Soon, he reached the infirmary and pushed the door open without hesitation. "Selviria, are you here?" he asked as he stepped inside. His eyes immediately caught a figure behind the curtains, someone who was clearly in the middle of dressing up. "G. Gray." Selviria's voice cracked in shock, followed by the sound of rushed movement as she struggled to pull her clothes on. Gray sighed. "What perfect timing. G, give me a second." Bing. A bright white light flared around the curtain, blocking the view completely. Now he couldn't see anything, which was a shame, but he didn't bother much. He stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets, waiting. After a short moment, the light faded, and Selviria stepped out, brushing her hair back with slow fingers. Her cheeks were a little pink, and she tried to hide it with a soft cough. "Ahem, do you need anything?" Her lips moved, but Gray's gaze lowered almost against his will, caught by the small beauty mark under her lower lip. It stood out in a very charming way. "MHM, what are you staring at?" Selviria asked, twisting her waist slightly. The movement made her chest shift, her curves showing as she stepped closer. "Your mole." Gray addressed the issue directly. "It suits you." Oh, thank you. No one ever complimented it before," she said as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This action made Gray take a deep look at her. She was a mature lady who was already over 30 years old. Besides, she was a little colder before as she ignored his teasing. But now, she seemed okay with his compliments. Guess saving her from that stupid pervert really raised her affection. So this shouldn't be a problem. He nodded lightly to himself. "Would you go on a date with me?" Selviria froze for a moment when she heard his question. Her eyes widened just a little, her lips parting in pure surprise. Gray was always bold, always teasing, always trying to get a reaction out of her. So hearing such a direct and serious request made her feel strangely warm and awkward at the same time. Her eyebrows drew together as she looked deeper into his eyes. "What happened, Gray?" she asked softly. She studied him without blinking, and the moment she saw the faint confusion in his eyes, she sighed. Before he could even open his mouth to answer, she stepped forward, grabbed his wrist with surprising strength, and pulled him toward the bed behind her. Oi! He didn't even finish speaking. She pushed him down, making him fall onto the bed like a sack of sand, and then she guided his head onto her thighs. Her tone was calm, but her eyes held a sharp mix of worry and curiosity. Gray lay there for a moment, still confused by her sudden action. Her thighs were warm and oddly comforting, and her touch made it easy to stop thinking for a moment. He stared up at her, and then he finally spoke. He explained everything as there was no need to hide his worries. He told her that he had turned into a training addict these past days and had no idea how to enjoy free time. He admitted that he didn't know how to relax like a normal person, and since she was older and more experienced, he thought she might guide him. He spoke honestly, with no jokes and no playful tone. Salveria listened carefully. Then her face lifted with sudden shine, her eyes brightening like a lantern being lit. Lucky for you, I have the whole afternoon free. She laughed lightly. So, went down the old stone path, and soon reached the academy gates. Salveria didn't slow down even for a second, and Gray followed behind her, feeling the wind on his face and her warm hand tightly holding his. After a short walk, they reached a large street that looked different from usual. Instead of the quiet view Gray remembered, the whole place was crowded. Colorful banners hung from the buildings, music played from every corner, and people wore historical outfits that looked straight out of an old storybook. Salveria stopped in front of him and spread her arms excitedly. And strange tools. Jugglers threw flaming torches in the air, musicians played lutes and drums, and children ran around with colorful ribbons. Salveria looked at Gray with a big smile, almost glowing in the sunlight. Come on, she said. Let me show you how to have fun. She grabbed his hand again and pulled him into the lively crowd. Gray looked around with calm eyes, taking everything in. Didn't he look excited at all? But he wasn't annoyed either. More like he was trying to understand why people enjoyed this kind of thing. Salveria noticed that blank expression. Gray, she said with a teasing sigh, you look like you're watching a boring class. Come here. She tightened her grip on his wrist and pulled him toward a round wooden space where several people stood in a circle. In the middle, a man dressed like an old knight swung a padded sword. It was a dual challenge booth. You pay, you fight the knight, and if you last 10 seconds, you win a prize. Salveria smiled and tapped Gray's chest lightly with one finger. Let's try this one, she said. This is fun. Gray looked at the padded swords with absolute disbelief. This? He asked. Yes, she nodded, grabbing his arm. This. Without giving him time to protest, she spoke to the staff member running the booth. 1 round, please. The man handed Gray a padded sword. Gray stared at it like it was an alien tool, then slowly took it. Salveria suppressed a laugh as she stepped back to watch. Go on, she whispered with a playful grin. Show me how you play. Gray stepped into the circle. The knight across from him lifted his padded sword and shouted dramatically, Prepare yourself. Young hero. The crowd around them cheered loudly, clapping and whistling. Gray didn't react much. He just lifted the padded sword slowly, like he was unsure how much force he was allowed to use. The knight charged with a big, exaggerated swing. Salveria watched closely, her eyes shining. Gray shifted 1 foot back and blocked the hit with almost lazy movement, as if swatting away a leaf. The padded swords made a dull thump sound. Then the knight raised his sword again and swung at Gray's head with even more energy, trying to entertain the crowd. Gray moved his wrist slightly. Top! His padded sword hit the knight's wrist, causing the knight to yelp and drop the sword completely. The crowd burst into laughter. Salveria covered her mouth, trying to hold back her giggles as Gray stood there in the circle, still holding his padded sword like he didn't know what he was supposed to do now. The knight blinked twice, stared at his empty hand, then raised both arms in defeat. I surrender. The crowd cheered again. Salveria stepped forward, grabbed Gray by the collar, and pulled him out of the circle with a smile that was too bright for her usually calm face. Gray, she muttered softly, tugging his chin so he would look at her You're supposed to play, not destroy the poor man's wrist. Gray clicked his tongue lightly, looking away. You didn't explain the rules properly. She laughed and wrapped her arm around his. It's fine. That was fun in its own way. She began to walk with him again, blending back into the colorful crowd, already scanning the street for the next activity. One thing at a time, she uttered with a sweet smile. We'll make sure you learn how to enjoy everything today. Chapter 145, How? To have fun, they turned a corner and reached a small, open area filled with wooden tables. Large bowls of paint, soft brushes, and sheets of thin paper. Children and adults sat around, dipping their brushes into bright colors. It was a lantern painting booth. Salveria didn't hesitate. She pulled Gray to an empty table and pushed him down on the bench before sitting right beside him. You're going to make one, she declared proudly. Gray looked at the paints, then at her, then at the paper. You want to paint? Yes. You need to relax your mind sometimes. My mind is relaxed. No, it's tense in a quiet way, she replied with a teasing little laugh. I can see in your shoulders. Really? He glanced at his shoulder lightly, and seeing how tense they actually were, Gray didn't argue after that. Salveria handed him a brush and dipped her own brush into a soft gold color. Here, just try it. Gray touched the brush to the paper and slowly made a line. The stroke came out shaky, uneven. This was one of the noble etiquettes I refused to train. He stared at it like it offended him. Salveria leaned closer until her shoulder touched his, then guided his wrist gently. You don't have to make it perfect, she whispered. Just let the brush move on its own. She reached for another color, a deep blue, and painted a small curve next to his line. Gray copied her movement, making a second curve. Children nearby watched them with curious eyes. There was even one little girl who whispered to her friend, He paints like an old man. Her friend giggled softly. Salveria heard it, chuckled under her breath, and nudged Gray's side. You see? Even they can tell. Gray sighed, but his lips twitched slightly, as if he was holding back a smile. They kept painting slowly. Salveria mixed colors on the paper, making little swirls and shapes. Gray tried to imitate her, sometimes making awkward strokes, sometimes surprisingly smooth ones. You're getting better, she exclaimed. I'm just copying. Yes, but you're copying well. When they finally finished, Salveria held up their shared painted sheet. It looked strange, but also quite enthusiastic. A mix of gold, blue, gray, and a few accidental splashes that Gray tried to wipe, but only made worse. Salveria smiled brightly. This will make a nice lantern. Gray looked at it for a moment, then nodded slowly. Not bad. She bumped her shoulder against his. See? You're already having fun. He didn't answer her words, as he felt nothing different about himself. He knew that it was because of his sword art, but he somehow still held a little hope about it. Salveria stood up and grabbed his wrist again. Come on, there's more. She dragged him toward another area of the festival where people were gathered around large wooden poles holding up ropes. The crowd clapped and laughed as two people climbed the ropes, racing to grab a small flag tied at the top. A rope climbing challenge. Gray stared at it with a deadpan expression. You want me to climb that? Yes, Salveria replied, smiling like a mischievous fox. This one is perfect for you. And what exactly am I supposed to get out of this? A little thrill, she purred. And a prize if you reach the top. Gray's eyebrow twitched. Salveria nudged him from behind. Go on. Show me how good your control really is. And also, don't forget to deactivate your mana. Isn't fun if you use it. This body is already trained enough that something like this is easy. But as he looked at Salveria's excited expression, he decided to compromise, as it might bring him some unexpected result. He stepped forward slowly as the staff member called. Next challenger. The crowd cheered again, and Salveria clapped behind him with a bright grin. Gray grabbed the rope with one hand, then the other, and pulled himself upward with calm, steady strength. His movements were simple, clean, without wasted effort. People gasped as he shot upward like he weighed nothing. He reached the top in just a few seconds, grabbed the flag, and dropped down lightly, landing without even bending his knees. The crowd erupted. What? So fast? He didn't even try. Oh, I almost forgot that most of the population here are actually non-mages or warriors. Gray thought inwardly. Selviria laughed loudly, covering her mouth with her hand as Gray walked back to her. Was that enough fun for you? He asked dryly. No, she giggled, grabbing his arm. She pulled him down the street again, her hair bouncing behind her, her fingers wrapped tight around his wrist like she was afraid he would escape. And like that, they spent hours wandering through the festival, going from one activity to another, from archery ranges, strength tests, food stalls, and even a silly hat-making booth that Selviria forced Gray to participate in. He only wore the hat for 10 seconds before taking it off, but she laughed so hard that she nearly cried. By the time the sun dipped lower, they had slipped into a small ice cream shop near the end of the festival street. It was calm inside. The air smelled sweet, and quiet music played in the background. Lantern-shaped lamps hung from the ceiling, giving the place a warm glow. Selviria sat by the window with a huge smile on her face, her crepe stuffed with whipped cream, fruit, and a single scoop of chocolate ice cream. And Machem, she held it with both hands like it was a treasure. Gray sat across from her with a small bowl of vanilla ice cream. He took slow bites with his spoon as he looked at Selviria, practically wondering how she could have been laughing practically all day. Selviria kicked her feet lightly under the table, humming as she ate. You know, she said between bites, I haven't done this much walking in years. And you, she pointed her fork at him, you actually enjoyed yourself. Gray raised an eyebrow. Did I? He didn't particularly feel anything other than the vast emptiness inside of him. Yes. She nodded confidently. Your face didn't look like a stone the whole time. That's because you drag me everywhere. Gray took another spoonful. And you follow me everywhere, she replied with a little smirk. That's because you told me that you'd guide me on how to have fun. He just looked out the window for a moment, watching the festival lights flicker in the distance. The reflection made his eyes somehow look softer than usual. Selviria leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand as she stared at him with open curiosity. Gray, she uttered, you're not as difficult as you pretend to be. He stopped mid-bite. What is that even supposed to mean? I mean, you're calmer than before. Much more normal than your stiff self. Still rude sometimes, but easier to talk to. That's because today was supposed to be simple. Gray sighed. Well, it was. She took a big bite of her crepe and talked through a laugh. And you did great, even at the rope climb. That was nothing. It looked fun. Not really. You smiled. I didn't. Yes, you did. Very tiny, but I saw it. She stuck her tongue out lightly. He looked away, hiding the faint twitch of his lip. Selviria giggled again, clearly enjoying how easy it was to poke at him. Want a bite? She lifted her crepe toward him. He stared at the messy pile of cream and chocolate. No, try it. It's sweet. No. Selviria leaned over the table, pushing it closer. Come on, just one bite. Gray clicked his tongue, but finally leaned in and took a small bite from the edge. The mix of warm crepe and cold ice cream made his expression stiffen for a moment. Selviria watched him, waiting. Better than I thought, he admitted quietly. Her face lit up instantly. See? I told you. You should trust me more. Gray ate another spoonful of his vanilla, then said, I trusted you enough to lead me. That's true. She leaned back in her seat, smiling softly as she watched him. And I'm glad you did, but there is something that makes me curious. She eyed him intensely, practically narrowing her eyes. The first time we met. You teased me a lot, but now... Selviria looked him up and down. You're cold as one could be. It was as if you entirely lost the emotion of being happy. Her eyebrows furrowed. Gosh, I don't know how to explain. Gray stared at her eyes after hearing her words. That's because during that time, the shadowless sword art hadn't consumed all of my emotions, and I still had my forced personality of being a stupid playboy. I guess it was mainly because Jess, a dear friend of mine, died. Gray had already thought of a reason and expressed it directly. Upon hearing his words, Selviria's curious and happy expression turned sour immediately, her eyes widening as if she had completely understood the reason for his changes. But still, something wasn't right. Actually, 2 weeks ago, already much before a student named Jessica had died. She had seen Gray looking very happy while hanging around with Lyra. And yet, it looked like this now. This made Selviria very curious. Does he have a split personality where he hides his sadness and bad emotions? She thought inwardly, watching as he took another bite of his ice cream. That was the conclusion she came to, which actually explained a lot if it really was true, since Gray had a girlfriend. And if truly was empty-side like he is now, he probably wouldn't have a girlfriend. Thinking of this, she took another bite of her crepe. So, she spoke with a playful tone after this. Want to try the fireworks show next? Gray looked at her quietly, spoon paused halfway to his lips. Fireworks? It's the last event of the festival. Her smile softened. It's beautiful. You like it? Gray tilted his head. What's that? Selviria froze immediately at Gray's confused expression. Chapter 146. Feelings are useless. Wait. Wait. She leaned forward so quickly that her chair screeched on the floor. Her eyes widened. Pupils were practically trembling. Gray, don't tell me. You don't know what fireworks are? No. Gray blinked. Selviria's jaw dropped. What dash? She slapped both hands onto the table. What were your parents even doing? How do you not know something as basic as fireworks? People at nearby tables turned their heads from the sudden shout, but Selviria ignored all of them. She kept going, waving her hands around wildly. Have you ever gone to a festival? A summer celebration? A birthday party? Anything with lights? Sounds? Crowds? Gray, anything. Gray stayed completely silent. Selviria waited, breath high in her chest. Finally, he answered with one simple word. Never. Her mouth fell open again. Never? She repeated, but didn't he eat it? He seemed like he was thinking, searching for something after that. They forced me to act like a useless playboy, and honestly, I don't feel anything about it anymore. His eyes locked on the ice cream that was melting. I guess this is how it feels to lose all emotions, he thought. Looking at his blank expression, Selviria pressed a hand against her chest, trying to steady the strange ache she felt. Then she pushed her chair back, stood up, walked around the table, and leaned down until her face was right in front of his. Gray, she whispered, her voice trembling with something deeper than shock. You're telling me you've never seen fireworks? Not even once? He nodded. Her expression instantly twisted with anger, sadness, disbelief, all mixed in one. Those idiots, she muttered under her breath, her fists clenching. How could they? She stopped herself and took a deep breath before crouching down beside him so she could look straight into his eyes. Gray, she said gently, look at me. He did. Selviria smiled at him. It was small, soft, but a little sad at the edges. Then I'm going to fix that. He blinked. You're going to see fireworks today, she said firmly. With me. Gray tilted his head again, confused by her sudden determination. Selviria didn't care. She grabbed his hand, squeezing it tight. I'm not letting you go through another day of your life without knowing what real joy looks like. He stared at her calmly. Selviria smiled wider, standing up and tugging him with her. Come on, she said with a spark in her eyes. I'm going to show you something beautiful. The kind of thing they should be shown you years ago. Gray let her pull him to his feet, the warmth of her hand strangely grounding. I know a place. Nobody goes there. It's perfect, she added brightly. Gray blinked, letting her pull him along the narrow stone path behind the shops, then up a quiet staircase hidden between two tall walls. Selviria kept glancing back at him, making sure he followed, her long silver hair swaying behind her like a trail of bright light. They climbed one more small set of steps, and then she pushed open an old wooden door that creaked softly. Warm night air rushed in. She pulled them outside. The rooftop spread before them, a high, lonely stretch of stone with a small barrier around the edge. No one else was there. The sky above was open and wide, painted with early stars, and the whole academy sat below them like a glowing kingdom. Selviria stepped forward, breathed in deeply, then pointed toward the horizon with a little proud smile. This is my secret spot, she muttered. I found it by accident one night. I come here when I need to think or when I want peace. Her voice softened, and she looked at him from the corner of her eye. and now I'm sharing it with you. Gray stared at the view, silent, hands in his pockets. It truly was calm, quiet, untouched, a perfect place to watch the world without being part of it. Selviria moved closer until her shoulder brushed against his. And the best thing, she whispered, is that you can see every firework from here. Her eyes brightened with a childlike glow. ALL starts soon. You'll see all of them. The sudden light washed across their faces, and Gray's eyes widened, almost trembling at the shock of it. More explosions followed, like blooming lights that spread like flowers of fire. These are fireworks? He asked quietly, even though the truth was obvious in his voice. Yes. Selviria's answer came with a warm smile, and without hesitation, she slid her fingers between his, holding his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. She didn't seem to remember, or maybe didn't care, that Gray already had someone in his life. Right now, there was only him, her, and the sky breaking open above them. Do you like them? She asked, hope filling her eyes, shining almost as bright as the lights above. Gray stayed silent for a few seconds. The colors changed with each firework, from a soft pink to a sharp white, and then a gentle green that looked like falling leaves. Then he nodded a little. It's beautiful. Probably one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen until today. Selviria exhaled, almost trembling in relief. That's great, she murmured. Then she leaned in closer, slowly resting her head on his shoulder. Her hair slid down his arm in a gentle wave, and her fingers tightened just a bit around his, as if anchoring herself to him. Gray didn't move. His gaze stayed on the sky, watching each burst with quiet focus, as if each one was a rare treasure he'd only get to see once. However, at that single moment, he felt a strange drowsiness wash over him, and he instantly knew what was happening. And somehow, for the first time, he didn't want to change with Gray, not now at least. He looked down at Selviria, who had closed her eyes with a faint smile on her lips, holding on to him as if afraid he would disappear. The emotion of sadness has been recuperated. A panel suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, making the early drowsiness dissipate in a single instant. Would you like to continue cultivating the shadowless sword art? If so, the emotion of sadness will be removed accordingly. Gray didn't hesitate at all. Yes, the emotion has been removed. The faint warmth he had felt earlier, the little sting in his chest, the strange heaviness in his breathing, disappeared completely, wiped clean like dust on a window. Empty and cold again. The drowsiness returned at once, washing over him like a black wave. His eyelids dropped halfway, and he let out a slow breath. Speaking in a quiet voice meant only for himself. Words that slipped out without emotion, without hesitation, like a truth carved deep inside him. Feelings are useless weight. Bang! Another firework burst. Its light reflected in his empty eyes. People cling to emotions, then cry when those same emotions crush them. How foolish. His fingers relaxed around Selviria's hand. I want to be bound by that. Ever. He breathed out slowly, as if speaking a simple fact. If my friends fall, I will move forward. If my lovers break, I will move forward. If I lose myself, even that is fine. His eyes darkened, steady and calm like a man watching the world burn without blinking. All things are tools. All things can be cut away, as long as the path ahead stays clear. There is nothing I want to sacrifice. A cold smile touched his lips. That is the only way to reach what I want. And with that final thought, the drowsiness pulled him into the switch completely, and his body leaned to the side without warning. Selviria's breath hitched. Ashigre. She caught him before he hit the ground, her voice trembling as she pulled him close. Her hands moved fast, almost frantic, and soft green light bloomed from her palms, spreading over his whole body like a warm mist. Her heart pounded as she checked every part of him, his pressure, breath, heartbeat, and even his mana flow. Then her shoulders dropped. Yes, just asleep? A long sigh escaped her lips, almost weak with relief. Her tense fingers loosened around him, but as she looked down at his resting face, her eyes froze. Gray was smiling. Not the cold, sharp arc he normally wore awake, but something gentle, soft, almost boyish. Huh? Her cheeks warmed without her consent. For a moment, she just stared, confused at how such a dangerous young man could look so peaceful. She lifted him carefully, settling his head on her lap. Her fingers brushed his hair back, slow and unsure, as if she worried he might break if she touched him wrong. Her teeth pressed in her lower lip. Then she leaned down, her lips pressed to his forehead in a soft, shaky kiss. "Good night, Gray," she whispered, a sweetness she couldn't hide slipping into her voice. The fireworks kept blooming above them, but Selviria only watched him. Chapter 147, Determination. Ugh. Gray groaned lightly as he pushed himself upright on the bed. His head felt heavy, and he blinked several times until the blurry room slowly came into focus. That bastard really had to switch during the exam? He muttered, rubbing his temples as he looked around. Everything in the room was exactly the same except for a single new letter resting on the bedside table. Jasmine's sleepy yawn echoed inside his head, mixed with sudden surprise. "Something wrong, Jasmine?" Gray asked, picking up the letter and tearing it open. He scanned the contents slowly. Most of it explained that the other Gray hadn't done anything major besides training nonstop. There were a few notes about his relationships, some things that got a bit tense, but apparently nothing Gray couldn't fix. So he really didn't cause chaos this time, but he started training like a maniac. What? Gray frowned, confused. His eyes moved down the page and widened. And the fusion, it only happens when I reach the King Realm. He was a little shocked, after all, although he was a little close to the King Realm. It was only in paper because to get there would take a long time. The realms were Trainee Knight, Mage, Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, King, Saint, Emperor, Sovereign. He was only a late Advanced Knight. So, for Gray to reach the King Realm, he still had 3 full realms and 1 minor stage to climb. Why the hell does it need to happen that late? He must have some other plans. Just trust him. For now, at least. Gray blinked. "What do you mean for now?" His voice sharpened a little. Jasmine had always praised the other Gray, always spoke of him like he was a miracle waiting to happen. So her sudden change made him quite perplexed. "He attacked my origin." Gray froze. "What? Is that even possible?" "I don't know, but he did it, and because of that, it's clear that he wants the body back. Only by erasing me can he easily take over the body. So you'd better start strengthening your soul now, because when the fusion comes, only one of you gets the upper hand." Rip. Gray's hand tightened until his knuckles cracked. That fucking bastard, trying to steal my body? The bitterness in his tone made Jasmine fall silent. After all, this wasn't technically his body at all, but she didn't correct him. Status. Status panel. Name. Graver D. Aurelian, 2 titles. Vessel of Beauty Destruction. Exiled Noble. Incubus in human form race. Human. Class. Clown. Intermediate. Rank. Late Advanced Realm Unique Skill. Swap Unique Talent. Nullification 200 active skills. Puppet Strings class. Madman's Mirror class. 9 Illusionary Dream Steps 0. 9th step. Dimensional Storage passive skills. Blessing of Beauty vessel skill. Laughing Veil class. Combat Intuition ultimate skills. Final Masquerade class. Nothing changed at all. What exactly were you expecting? Well, last time my class went up in grade, Gray shrugged slightly. That was because the other Gray didn't care about getting the body back, so he helped you. But now he wants it. Gray's eyes darkened at Jasmine's words. I need to clear off my mind. He exhaled and stepped out of his dorm. Today was Monday, so he didn't have any important classes. In other words, it would be a problem skipping them. Oh, I forgot to check out the suit he bought for the ball. Gray stopped in his tracks, but then continued going forward either way. And without realizing, he had reached the training grounds, where he went to a private room with a motionless dummy. His eyes looked over it, and instantly, a rage overwhelmed his body. His fingers twitched instantly. Snap! Fwish! Thin silver strings shot out from his gloves, slicing through the air, wrapping around the dummy's neck, torso, arms, legs. Move. Gray yanked. The strings tightened, digging into the dummy's reinforced wood. The surface cracked, splinters snapping off. He pulled harder, causing his shoulders to flex, his muscles to tense, mana flooding into every tendon, but the dummy didn't break. The strings shook violently, vibrating in frustration. Come on, come on. He dragged his arm back like he was trying to rip the whole thing apart with brute force. But the reinforced dummy refused to give in. Every slice barely left dents as mana sparks flickered and died on impact. TCH. He snapped his wrist, the strings retreating back into the gloves with a hiss, swallowing the rage for a single breath. Bang! Then his fist smashed into the dummy with a sound so loud it echoed off all four walls. Why? Another punch. Thud. Why would he want the body? Another. Boom. His shoulders twisted violently, every muscle straining as he slammed his knuckles into the dummy's chest. He didn't even feel the pain as his rage drowned it out completely. Why now? Why after everything? His voice cracked, raw and filled with confusion he refused to admit. His breath came out ragged and uneven. He stepped forward and threw a right hook that rocked the dummy back. Crack! The frame holding the dummy in place creaked loudly. Gray didn't stop. His left fist slammed forward next, tearing through the air with a dull whomp. Why does he want to erase me? He punched again. His legs shifted automatically, one step forward, hips turning, spine straight. The perfect form of someone who had been fighting since childhood. But there was nothing elegant now, as his technique was drowned under pure emotion. BAM! His knuckles dug deeper into the thick material. This is my body too. Another punch. My life. Another. My existence. He barely recognized his own voice anymore. It had turned quite hoarse, and it was even trembling. Sweat rolled down his neck, fell down his chin, and dripped onto the floor. His fists blurred. Thud, thud, thud. His breathing grew harsher. Why? He roared again, his fist smashing directly into the dummy's core. The air shook. His glove tore slightly. And still, the damn dummy stood there silently, as if mocking him. Gray's punches slowed. His arms trembled. And then he took one more step forward and slammed his fist with everything he had left. Boom! The sound rang out like a small explosion. And then nothing. His fist stayed pressed against the dummy, his forehead leaning forward, sweat dripping down, falling onto the wooden surface. His breath poured out in shaky waves. Why? Why does he want to take everything from me? He whispered, voice hollow, broken in a way he didn't want anyone in the world to hear. Silence filled the room. Slowly, his fingers loosened as his hands dropped to his sides. And just at that moment, don't worry, I'm here with you, aren't I? A soft, warm voice flowed through his mind. Gray froze. Just those words, those simple words made something inside him unclench. His breath steadied just a little. With the power of my soul, he will never be able to beat us. A faint shimmer appeared in the air behind him, and then a translucent shadow of Jasmine's figure manifested, her form made of soft golden light. She moved without sound, drifting closer until she was directly behind him. Her arms gently wrapped around his chest. A slow, warm embrace, the kind meant to stop someone from falling apart. Her touch sank into him like sunlight on frozen skin. Hafu. His breathing slowly calmed down as he felt the warmth radiating from Jasmine's soul form, and his fists slowly loosened up. You're not alone in this. Jasmine's voice brushed against his ear like warm breath. Her head rested gently between his shoulder blades, the light of her spiritual form curling around him in a soft embrace. I'll make sure of it. Gray's eyes lowered, then slowly closed. Slowly. His body wasn't so tense anymore. His fists weren't shaking, and the violent edge in his mind began to melt away. They stayed like that for nearly 20 minutes with Gray breathing quietly, Jasmine holding him from behind, her soothing presence keeping his thoughts from spiraling again. Only when his heartbeat returned to a calm rhythm did her figure slowly dissolve into thin golden wisps that drifted into the air. Gray opened his eyes and exhaled. He pushed himself upright, brushing the dust and sweat from his clothes. His expression had changed completely. No more rage twisting in his hypnotic irises, no scattered thoughts or confusion. Only a sharp determination remained. I can do this. Boom. A sudden force surged through his body. It felt like something inside his core burst open. He staggered for a second as a wave of power rushed through his limbs, filling him with a heat so dense it nearly made him gasp. A breakthrough. He was deeply surprised as he didn't think that clearing out his thoughts would actually make him break through to the peak of the advanced realm. Seriously, clearing my head was all I needed? He muttered, eyes widening at the strength spreading through him. He clenched his fists, then opened them again, feeling the way his mana flowed smoother, cleaner, stronger. He was now at the peak of the advanced realm. He could almost laugh. Ha! One more realm, and I'm officially a master. His voice trembled with excitement. He wanted more. Gray needed more. He needed to close the distance between himself and the other Gray as quickly as possible. So he didn't have any time to waste, and instantly his eyes locked on the motionless dummy next to him. He decided directly that he would increase his training hours to be able to compete with the other Gray. Since the other Gray couldn't cultivate when he was sleeping, he would take advantage of the fact that he had more time controlling the body than the other Gray had and surpass him. Chapter 148. The end of the semester. I am Mitch. 3 days left until the ball, Gray muttered as he stood in front of the mirror, turning his shoulders a little to see the fit of the suit. It fitted him perfectly, and it was fucking comfortable. At least he has good taste, he whispered under his breath, not sure if he should be grateful or irritated about that. He slid out of the suit and slipped back into his student uniform. The shirt fit loosely at the shoulders, the gloves needed a small pull at the wrist, and he brushed the sleeves down until the folds were smooth. Good enough, he murmured. He gave himself one last look and stepped out of his dorm. His boots tapped softly on the marble floor as he walked through the quiet halls of the academy. Apparently, today it was a dungeon raid day, and the rumor was that the level they'd be clearing touched the border of the Master Realm. Creak! He pushed open the classroom door. The hinges complained, and the moment he entered, Professor Otto's sharp gaze stabbed into him like cold needles. Gray didn't blink. He simply walked forward, but then stopped for a second when a bright voice rushed into his ear. Gray. He lifted his eyes. Lyra sat a few rows back, waving at him with a smile so bright it felt like sunlight hitting his face. Her golden eyes sparkled, not just with energy, but with pride. When did she move into Class AB? Did she challenge someone? Gray thought, his eyebrows twitching slyly. He walked over without hesitation and sat beside her. What did you challenge someone? He whispered curiously. Yesterday, she whispered back, leaning closer to him. I challenged the 18th seat and won. So now, her grin widened, we could spend all our time together. Her happiness was so loud, he could almost feel it vibrating off her. His expression softened against his will. He slid an arm around her waist and pressed a light kiss to her cheek. Kaya Dash. Her voice shot up in a small yelp, but he reacted fast, covering her mouth with his hand. Shoo. Lyra nodded, face red, eyes shaky with excitement. But then, the professor's voice reached both of them. Student Gray, Professor Otto's cold voice cut through the room. Are you done flirting with a new student? Lyra's whole body stiffened, turning deep red from ears to neck. Gray, however, didn't even move his hand from her waist. Yes, he replied with such calm sincerity that Otto's eyebrow twitched. The professor inhaled deeply, then pushed his glasses up with a stiff motion before continuing. Like I was saying, today we are conducting a dungeon raid. The level of this dungeon reaches the early master stage. Because of that, students will once again form groups of 4. This time, you may choose your own teams. The room erupted in quiet murmurs. Otto raised a hand to silence them. This assignment counts for 20% of your total grade. The first semester ends in 3 days. Use your time wisely. His gaze swept through the whole class, checking every face before he let out a short breath. That's all. He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack! The air bent as the walls stretched like soft fabric. Then the entire classroom blurred into streaks of color. A second later, the floor hardened under their feet as they had been teleported to the training grounds. A giant red portal spun in front of them, its surface pulling the air in small sucking waves. You have 5 minutes to choose your teams, Otto ordered. At once, everyone rushed to form groups. Just like before, Gray didn't need to move as his team filled instantly. Lyra clung to his side, Selena walked lightly, and Celine followed right after. But someone was missing even if their team was already full, so Gray scanned the area again. Whereas Lyra? He turned to Selena. What happened to Lyra? Selena blinked. I heard she got into a fight with a special admission student. She lost badly. If I remember right, she lifted her finger and pointed into the distance. It's that guy. Gray followed her gaze, and he frowned slyly. Leon and Maylee stood with their usual group. But added to that circle was a tall man with brown hair, bright golden eyes, the same shade as Lyra S. A sharp annoyance pricked at Gray's chest. Don't tell me, brother. Lyra's voice suddenly reached his ears as she hurried toward him, tears forming in her eyes. Gray almost panicked upon seeing this. Wasn't she adopted by the church? How come she has a brother? If she indeed had done, she probably wouldn't be able to know him at first sight. He frowned deeply. Am I overthinking? Gray, be careful of him. He asked the same as Cassandra. He inherited the whole power of a dying god. And to make things worse, Jasmine said those words. Before he could react, Lyra grabbed the man's wrist and tugged him toward the group, still sniffling but smiling brightly. Brother, these are my friends. Selena, Celine, and that's my boyfriend, she explained excitedly, before strolling over to Gray and hugging his arm. This is my brother, she nodded to Gray. Gray gave a polite nod and reached out his hand. The man didn't even look at it, and instead, his gaze slid past Gray like he was a piece of dust, landing directly on Selena and Celine. This fucker, Gray retracted his hand before his eyes narrowed coldly. And Lyra, even after seeing this, just looked at Gray with a pleading look as if saying, I'm sorry for his actions. I'll repay you later. All right? The name is Adrian. Ladies, he said smoothly, smiling charmingly as he stepped closer to the girls. I hope we could become the best of friends. He even bent down, reaching to take Celine's hand. Slap. Celine's hand cracked against his with a sharp smack. You may be our friend's brother, but that doesn't mean we'll go easy on you. Selena planted her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Celine didn't even need to add anything as her narrowed eyes said enough. But Adrian only smiled, as none of it bothered him. Don't worry, I'll prove myself by actions. Both girls rolled their eyes. Then Adrian finally turned his back on them, strolling toward Leon and Maylee. But before he reached them, he glanced over his shoulder and shot Gray one last sharp glare. Gray's fingers twitched instantly, and that small movement was enough to show he was holding himself back from punching him on the throat. Your brother sucks, Celine muttered straight into Lyra's ear. Lyra let out a weak smile and made a little apologetic face, her shoulders shrinking slyly. Sorry, I didn't think you would act like that. She tugged at Gray's arm, as if asking him not to explode. Gray still didn't say anything, but the next voice made a vain pulse on his forehead. At least he is pretty handsome. If he were a little uglier, I would slap the shit out of him. Selena shrugged, as if that made everything better. Lyra's eyes lit up at once. Oh, do you like my brother? She asked with way too much excitement. I'd love to have you as my sister-in-law. Selena's face froze as her eyes widened instantly in a panicking way. Never. Lyra was taken back to her sudden shout. After all, she herself had mentioned that her brother was quite handsome. Meanwhile, Selena then looked at Gray, guilt tightening her expression. He ignored her completely. She was a sacrificial piece, so it didn't matter if she dated Adrian or not. As long as she did her job well. Gray wouldn't give a fuck about their relationship. Thinking about this, Gray easily calmed down. Attention! Otto's voice boomed across the field. The 5 minutes had passed, and all the groups gathered in front of him. One last warning, Otto continued, pointing at the huge red portal. This is a red portal. That means the dungeon's environment will be completely random. Normal dungeons are predictable caves, ruins, tunnels. This one could throw you into a forest or straight onto a snow mountain. Murmurs rose across the field. Also, this exam may take 1 day minimum, 3 days maximum. If it reaches 3 days, I will enter the portal myself and drag all of you back. Understood? Yes, sir. The reply thundered. Good. Then everyone may enter the portal. The students burst forward, wave after wave, stepping through the swirling red light. Gray paused with his group for a moment as Lyra tightened her cloak. Selena cracked her neck, and Celine exhaled softly. Stay close. No stupid moves. Gray looked at them. I only do smart moves, Selena smirked. That's what scares me, Celine added, rolling her eyes. Lyra nodded quickly at their interaction before shouting lightly. Everyone hold hands. It's safer. Gray gave her a dry look. It's not. She grabbed his hand anyway. Then they stepped through. The world snapped around them. A blast of freezing wind slammed into their faces the instant they appeared on the other side. All 4 of them shouted at the same time. What the fuck, Dash? They were standing on the very peak of a snow mountain, icy air cutting into their skin like tiny knives. Great. Just great. I'm gonna freeze my tits off, Dash. Selena wrapped her arms around herself. Clunch. Celine stomped on the snow. Who starts a test like this? I can't feel my fingers. Lyra's voice shook as she tightened her grip in Gray's hand, as if seeking out warmth. Fucking hell. Gray instantly adjusted the sleeves of his shirt. We don't have a fire mage. We're fucked. Chapter 149. The end of the semester, too few. Huh. Cold, foggy breath slipped from their lips as they started moving, each step sinking into the snow. The wind pushed at them, biting through their clothes and making their bodies tremble nonstop. None of them had reached the Master Realm, so they couldn't exactly create a force field to protect themselves from the cold. See cold. Lyra suddenly threw her arms around Gray's waist and shoved her hands into the pockets of his jeans as if her life depended on it. Ashi. Gray flinched. Fucking hell. He looked around frantically, searching for anything, a cave, a wall of rocks, even a fallen tree, anything that could block the wind for even a second. Selena, can't you make warm water for us? Gray asked through chattering teeth. Selena turned toward him. Her lips were pale and cracked. I can try, but if our clothes get wet, we'll freeze even faster. Then we should find a cave, Celine said, her arms wrapped tight around herself. The group nodded until Gray suddenly stopped walking. A few meters away, a creature trudged through the snow. It looked like a polar bear at first, but its fur was streaked with gray shadows. Long bone-like spikes jutted from its back, and its eyes glowed a deep, unnatural purple. A dark, heavy aura rolled off its body like poison fog. Gray's eyes sharpened. We can get warmth from the corpse. Before anyone could speak, he tore himself out of Lyra's hold and sprinted forward, snow exploding under each step. Gee, Gray, Lyra cried out. Where are you going? Selena shouted, panicked. Gray didn't answer as he rushed towards the creature. He flicked his fingers. Fwip, fwip. Thin silver strings shot out, cutting through the air toward the creature's neck and legs. Grua. The beast roared and swung its massive paw, claws slicing through the air. Clang! The paw smashed against the tightened strings, causing sparks to spread around. The cold slowed the threads, making them stiff, almost dull. Gray gritted his teeth. TSK. I can't cut it cleanly. The creature lunged forward and slammed its shoulder into him. Boom! Gray was forced back, snow exploding around him. He slid across the ice, boots scraping, breath knocked out of his lungs. Gray! Lyra screamed behind him. He ignored it and instead twisted his wrist sharply. Snap! More threads shot out. wrapping around the beast's front leg. He yanked hard. Thud! The creature stumbled and punched the ground with its massive paw to steady itself. Seeing this, Gray took the opportunity and rushed in. He leapt, spun, and kicked the beast right across the jaw, sending a spray of ice and spit into the wind. The bear roared and swung its other paw straight at his head. Whoosh! Gray ducked, slid under it, and sent a web of threads up its stomach, trying to slice the softer parts. But the cold made everything sluggish, every move slower than it should have been. Damn a dash! The creature reared up on its hind legs, shadow spikes rattling on its back, and slammed both paws down. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave of snow outward, nearly burying Gray as he rolled to the side. Damn it! Gray steadied himself, breath shaking in the frigid air. The creature roared again, lowering its spiked head and charging straight at him. Crumph! Snow blasted outward as it sprinted. Gray raised his hand, but before he could move, a flash of gold tore across the mountain peak. Thumb. Lightning snapped through the air like a whip, bright enough to blind him for a heartbeat. Stay away from him. Lyra's voice cut through the storm. Golden lightning wrapped around her arms, her hair lifting slightly from the static. Her eyes glowed the same burning gold as she skidded past Gray, planting her feet in the snow. The beast turned too slowly. Lyra clenched her fists. Bzzzt crockum. A bolt of golden lightning shot forward and struck the creature's chest, blasting straight through the thick fur and into its heart. The monster jerked, spasming violently as the electricity tore through its body. Growl! It staggered, smoke rising from its fur. Thumph! Then collapsed into the snow with a deep, heavy thud. Lyra didn't even look at the corpse. She spun around, her boots slipping on the ice as she rushed straight toward Gray. Gray! Her voice cracked, half in panic, half in anger, half in relief. She didn't even care how messy it sounded. She dropped to her knees in front of him and grabbed his face with trembling hands. Are you hurt? Why did you run off like that? Her fingers were shaking, still sparking with leftover electricity, but she held him tightly as if afraid he would crumble right there in the snow. Her breath came out in white clouds. Don't scare me like that, she whispered, pulling him in her arms, the cold and the lightning mixing in a strange warmth only she could make. Phew! Don't worry, Gray replied dryly. Selena and Celine hurried through the deep snow, slipping and stumbling their way toward the two of them. Selena let out a long breath. Damn, you two scare the hell out of us. Next time, warn us before you run at a giant monster. Celine crossed her arms, looking at Gray with an annoyed expression. Gray exhaled slowly and pushed himself up to his feet. Lyra stayed close, still holding his sleeve like she refused to let go. He walked toward the creature's steaming corpse and pulled out his rapier. The metal gleamed faintly in the cold air as he crouched down. Let us get the fur off. We need the heat. He slid the blade under the thick hide and began cutting. Eschararke. Eschararke. The rapier sliced through the warm flesh with slow, controlled motions. I'll pull when you're ready. Celine knelt on the other side, gripping the edge firmly. Selena moved beside Gray. I'll help here, Lyra. Take that side. Lyra wiped her nose with the back of her hand and gave a sharp nod. All okay. Together. The three girls held the fur steady while Gray worked the blade around the creature's torso. Steam rose with every cut as heat poured out like breath from a furnace. With one final slice, rip, the whole piece of fur came loose, heavy and warm. Gray stood up and handed it to Selena. Clean it. Got it. Selena placed her hands over the fur. Water cleanse. A soft glow appeared, and a thin sheet of water swept across the fur, instantly clearing the blood and impurities, but evaporating before it soaked in. It was a basic utility spell, one that didn't leave anything wet. There, no drying needed. Selena smiled proudly. Gray took one of the warm pieces and wrapped it around his shoulders. Heat hit him instantly, sinking into his skin like the sweetest relief. Celine grabbed her share and instantly melted away. Oh, gods, this feels like heaven. I can actually feel my body again. Lyra wrapped herself in hers and let out a tiny moan of relief. I'm never taking this off. Ever. Selena hugged her piece tightly. Gray let out a slow breath, steam rolling from his mouth as the warmth finally spread through his chest and arms. Good, he murmured. Now we want T freeze to death. Gray tightened the warm fur around his shoulders and scanned the area. The snow around them stretched into a dense white forest with trees coated in snow, branches heavy, and the wind still cutting through the gaps like a blade. There were no monsters nearby, no movement, nothing but the sound of the storm. Then, Gray motioned over to them. We need food, he said quietly. And wood. Lyra can make fire with her lightning, but he looked up at the swaying treetops as a harsh gust slammed into them. If the wind keeps hitting like this, it'll blow the fire out instantly. Celine nodded at his words, pulling her fur tighter. So we need shelter first, somewhere the wind can't reach us. A cave will be perfect, or at least a wall of rocks. Anything that blocks one side. Selena raised a hand. Lyra stepped closer to Gray's arm, still warming her hands inside his pocket. I can search ahead with lightning sparks, but I don't want to get too far from you. No splitting up. Not a place like this. Gray sighed softly. Celine pointed toward a slope between the trees. There might be natural dips or hidden cliffs that can block the wind. We just need to look. Worst case, we dig a hole and shove ourselves inside. Selena smirked a little. I'd rather we don't bury ourselves alive. Lyra shook her head instantly. Gray nodded once. All right, we look for shelter first. Wood and food after. The three girls exchanged determined looks. Then let us start before we freeze to death, Selena uttered as she cracked her fingers. And so, the four of them pushed deeper into the snowy forest in search of a place the brutal wind couldn't reach. By now, they weren't thinking of clearing the dungeon, since it was too fucking cold for them to be able to do anything. For now, they simply decided to find shelter and then decide their plans. Chapter 150. The end of the semester 3. After almost 2 hours of pushing through the freezing forest, all four of them were tired, half numb, and more than done with the cold. Their breaths came out in thick white clouds, their boots sinking deep into the snow with every step. Clunch, clunch. Ahead of the three of them, Selena slowly walked through the thick snow, muttering in annoyance. If we don't find a cave soon, gonna fump. She suddenly vanished. Selena, Lyra shrieked. Gray rushed forward, only to see Selena's legs sticking out of a huge mound of snow as she kicked wildly. What the get me out of here? She yelled, her voice echoing strangely. Gray grabbed her ankles and pulled her backward. Selena slid out, coughing snow, but behind her, the hole she made opened into a dark space. Wait, that as Celine blinked. A cave, Gray finished. They brushed away more snow, and a hidden entrance slowly took shape. A small cave mouth completely buried under a thick layer of packed snow. Without Selena's fall, they would walked right past it. Ow. At least it was useful, Selena groaned, rubbing her shoulders lightly. A lucky find, Gray nodded. They stepped inside the cave. The cave wasn't too big, but big enough for all four of them to sit, move around a little, and even had a little space to make a fire. The walls blocked the wind almost completely. It was still cold, but the air didn't cut like knives anymore. This is perfect. Finally, Lyra hugged her fur tightly. We can make this work. We can put the fire here in the center, and we can then put the meat in the snow, Celine added as she took a look around. I'm not moving for at least 2 minutes. Selena sat down heavily. Gray dusted snow off his coat and turned to them. All right. Now that we have shelter, we need wood for the fire and meat. Figures. But, Gray continued, raising a hand, before anyone steps outside, I'll check the surroundings first. I'll plant traps with my strings. His eyes swept along the walls of the cave. And I want to see if there's anything useful inside here. Or anything dangerous hiding. I'll help you look, Lyra nodded quickly. I'll rest for a second, then I'll help gather wood. Selena lifted a hand at his words. Celine stretched her arms before finally speaking. I'll stay near the entrance and watch for movement. Gray nodded to them before they moved further into the small cave, eventually following a very narrow passage that was barely wide enough for both of them to squeeze through. Their footsteps echoed softly, and the air was surprisingly getting warmer and less harsh as they advanced. After a short walk, the passage suddenly opened up. Both of them stopped. "What the hell?" Gray blurted out in complete surprise. A massive underground chamber stretched out before them. The ceiling glowed faint pink from the crystals stuck to the walls with long, sharp shards that gave the space a soft, otherworldly light. On the ground, patches of green grass grew in small clusters, alive and fresh despite the freezing world outside, and scattered everywhere. Chunks of ore, black or silver or violet or that pulsed lightly, and even gold-like stones mixed in between. Dozens of types, or maybe even more. Lyra blinked in awe. This place is amazing." Gray crouched beside a cluster of stones and ran his fingers across one. The surface was smooth and even quite warm. "These look expensive. Very damn expensive." His eyes shimmered with instant greed as he wanted to put them into his dimensional storage. However, he didn't have the tools to do so, but maybe his rapier would work. Besides, his attention was then caught by something else. Past the ores, in the far corner of the chamber, a lake glimmered with pure, crystal-clear water that reflected the pink glow of the crystals overhead. Mist rose lightly from its surface. Lyra grabbed Gray's sleeve. "Look, the water is clean." They walked carefully toward the lake, the grass brushing against their boots. Gray crouched down at the edge, scooped a handful of water into his palm, and took a slow sip. He exhaled softly, the tension leaving his shoulders. "Perfect. We have a water source now." Then his expression twisted. "Which is pretty useless since we have Selena spells." "It's not useless. We can take a bath here." Lyra puffed her cheeks. "A bath?" Gray lifted an eyebrow. "A warm bath. After all this cold, it would feel amazing." Lyra nodded eagerly. Gray's lips curled slowly. "Oh, really? I would mind sharing a bath with you three." Lyra's face turned bright red. "Ashi." She stomped her foot lightly on the grass. "You can only share it with me, you idiot. Don't even think about the other two. Relax. I was joking." Gray smirked and stood up. Her cheeks puffed even more as she crossed her arms. "No, you weren't," she muttered. They spent a few more minutes checking every corner of the huge inner chamber, touching the grass, checking the crystals, even tapping the walls to make sure there wasn't some hidden monster waiting to ambush them. Everything stayed still and calm. It really was the perfect spot for a small camp. Gray and Lyra exchanged a small look, both knowing they'd found something far better than expected. "Let us go get the other two," Gray murmured. They turned back toward the passage, starting to walk out, but they didn't even take 3 steps before their blood ran cold. "Haa! Get away from me!" The screams ripped through the cave. Crackle. Instantly, Lyra bolted forward at full speed, golden sparks exploding from her feet. Gray followed right behind her, calm but fast, his eyes narrowing as he let his strings unwind behind him. They burst out into the main chamber and froze. Selena and Celine were backed into a wall, both pale and trembling, while a full pack of silver wolves circled them with their silver fur raised and their eyes glowing like cold steel. 8 of them. Gray's expression tightened. Shit. Silver wolves, monsters at the intermediate master realm. He didn't waste another second. Fwish. Threads shot out of his fingers instantly, weaving into a thick web barrier in front of Selena and Celine. The silver wolves snarled as the strands snapped into place, forming a tight wall between predator and prey. "Stay behind that," Gray shouted. Crackle. Lyra blurred past him, golden lightning bursting in all directions. She leaned her body forward, feet barely touching the snowy cave floor, her hair whipping behind her as she summoned a long spear of pure lightning. "Get away from them." She slammed the spear down. Splurt. One silver wolf didn't even have time to yelp. It exploded into neat, sliced chunks of meat, so clean it almost looked carved. Everyone, Gray included, blinked at the violent precision. But Lyra was done. Crackle. She exploded forward, her body turning into a streak of gold as the lightning burst under her feet. The moment Lyra reached the pack, she twisted her body to the side, dragging her golden spear through the air and carving a glowing arc. Crack! The lightning-coated spear hammered into the first silver wolf's skull with a deafening snap. Its head shattered apart, dissolving into neat, flattened slices of meat that scattered across the snow. The remaining 6 jerked back, their silver fur bristling, fangs bared, low growls rumbling in their throats. The wolf's spine folded unnaturally, its legs giving out as its body slammed into the snow, twitching once before going still. The rest lunged all at once. 2 from the front, 2 from the left, one circling around to strike at her exposed back. Lyra slid her foot back, eyes narrowing. Electricity gathered around her arms, forming thin blades of light. Rower! The first wolf jumped at her throat. She crouched, then dashed under its leap. Then, the moment she passed beneath, she dragged the lightning blade straight through its belly. SHLRT. The beast split open with a clean, wet rip, collapsing into 2 neat halves. 2 more came from the left, jaws wide. Lyra planted her foot, pivoted sharply, and thrust her arm forward. A long spear of golden lightning formed in an instant. Crack WHSHH. She skewered the first cleanly through the mouth, the lightning burning a hole out the back of its skull. Circling her now with cautious steps. Fwhip! One suddenly rushed in with surprising speed, its claws slashing upward in a diagonal line aimed at her ribs. Lyra leaned back, letting the claws pass just inches over her stomach, and she slid her leg between its front paws. Thud! The wolf collapsed on its side with a surprised yelp. Crackle! Then, before it could stand, Lyra rammed her knee into its jaw, dislocating it, then grabbed its muzzle and twisted sharply. Crack! Neck snapped. The last wolf broke and tried to flee. Crackle! Lyra smiled lightly at this and rushed forward as if she had become lightning itself, chasing the beast in a streak of gold. The ground tore up behind her, snow spraying everywhere as she overtook it easily. She jumped, spun mid-air, and brought both hands together. The golden light gathered between her palms, swelling into a heavy, spear-like mass. Foom! She hurled it. The spear ripped through the air with a piercing whistle before sinking into the wolf's back. Crack! An explosion of golden bolts burst outward, vaporizing the last silver wolf entirely. Silence fell. Snowflakes drifted back to the ground, settling gently over the shredded remains. Selena and Celine slowly lowered their trembling arms, still wrapped in Grey-S web trap. Their chests rose and fell rapidly, eyes wide with leftover panic. Lyra walked back toward them, lightning fading from her skin, her breathing steady despite the carnage she had just unleashed. Gray finally stopped strolling and let out a low sigh. You really didn't even let me play a little? They scared the girls. That's enough reason to kill them fast. Lyra huffed, wiping a bit of blood from her cheek. Her words were firm, yet she still shot him a sideways look, that little jealous spark always hiding in her eyes. Gray stepped beside her, glancing over the neatly carved battlefield. Well, at least we got meat, he muttered before flicking his fingers. His strings spread out, cutting a few larger pieces into proper chunks for carrying. Let us clean the area. Then we get back to the cave. Selena and Celine nodded shakily. Chapter 151. The end of the semester for, meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon. Melis's group, unlike Grey-S, wasn't struggling through knee-deep snow or fighting for their lives. No, on their side of the dungeon. Everything felt almost comfortable, almost like a vacation. And the reason was simple. Adrian, a rare, full 4-element mage, fire, water, earth, and wind all obeyed him like loyal pets. With him around, the others hardly had to lift a finger. Not to mention that he was at the peak of the Master Realm, almost touching the threshold of the Grandmaster Realm. Good job, man, Leon said with a grin, tapping Adrian's shoulder before opening a spatial rift ahead, clearing out an entire wall of piled snow with one flick. Adrian nodded calmly. Flames curled up his palm in response, brightening from gentle red to a brilliant white-orange. The snow at his feet hissed. FSHHH-. A wave of heat washed out, melting the surrounding area into a clear, dry circle big enough for all of them to stand in. Beside them, already finished, stood a small snow house they had built, having somewhat sturdy walls, a smooth entrance, and even ventilation holes. In front of it, a neat bonfire crackled away, with Maylise sitting closest to the fire, her hands stretched out to steal every bit of warmth she could. Next to her was another girl from their class, none other than Claire, the fire elemental mage who participated in Grey S group during the practical dungeon exam. Huff! Claire flicked her finger. FWSSSH. A tiny spark hopped off her fingertip and immediately blossomed into a larger flame, feeding the bonfire until it glowed brighter. Maylise shifted her gaze to her, eyes narrowing with a strange curiosity. "You're Claire, right?" she suddenly asked. Claire blinked, turning her head slightly. "Yes, that's me." "If I'm correct," Maylise continued, adjusting her posture and placing her hands neatly on her knees, "you were grouped with my brother during the practical dungeon exam." "Your brother?" Claire tilted her head, a puzzled look crossing her face. She clearly had no idea who Maylise's brother was. "His name is Gray." "G. Gray?" Claire froze on the spot. Her face went red instantly, bright as the fire she used. The memory of those 3 promised kisses slammed in her mind, so hard she nearly squeaked. She started fanning her cheeks with both hands. Maylise's expression visibly darkened at the sight of Claire looking like a blushing maiden dreaming of a lover. "Ygis. I did," Claire finally managed, thighs brushing together unconsciously as she tried to regain some dignity. "We worked together for the exam," she muttered softly. "MHM. Maylise leaned forward slightly, eyes sharpening. "Tell me, did you notice anything peculiar or strange about him?" "The Gray from now on differs slightly from the Gray I knew. The Gray I know is colder than ice itself, seeing everyone as tools and not caring about all the bad things we did to him because, in his view, we were insignificant, or rather, our worth wasn't higher than that of an ant." Just thinking of those memories, Maylise almost shivered in sheer fear as she remembered those pitch-black eyes, the ones that held no emotion or humanity. Claire hesitated slyly. For a moment, the fire reflected in her eyes dimmed, replaced with something that looked closer to fear. "So, what are you two whispering about?" Suddenly, Adrian's voice cut clean through the tension. Claire flinched while Maylise's eyes cooled. Adrian walked toward them with an easy, confident smile, hands in his pockets, fire still flickering faintly around his fingertips from melting the last of the snow. As he approached, he glanced over his shoulder. Leon was far ahead, still clearing a path through the snow with spatial magic, too focused to notice anything behind him. A slow grin curled across Adrian's lips. "Well, looks like it's just us 3 right now," he said lightly, turning his gaze back to the 2 girls. "And I have to say, having the 2 prettiest ones alone with me is making this exam much more enjoyable." Claire blinked, startled. Maylise's expression, however, didn't change. "You know," he continued, "if things get colder, I wouldn't mind keeping either of you warm. Or both." He winked. Crackle. Maylise's pupils sharpened at his words, and a bright, deep sapphire color suddenly swirled through her eyes, like ink dropping into water. Her hand moved gracefully, almost lazily, toward her staff. The moment her fingers wrapped around it, boom! A pressure exploded outward. Adrian's breath caught. His knees bent slightly as if the air had thickened around him. Sweat bloomed on his forehead in less than a second. "Ashu?" Maylise didn't raise her voice. She didn't even stand. She simply lifted her chin and stared at him. That faint smile he had turned brittle immediately. "Adrian," she said softly, tone polite, but carrying the weight of a blade against the throat. "Are you perhaps misunderstanding something?" He stiffened directly, swallowing his saliva hard. "I was just—" Her pressure tightened. "Fool him." The air shook. Adrian's legs trembled. Claire stepped back, equally shocked and impressed. Melis didn't blink. You were joking, correct? He nodded so fast his hair bounced. Oh, of course. Just a joke. Just a harmless little joke. Yep. Melis's fingers relaxed. The crushing pressure vanished, as if someone had sucked it out of the air. Adrian exhaled sharply and forced a smile through the beads of sweat on his forehead. Haha, wow. Powerful aura, Melis. You really got me there. Anyway, I'll, check on Leon. Yep, right now, without waiting another second. He turned and walked away, so quickly it bordered on running. Claire watched him go, jaw slightly open. Melis didn't even look his way. She only lifted a hand to the fire again, warming her palms with perfect calm, as if she hadn't just threatened a four-element mage into submission with a single glare. Claire, meanwhile, still hadn't closed her mouth. Both of the siblings are complete monsters. Her shoulders trembled on their own, a tiny shiver running down her spine. Melis didn't look at her, but her lips parted anyway. You still haven't answered my question. Oh, Claire blinked. About Gray. Did you notice anything strange about him? Anything at all? Melis tilted her head slightly, eyes half-lidded. Claire let out a tiny, startled shriek, more a squeak than anything, and straightened her posture. I mean, I didn't know him before, so I can't compare. She rubbed her arm nervously. But, well, he was very flirty with us. Melis's eyes flicked toward her. Claire cleared her throat quickly, then began explaining the events from the practical dungeon exam. He made jokes constantly, kept teasing us, even forced us into making a promise in exchange for helping us with monsters that were basically killing us. Her cheeks reddened heavily as she looked away. I'm not going to mention what the promise was. Melis raised an eyebrow, but didn't push. Claire continued, her brows knitting together. But the strangest part wasn't that. It was... She hesitated. It was when Jess, his so-called bestie, died. The fire crackled. Claire didn't notice that Melis's eyes lowered a fraction. He didn't scream or panic, Claire said softly. He didn't even look shocked. Instead, he went straight after Leon, and then fought the boss monster by himself. Her fingers brushed her temples, as if trying to understand all. It felt like he used to fight to burn down whatever he was feeling. She met Melis's gaze again, like he was afraid to feel it, or like he didn't want anyone to see it. She exhaled slowly. I don't know. That's all that happened. Melis nodded lightly at her words. Then, she stared at the fire for a long, heavy moment. Does that mean that during this time, he hadn't reached that emotionless state? She thought, her eyes watching the fire crackle lightly. Flirty, huh? Our father forced him to act like a playboy, and he seemed to have gotten used to that farce. Probably even creating a second kind of personality to act like that. Her thoughts trailed off as her eyes darkened slyly. If that's true, that means that feelings of his true personality were simply hidden by that farce, which caused him to turn into that monster. And it kind of blurted out, she blew on her hands before placing them on her cheeks. Claire simply nodded, but her fingers fidgeted as if she was nervous about something. And before Melis could ask, Claire spoke instead. By the way, yeah, could you match me up with your brother? Claire's fidgeting increased as her face flushed red. Thump! A vein popped in Melis's forehead. Chapter 152. The end of the semester. Clap, clap. Gray dusted off his hands, the last threads snapping back into his sleeves. Let us go, he said, jerking his chin toward the cave. Before another pack shows up. Selena and Celine didn't need to be told twice. They hurried behind the two, still shaking a little from the shock. Lyra walked ahead with Gray, her steps confident as she guided them through the winding tunnels. After a few minutes, the narrow stone hallway began to widen, a soft light blooming ahead. Almost there, Gray said. The other two girls peeked forward and froze. Wait, what is that? Selena whispered. They turned the final corner, and both Selena and Celine gasped loudly. No way, Dash. What the hell, this is so beautiful. Their voices echoed through the massive chamber as their eyes drank in the scene. The pink crystals glowed along the walls, casting gentle light over the lush green patches of grass spreading across the stone. The oars, whether they were silver, gold-like, violet, or black, were scattered like treasure piles waiting to be claimed. Selina dashed toward a cluster of shimmering stones, crouching instantly. "Are these expensive?" she breathed. "Very," Gray replied simply. Celine stepped forward, too, touching a strip of glowing amethyst embedded in the wall. "This place looks like a hidden sanctuary," she murmured. Lyra walked ahead proudly, as if showing off something she owned. "I told you. Isn't it perfect?" She lifted her arms slightly, as though presenting the space. "We even have a water lake." She pointed toward the crystal-clear lake. Selina and Celine rushed to the edge, eyes sparkling. "It's actually clean. It's warm, too. Look, there's steam." Lyra grinned and looked up at Gray, almost puffing her chest out with pride. "See? Told you it was amazing." Gray's lips twitched into a small smirk. "Yeah, it's perfect for a camp." Selina spun around, arms wide like a child showing off a new toy. "We don't even need a heater in here. And the crystals keep the light steady," Celine added, crouching near the lake to test the water with her fingertip. "And this is actually drinkable?" Gray nodded once. "I tested it." The two girls exchanged excited looks and practically bounced in place. They unpacked their things near the lake, wood, weapons, and the bits of fur they had gathered outside. The warmth of the chamber softened the cold in their bodies, but their clothes, those were still soaked from trudging through snow. Selina pinched her sleeve and squeezed, causing water to drip out. "Ugh, this is freezing. If we keep wearing these, we'll get sick," Celine groaned. "We should dry everything before we rest," Lyra agreed instantly. Selina nodded and began undoing the buttons of her coat. Celine tugged off her outer layers too, the cold fabric peeling away from her skin. Neither of them seemed bothered about doing it right there, right in front of Gray, as if it was nothing more than changing clothes after training. Gray paused mid-step, raising an eyebrow. "Are you three seriously doing this here? They're wet. We need them dry." Selina shrugged, pulling off another layer. "Yeah, it's not like this is a big deal," Celine added lightly. Gray leaned slightly to the side, definitely watching as Celine's cleavage gradually came into view, with a small beads of sweat on it. That was when Lyra suddenly rushed in front of him, planting both hands over his eyes. "Don T, look," she snapped. "Girls, Gray is still here." Selina and Celine froze, glancing back over their shoulders. For a second, they just blinked. Then their eyes sharply locked onto each other, narrowed and clearly annoyed. Lyra tilted her head, confused. "What's with you two?" "Nothing." Selina crossed her arms. "Absolutely nothing." Celine mirrored her. But their stiff shoulders, their forced smiles, the way they kept glancing at Gray from the corner of their eyes. Lyra's expression slowly shifted. First confusion, and then came the realization. Her mouth parted just a little as it clicked. "Ah." She looked from Selina to Celine, then back to Gray, still behind her hands. All three of them liked him, and they had all just realized the others did too. Lyra's eye twitched, and instantly, her grip over Gray's face tightened. "Ack!" Gray let out a low groan as Lyra's fingers pressed harder into his temples. Lyra, before he could finish, she kicked his shin lightly, but enough to make his body bend forward with a small grunt. "Bastard," she hissed, her voice tight with anger and something far more possessive. She kept her hands over his eyes a second longer, as if daring him to try looking again. Then she finally pulled them away, only to plant herself in front of him, blocking his view completely with her whole body. "Face me," she ordered, cheeks faintly red. "Not them." She took a breath and began removing her wet clothing as well. But she did it slowly, carefully, keeping herself angled toward Gray the entire time. Huff! Her fingers went to the fastenings of her own travel-stained coat. She shrugged it off, letting it fall to the stone floor with a damp thud. Next came the tunic beneath, pulled over her head to reveal a smooth back and the clasp of a simple, forest green bra that struggled to contain the generous swell of her breasts. Her pants followed, sliding down long, slender legs to pool at her ankles. Stepping out of them, she stood for a moment in just her matching green underwear. The soft pink glow from the crystals above reflected across her skin, highlighting the gentle curve of her shoulders and the narrow line of her waist. Her breasts were full and high, the green fabric of her bra straining to encase their soft weight. The cleavage so deep that it made Gray's eyes stuck on it. The line of her hips flared dramatically from her narrow waist, leading down to her thighs and the tantalizing corner of her green panties. Fleet Gray let out a low whistle, the sound echoing softly against the cave walls. Lyra froze, her hands instinctively crossing over her chest. "Gee, Gray," she hissed, cheeks flaming red. Her gaze flicked around nervously, and that S when her eyes widened in shock. Selena and Celine, they weren't wearing underwear anymore. They had fully stripped, letting the wet layers fall onto the stone, leaving them completely exposed. Ushu! Lyra's breath caught in her throat. She spun back toward Gray, panic blazing in her golden eyes. But the moment she did, her heart nearly stopped. Gray wasn't looking anywhere else. He was only looking at her. His calm expression made her flush rise hotter than the cave's fire. She wanted to hide, to sink into the floor, anything to escape the heat creeping across her skin. Of course, Lyra didn't know what Gray was doing the moment she turned. He had already taken a slow glance at Selena and Celine, noticing the curves of their bodies, the softness of their skin, and the way the wet fabric had clung to them before it was removed. TSK, TSK, he thought to himself quietly, lips curling into a faint smirk. Their figures damn amazing. Then, as if realizing something, Gray spoke. "I should also undress myself, right?" For a split second, the three girls froze, their eyes widening almost in unison. Without a word, Gray reached up and pulled at the hem of his shirt. The fabric came off in slow motion, revealing his naked upper body. The cave's soft pink glow highlighted every contour of his muscles, his broad shoulders, well-defined chest, and rippling abs. Scars crisscrossed the skin like a damn parasite, as every inch of his upper body almost contained some kind of straight scar. One particularly jagged scar ran from the back of his shoulder down to his lower back, twisting like a streak of lightning, raw and almost alive in the way it caught the light. But even if they looked ugly, they simply gave Gray a sheer amount of masculinity as his perfect figure complemented every single damn scar. "Oh my!" Selena's jaw dropped slightly, and she quickly looked away, though her eyes betrayed her curiosity. After just a few more seconds, she gave up and continued ogling his body. "Oh my!" Celine's lips parted as she traced his scars with her gaze, a mix of fascination and awe written on her face. She had seen his body before, but now it looked much more explosive than before. Just thinking about that night. She licked her lips. She couldn't wait to spend another night with him. Lyra's golden eyes flickered between shock, embarrassment, and the little sting of possessiveness. Her hands tightened instinctively at her sides. She, too, had seen Gray's body before, but it didn't have as many scars as it did now. And that was simply a little more than 2 weeks ago. So what exactly did Gray go through in that short amount of time? The truth is that even Gray didn't know. The other Gray could get his memories, but strangely, he could not receive the other Gray's memories. Chapter 153. The end of the semester, 6 splash warm ripples curled around their bodies as they stepped into the crystal-clear lake. The water glowing from the reflection of the pink and blue minerals carved in the cavern walls. Steam drifted lazily along the surface, wrapping the 4 of them in a soft heat. Gray leaned back slightly, letting the warmth soak into his aching muscles. Lyra stayed close beside him, her golden eyes soft as she stretched her arms, sighing as the tension left her shoulders. On the opposite side, Celine and Selena eased into the water, letting it rise up to their collarbones. Their skin glistened under the ambient light, their hair floating gently around their necks. "It still feels strange," Selena murmured, trailing her fingers through the water. Thinking about it, after we get out of this dungeon, the first semester is going to finally end. Hard to believe that time passed that fast. But I mean, we've been busy most days, so it should be normal for time to pass that fast, Celine nodded, pushing a wet strand of hair behind her ear. Lyra chuckled from Gray's side, tilting her head back as she closed her eyes, letting the warm water lap at her neck. Yeah, and since Gloria Academy is a place where you literally learn how to survive, you're always with your senses sharpened. They nodded lightly at her words, but at the same time, Selena took a small step to the side, closer to Gray. Celine followed shortly after, drifting nearer as if pulled by the warmth of their conversation, or by something else entirely. Gray felt the shift in distance immediately. Didn't he look at them? Didn't he call attention to it? He simply tilted his head back, pretending to focus on the ceiling crystals. Then, Celine's voice came softer now, close enough that he could feel the tiny warmth of her breath brushing his shoulder. By the way, something that I've been curious about. How did you two meet? She asked curiously. Gray decided to answer that question. In the entrance exam, I was kind of healing myself when she appeared out of nowhere, he muttered softly. Selena edged forward as well until she was practically beside Gray, only a small distance left between them. Interesting, she murmured, looking slightly downward at the water rather than his eyes. What exactly was your first impression of her? My first impression? Gray thought about it for a moment. Someone unbelievably naive and quite pretty, he nodded lightly. Oh, absolutely, Celine agreed, her eyes glimmering with interest beneath her lashes. Our Lyra is indeed very gorgeous. MHM, Lyra hummed happily, still unaware, her eyes closed as she enjoyed the heat. Of course. If not, how could Gray, this damn playboy, fall in love with me? The two girls chuckled at her words, but that made Lyra frown slyly, because their voices weren't coming from that far, just like before. Thinking of this, Lyra opened her eyes slowly, saw the distance between the three of them, and froze. A faint twitch pulled at her lips. Celine's shoulder was practically brushing against Gray, and Selena's fingers swirled the water near his hip, pretending to be lost in thought. Oh, she whispered to herself, realizing exactly what was happening. Lyra, I twitched so hard it was a miracle her eyebrow didn't fly off her face. A vein throbbed at her temple as she straightened, causing water to ripple sharply around her. So this was what that little peaceful talk was leading to, huh? She snapped, her voice turning cold enough to freeze the lake solid. Her glare locked onto the two girls, practically carving holes into their bare bodies. Both met her murderous gaze without even a drop of shame. Didn't you notice your boyfriend is basically a walking temptation? He's a playboy. Obviously, Celine leaned forward slightly, her lips curling in a sly smile. Selena nodded at Celine's words, tilting her head sweetly, though her eyes sparkled with clear challenge. Right? If you don't like it, you can always break up with him. Stay friends, no hard feelings. Then she stared him dead in the eyes. ISNT that right, Gray? Lyra slowly turned toward him while Celine and Selena waited for his answer. The tension thickened around them like steam. Gray didn't answer. He simply reached out, took Lyra by the waist, and pulled her onto his lap with ease. Water splashed around them as her body settled against his. Then he leaned in, close enough that only she could hear, and whispered in her ear, Lyra, I'm sorry that I'm this attractive. All three girls jerked, the exact same twitch of annoyed disbelief hitting them at once. For a moment, the entire cave fell silent except for the gentle dripping of water. You absolute bastard, Lyra breathed, face flushing deep crimson as she tightened her grip around his shoulders, torn between strangling him and melting into his lap. Lyra didn't even finish her breath because the moment Selena smirked. That's right, cling to him while you can. Lyra exploded out of Gray's lap like a launched spear, water flying everywhere as she lunged straight at Selena. You want to die today? She roared as her arms cut through the water like blades as she charged. Selena didn't back down. She stepped forward with her chin raised, hands spreading wide, her expression a perfect blend of mockery and challenge. "Oh, please." Selena snapped back, throwing her hair behind her shoulder with a mocking flick. "You're just scaredy LL realize I'm the better choice." Plop. They collided. Lyra grabbed Selena by the upper arms and shoved her back, forcing waves to crash against the smooth cavern walls. Selena staggered for a moment, then dug her heels into the warm sand beneath the water, pushing forward with her forehead pressed against Lyra's. Their breasts squished together, their legs kicking under the water, sending up sprays with each angry motion. "Better?" Lyra snarled, grabbing her by the shoulders. You? You can barely keep eye contact without turning pink. At least I don't cling to him like a jealous barnacle." Selena snapped before grabbing Lyra's wrist. Lyra reacted instantly. She twisted out of Selena's grasp and shoved her again, making Selena's back slam gently into the water's surface with a loud splash. "You bitch! You jealous twig!" Selena lunged up from the water with a swipe of her hand, only for Lyra to slap her hand aside with a sharp smack, sending droplets flying. Selene, meanwhile, had been staring at them with growing disbelief until her eye twitched. "HHEY, what about me?" She surged forward, splashing both of them in the face as she charged in like a woman possessed. "Don T, start your cat fight without me," she shrieked, shoving her way directly between them. Lyra stumbled back a step. Selena flared her nostrils. Selene grabbed both girls by their shoulders and yanked them in. "All of you shut up. He obviously likes me the most." Both Lyra and Selena froze, then turned on her and, simultaneously, "You? Why you? Are you delusional?" Selene didn't hesitate as she slapped a handful of water into Selena's face. Selena instantly recoiled, sputtering, then lunged for Selene's hair. Selene dodged and shoved her shoulder into Selena's chest, making her stumble back again. Lyra screamed something unholy and tackled Selene from the side, dragging her under the water for a split second before both popped up again, gasping. Selena retaliated by kicking a huge wave toward Lyra, splashing her entire upper body. Lyra launched herself forward, arms swinging through the water like she intended to decapitate someone. Selene ducked, grabbing Lyra by the waist and using the momentum to flip her partly over, water roaring up as Lyra crashed back. Selena tried to jump in again, but Lyra sat up instantly and threw both hands out, pushing both girls back with a burst of raw strength that sent another explosion of water upward. "He held me first," Selene screamed. "He pulled me into his lap." Lyra fired back. "He looked at him wide chest longest." Selena yelled triumphantly. Lyra practically choked on air at Selena's words. Selene's jaw dropped. "Stop measuring breast time, you maniac," Lyra screeched. "I will drown both of you," Selene declared, actually making a grab for Lyra's shoulder. And just like that, the fight devolved into a chaotic flurry of splashes, grabs, insults, which was why she slowly drifted back toward him, pretending to float innocently until her thigh brushed his. Gray didn't move as she leaned in a little closer, then a little more, until she was practically pressed to his side, pretending it was completely natural. That was when Lyra and Selena finally noticed. They froze mid-grapple, hands still on each other's shoulders. Their eyes widened, and then, "Selene!" They howled together. She turned her head slightly. "What?" she said innocently, snuggling closer to Gray. Chapter 154. The end of the semester, 7 moments later. Lyra ended up clinging to Gray like a pissed-off cat who claimed her territory after a territorial war. She wasn't saying anything, just burying her face against his chest, arms wrapped tightly around him, cheeks puffed out in a silent, "I hate everyone except you." Her legs were still half submerged in the water, but her upper body was plastered to him, refusing to move even an inch. Gray stroked her damp hair with a lazy, amused motion. "You done?" he asked softly. She huffed into his skin. "No." Across the lake, Selena and Celine sat on the dry stone ledge beside the small campfire they had managed to make using Lyra's lightning earlier. Their clothes were drying on rocks around them, dripping quietly as the flames flickered warmly, painting their faces in shifting orange light. Both girls had their arms crossed. Both girls were glaring and looked like they were trying very hard not to stomp back in there and restart round two. Selena's foot tapped aggressively, while Celine's eyebrow twitched with every passing second. "I'm just saying," Selena muttered, staring directly at Lyra's snuggled form. "Some people don't know how to fight fair." "You literally elbowed me in the ribs," Celine shot back with a deadpan expression. "You pulled my hair. You splashed water in my nose. PFFDT. You deserved it," Selena scoffed. "Both of you deserve to lose." Lyra snapped from Gray's chest without lifting her head. "You damn bitch." They shouted simultaneously, causing Lyra to grin almost proudly, as if their words were actually a compliment instead of an insult. Gray gently tapped Lyra's forehead. "Hey, be nice." "No," she replied immediately, squeezing him tighter. Selena leaned forward, voice dripping with irritation. "Can you stop cuddling him like that? It's annoying." Lyra lifted her head, just enough to glare over Gray's shoulder. "This is My lap," she hissed, "and some people forgot their place." "Oh, please, if you wanted me on his lap, you think you could stop me?" Celine scoffed loudly. Lyra's grip tightened, causing Gray's eyes to flinch lightly. "God damn it. I didn't know this was going to be such a big problem. But well, it's not my problem that I was born with such a handsome face." Gray sighed softly, as if he were listening to children argue. "Girls," he said calmly, leaning back a little, "we're supposed to be making a camp, so we then can prepare to actually clear the dungeon." Selena and Celine tore their eyes from Lyra and looked at him. For a moment, they both straightened, both trying to look composed. "Ahem." Selena cleared her throat, lifting her chin. "We already started," she muttered. "Your girlfriend wasn't helping. Someone was too busy." "Hogging you," Celine nodded. "Hogging," Lyra snapped. Her voice echoed through the cavern, bouncing off the crystal walls. Gray gently cupped her cheek. "Lyra." She froze, her pout softening lightly. He stroked her cheek once, and her shoulders relaxed despite her angry expression. "Fine," she mumbled, still clinging to him. "I'll help, but I don't like them anymore." "You don't have to like us," Selena retorted coolly, hands warming over the fire. "You just have to cooperate. And maybe stop screaming every time we breathe near Gray." Celine rolled her shoulders. Lyra glared again, but Gray pulled her back against him before she could leap across the lake. "Work first," he murmured, "fighting later." Lyra sulked. "But I won round one." "No, you didn't." Selena and Celine snapped at the same time. "Fucking hell." Gray let out another tired sigh. With no interest in babysitting a round two, he pushed Lyra gently to the side and stepped out of the water. His wet footprints echoed softly as he walked deeper into the luminous chamber, stopping in front of one of the larger pink crystals embedded in the wall. He unsheathed his rapier and swung with one clean motion. Crack! To his surprise, the crystal was split perfectly. Its edge was incredibly smooth, clean, and almost polished where the blade had cut. Gray blinked, then glanced at his rapier with a satisfied smile. Most expensive and valuable metals. Without wasting any more time, Gray spent 1.5 hours mining the rest of the ores, as they probably cost a fortune. By the time he was finished, a literal mountain of precious ores sat behind him. He flicked his fingers. Fwoom! A swirling mass of black-purple energy opened in the air like a small storm. He lifted a hand, and every last piece of ore vanished inside. "What was that?" Celine's eyes widened. "Did you just throw a fortune into a vortex?" Selena also stepped closer, her eyebrows raised in disbelief. Gray waved his hand dismissively and closed the dimensional rift. "Dimensional storage," he said calmly, wiping dust from his rapier. "A skill I picked up in one of my little adventures." Dimensional storage. That's a special-rated skill. Selena's jaw almost dropped as she exclaimed excitedly. Celine nearly tripped over her own feet. "Right? Because it's infinite and locked. Only the owner can access it. Those abilities are practically extinct. I didn't expect you to have something that rare. Selena added, her eyes gleaming. Gray rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish shrug. Just luck, I guess. If they knew that he wasn't the one who had gotten the skill, they probably wouldn't compliment him so much. But Lyra, on the side, just raised her chin. It was clear that she was saying something like this. See, this is my boyfriend. Gray ignored everyone's reactions and stretched his shoulders. All right, we should go out and start killing some monsters. Maybe even find the boss room. On it. Lyra grabbed his arm immediately, linking with him as if she were making a public announcement of ownership. Both Selena and Celine's killing intent flared so hard it practically shifted the air. Lyra looked over her shoulder and then stuck her tongue out while pulling down the skin under her right eye. A throbbing vein appeared on both girls' foreheads at the same time. Should we just kill her? Celine asked while cracking her knuckles. Agreed. Selena had already conjured multiple water spears, prepared to pierce Lyra's body in a single instant. But before they could throw anything, Lyra spun around, clung to Gray like a starving cat, and pressed her face into his chest. Gray chuckled, slid an arm under her knees, and lifted her into a full bridal carry. Lyra let out a delighted little giggle, soft and smug. Her eyes peeked over Gray's shoulder just long enough to give Selena a look that said, "Try me, bitches." They went through the narrow passage, and in just 1 minute or so, they arrived outside, feeling the wind slap against their faces with a cold hiss. Snowflakes clung to their eyelashes, and the cold bit at their cheeks, yet none of them shivered. The wolf pelts draped over their shoulders trapped enough warmth that the mountain air felt more like a bothersome chill than a threat. Gray scanned the surroundings. The slope, the scattered pines, the jagged rocks. Everything looked so damn similar to the area around their cave that it felt like the mountain was looping. He approached a massive boulder near the narrow passage leading back inside. Then, he placed his palm on the rock's surface. A faint swirl of threads glowed around his fingers, and in a single smooth motion, he carved a long, deep mark into the stone. Then he moved the boulder just enough to cover the cave's entrance, leaving a hidden but reachable gap. What are you doing? Lyra stepped closer, raising her eyebrows. Marking your territory already? Celine tilted her head, her expression soft but suspicious. Mayhaps. Gray dusted his hands off and shrugged. You'll understand when we come back. The three girls reacted instantly, practically rolling their eyes at Gray's words. Gray walked past them without further explanation. They followed. Their boots sank into the powdery snow as they began descending the mountain path. The forest below seemed darker than before, with thick pine trees, shadows stretched, air heavy with the scent of frost, and even the scent of blood. Lyra looked down the path, her breath forming faint steam. Think there's a boss down there? Hopefully not. I don't think we'll be able to beat a boss with our group's power level, Selena added while keeping watch over their surroundings. Celine walked beside Gray, her eyes half-lidded but alert. All that matters is finding something edible. Even a single monster is enough. We'll just take whatever shows up. Quantity doesn't matter. Gray nodded. Right. Forgot you can just stuff an entire forest in your storage. Lyra let out a small laugh. For a while, they didn't find anything, which was quite strange considering that this was a dungeon, a place where countless monsters spawned out of nowhere. But instead, they saw a small trail of smoke rising through the fog. Is there someone camping there? Celine asked curiously, unconsciously walking faster than normal. Perhaps. We should check it out, Lyra added as she too started running towards the trail of smoke. Selena and Gray nodded and followed them. And just then, both of them heard a shout that caused Gray's lips to twitch slyly. Brothier. It seems that they had found Adrian's group. Chapter 155. The end of the semester. 8. Gray and Selena slowed as they reached the edge of the clearing, snow crunching under their boots. The fog thinned just enough for the shapes ahead to become clear, showing first the silhouette of a tiny structure, then the flicker of a small campfire, and finally, a little house made entirely of snow, packed tightly and shaped surprisingly well, like a child's idea of a winter hideout brought to life. And right in front of it, Lyra was practically bouncing. "Brother, I told you we'd run into each other again," she chirped, her hands waving animatedly as she talked with her brother, who had the expression of someone caught between relief and sheer exasperation. Behind him, Melis poked her head out of the snow house entrance, her black hair glowing softly against the pale backdrop. The moment her gaze landed on Gray, her entire face lit up, bright and warm like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. "Gray," she called, lifting her hand and waving it in small, excited motions. Claire stood just a step behind her, wrapped in an oversized cloak that did nothing to hide her fluster. The instant she realized Gray was looking in her direction, her cheeks colored a pretty shade of pink as she tried to mask it by pretending to adjust the hood. "Not these fuckers," Gray was already annoyed. Meanwhile, Selena spotted Claire and immediately lit up. "Oh, Claire," she called, rushing over with bright eyes as if she'd forgotten the cold entirely. Within seconds, the two were exchanging excited words, Selena's hands animated as Claire nodded with a playful smile. Celine slipped up beside Gray, looking at his annoyed expression. "Should we both get out of here?" She looked at him with a suggestive, flirty smile, making a few hand movements. Gray looked at her and smiled lightly. Tempting. He looked over to the others, and when he noticed, Melis was already in front of him, brother before he could react. Her arms were already wrapped around him as she buried her chin on his shoulder with a giddy smile. "I miss you so much. Ahaha." She blew onto his ear, causing his body to shiver lightly as he tried to get out her grip. Thud! His eyes widened. Huh, no way. He poured more strength into it. His veins even started tensing slightly under his sleeves, but she didn't budge even a millimeter. "How the fuck is she stronger than me?" She's a mage. On the other side, Melis, seeing his expression, smiled lightly. "His strength is weakened." Huh? I guess that he can now express emotions. Melis nodded to herself lightly. I never got what Alina meant by saying that his power was sealed most of the time. And when it's sealed, Gray can express emotions, but if it isn't, he cannot. Maybe his power is related to his emotions? She eyed his struggling expression carefully, and seeing that he actually was struggling, made her lips curl up a little. This is too cute. He seriously can't move. He is trapped. My brother is actually trapped in my arms. This bitch, just let me fucking go already. What's wrong, big brother? She cooed, lifting her head just enough to look into his eyes, her cheeks still pressed warmly against his chest. You really can't escape my loving embrace? He grit his teeth. Huff, let me go, Melis. HMNN? Why? Is my hug too strong for you? She teased, her voice dripping like honey as she stared up with a playful glint. At her words, Gray's eyes suddenly darkened. The rings in his eyes, all those hypnotic swirls, snapped away in an instant. His expression flattened. That's enough. Thump. Melis froze. A chill ran down her back as her heart squeezed painfully. For a split second, she couldn't breathe. Gray's presence changed, darkness rippling from him as he tore himself from her grasp with a strength far beyond anything she could stop. Snow crunched sharply under his boots as he stepped back and brushed frost off his shirt. "Yeah." Melis inhaled shakily. "So that's how it works? Interesting. Don't bother me," he added flatly. And the moment the words ended, the hypnotic rings returned, along with a strange spike of pain fluttering right onto his head. Gray's hand rose to his temple. Damn it, my head. When he opened his eyes again, Melis wasn't touching him as she wasn't even close to him anymore. She stood a step away, fingers trembling lightly, her expression caught somewhere between startled and afraid. Gray blinked. What? He didn't get the chance to question it. Hey, ladies. Adrian swaggered into the conversation, moving towards Celine and Selena, who were now talking with Claire, while Lyra kept her eyes glued to Gray and Melis, her expression suspiciously calm. "Miss me yet?" Adrian asked with a grin. "Never." Both Selena and Celine replied instantly. Adrian's smile twitched, but he played it off, regaining his composure before sitting down next to Claire. "Ah," she stiffened slyly before instinctively scooting a few centimeters away, pretending she needed more space on the log. Adrian pretended not to notice, but he had absolutely noticed. "Guys, I'm back." Another familiar voice boomed across the snowy clearing. All heads turned as Leon stomped in, carrying two massive snow deer beasts over his shoulders as if they were bags of flour. Steam rose off their bodies as if they had been freshly killed. "Got dinner," and his voice slowed as his gaze swept over the group. "It seems that we have some company." The moment his eyes found Gray, they sharpened with annoyance, deeply etched on them. Gray only sighed and shook his head. "Don't bother. I was just about to leave." "Gray, wait." Lyra's voice cut through the cold air. She hurried up to him, clasping their hands together as her mesmerizing golden eyes were wide and shimmering with hope. "Let us stay with them. 8 people are better than 4, right?" She leaned in, weaponizing puppy eyes like a trained assassin. Gray's eyes melted slyly. "Loser." The other Gray's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to flinch slyly. "Jasmine, did you hear something?" "Amen?" "No." "Okay. It seems that I was simply hallucinating insults." "How pathetic." Gray frowned slyly. Maybe his inferiority complex towards the other Gray had manifested a little. Sigh. "All right then." Gray nodded to Lyra, which caused Celine to click her tongue in annoyance. "Yay." Lyra beamed so brightly she could be melted the snow around them. "Hold up." Leon's voice interrupted their talk. He stepped forward, snow crunching under his boots, his eyes narrowing with open hostility. "Who said you were allowed to stay here?" "Huh." Crackle. Spatial energy crackled into glowing violet spheres in both of his hands, warping the air around them. Gray slowly turned back toward him and snapped his fingers. Snip! Dozens of strings shimmered into existence and were now visible as they aligned themselves with precision at the vital points of every person present. Everyone except his team. "You sure you want to fight?" FWSSH. All of his strings suddenly caught on fire, causing Gray to look at Adrian, who was wielding a strange golden flame. It was much hotter than an ordinary one, causing him to frown slyly. The authority of the god of the sun. He is quite dangerous indeed. "Fuck, didn't you say that having the blessing of a god was something difficult?" Gray couldn't help but think, clearly annoyed. "It is, but you're in the best academy in the world, darling." Within moments, every string dissolved into drifting black ash. "Huh, is that it?" Adrian gave him a mocking glare, causing his fists to clench lightly. Everyone was shocked at this, as no one except Cassandra had successfully broken through Gray's strings. "Just let them join us. I wouldn't mind spending some more time with my brother," Melee suddenly spoke. And at that moment, both Adrian and Leon, albeit annoyed, nodded slyly, causing Gray's eyebrows to furrow in surprise as he looked at his sister. Mwashi winked at him before blowing him a kiss. Seeing this, Lyra happily got out of Gray's side and went to her brother S before pulling him away with a bright smile. Leon cleared his throat loudly. "Gray, you know how to cook, right?" "Yes." Gray blinked. "Good. Then help me with this." He gestured at the deer. Gray was a little surprised but nodded lightly. He picked up the deer carcass with ease, carrying it away from the group for a clean workspace. His eyes scanned the snowy ground until he spotted a cluster of firm branches near a half-buried log. Then, he grabbed several and jabbed them into the snow, creating a crude rack. Perfect. After that, using his rapier, he began skinning the deer with clean cuts that peeled away the hide without damaging the meat underneath. Once he removed the skin, he separated the parts: legs, ribs, fan-length meat. He sliced them into thick, even strips before skewering them onto more sticks. "I'll need fire," he murmured. "Oh, Claire," he called immediately. "Come here." Claire was almost startled, but hurried over with a faint smile as she asked directly, "Do you need something?" Gray turned to her. Can you help me heat these? I'll guide you. Her eyes lit up instantly. Okay. She raised her fingers, conjuring a gentle spark of orange flame. Gray placed a hand over hers, steadying her aim without touching too much skin. Good. Lower the heat here. Increase a bit on this side. Keep it even perfect. He guided her until a small, controlled fire licked under the meat. The rich smell of roasting deer rose into the siled air. Just like that, a tiny barbecue pit took shape with skewers lined across the wooden rack, flames beneath them warm and steady. Just a few more minutes, and it should be done. He gently tapped Clara's head. Okay, Chapter 156. The end of the semester, 9, phew. It's finally ready, Gray smiled lightly. Claire immediately dimmed her flame, the orange glow fading from her fingertips. She exhaled in relief, only now realizing how mouth-watering the smell had become. Guys, the food is ready, she called happily, grabbing 3 skewers with both hands. She passed 2 to Selena and Celine before plopping down beside them. There was more than enough food, as Gray had prepared at least 40 sticks, so each of them could easily devour 5 or more without worry. MH, this is amazing. Celine's tail of hair practically bounced as she took another bite, her eyes sparkling in delight. No joke, this is really good, Selena added, speaking with her mouth half full. Hearing their words, Leon pretended that he wasn't curious, then casually walked over and took a skewer. He took one bite, paused, and frowned. It's indeed good, he didn't want to admit, but still nodded lightly. As for Lyra and Adrian, they were probably on their own world, but Gray didn't give much thought. He simply picked up the chunk of meat he saved and lifted it using a hardened string as a makeshift skewer, biting into it quietly. No sauce, no wine, no herbs. Tragic. He clicked his tongue. I should have shoved at least 1 bottle of red wine into my dimensional storage. I need to expect these kinds of situations. Even while complaining, his cooking was quite solid. A veteran knight had taught him wilderness survival, including how to roast everything from rabbits to wyverns. Compared to that, deer meat was embarrassingly easy. However, unlike wyverns whose meat has a strong taste, it was quite lucky that Leon had found a creature similar to a deer. All right, Gray looked at the others, and seeing all of them distracted, he walked away from them. Earlier, while following the smoke trail, he spotted something buried under a thick mound of snow. A strange purple door wedged into a tree, completely hidden and therefore highly suspicious. But he didn't say anything, as it could be a hidden rewards room. And because of how greedy he was, he wanted everything to himself. And this exact moment was the perfect opportunity for him to slip away. So he traced his steps back until he reached the large, crooked pine he remembered. It should be around here. He approached a big tree and started digging in the snow with his hands. It was fucking freezing, but he didn't exactly have a shovel. Oh, wait. He hardened his strings, weaving them into the shape of a shovel. Much better. Clunch. He shoveled the snow aside rapidly, far faster than he could done alone. And after a few minutes, there it was. His grin widened. A hidden door in a tree. Huh? He glanced over both shoulders, making sure no one had followed him. Then he raised both hands and wove a tight wall of invisible strings behind himself, blocking the view and muffling sound. Only then did he grab the purple door-ass handle and pull it open. Thump! After entering it, he clenched his fist, tightening the string wall so it pressed the piled snow back into place, nearly restoring the original untouched look. No one should spot it now, he muttered with a small, greedy smile. He started looking around, and then his eyes widened in pure shock. From the outside, the trunk had barely been wide enough for one person to squeeze through. But inside, it was a chamber large enough to fit an entire skyscraper. The wooden walls stretched upward like pillars of some forgotten cathedral, roots winding along them like petrified serpents. Luminescent white moss pulsed faintly with a heartbeat-like glow, casting soft ripples of light through the vast interior. The air had a strange thickness, like he was walking through a place that didn't fully belong to the world outside. Spatial distortion, he muttered to himself, either an interior expansion or a pocket space. He didn't like either option. "Ah, fuck," he cursed as he looked upwards, just to see an enormous wooden stairway, and by the looks of it, he needed to climb it. Instantly, he grabbed the hilt of his rapier and unsheathed it. "Here we go." He approached the first step, boots scraping softly over the warped wood. The air shifted immediately, a faint ripple like breath brushing against his cheek. Crackle, snap, FWSSSH. A brightening green light burst open around him. 6 figures materialized from the twisted walls as if the tree itself spat them out. Their bodies were shaped as misshapen people, made entirely of bark and roots braided together. Their hollow sockets burned with green flames and jagged, branch-like claws extended from their arms. FWSSSHHH. Before Gray could say anything, they lunged at him with blood in their eyes. Treelings? But what are those green flames? He jumped back slyly, before waving his left hand. Instantly, threads exploded from his fingertips in a wide arc, scattering like a fan of silver lines. Whip! The moment the creature's claws touched the threads, they were sliced in half cleanly, even though the strings looked thin enough to snap. The first creature's torso fell backward while its legs collapsed forward, green flames sputtering as its body broke apart. Another tried to grab him from the side. Gray swung his rapier sideways, catching the creature's head with the flat side, only to let threads wrap around the blade like a second edge. He twisted the blade of the rapier. Crunch. Rip. The creature's head dropped to the floor and rolled away. Whoop. 2 more came from above, leaping down from the roots overhead. Phew. Gray ducked low and flicked several strings upward. They tightened instantly, slicing through their limbs and leaving the bodies to crash onto the steps in broken pieces. The 5th swung an arm made of thick, knotted wood at him. Gray stepped into the attack instead of dodging, pressing one palm to its chest. His threads burst outward from his hand, drilling directly into its torso. The creature's body shook violently, the green flame inside flaring and then snuffing out with a quiet pop. The last one tried to retreat, but Gray was already expecting this. Rap! Gray yanked his threads, snagging its wooden neck like a noose. With a sharp pull, he dragged the creature toward himself and thrust his rapier straight through its flaming core. FWSHHH. The green light sputtered out, and the bodies fell around him, turning into piles of black ash. Early advanced realm, he muttered lyly. Annoying, not dangerous. If it's these kinds of monsters until the end of the stairway, it shouldn't be much of a problem. He stepped on the next set of stairs and began climbing. The higher he went, the hotter the air seemed to grow. The light dimmed even more, giving the impression that the stairway was swallowing him whole. By the time he reached the next landing, that same pulse in the air returned. Again, the wooden floor cracked. FWSSHH. 6 more tree-like creatures stepped forward, but they weren't alone this time. Behind them, 3 new beasts rose from the wooden ground like living shadows, wolf-shaped monsters. Their fur made of writhing vines soaked in glowing green liquid. Their eyes burned brighter than the tree creatures, and their teeth were long, sharp, dripping with the same green flame. Intermediate, advanced realm? Seeing that there were more monsters than before, Gray didn't wait for them to make the first move. Snap! The moment the wolves lowered their bodies to pounce, he snapped his fingers, causing strings to shoot outward in a wide burst. Whip, whip! The tree creatures rushed at him first, tried to block the attack, but his threads cut through their arms and legs like wet paper. Bark and roots scattered across the landing as 2 of them dropped instantly, their cores sliced apart before they even understood what happened. Growl! A wolf leaped over the falling bodies. Shit! Gray twisted to the side, its claws scraping across the wooden floor where he had been standing a second earlier. He swung his rapier upward, threads wrapping around the blade as he struck. The wolf tried to dodge, but his strings adjusted mid-swing, curving with the motion. Splurt. The blade split its jaw and cut straight through its burning core. The wolf fell apart into green embers. Another tree creature tried to grab him from behind. Grated even turned as threads burst from his back in a sharp wave, slicing through the creature's chest. FWSH. It collapsed without a sound. The remaining wolf came fast, its green flame pulsing violently as it aimed for his throat. Gray pushed forward instead of retreating, stepping into its path. He thrust his rapier straight ahead, but the wolf twisted in midair, its claws grazing his coat. TSK, he clicked his tongue, flipped the sword in his hand, and used his other palm to fire a fan of threads upward. The wolf was still in the air, which was perfect for him, so he manipulated the threads so they would close around it like a cage. He clenched his fist. Crack dash. The threads tightened and tore through the beast's core. Thud. The wolf's body hit the ground in broken pieces. Only one tree creature remained. Gray dashed forward and cut its core cleanly with a single horizontal slice. Splat. Phew. He stood in the middle of the landing, breathing a little heavier than before, looking down at the destroyed wolves. Their burning cores flickered weakly like dying lanterns. But then something clicked in his mind. Slowly, painfully, a realization settled in. Don't tell me, he muttered. His eyes widened as he looked at the next stairs above him. Don't tell me it increases a minor realm each set of stairs. A cold sense of dread crawled up his spine. Chapter 157. The end of the semester. X. Gray didn't waste any time before turning on his heel and rushing back towards the exit door. Just as he had mentioned, the stairway was fucking huge. To get to the end, he'd probably even need to fight against king-level creatures, and his power was nowhere close to that. Yeah, nope. Fuck this, he hissed under his breath. I'm not climbing to the top just to get some reward. He rushed down the final steps and reached the same platform where he'd entered. The wall of packed snow should been right there. The little wooden door hidden in the tree bark should been right there. But when he reached the exact spot, there was nothing. The wall was smooth, completely sealed as if no door had ever existed. His eye twitched. No, 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 no. Don't fucking do this to me. He pressed his palm against the wall, feeling nothing but cold. No gap, no sound, no latch. Panic crawled up his throat, but he crushed it down and closed his eyes. Fine, I'll just swap out. He raised his hand, focusing on the mark he'd left outside. Swap, but before the teleport could trigger, a glowing panel abruptly flashed before his eyes. A system window, in a special hidden room. You cannot use skills that exit the room. Escape-type abilities are sealed. You cannot leave until you fully cleanse the room. Gray stared at the message for a long time. Of fucking course, he clenched his fists tightly. Climbing the stairway was just a way for him to die. And worse, the food he had was only able to sustain him for maybe 2 days. And even if the professors entered, he wouldn't be able to leave the room. In other words, it was a true dead end. A small tremor ran through his right hand. This place really is a fucking grave, he muttered, his voice shaking with an anger he could barely contain. His breathing grew rough, deeper, heavier. The more he forced air into his lungs, the more it felt like his ribs were pressing back against him. He raised both hands to his face, clamping them over his expression as if trying to hold himself together. His fingers dragged down along his cheeks, pulling at his skin, digging into it, not drawing blood, but enough pressure to leave his face burning with pain. It grounded him for a second, but only for a second. Then everything broke at once. Hag! His breath hitched, catching in his throat as the inside of his chest tightened like a vice. Ha! Ga-ha-ha! A strange sound escaped his lips, sounding part laugh, part gasp, part broken noise that even he couldn't recognize. It slipped out again, louder this time, a warped and unstable noise with no pattern, just a pure, raw emotion bursting through the cracks. He staggered back a step, shoulders shaking violently, and leaned against the wooden wall of the towering interior, gripping it with both hands. His nails scraped uselessly against the surface as though he was trying to tear something out of it. whether that was anger, fear, despair, or anything that wasn't stuck inside him. One fucking staircase. His voice cracked halfway through, and he let out a long, shaky breath that turned into another unstable laugh. I step into a tree for 1 second, and this is what I get. He pushed both hands into his hair and pulled back hard, his scalp burning from the force. His head tilted back as he sucked in a deep breath, one that trembled violently all the way into his lungs. His mind raced, spinning around the same thoughts in a tight, suffocating circle. There was no exit, no way he could escape from there. No one would be able to find or help him. And also, each time a second passed, the closer he was to his death because of starvation. Thump! Thump! His pulse hammered in his ears, and for a moment, he felt like the walls were coming closer. Gray, listen to me. It's all right. Just climb it. If the worst happens, you will not die. You will not truly die. She just said a few words, but that was enough. His mind instantly snapped in a controlled yet terrifying way. Huff, huff. His breathing evened out, but it became disturbingly shallow. His hands lowered from his hair, fingers twitching slightly from leftover adrenaline. And then, slowly, his eyes lifted toward the stairway. Jasmine. His voice was empty, stripped of everything that had been boiling inside him moments before. You better be telling the fucking truth. He straightened his back, adjusted the grip on his rapier, and then, without a word, he turned toward the place where he had fought the creatures earlier. Of course, Jasmine was lying to him about the fact that he wouldn't die. He probably had forgotten about it, because of the recent hallucinations he was experiencing, but he still had some peculiar, looping earrings in his ears. Meanwhile, guys, did any of you see Gray? Lyra returned from her cheerful chat with Adrian. Her smile fading the moment she noticed the empty spot where Gray had been. She walked straight toward the 3 girls who were still sitting around the campfire, happily eating their skewers. Celine paused mid-bite, raising an eyebrow before slowly chewing and swallowing. What do you mean? Shouldn't he be over by the makeshift barbecue area? She asked, tapping her skewer lightly against her knee. Yeah, he was there just a minute ago. Didn't he say something like wanted to check the meat or whatever? Selena glanced up as well, licking a bit of sauce from her thumb. Claire also nodded at their words. ISNT there, Lyra muttered, shaking her head. I went around the whole camp. He's south nowhere close. That idiot didn't wander off alone, right? He wouldn't do that. Not after all the crap we dealt with in this dungeon. Celine frowned, leaning forward a little. Please, it's Gray. Of course, he would wander off alone. He probably saw something that looked valuable and decided it was worth dying for. Selena sighed, rolling her eyes. Claire only looked a little puzzled at how worried they were, but didn't participate in their chat whatsoever. After all, in her view, Gray was strong enough to survive on his own. And perhaps he had just gone away to take a piss or something. What if a monster dragged him away? Lyra stiffened slyly. No, he is too strong to just be grabbed. Something else happened. Maybe he saw a trail or a strange path. Or maybe he found an item or he just didn't want to deal with all your chaos. Celine snorted, earning a swift glare from Lyra. But before Lyra could snap back, another voice cut in. I saw him wander into the snow forest. Everyone's heads snapped toward Leon, who was sharpening a knife while watching them with his usual bored expression. You what? And you didn't stop him? Lyra marched toward him instantly. Celine stood as well. Leon, seriously? You just let him walk off alone? Are you actually dumb or just pretending? Why didn't you call him back? Selena pointed her skewer at him accusingly. Leon shrugged with the expression of a man who couldn't care less if the world froze over. Gray goes where Gray wants. Not my business. If he wanted company, he'd have said something. Unbelievable. Lyra furrowed her eyebrows. He could be fighting a group of monsters now. Selena frowned deeply. Leon remained unmoved at their words, dismissing them entirely. And he can handle himself. Relax. He didn't like to admit it, but Gray was really fucking strong, and so worrying about him was a simple waste of time. But as he turned slightly, as if his mind caught on something familiar, His expression changed just a bit, barely noticeable, but not entirely indifferent anymore. "Hold on," he muttered, scanning the camp. "Where's Melis?" The entire group froze. "She was here a while ago, right? I thought she was sitting next to Celine." Claire blinked rapidly, turning to look at Celine. At her words, Celine, who had been sipping melted snow water, almost choked violently. "What? Me? I thought she was sitting next to you." Instantly, all of them started searching around the small area around their little base, and unfortunately, they didn't find either one of them. Just then, Adrian had also returned to the snow house. "What is up with the heavy faces?" All of them stared back at him. Gray and Melis disappeared. His lips also curled up at the mention of the first name, but at the second, his eyes instantly widened as the deer he had found while he was taking a piss fell onto the ground. What? Chapter 158. The end of the semester, 11, Splurt. Hafug. More than 2 hours later, Gray reached a point where he needed to rest for a few hours before continuing up the next part of the stairway. Currently, the strongest monster he had faced was some kind of giant bull with green flames, and it was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. This was also his limit, as he had already sustained significant injuries. The combat intuition was maxed out. However, the bull was now comparable to him in speed. Of course, if he used one of the technique as steps, they wouldn't be able to catch him, but the technique consumes too much mana. Still, thanks to this deadly training, his skills had improved somewhat. He also discovered he could use the swap skill inside the room, and raised its level to 4. And if that wasn't enough, he actually broke through into the Master Realm. Not to mention his class evolved to the High Path level. Additionally, he tried to use his nullification talent, and found it took a full hour to recover just a single point. If his points reach 0, his soul will die, allowing the other Gray to take over easily, which also means Jasmine would die. Status panel. Status panel. Name: Graverudi Aurelian 2 titles. Vessel of Beauty Destruction. Exiled Noble. Incubus in human form race. Human. Class: Clown High. Rank: Early Master Realm unique skill. Swap unique talent. Nullification 200 active skills. Puppet Strings class. Madman S Mirror. Class LV.2. 9 Illusionary Dream Step 0. 9th step. Dimensional Storage passive skills. Blessing of Beauty Vessel skill LV.3. Laughing Veil class. Combat Intuition ultimate skills. Final Masquerade class. Go Gray. Even if you die, you won't really die, so it's better to simply go ahead. Hearing her words, Gray's eyes flashed with a hint of insanity as he gritted his teeth and stood up, feeling bones he had broken ache, causing him to grimace lightly. His vision blurred at the edges, but his mind stayed frighteningly sharp like pain was the only thing keeping him alive. He barely had time to breathe before more shadows moved in the blowing white. Treelings. Thin, twisted, bark-skinned creatures with glowing green fire pulsing in their chests. Their branches rattled like bones shaking in the wind. 5 of them rushed him at once, claws scraping, leaving streaks of green flame across the snow. He flicked his fingers. Whip! Invisible threads burst out, slicing through the air before instantly wrapping around the first treeling's limbs. Crack! Branches snapped clean. The creature shrieked in a high wooden screech before collapsing into splinters. Flicked a set of threads into the snow at their feet and pulled his threads back. Shrip! Snow turned red as they were dragged under their own momentum, bodies torn apart by the tangled strings. Now the wolves, he muttered. Growl! Growl! They spawned directly around him, forming a circle as they stared at Gray like he was a simple prey. Huh! Gray spun the rapier in his hand, breath fogging the air. Whoop! The first wolf darted in from his right. He barely shifted his stance and drove his heel into its jaw. Crack! It yelped, and his rapier flash-stabbed through its skull before it even hit the ground. But the others came faster. His shoulder tore open as one scraped claws across him. Another bite into his leg, teeth sinking deep through flesh. Grr! Gray screamed through clenched teeth. His threads coiled around them like barbed wire. squeezing until they burst apart, leaving chunks of burning fur steaming around him. He limped, dragging his useless leg for a moment until muscle stitched itself back enough to move. Then came more, rats the size of bulls, with flaming green veins glowing under sick skin, hissing like boiling water. Their numbers swarmed the slope like a rolling storm. Gray raised a shaking hand. Uff, madman-esque mirror. A phantom version of himself flickered into existence. Then it instantly rushed forward first, stabbing and twisting, laughing silently as he tore through the creatures. Gray followed, right behind, rapier cutting arcs in the air. Fwip, fwip. Strings slashed through fur and flesh. Rats exploded into wet chunks of burning meat. Those were quite annoying to deal with, as they could move normally even if they suffered a killing blow. When the last one fell, Gray collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. Blood pumped between his fingers. His hand shook so badly he could barely grip his weapon. Ha ha, fuck. Thrum. The ground suddenly started shaking a little, causing his eyes to widen as he felt the familiar presence. But it was quite strange, as normally there were still a few monsters left, like the flaming birds he had fought off before. He looked forward and sucked a cold breath. A giant bull, bigger than the last, green flames surrounding its whole body like a raging inferno. Its hooves melted the snow beneath it as it charged, while its horns cut the air with a booming roar that shook bone. Gray forced himself to stand as his vision continued to get worse. Fwip! Threads lashed out, trying to restrain its legs, but the bull ripped through them like wet hair. It slammed into him. Crunch! Air blasted from his lungs. His back smashed into an icy wall that fractured from the impact. He coughed blood onto the ground as pain screamed down his spine. The bull snorted and charged again. Swap, he vanished. The bull thundered through the wall instead, stone exploding outward. Gray reappeared on its back, driving his rapier downward into its neck. The bull screamed and burst into flames, thrashing. It threw him high, and he twisted midair, strings firing out to the ground. Grip! He landed hard on one knee, but didn't fall. His side was cracked, his ribs grinding with every breath. He staggered and then felled it. An overwhelming, killing intent. Is this the next small boss? He chuckled madly. He turned to look. It raised its battle axe, an enormous slab of metal glowing with green flames, and stomped once. Boom! Gray barely moved before the axe crashed down where he'd been, the shock wave blasting him backward. He hit the snow, rolled, and came up slashing threads across the Minotaur's arm. Snap! They snapped like nothing. It backhanded him. Crack! Thud! Gray's world spun, and his teeth were scattered into the snow. Blood drenched his face as his arms shook, useless for a second. But even with those injuries, he pulled himself up and smiled. A shaky, bloody grin. You're strong, he muttered, wiping his mouth. Fwip! Splat! Strings cut into the back of its knees. The beast stumbled with a furious bellow, swinging its axe backwards. Gray ducked under it, but the blade unfortunately clipped his shoulder. Splurt! Arg! His arm nearly flew off. Only a thin strip of skin and muscle kept it attached. He screamed, staggering back, vision going white from pain. Swap, he blinked, appearing above the Minotaur, flipping upside down and grabbing his rapier before plunging down into its eye. The creature howled in agony, green fire blasting from the wound. Gray ripped the blade free, twisting as he fell, strings anchoring to the beast to swing him aside. But the Minotaur's fist slammed into him midair. Wham! His ribs collapsed inward. Blurt! He vomited blood across the snow. His legs went numb, buckling as he rolled across the ground. Ooh! He tried to stand, but fell either way. Did-I-me? Leg? He stood up, and then laughed through the pain, as if trying to unfeel it. Ha-ga-ha! You can't beat me, fucker. His voice cracked, but his eyes blazed with madness. Bam! The Minotaur stomped toward him, killing intent sharp as knives. Gray raised his trembling hand. His mirror self appeared, sprinting forward, stabbing, forcing the Minotaur to block and swing wildly. Gray dragged strings across the ground, wrapping around the creature's legs again and again, layer upon layer. The Minotaur tore through them each time, but slower. Cough act. Gray coughed up more blood, spat out a tooth. And triggered, Swap Mirror Gray appeared where he stood, taking the axe. The original Gray materialized behind the beast, both hands on his rapier, last strength burning through his veins. He stabbed upward, deep into the exposed wound in its eye socket. Fucking D. You bitch-ass motherfucker. Grag. The Minotaur screamed, and the strings pulled the weapon deeper. Splash. Brain matter erupted as the green fire burst from the inside of its skull, eyes exploding in a flash of light. Thud! The beast fell forward, and Gray fell with it, crushed under the weight of the collapsing corpse. There was complete silence for a few moments. Huff-arg, except Gray's heavy breathing. He shoved the corpse off him inch by inch, vision flickering like a dying candle. His bones were shattered, his right arm was useless. One of his legs was barely working, and his heart was beating too fast, like it wanted to break free from his chest. But he smiled anyway. Drip. Blood dripped from his teeth. I seek and die, right? He shakily crawled towards the next stage of the stairway. Oh, one more. Chapter 159. The end of the semester, 12. Fwip, fwip, fwip. Thread sliced clean through flesh and bone. Thud. Bodies fell around him, twitching as green fire slowly faded from their veins. Splurt. A final gush of blood spattered across the snow-coated wood beneath Gray's boots. He stood there, swaying, surrounded by a fresh pile of corpses. There were treelings, wolves, rats, a bull-sized creature, and two different minotaurs whose heads had been twisted the wrong way by its strings. But this time, Gray wasn't exactly. Okay, there was a gaping crater in his chest, right where his heart should be. He had used his body as a shield to survive the last attack from the Great Minotaur. Drip! Blood poured from it in a steady waterfall, soaking through his shirt, dripping down his legs, pooling under him like a melted shadow. The edges of the wound were charred black, smoking faintly from whatever hit him last. His fingers twitched, and his vision swam. Ashag, ah? His knees buckled, but he refused to fall. Is this the end? His voice was extremely hoarse and tired. Logically, he should already be dead. That wound wasn't survivable. Even adrenaline shouldn't keep someone standing with their chest ripped open like that. But something, perhaps stubbornness, insanity, or just pure spite, held him upright a few seconds longer. Then the cold reached him. Fuck. He collapsed onto his side with a dull thump, blood splashing outward as if the world exhaled. It was more of a breath than a word. His fingers twitched toward his rapier, but then his arms went slack. Just before his eyes closed fully, his earring glowed. A soft white light pulsed from it like moonlight, trying to stop death from claiming what it wanted. A notification appeared in the air. Phantom Loop earrings activated. Phantom Loop is now in progress. Current repetitions. 1. A blinding light flashed. Gray breathed again. Arg. He lurched upward, gasping like a drowning man breaking the surface. His hands flew to his chest, searching, patting, trembling, until he confirmed no hole and no blood was pouring out. His heart beat strongly, and his skin was surprisingly whole. Phew, he sighed in relief. He scanned the area and realized it was the same, but something felt strangely different. He whipped toward the base of the stairs, just in time to see. Treelings. Only treelings. The first wave he confronted. It reset, he whispered. I got back in time. No hesitation this round. Gray flicked his fingers, threads popping outward. Fwip, fwip. The heads separated from the bodies in a heartbeat, causing their corpses to hit the ground before they even realized they were dead. The fight lasted seconds. He barely even panted. Status panel, he ordered sharply. The glowing board appeared exactly as it was right before he died. Master Realm, Evolved Class, Skill Levels, unchanged. Jasmine, what happened? You are now inside the Phantom Loop created by your earrings. You bought that godly artifact, remember? And now, you're going to be on an infinite loop until your objective is completed In other words, when you finish clearing this room. His eyes widened. An infinite loop, he muttered. Until I clear this hell. His hand lifted and touched the earrings, feeling the cool metal against his skin. A small yet extremely precious lifeline he had almost forgotten. He stood straight again. He looked up that colossal stairway, towering into darkness like a path built for gods, not mortals, and his lips curled into a devilish smirk. Considering the number of steps, there should be monsters until the peak of the king realm. And that means that I'll be stronger than the other Gray when I come out. Gray licked his lips excitedly. If he kept his progress, it didn't matter how many bodies he had to stack or how many times he felt bones shatter. If it made him stronger, he would die 1,000 times with a laugh. And when he came out, he would actually become a true powerhouse in the world, as there are few king-level powerhouses in the entire world. I can't wait to devour his soul, Gray grinned. Without any hint of hesitation or insanity, he started climbing the stairway, quickly clearing the waves he had done before. Fwip splat, pulling his strings one last time. Only 2 more creatures remained in the wave he had died before. The 2 minotaurs. Gray only smiled at this. His fingers flexed, and threads slithered through the air like hungry serpents. Round 2. He somehow whispered in an excited tone. The axe wielder roared first, bellowing loud enough to rattle bones. It charged, knees bending unnaturally sharp for something so massive, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Wham! Gray dodged sideways, the axe smashing down where he stood a blink ago, exploding stone shards into the air. Fwip, 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 fwip. His threads shot forward and wrapped around the beast's thick neck. Clang! The hardened bone armor blocked them, sparks bursting as threads scraped, unable to dig in. The Minotaur wrenched its head, ripping the threads loose and forcing Gray to leap back. Ha! Tougher than last time, he breathed, and he was thrilled. The chain mace swung with the howl of a meteor. Gray ducked, threads anchoring to the ground so he could slide beneath the brute's legs, boots kicking off stone. As he passed underneath, he flicked his wrist, causing 6 threads to slice upward toward the exposed tendon. Splat! Squash! The Minotaur buckled with a furious scream, collapse aborted only by brute strength as its muscle fibers spasmed violently. Gray rolled out behind it, landing smoothly. The second Minotaur twitched, tried to regain footing, and Gray raised his hand again, but the axe-bearer rushed him, giving no moment to breathe. It swung the weapon sideways like a hurricane gust, and Gray blocked with crossed threads, only to be flung backward by the sheer force. He hit the stairs hard, air bursting from his lungs. GH. Ha ha ha. He didn't even try to use his swap ability, as he actually wanted to feel the pain, just like a damn masochist would. Pain rushed through his body, but the adrenaline, the possibility of death, made his heart beat beautifully fast. Whoop! The axe-wielder leapt, shadow, swallowing him whole. Gray's grin sharpened. Threads shot from his fingers into the air, forming a net. Slam! The axe came down, but instead of cleaving bone, it was caught mid-swing, tangled in a web of razor-thin lines. The Minotaur growled in confusion, pulling, muscles bulging, but the more it struggled, the deeper the threads dug into the weapon, wrapping tighter like constricting snakes. Gray planted his heel, dragging the threads taut. Flip crack! The entire axe head detached from the handle, spinning into the dark like a broken jawbone. Before the beast realized its mistake, Gray was already moving. He anchored 2 threads to the walls and propelled himself up like a slingshot. Bam! He slammed onto the Minotaur's shoulders before flicking out his wrists. Threads cinched around its horns and throat, digging through armor with a horrifying grind. Fall for me. Snap! The horns cracked first. Then the throat gave way. The head slowly twisted farther and farther until... crunch! The Minotaur collapsed, lifeless, its head hanging at a sick, impossible angle. Gray landed lightly as it fell, blood spraying his clothes warm and comforting. Ha! That S1, he muttered, licking a drop from his cheek. The second beast roared, rage exploding through its wounded body. It swung the chain mace overhead, each rotation whistling like a spinning guillotine, before it hurled it straight at Gray. Boom! There was no dodging sideways, not at that speed. Of course, Gray could use his swap ability to get away, but he instead leapt forward straight into its chest. There was no need to use the swap for now. Whip! The chain mace barely missed his back as he drove threads into the Minotaur's ribcage, using them like anchors to climb rapidly upward as though scaling a mountain of flesh. The beast punched at him wildly, but each strike only hit its own threads as Gray swung around to its back. KRRTCH. He shoved his hand between the armor plates, threads burrowing deep. They ripped through muscle layer by layer, dragging a spray of steaming blood from its body. The Minotaur screamed, thrashing, and finally, its hand caught Gray by the arm, bones cracking under the grip. "You almost killed me last time. How could I not return the favor?" Gray's laughter rang out. He twisted the threads just a single time and tore its spine out. Splurt! The Minotaur spasmed, spraying gore like a ruptured pipe before collapsing to its knees, then onto its face, twitching faintly until everything about it went absolutely still. Ha ha! Gray stood amid the carnage, breath fogging in the cold air, body soaked in fresh heat that wasn't his. His injured arm trembled, but he just rolled his shoulder, ignoring the pain like it was a nuisance. Then he looked upward. The stairway continued into the pitch-black heavens, step after step filled with death waiting to be killed. "Next," he murmured. His eyes gleamed like a predator's, bright with hunger and delight. He wasn't scared of death anymore. This version of Gray was the one who learned through it, the one who came back stronger, the one who would carve perfection out of blood and corpses. He stepped over the headless body, letting his boots splash in warm crimson. "Let us see how many times I'll have to die before I become strong enough to one-show them cleanly." Whip! The threads snapped taut behind him, slicing both Minotaur's corpses clean, ensuring they would never rise again. Chapter 160. The end of the semester, 13. Time passed. A lot of time. So much time that he forgot the number of loops. He killed and killed and killed. Every day was the same, but every day he grew a little stronger. A few months, then 1 year, then maybe 2. He did not know anymore, nor did he care either. The only thing that mattered was climbing those stairs and destroying whatever stood in front of him. He tore apart monsters without even thinking. Now, those treelings died with one flick of his finger, and the wolves fell before they could howl. Rats never had time to bite. He killed everything up to the point where the last monster was in the early king realm. That was the current wall he needed to surpass. That was the limit that would not move, no matter how much he fought. He could not hurt those monsters even if he hit them with every skill he had. His threads cut nothing. His blows slipped away like he was punching smoke. Every attempt ended in failure and death. And then he woke up again at the start. So he changed how he moved inside the loop. Instead of running forward like a fool and wasting his free lives, he sat down and started focusing on his own cultivation. He forced his body to change every loop. He took the monster bodies he killed and used them to feed his growth. He meditated in the cold, dark stairway while dead flesh still cooled around him. He broke himself again and again on purpose, always aiming higher each time he came back. And like that, half a year passed, and he was still pushing that same edge. And finally, he reached the peak of the Master Realm, and the actual changes were immense. His core felt like molten metal trapped inside a small cage. His threads were sharper than diamonds now. His normal speed without using the multiplication granted by his movement technique made even those wolves look slow, like statues. His vision could easily track movement in the air like small dust spinning. His strength was enough to break steel doors with a single kick. Not to mention his skills, which had leveled up a ton. His unique ability had reached level 6, while the Madman's Mirror had reached level 7. He could know the swap place with things more than 200 meters from him, and the cooldown was only 15 seconds. Not to mention that his clone from the Madman's Mirror would now appear in the intermediate stage of the Grandmaster Realm. Whip, splurt, splat. Threads extended with one tiny motion and sliced an intermediate Great Grandmaster level monster apart before it could even roar. It fell in pieces, its body splitting open while its blood sprayed across the stairs. Gray did not even look at it. He cleaned his hand on its fur and kept walking up, his eyes fixed on the steps above. Pathetic. He remembered the first time he reached this part. His heart was torn out. He had died screaming. His fear was real back then, but the thought that he would repeat the same day calmed him down most of the time. But now, there was only annoyance. Boom. He kicked the corpse aside as he passed with a bored expression. Huh, Jasmine, how many times have I spent here? A total of 803 days, 22 hours, 41 minutes, and 19 seconds. Barely 2 years. Huh? I thought that I'd spent more time in here. At least 3 to 4 years, Gray muttered to himself. He glanced at the rapier in his hand, and seeing his reflection made him frown. His hair had grown much longer and darker, reaching down his shoulders in messy strands that got in his face. His eyes were sharper too, like every loop filed away more weakness and left only a hunter behind. Not to mention his beard. He really needed to cut it. Shit, I'm doing this now. He couldn't T-bear it and directly sliced his entire face with his strings, not worrying about taking any damage from it. After all, the strings couldn't deal any damage to his body, but to his hair it could. Looks clean enough. Gray nodded in satisfaction. His strings were really sharp, so they easily shaved everything down, including his pubic hair and everything, cause Gray's clothes were torn apart during most of the runs. So, he had been naked in there for quite a while. Of course, he could simply summon clothes because of his clown class, but he was quite comfortable being naked. Ding! The passive skill blessing of beauty has reached level 4. The authority beauty has reached level 4. Really? I just needed to shave? Gray sighed. It quite made sense after all. Although he repeated the same day, his body had grown, and so it matured a little. His face also looked a little more mature than before, especially his sharp eyes. Let us try and kill that bitch of a monster. If not, I guess I'll enter seclusion again until I reach the Grandmaster realm before trying again. Gray muttered with a faint smile. Honestly, he didn't mind spending time here until he reached the Emperor realm or even the Sovereign realm. But that would probably take thousands of years, so he was exactly inclined towards it. Step. Fwash. As soon as he took one more step, all the monsters of the previous stages appeared almost instantly. To this, Gray only smiled. His power had increased a lot, and now they were only ants to him. Fwhip. Splurt. Thousands of thin threads shot from his hands. They tore straight through every weak point, every throat and heart and skull that existed in front of him. Bodies collapsed in an instant like bags of broken bones, while a blood mist sprayed into the cold air as their corpses slammed onto the stairs. Those monsters had died in a single second, leaving only the early King Realm monster, which was none other than an actual drake. A green flames drake that Gray had absolutely no idea what kind it was. He only knew that it was a drake from his appearance. And seeing it again, he couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to think that the difference between the peak of the Great Grandmaster realm and the early King realm is that fucking grand. He wasn't joking. After all, he could easily one-shot a Great Grandmaster realm creature, but couldn't even scratch an early King realm drake. The differences were simply between heaven and earth. Let us do this. Gray cracked his neck slyly. Roar. The drake lowered its head, green flames licking its jaws. The air twisted with heat, and suddenly, its claws cracked the ground as it rushed forward with a scream that rattled Gray's bones. Scree! Gray shot backward immediately. 9 illusionary dream steps. Dream mist, his body blurred as his limbs melted into swirling pale smoke as he slid between the drake's stomping claws. The wind pressure alone scraped the stone beneath him. Fwhip! Strings exploded outward in thin lines, whipping around the drake's throat and wings. He pulled tight, muscles straining clank. The scales did not even scratch, but it caused sparks to flicker from the failure. His eyes narrowed as he twisted his wrist, and the threads shifted direction aiming for soft points onto the joints. Click. Click. The Drake jerked its body violently, and the movement almost ripped Gray's arms from their sockets. He abandoned the strings and jumped up the wall of stairs, feet kicking off a cracked stone. His body vanished and reappeared beside a chunk of broken rock farther away. The Drake's claws smashed where he had been, cratering the stairway in a storm of dust. Crush! Gray's boots skidded across stone, and when he stopped, he launched forward again. His hand flicked, and a mirror with a cracked surface appeared floating beside him, reflecting light in a twisted way. Madman's mirror, a figure climbed out of the reflection. A second Gray, who was grinning widely, and just as it appeared, sprinted right toward the Drake without fear. "Buy me a second," Gray muttered. Both Grays moved. Whip, whip, whip. Strings wrapped around the Drake's limbs and wings again. The clone yanking with violent strength that Gray himself lacked. The beast was forced down a bit, its claws digging a trench. Roar. Scraw. Flames burst from its jaws, shooting upward. FWOM. Dream missed his body flowed like air and, in the blink of an eye, was above the flames. He pointed his rapier downward and fell like a spear, aiming straight for the Drake's left eye. Crack! The Drake slammed its wing upward at the last possible moment. Bone struck steel, and the force threw Gray across the platform. Bam! Arg! He rolled on the ground with a grunt. PFT! He spat blood to the ground before revealing a blood-stained grin. TSK! Even after breaking through to the peak of the Master Realm. FSHHH! Just at that moment, the clone had jumped on the Drake's back. Swinging his strings madly without a shred of hesitation, it punched into the scales, leaving tiny marks of damage. The first damage ever caused. The Drake easily noticed his presence and whipped its tail around like a steel whip. Swoosh! Crack! The clone was shattered in a single hit, causing Gray to spit out a whole mouthful of blood. Damn it! Gray felt that pain in his own bones, and he winced. He swapped with a rock behind the Drake's tail, before dashing to the exact place his clone had damaged. Whip! He sliced the same damage scale again. It chipped off, causing a small wound to open. Not even 1 finger long, but finally, he had actually made that Drake bleed. The Drake snapped its head toward him like lightning, slamming against Gray with its stray horns. Bam! Garg! His body folded, and he flew across the stairway like a thrown doll. Thud, 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 fuck. He could not breathe for a second. Darkness tried to take his vision, but he forced himself to stand. He staggered a little, but then he inhaled sharply and rushed in again. Dream missed his speed was higher than the Drake's, and so he dodged tail strikes that could break a mountain. Whip! He avoided claws that could tear a fortress apart, but there was always something he could not escape. The green flames. Green fire flooded the air faster than his body could move. Whoosh! He jumped through it, but fire still kissed his back, easily breaking his force field and burning his skin. However, Gray ignored the pain and focused on dealing damage to that small wound. Again and again, he hit that same wound. Whip. Splat. Sparks of blood flew out. The wound got a little deeper, barely anything, but still something. Then the Drake slammed its foot down. KRATHOM. Thud. Ack. Gray was thrown into a tree at the upper edge of the stairway. Bark broke under his ribs, his spine screaming as he slid down the trunk and barely stayed standing. Bam! The Drake slowly walked towards him, flames trailing behind every breath as the ground cracked with each step it took. Ugh! Gray leaned back against the tree. His legs were shaking, his head felt strangely light. Blood ran down his arms and chest, and his vision was blurring, already seeing 2 Drakes instead of 1. Yet, his lips curled upward. Ha! It seems that I will need to break through the next realm. He closed his eyes like he was ready to accept death again. And then, just at that moment, no, you won T. A voice rose from deep inside him. Gray's eyes opened slightly in complete shock. Gee, Gray. But just before he could do anything more, his vision collapsed into darkness at once. The hypnotic rings in his eyes vanished like smoke. How did you? Jasmine's voice screamed inside his mind, and she quickly realized that somehow she was able to talk with him. Huh! A cold breath escaped his lips as he slowly stood up, ignoring how deeply injured his body was. Instead, both his body and his mana slowly started recovering under Jasmine's shocked gaze. Yue Chao. Xing. His face was extremely cold as he gently unsheathed the rapier that the other gray didn't think of using. I will be borrowing your authority of destruction. Whoop! A strange dark aura swirled around his body. Jasmine. Chapter 161. The end of the semester, 14. How can you use my authority? Jasmine was beyond speechless. Trade secret, Gray replied coldly. His grip tightened around the rapier as he looked at the drake in front of him. The ground beneath the drake twisted and cracked as if dreading what was about to happen. With the authority of destruction, I won't even need to use my sword art, Gray muttered absent-mindedly. Roar. The drake stomped forward, his eyes burning with fury. It inhaled, throat swelling, fire collecting with a violent hiss. Gray stepped lightly to the side, one foot sliding over broken stone, maintaining a steady posture. And finally, the beast unleashed its flames. Whoosh dash! Heat rushed over him, distorting the air. Gray spun behind the plume in a swift pivot, the tip of his rapier slipping through the edges of fire, as if guided by instinct alone. A single thrust stabbed through Drake's hind leg as he passed. Splat! The leg dissipated into ashes. The creature stumbled, nearly collapsing under its own weight. It roared in confusion as blood failed to flow, the erased limb refusing to exist again. Gray flicked his wrist, straightening his stance. Don't bother. Destruction doesn't give second chances. Whip! The drake spun with a furious sweep of its spiked tail, the air cracking with the force. Gray leaned back, spine bending smoothly while the tail sliced mere centimeters above his nose. In that same breath, he stepped forward and slashed downward. The middle of the tail blinked out of reality. The severed half thudded onto the earth, then crumbled into nothing. Greyheart! The drake screamed so loud that it rattled the cavern walls. Without hesitation, as the dumb beast it lunged again, its claws spreading wide, teeth dripping molten heat. Gray dipped under its arm, his body low, feet gliding across dust. He thrust upward, stabbing into the soft flesh under its jaw. Whoosh! A chunk of neck disappeared, leaving a clean, unnatural hole. Grah! The drake choked on its own roar. Gray didn't rush the fight at all. Truly pathetic. He simply walked, circling his collapsing enemy like a cat toying with prey. Each time the animal charged, he dodged gracefully and used his rapier to carve small strokes in impossible angles. Thrust to the ribs gone, slash across the shoulder, vanished, a stab into the wing joint, obliteration. The fight lasted quite a while, not because Drake stood a chance, but because Gray allowed it. He wanted every attempt of the creature to survive to end in despair. Its wings beat wildly, lifting dust and broken stone in a hurricane of desperation. Gray leapt, feet barely touching wing bone as he climbed higher along its massive back. The drake bucked and twisted, but Gray only pressed deeper into his poise. Splurt! His rapier plunged into the beast's spine. A ripple of annihilation burst through its nervous system. Its entire frame convulsed, collapsing as it crashed onto the ground with a violent quake. Breathing heavy and ragged, the drake desperately dragged itself forward, claws digging trenches into the earth. It tried to crawl away, still clinging to the stupid, fading idea that life was possible. Gray landed in front of its trembling head. He tilted his neck slightly, his eyes were half-lidded, looking calm, emotionless, and terrifyingly beautiful in his cruelty. Stop suffering. FSSHHH. One quiet thrust. The front half of Drake's skull ceased to exist. The body jerked once, then fell still, limbs twitching as the last remnants of its mind realized death had already claimed it minutes ago. Gray pulled his sword back, the remnants of distortion dissolving into silence. No blood stained the blade, as there was nothing left to stain it. He looked at the remaining stairs and slowly headed forward. Why you? How can you control the law? No, the authority of destruction that proficiently. Jasmine's voice echoed from inside him, shaking with disbelief. Gray paused for only a moment. He raised his palm. Thump. A tight sphere of darkness formed above his skin, shrinking and compressing until it looked like gravity itself had been tied into a knot. Is this enough of an answer? He said, barely interested. Jasmine's breath caught. For the first time since she ever existed, she whispered the word. Monster. Not the insult kind. The kind reserved for someone who stood far beyond the level of a genius. FWSSH. A new wave of monsters surged from the shadows before him. Upon seeing Gray, they roared and rushed at him. Gray did not even blink. He pressed that tiny sphere of darkness against the flat of his rapier, letting it sink into the metal, and then swung the rapier in a horizontal manner. FWIP. FWSHHH. A crescent wave of the dark aura was sent flying, turning everything on its way to ashes. It didn't matter how high their cultivation level was, they couldn't defy destruction. I did not even get to see what the intermediate king realm creature looked like, he said, almost disappointed, stepping past the fading dust. Then, he headed towards the next section, and once again, he did the same thing as before, erasing every monster in a single swing of his sword. But then, he stopped at the last staircase, the one where the last monster would be a peak king realm creature. Looks like my time using the authority is finished, he muttered, and in that moment, the darkness swirling around him cracked apart and vanished. Power drained away like water through his fingers. He then sighed. Jasmine, how can you be so damn weak? Vuvek. I am not. She bit her lip at his words, thinking of ways to refute him, but unfortunately, she was really weak at the current moment. Gray shook his head. That idiot. If he had just killed Lyra, he would already have the authority of destruction as well. It would take him a few years to master it, but at least he would not be so pathetic. Then, how will you kill the monster without the authority of darkness? That is an interesting question, Jasmine, but to answer it, I first need to explain something to you. Gray slowly rolled his shoulders. What are your thoughts on mastering a single attack skill? Mastering a single attack skill? Jasmine was thoughtful for a moment. I guess it depends on the skill, if its grade is high enough. One can simply only use it and probably defeat all kinds of opponents. Gray nodded once with calm satisfaction and continued stretching his legs. A correct answer. What was that question for? Do you know about the mind cultivation method? Gray interrupted her question with another question instead. You mean the one where one can theoretically train all kinds of techniques in their sea of consciousness? Yeah, that one. Finally, he stretched his arms. You see, hypothetically, if I had the ability of that mind cultivation method, and only focused on training the same sword art during the time the other Gray was here, what kind of mastery do you think I'd achieve? His hand closed around his rapier as he cracked his neck slowly. Why you don't tell me that? Boom. Your thoughts are absolutely right, my dear. Gray's aura erupted in a single instant, as another dark aura enveloped his body, but it wasn't the aura of destruction. Emotionless sword intent. Jasmine's lips parted in disbelief. Sword intent. Something that normally only an Emperor-level powerhouse would be able to touch briefly. Its level is practically at the level of an authority, and for someone to achieve it, he must treat the sword practically as his lifelong partner. Basically treating his sword as his life and understanding the deeper meaning behind it. But Gray, didn't he simply reach the state of sword intent? He created one based on his emotionless state, where nothing but him matters. A selfish sword, a sword that belonged to him alone, only created to protect himself and kill whoever gets in his way. Well, I suppose I should thank your partner, Gray said. If he hadn't been trapped suffering here for so long, I wouldn't have reached this state so quickly. Ding! The shadowless sword art has reached the Emperor stage of proficiency. You have received the active skill, Emotionless Sword Intent. The notifications floated in front of Gray's eyes. He flicked them upward lazily so Jasmine could read every word. Why you? You're a teetotal, C-complete monster. Jasmine was a little scared for a second. Huh? Gray laughed lightly as he took a step forward. Instantly, every monster from the previous waves spawned around him. The ones he erased too fast to even see earlier. They finally stood before him. Rower, Graph, Groll. They all roared at Gray. And Gray also responded by lifting his rapier with a single slow movement, pointing its tip toward the horde. Emotionless Sword Intent. He muttered lightly. Extinguish. Foom. A shadow rippled through the air. Then the world above him opened. Thousands upon thousands of dark rapiers formed in the sky like a storm of blades. Not a single monster dared move. Even those with speed great enough to outrun lightning felt their legs lock. The oppressive weight of Gray's sword intent crushed their instincts flat, forcing their bodies down until their knees cracked against the stone. They wanted to run, but against Gray's sword intent, desire meant nothing. Gray flicked his wrist. The sky fell. Fwip, 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 fwip. Sploored. A single moment and everything died. Creatures of the Master Realm, Great Grandmasters. Low King Realm. Even the giant abominations that once forced the other Gray into desperate survival. They were reduced to mangled dust before they even understood the attack had begun. The staircase was empty now. There was one last shape trembling before him. A Peak King Realm monster, yet its body was small. Thin even. It was so weak that Gray tilted his head slightly, almost confused at first. But he quickly realized what it was. A spirit, huh? More specifically, a supreme-level spirit, but not one blessed by fire, storm, ice, shadow, or anything else worthy of fear. This one had no attribute at all. A pathetic existence at the bottom of even the spirit hierarchy. Its form was that of a snake with 9 dull colors flickering faintly over its scales, like a rainbow smothered under layers of dust. It coiled into itself, trembling so hard its body scraped the stone beneath it. Gray slowly approached. Step. The 9-colored snake flinched. Step. Its tiny jaw opened in pure panic, but no sound came out. Gray crouched down slightly, the cold expression on his face unbroken, unbothered, uninterested in the terror right in front of him. He looked into its frantic, flickering eyes, and he surprisingly smiled. You're mine now. Hiss. The 9-colored snake was confused by Gray's words. But just then, it was softly grabbed by Gray's hand and placed on his shoulder. You'll be my sword spirit. Hiss. Gray gently bit his thumb, causing blood to drip out, and then he gently brought his thumb to the snake's nostrils. Consume my blood. The 9-colored snake was a little hesitant, but upon remembering the scene of Gray easily destroying everyone despite his low cultivation, it nodded lyly and stuck its pierced tongue to lick Gray's blood. Swish! A strange crimson runic symbol appeared on its forehead before slowly dissipating. Finally, Gray pressed his bleeding thumb to the rapier, fusing the little snake with it. This process took a few minutes, but as soon as it was done, the 9-colored snake disappeared into the rapier. Soul contract done. Now, the other Gray can't use this rapier. Gray muttered in satisfaction as he waved his hand. The rapier vanished into wisps. It was stored on his sea of consciousness now, and only he could access it. Now, Gray's lips parted as he noticed the end of the stairway. Shall we make a deal, Jasmine? Chapter 162. The end of the semester, 15. Time to check the rewards, Gray murmured as he stepped into the final chamber. The room itself looked like a shrine for victory, and right at the center, sitting on a raised platform, as if demanding worship, a large golden chest straight out of fantasy game, decorated with jewels and intricate carvings that pulsed faintly with light. Gray paused in front of it for a moment. A master-level dungeon, with monsters strong enough to kill me hundreds of times. This reward better be worth it. He knelt slightly and flipped the lid open without hesitation. Ding! You have obtained the ring of gluttony. You have obtained a transcendent robe. Gray's eyebrow lifted a little. Oh, that sounds promising. He tapped the first item. Name, Ring of Gluttony grade. Low Saint type. Artifact, main function. Converts any consumed flesh or material into raw energy that permanently increases the wearer's stats. Additional traits. Auto-devour. When killing an enemy, the ring absorbs the corpse instantly, preventing loot theft and corpse-based abilities. This ability is automatically connected with the dimensional storage skill. Endless Hunger. Increases stamina regeneration by 500 and removes exhaustion from physical combat. Name, Transcendent Rogue grade. Intermediate King type. Armor main function. Nullifies 70 of all physical and magical damage from equal or lower realm foes. Reduces damage from higher realm foes by up to 20 based on attack type. Additional traits. Conceal Aura. Hides cultivation level and killing intent when activated from people below the intermediate king level. Special traits. Royal Vessel. Can evolve into a sovereign grade robe once nourished with the power of a monarch or higher. Now, that is what a proper reward looks like. Gray reached into the chest and lifted the robe out. The fabric felt softer than air, darker than night. No thread marks, no seams. Only a smooth, living shadow that wrapped around his hands like liquid silk. He let it flow over his shoulders and down his back. The garment clung to his frame, adjusting perfectly as if tailored to his bones rather than his measurements. The room dimmed for a second, and then his aura vanished. If someone saw him now, they would think he was just a regular human strolling into the final floor of a deadly dungeon, which made it even more amusing. Gray brushed one hand across the robe's sleeve. If I'm not wrong, this should work. Gray tried a little experiment. He injected mana into the robe, and it instantly expanded, creating a casual black, where for him to wear, perfectly fitting his body. Perfect, he nodded with satisfaction. Then he grabbed the ring, putting it on his index finger, and closed the floating status screens with a flick. How long do you plan to control the body? Jasmine suddenly asked, as Gray headed towards the exit door that looked exactly like the door he had entered through to arrive at this special room. Probably until the end of the Seven Stars Ball. Why? I want to meet up with my elder sister. Jasmine was a little confused by his words. Don't you hate her? Why would you want to meet up with her? Hate? Gray almost laughed. Did you forget about the essence of my sword intent? But still, normally, even if you were emotionless, you wouldn't want to meet up with someone who threw you out of your house. Jasmine, if I had to say who was the person who loved me the most in this entire world, it would be undeniable. Alina, my elder sister. He spoke as if confessing a trivial fact. However, my dumb self from a year ago wasn't able to connect the dots, but now, perhaps because I've lost my emotions, I can easily understand the meaning of her every move. Especially how she has been stalking me for quite a while, but it seems that her attendant didn't enter this dungeon. And even if I wanted to kill someone, it would be my father and Maelys. However, my father is already set in stone, while Maelys, she has her uses for now. I see. Whoosh. The moment he opened the door, a strong, cold wind clawed at him. He stepped out into the familiar expanse of snowy mountains, and behind him, the impossible tree had vanished entirely. He scanned the white landscape. I'll just go directly to the boss, he muttered. He closed his eyes and slowly extended his force field, turning it into some kind of spiritual sense. As he extended it, a small amount of force started hitting it, and soon. Crack! A creature successfully broke his force field. A line of red slid from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away with his thumb and fixed his gaze toward the direction of the creature that had broken his force field. The peak of the Grandmaster realm? He was quite disappointed, but this level was already quite high for a master-level dungeon. So, without any hesitation, he started heading towards the place where the boss was. But unfortunately for him, Gray, a familiar and annoying voice called out his name. Instantly, he snapped his finger, and the familiar hypnotic rings appeared on his eyes. But if that wasn't enough, I'm going to borrow your authority of beauty. All right. Jasmine didn't seem surprised anymore. Ding. You have acquired the skill blessing of beauty. The skill blessing of beauty has reached level 4. Ding. You have received the authority of beauty. The authority of beauty has reached level 4. Lyra? He turned around with a faint smile. Thump. She directly threw herself onto Gray's arms, wrapping her own S against the back of his waist tightly. Where were you? I was looking for you for ages. She pouted, puffing out her cheeks as her golden eyes stared into his pitch-black ones. Gray patted her head lightly. I was simply looking for the location of the boss, and just found it now. He pointed in the direction he was heading. MHM. She eyed him suspiciously, but seeing his calm smile, she sighed. You can't do this again. Next time, at least give me a warning that you're going to look for the boss. She warned him, to which Gray simply nodded while gently brushing her lips. This action made her a little embarrassed, and soon she turned her head to the side, causing Gray to chuckle lightly. How are you this good at imitating people? Jasmine asked as Gray comforted Lyra. The other Gray-esque character is based on my anger and personality from when I was a playboy. Why would I be able to fully imitate him? What do you mean by that? Her confusion was so adorable that it nearly made him laugh aloud. Oh my. He didn't tell you? I guess you need to have a little chat with him later. Is he hiding something from me? You should ask him about that, as I won't be answering. Lyra pressed her forehead to his chest for a moment longer before stepping back. Her lips curved in that sweet yet insistent pout. We should gather the others first, she advised, her golden eyes shining with concern. The aura that thing is giving seems really strong. Attacking it alone would be reckless. Gray clicked his tongue at her words. He wanted to go straight to the kill. But he wasn't stupid, as revealing his power here would make future problems annoyingly complicated. And besides, he still needed to measure Adrian's true strength. Okay. Lyra smiled in relief and pulled him by the wrist, practically dragging him through the snow until the little shelter came into view. Inside, the rest of the team sat in a loose circle around the makeshift fireplace. Leon, Adrian, Selena, Celine, and Claire lifted their heads mid-conversation. Guys, I found Gray, Lyra announced with a bright grin. 5 gazes snapped him. Where were you? Celine shot up, storming toward him faster than the wind. Her hands immediately grabbed his shoulders, sliding down his arms, checking him as if expecting blood to gush from somewhere. She was seconds away from tearing open his shirt. A single finger raised by Gray stopped her completely. I'm fine, he replied simply. I was scouting the boss's location. Celine froze, cheeks heating before she stepped back with an awkward cough. MHM. Across the room, Selena hummed at him, her eyes narrowing as she scanned him from head to toe. Gray ignored her. Where's Maelys? No idea. She disappeared just like you. Probably searching for the boss too. Just didn't find it yet. Leon was the first to answer, leaning forward with a sigh. HM. Gray closed his eyes, a small pulse of force sliding invisibly outward from him. A quiet ripple that brushed across the dungeon like a sixth sense. And there she was, locked in battle with the same beast that had cracked his barrier. His lips curved. I found her. Leon and Adrian shot upright. Synchronization so sharp, it was almost comical. Where? They both demanded. She is already fighting the boss. North side of the mountain. I'll meet you there. He turned without giving anyone the chance to argue. Gray, wait dash. Swap, he vanished from their sight, only to be replaced by a single drifting snowflake slowly falling through the space his head once occupied. That bastard. He is doing it again. Celine stomped her foot, rage burning in her voice as she quickly grabbed her sword. Come on. We're going after them before he gets himself killed. Leon also stood up, adjusting his coat, his eyes already sharpening with determination. Hurry. Let us catch up. Chapter 163. The end of the semester, 16, THRUUM. Snow exploded upward with every clash. Maelys stood on a broken cliff of ice, her boots digging into the ground as she spun her long white staff in a tight circle. A heavy violet aura wrapped around her body, making the air around her feel thick, like the world itself was pressing down. The boss, a massive wolf-like beast with bone plates on its back, roared so loud the air shook. Grara! It kicked off the ground, ice breaking beneath its claws as it lunged straight toward her. Melis slammed the bottom of her staff into the ground. Tum! Gravity exploded outward. The air rippled in that moment, causing the beast to crash into the force. Its body suddenly weighed down like a mountain had fallen on it. Its legs dug deep into the ice, struggling to move. Stay still. The wolf snarled and forced itself forward. Melis twisted her wrist, swinging the staff horizontally. Gravity curved around the creature's head like an invisible hammer. Whack! Its skull slammed sideways, sending it rolling across the ice. Its thick bones cracked as it hit the terrain. But even that wasn't enough to hurt it badly. It shook itself, blood trickling down its jaw, then charged again. Boom! Another leap. Melis narrowed her eyes. She stepped quickly to the side, coat fluttering, then pulled her hand downward. Fall! Crash! The beast's whole body smashed into the earth as someone dropped it from the sky. Ice shattered, snow flying everywhere as it struggled under the crushing weight. The monster roared, forcing its legs up slowly, the ground beneath it cracking. Too tough. Melis clicked her tongue. She raised her staff high, and almost immediately, a deep violet light spread above like a dome of pressure. She slammed it down toward the boss. Thud! The gravity dome collapsed. The wolf's bones creaked loudly, and his ribs even bent. The bone plates on its back started to split. But still, it didn't die as it rolled over violently. Tail swinging. Swoosh! Melis barely dodged as the tail smashed the area she was standing in, leaving a huge crater. Chunks of ice flew past her face. The shockwave pushed her back a few steps. Annoying beast. Her teeth clenched. The wolf leapt again, snapping its jaws at her throat. Melis twirled the staff, her right foot sliding backward for balance. Clang! The staff blocked the bite. Sparks flew as bone teeth scraped against reinforced metal. She kicked the creature in the chest, and, at the same instant, boom! Gravity surged from her heel. It sent the wolf flying like a boulder shot from a catapult. Snow exploded outward when its body slammed into a mountain of ice, carving a deep hole. The beast struggled, slowly trying to rise again. Melis' breathing remained steady, but her eyes sharpened with irritation. Your defense is too stupidly high. She lifted her left hand. Gravity gathered into a single point, a tiny violet orb that twisted the air around it. The ground under her cracked just from its pull. The wolf stared at it, eyes wide, even if it could feel the danger. Melis pointed the orb forward. Crush! Thaum! The orb fired forward like a bullet. The wolf tried to leap aside, but gravity locked its movements down. The orb hit its shoulder. Crack dash! His bones shattered, and his flesh imploded as someone squeezed it with a giant invisible fist. The monster howled in pain, collapsing to one knee. Steam rose from its wounds, its regeneration trying desperately to fix the damage, but slowly, too slowly. Melis walked toward it, one step at a time, boots sinking softly into the snow. Lie down. She swung the staff down again. Boom! Gravity smashed the wolf flat on the ice, face grinding into frost, its body twitching violently as it tried to lift itself. Melis' voice was calm and cold. I already won. Just die quietly. She prepared one final orb, so heavy that the air shook around it. Grah! The wolf's body trembled as it tried one last time to stand. Melis lowered the tip of her staff toward its head. Stop trying. You already lost. The violet orb in her palm shrank to the size of a pea, turning quite dense, but deadly, like a star ready to explode. She flicked her fingers. PSSH gay. The orb dropped. Crunch. The wolf's skull flattened in an instant. Its whole body spasmed once, then fell silent, limbs twitching weakly before going limp. Blood and bone fragments were sucked inward by the crushing force. leaving behind a deep dent in the ice instead of corpse. Huh. This fight took a lot longer than I expected. She tapped her staff against the ground again. Tum! The gravity field vanished, lightening the air. Wiping a small line of dust from her sleeve, she finally turned. Clap! 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 Gray stood several meters behind her, his hands coming together in slow applause. His faint smile showed polite approval, but his eyes were a little colder than normal. That was very impressive, he said calmly. I wasn't expecting you to control the fight that well. Melis raised an eyebrow, lips curving just a little. You're late, she replied, spinning her staff once before resting it against her shoulder. You could have helped. You didn't team-eat me. And I want to see how strong you are now. Gray chuckled lightly. His gaze dropped to the crushed crater where the wolf had been. No mistakes. Good footwork. Solid timing. And even when your attacks did little damage, you never lost control. His eyes lifted to meet hers again. Well done. Melis hummed, trying not to look pleased, but the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Oomph. Of course. I'm not like the others. Gray nodded, stepping closer. His boots crunched lightly over the broken ice. Yes, I know. If you were like the orders, you'd be dead by now. His eyes darkened slyly. Melis smiled lightly, but then she suddenly staggered. Oh, she breathed out, knees wobbling as if her strength had finally left her. I think I spent too much mana. Big brother. She collapsed forward. Gray could see the act from a mile away. Her eyes were a bit too bright, her lips a bit too eager, but he let her fall anyway, straight into his arms. His hands slid under her legs and back in one smooth motion, lifting her into a full princess carry. Kia! Her cute little scream slipped out before she could stop it, and her arms curled around his neck on reflex, face flushed like she had been waiting for this exact moment. Gray's voice softened into something warm and falsely gentle. Don't scream so loud, he whispered near her ear. Someone might get the wrong idea. Her heart jumped as he could feel it pounding against his chest. She stared up at him, pupils shrinking just a bit, excitement burning beneath that fake tired look. It's not wrong if I want them to, she muttered quietly to herself. Of course. Gray caught her whispers, but didn't reply. He stepped toward what remained of the wolf, or rather, what didn't remain. The corpse scattered into dust the moment he stood over it, leaving behind only 2 items resting on the crushed ice. A thick collar decorated with heavy, bestial teeth, and a large purple core throbbing with violent energy. Before Melis could even reach for them, Gray bent down, still holding her effortlessly with one arm, and grabbed both rewards. The moment he straightened up, a red, swirling portal burst open ahead of them, glowing like fresh blood. He looked at the drops in his hand, then at the girl clinging to him. Here, he said, pushing both items gently against her chest, a little lower than necessary, just enough to make her stiffen and swallow a sharp gasp. These are your prize for killing the big bad wolf. Melis pressed the items to herself, smiling like a cat that finally got the cream. Then shouldn't you be the prince in this story? She whispered with half-lidded eyes. You did save the princess, after all. Gray tilted his head. Princess? You? HM? And what else would I be? She asked with soft, fake innocence, while tightening her arms around his neck and pushing her body just a little closer. Gray leaned in, close enough that his breath brushed her lips and his smile turned colder. A wolf in sheep-esque clothing. Melis shivered slightly at his words. MHM, then I guess, she muttered, her voice trembling with excitement. You'll have to tame me too. Gray looked into her eyes, seeing the twisted affection she held, and the smile he gave back was the kind that promised nothing good. However, before he could say anything else, ahem, every possible romantic tension was shattered into dust. Gray's eye twitched as he turned his head slowly. The rest of the group stood there, staring. Celine and Selena both crossed their arms with stormy faces. Claire glared like she was about to throw a dagger, and Lyra looked as if her soul had left her body. Leon and Adrian looked like they were ready to snap madly at any given second. Can't you see you're interrupting our moment? Melis suddenly snarled, voice shaking with irritation. Gray raised an eyebrow at her actions. Aren't you two brother and sister? Lyra hesitated, raising a hand as if she were asking a question in class. Besides, that's my boyfriend. She tried not to pout in jealousy. So, Melis practically hissed, lifting her head from Gray's shoulder like a feral cat. Can't a brother and sister have a moment of sibling doting? Yes. Lyra stared blankly. No one else dared to answer. Their brains short-circuited all at once. Enough. Gray sighed as he coldly spoke. We're done here. Let us leave before more trash shows up. Without waiting for discussion, he adjusted his grip on Melis, her body pressed even closer to his chest, and walked straight toward the glowing red exit. Melis lifted a hand, waving smugly at the others while holding on to Gray as if he was hers alone. Well then, we're going ahead. Don't be too slow, okay? Gwa! Claire let out a strangled noise. I'm going to strangle her someday, Celine whispered to herself. And Selena, who was next to her, also nodded. Chapter 164. The end of the semester, 17. The world twisted in a flash of red light, and the group was pulled out of the dungeon and spat back into the academy as open battlegrounds. Warm sunlight washed over them, a jarring contrast to the blood-soaked cold they just walked through. There, on a reclining chair, set dead center like he owned the entire field, sat Professor Otto. Strangely, he was wearing sunglasses along with a loose shirt, not to mention that he was drinking some kind of cocktail with a tiny umbrella on it. He also had his leg crossed as he basked in sunlight like an overworked vacationer. He turned his head lazily when the group materialized. "Oh, you guys are already done?" he asked, eyebrows rising. For a moment, it looked like he was genuinely impressed, but the moment his gaze slid across the full group, his expression shifted back to something more neutral, almost bored. Then his eyes landed on Gray, and Otto froze. What is this pressure? Behind his tinted lenses, the professor's pupil shrank. He straightened his back slowly, the relaxed posture dropping away as a prickling sensation crawled up his skin. Something deep in his instincts recoiled, some primal part of him whispering that the boy walking toward him was not normal. He was dangerous. But what kind of changes could Gray go through in a simple dungeon? That mysterious thought gnawed at him. TCH. Otto clicked his tongue softly, adjusting his sunglasses as if that would get rid of the pressure. What about the other students? He asked, voice returning to its usual calm, even if it was a little too controlled. He sat up on the lounge chair properly now, both feet on the ground. Didn't he see a single soul? Gray replied instantly. Behind him, Melis shook her head gently in agreement from within his arms. None. Celine crossed her arms. No signs. Selena mirrored the same. Not a trace. Claire sighed. Lyra gave an awkward thumbs down while Adrian and Leon both shook their heads grimly. A full party confirming absolute absence. Otto inhaled, then exhaled even slower. I see. His tone grew heavier. I'll take a look for them myself. He stood up fully now, brushing imaginary dust from his clothes. When he spoke again, the casual nature from before was gone entirely. And for those two groups, you'll all receive an A. All of them blinked at how easily they had received the highest grade. But before they could celebrate, Otto's voice dropped into a quieter and colder tone. And he paused and then smiled. But there was nothing warm in it. It was a clinical smile, one that held the weight of expectation and danger. Congratulations on surviving the first semester. The professor's cold smile lingered for a moment too long. And as soon as he turned away, the tension broke. Why does he always make it sound like we barely escaped death? Celine scoffed. Honestly, he could at least said it in a normal tone, not like some horror theater narrator. Selena rolled her eyes. Lyra crossed her arms. He wants to scare us. It's so obvious. She puffed her cheeks slightly. Ugh, teachers. Even Claire muttered softly. You really didn't have to say it like that. Gray just sighed, shifting his grip on the girl in his arms. All right, enough complaining. He lowered Melis slowly, letting her feet touch the ground again. The moment her boots clicked against the floor, HMNPH, Melis pouted, her eyes instantly narrowed in betrayal. Big brother, you're so cruel. Her lips trembled dramatically. I could VE fallen. I was still tired. You're not tired, Gray replied flatly. Her pout deepened. The others tried not to laugh, but mostly failed. Adrian instantly stepped forward, sweeping his hair back with that forced pretty boy charm he always tried to show off. Melis, if you're tired, why not lean on me instead? He said with a smile he clearly thought was dazzling. I can. She walked right past him without even glancing at him. Didn't he acknowledge he existed? Adrian was left standing there, his hand awkwardly hanging in the air. She ignored me again, he whispered, clenching his fists tightly. Leon walked by and clapped a hand on his shoulder. It's no use. She is always like that, he said from experience. Although he still liked her, his feelings were slowly fading away. Then he continued on without waiting for a reply, heading off somewhere else with a long, exhausted sigh. I'm taking a break, far away from you people. Meanwhile, Lyra wasted absolutely no time. The second Melis was out of Gray's arms. Lyra wrapped herself around Gray's arm possessively. Her fingers laced tightly around his sleeve as she leaned her head against him with a triumphant grin. And she made sure Celine and Selena saw it. The glare-off was immediate. Celine's eye twitched, while Selena's smile sharpened, as both began to emit a weak, killing intent directed solely at Lyra. Lyra, only tightened her grip more. Looking so smug, she practically glowed. Claire watched from behind the group. Her hands curled into her sleeves as she looked at the three beautiful girls practically circling Gray like wolves guarding prey. She wasn't blind, so she understood instantly. They all liked him, every single one of them. And she felt small because of that. Her stomach sank, and she lowered her gaze, thinking silently, I can't compete with them. They're all so beautiful. As for Gray, he was a little annoyed. Unlike the other Gray, he preferred to be in a quieter space without many people bothering him. But well, it was just for today, as the semester had just ended and the Seven Stars Ball was practically on the verge of happening. It was just 2 days, and of course, Gray would spend those 2 days training or meeting up with Cassandra, asking about her progress on reviving her dead family. Gray Lyra suddenly tugged on his arm, her voice sweet enough to rot teeth. She tilted her head up at him and gave him a pleading pout. I'm starving, really starving. Want you take me to eat something? I want you to feed me until I pass out. She let her voice drip with coyness on purpose. Gray resisted the urge to roll his eyes so hard they'd fall out of his head. Instead, he forced a gentle smile, the fake kind that looked exactly like one the other Gray would easily muster. Fine. What do you want to eat? Lyra brightened immediately, clinging tighter. The cafeteria is fine as long as you're with me. Celine froze mid-step. Selena narrowed her eyes dangerously. Melis's smile dropped 2 degrees. And Claire flinched. The 3 girls reacted in perfect sync, rushing forward before Lyra could drag Gray away like some triumphant winner. I'll come too, Celine declared, linking her arm with Gray's other arm with zero hesitation. Same, Selena added, stepping closer with an elegant smile that hid murder. Of course I'm coming. Why wouldn't I? Melis casually walked in front of Lyra. Lyra's smile cracked. Wait, I asked him first. Did you? Celine said sweetly. Selena raised an eyebrow. I heard him invite all of us. I didn't. Gray replied. 3 death glares instantly snapped him. I guess I'm inviting all of you now. The glares softened into warm smiles so quickly that Gray wondered if he had hallucinated it. Lyra, however, was dying inside. But too late. The group was already walking toward the cafeteria. Gray in the middle. Celine was clinging to his left. Lyra and Selena were battling for his right arm. Melis was moving directly ahead like his self-appointed bodyguard. And finally, Claire was following at a distance, watching with a wistful expression. Let go, you golden-eyed gremlin, Celine cursed at Lyra. Make me, you venomous snake. Lyra hissed back, glaring daggers at her. Please fight after lunch. I do prefer not to step over your corpses today. Selena smiled politely at both of them. They stabbed each other with words, their glares sharp enough to cut through diamonds. Gray walked through all of it, as if strolling through a quiet garden, completely ignoring the chaos swirling around him. He didn't even flinch when Lyra muttered curses under her breath, or when Celine tried to push her away with her shoulder. Huh, sighing, he stepped into the cafeteria and went to grab a tray. However, even the simple act of going to grab a tray of food seemed to cause signals of war behind him. Lyra had followed instantly, shoving herself to his right. However, Celine slid in on his left, pretending she coincidentally reached the same tray stack. They instantly glared at each other, not to mention they were trying to stick so close to Gray that they moved through the food line together. Gray simply selected a bowl of stew and a piece of bread, his expression calm, detached, and utterly uninterested in the brewing slaughter. Once everyone had their trays, they made their way to an empty table near the windows. The moment Gray sat, the girls took their seats like predators claiming territory. For a single, fragile second, the table was quiet. Top, top. A soft, measured series of steps approached from behind them. Gray lifted his eyes. The entire atmosphere changed when Cecilia White, student council president, the #1 ranked prodigy and one of the most feared students in the academy, stopped at their table. Her long black hair fell neatly down her back, her uniform spotless, her golden badge gleaming under the cafeteria lights. She looked straight at Gray. Student Gray, we need to talk. Chapter 165. The end of the semester, 18. Gray frowned at Cecilia's words. I don't recall having something to talk to you about. He instantly rejected her, as he didn't want to get any closer to this woman who oozed coldness from all over her body. Cecilia blinked once, but the cold air around her seemed to deepen. Her presence always felt like winter wrapped in order, strict and frigid, yet now there was even a hint of killing intent. I see, she nodded. Then allow me to be more direct. She leaned forward slightly, not enough to break etiquette, but enough to press her point. I require a private conversation. It concerns matters that are not appropriate to discuss here. Gray didn't even let her finish forming her next thought. No, a single, flat denial. Her cold blue eyes narrowed lightly. It is important. No, you don't even know the topic. And I don't want to. Cecilia's lips twitched at his continuous refusal. Behind Gray, the girls at the table instantly came to life. President White, he said no. Are your ears frozen from your own aura or something? Maylis let out a dramatic scoff. Stop insisting. You're ruining our lunch. Lyra also added, not bothering to hide the threat in her voice. Annoying. Just get out of here already. Agreed. Claire didn't say anything, but she pressed her tray closer to Gray protectively, which made Cecilia's gaze flick toward her in faint disbelief, like she hadn't expected even the quiet one to resist. However, she still turned back to Gray, expression still composed but clearly strained. Student Gray, this is not a request made lightly. Please come with me. No, that was the third time. Her fingers tightened around the folder she carried, just enough that the paper inside made a faint CRRRK sound. Is there a reason for your refusal? Cecilia asked, the last thread of her patience hanging by its spine. Gray met her eyes with detached indifference. You're cold, he said simply. And more importantly, I don't know you. We've never spoken. We've never interacted. And you suddenly want a private conversation? That already sounds suspicious. He rested his elbow on the table as if this were nothing more than idle chatting. If it's really that important, say it here. If you can't, then I'm not following you anywhere. People who insist on privacy with strangers usually want to force something. His eyes didn't waver, and I'm not giving you that chance. Cecilia's eyes tightened the instant he refused again. Grip. A fine crack ran through her composure. Then she straightened her back, lifted her chin, and spoke with the authority of someone far too used to being obeyed. I, the student council president, Cecilia White, she declared, voice echoing through the cafeteria, order student Gravy Aurelian to accompany me to the council room. If the student refuses a direct, presidential summons. Her icy gaze narrowed. 5 penalty points shall be awarded. There was silence for a long second, but just for that single second. Are you insane? Celine burst up from her seat, palms slamming onto the table hard enough to rattle trays. You can't order him like that. What kind of power abuse is that? Selena snapped, crossing her arms in front of Gray like she intended to shield him. He said no. What part of no do you not understand? Lyra stood so fast her chair screeched loudly. But Cecilia didn't spare them even a glance as her gaze remained fixed solely on Gray. Annoying, Gray exhaled slowly through his nose and then casually reached into his coat. A small flick of his wrist and a cigarette appeared between his fingers. He leaned slightly toward Claire. She blinked, startled by the sudden closeness, her cheeks flushing pink despite herself. But when she saw the cigarette, she quickly raised her index finger, a tiny flame blooming at the tip. The glow reflected in Gray's eyes as she lit it for him. Thanks, he murmured. Huh. He dragged the cigarette once, slow and deep, and blew the smoke directly into Cecilia's face. Her frown nearly split her face. Her fingers curled in a fist so tight her knuckles turned white. Gray's voice dropped into a quiet, cold murmur. Get out of my sight, President. He tapped the cigarette, letting the ashes fall to the cafeteria floor with deliberate laziness. And for your information, another slow drag, another exhale through the corner of his lips. Penalty points don't affect me. He gave her a cold smile. If anything, you should speak with the headmistress herself before trying to play authority with me. He leaned back in his chair, utterly relaxed. Now walk away before you embarrass your title any further. And just like that, through him, Cecilia's composure snapped, causing a suffocating pressure to spread across the entire cafeteria. 1 second, everything was normal, and in the next, the air turned so heavy that half the students couldn't even breathe. Chairs tipped, trays clattered, and dozens of bodies bent forward against their will, like something was physically pressing their skulls toward the floor. But Gray didn't move an inch. He sat there, cigarette resting between his fingers, looking at Cecilia like she was some stray animal trying to bark at him. Cecilia's eyes narrowed sharply. Gray, she hissed, her aura continuing to rise until even Celine and Selena had to grit their teeth to stay upright. But the moment her gaze truly locked onto him, she froze entirely, because Gray didn't seem to be struggling even a little bit. Hell, he wasn't even annoyed by her display of power. He was just sitting there relaxed, tapping the ash of his cigarette like her pressure didn't even exist. Huh, Cecilia whispered, her confidence slipping for a moment. Gray slowly lifted his head, and the hypnotic rings vanished from his eyes. For a split second, everything around him darkened. A thick, scarlet smoke escaped the corners of his eyes, sliding through the air as it lived there, like each wisp carried something that didn't belong in the human world. When it brushed against Cecilia, Kook, her breath stopped. Her fingers twitched, then locked. Sweat rolled down her temple as her heart hammered painfully and her entire body refused to move. His eyes, those pitch-black, depthless pits, met hers, and she felt something crawl up her spine. Cecilia, Gray gently called her name. That gentleness felt worse than any threat. Are you sure that you want to fight me? The cafeteria's silence was sharp enough to cut through bone. Cecilia's legs trembled, not visibly, but Gray noticed how her aura wavered for a fraction of a second. Then, just as suddenly, the scarlet smoke faded. The hypnotic rings snapped back into place. His expression leveled out as if nothing had happened. F. Cecilia gasped softly, regaining control of her limbs. Gray leaned back and took another slow drag from the cigarette. Now, what should you say? Cecilia's jaw tightened at his words, as her pride wound let her say those words. However, her fear of Gray was currently the dominant force. I apologize for the inconvenience, she finally managed, lowering her head the tiniest bit. Good girl. Whoop. She disappeared from the cafeteria in a silvery blur the moment Gray uttered those words. Gray, what was that? Celine yelled, grabbing his arm so hard she almost pulled him out of his seat. "Holy crap," Lyra muttered, staring at the space Cecilia vanished from. "What did you say to her?" Because they were trying to shield themselves from Cecilia's killing intent, they weren't able to focus on Gray's conversation with Cecilia. Naturally, they were curious about how Gray drove her off. Gray just tapped his cigarette again, exhaling calmly, and didn't bother answering a single one of them. However, one particular girl hadn't forgotten about a little detail. "Then what did you mean by penalty points don't affect you? What kind of nonsense is that, Gray?" Melis leaned forward, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Gray let out a slow, irritated sigh. He pressed the cigarette against his metal tray with a quiet tss, crushing it flat until only a smear of ash remained. His appetite vanished the moment Cecilia tried throwing her weight around. "I have a deal with the headmistress," he finally explained, "but I want to say what kind of deal it is. Just know it makes me a little bit of a special student in some cases." "What?" Celine shot up in her seat. "Special," Lyra gasped, clutching her tray. "Big brother. You're not kidding, right?" Melis's eyes widened the most as she knew exactly what kind of existence Gloria. Gray gave her a flat look. "I'm leaving." Before they could mutter another annoying word, he vanished from their sight, arriving back at his dormitory, where he lay down on his comfy bed. But just as he lay down, he suddenly stood up and opened his wardrobe where the suit he had chosen stood. He looked at it, and seeing how perfectly matched his style, was this something my big sister also calculated? Gray couldn't help but ponder. Chapter 166, 7 Stars Ball, IMH. "Jasmine, do I look good?" Gray asked lightly as he observed himself in the mirror, now wearing the suit he had prepared for the ball. The suit clung to him like it had been made only for him, with sharp lines, clean edges, and a depth of black so dark it seemed to refuse to reflect any light. It was the kind of black that made everything around it seem a shade lighter. His eyes, pitch black and steady, studied every detail. His eyebrows were naturally straight and firm, giving his face an intense look even when he wasn't trying. His lips were a little pale, but shaped neatly, giving him a mature aura. His hair, also black, had been combed back in a simple but mature style, a few strands falling near his forehead, just enough to soften the harsh lines of his face without ruining his neat look. "You do." "Why, thank you." Gray lifted the corner of his lips. Even that small smile looked cold, distant, almost uncomfortable on his own face. Only now he could see what it looked like. But as he forced more of his smile, just to imitate his pastimes as a playboy, his face muscles finally relaxed as a perfect smile appeared. If only you could truly smile, that would make you even more handsome than you already are. Jasmine sighed softly. Gray simply nodded, as if accepting the truth without protest, his gaze still locked on that distant-looking man in the mirror. "Time to head out." Gray adjusted the small silver embroidery of the suit, pushed open the door of his dormitory, and stepped into the hallway. His footsteps echoed softly as he walked almost lazily. But the moment the girls saw him, the air shifted. They tried to act casual, but upon seeing him, they all failed miserably. Whispers bloomed like wildflowers behind him. "Is that really Gray? Holy shit, he looks so damn good in a suit. I knew he was handsome, but this is unfair. Ugh, why does he look so mature like that? I wouldn't mind getting played if it's him. I'd gladly be part of the Playboy rumor if he asked." "Shut up, he is not even looking at us, just let me dream." Their voices overlapped, a mix of excitement, envy, and shameless desire. Some girls stopped in the middle of the hallway just to watch him walk past. Others squeezed their thighs together, cheeks flushed, trying not to look too eager. Of course, Gray barely glanced at them. When he reached the headmistress's personal room, he didn't raise his hand to knock. He just pushed the door open and stepped inside before closing it behind him. Gloria's voice rang out instantly. "Oh my, what if I was changing my clothes?" She gasped playfully, her tone dripping with teasing amusement. Gray only rolled his eyes. Gloria stepped into view, her heels clicking softly against the polished floor. She stopped right in front of him, her lips curling into a bright, confident smile. "Well?" She lifted her arms a little, then spun gracefully, her gown lifting just a bit with the movement. "Do I look beautiful?" Saying that she looked beautiful was an insult. She was simply divine. Her long blonde hair flowed down her back in soft waves, catching the light like strands of sunlight. Her golden eyes sparkled, framed by her phoenix-like eyebrows that arched elegantly over her golden gaze, leading to a high-bridged nose and cheekbones that could cut glass. Her lips, painted a deep, succulent red, were full and glistening, parted slightly as if in a permanent invitation. A touch of light makeup, not to hide, but to enhance, made her every feature seem more vibrant, more alive, more devastatingly beautiful. But it was her body that truly would steal someone's attention. She was poured into a golden ball gown that seemed forged to worship her form. The bodice was a marvel, a corseted masterpiece of satin and lace that pushed her breasts up and together, creating a valley of cleavage so deep and perfect it seemed a sin to look away. The sheer, impossible size of her bust was accentuated by the gown's design, the golden fabric clinging to every curve, straining against the massive frame of her perfect orbs. Her waist, cinched to an almost impossible degree, flared out into hips that were wide and womanly. The gown's skirt, a cascade of shimmering gold, fell to the floor but was slit high up one thigh, revealing the long, toned line of her leg with every step. On her feet, she wore golden heels that made her calves taut, and her entire posture was one of regal nobility. Gray gave her a slow, honest look and said quietly, "You look absolutely gorgeous." For a second, Gloria froze. Her golden eyes widened into soft crescent shapes, surprise melting into a warm, delighted glow. Then that bright smile spread across her lips as she stepped closer, looping her arm through his. Her chest pressed against his arm on purpose, not even trying to hide it. "You're too sweet." She laughed lightly. "And you look very handsome yourself." As expected of my partner for the ball, she leaned in just a little more and lowered her voice, trying to whisper, but Gray was far too perceptive to miss it. "At least now, those women wouldn't call me a single old woman." Gray didn't comment on it. He simply gave a small nod, the kind that showed he heard her, but wouldn't poke at her pride. Gloria exhaled and straightened up, regaining that regal presence. "Let us not waste more time," she said with a bright smile, lifting her hand. Whip! A small portal rippled open in front of them, glowing softly with pale gold and starlight. She tugged him forward. They stepped through. Instantly, the warm air of her office vanished, replaced by the cool, gentle breeze of the night. The sky was dark, filled with bright stars that shimmered like scattered diamonds. And right in front of them towered the Emperor's palace, an immense, flawless masterpiece of stone and light, its white pillars glowing faintly under the moon. Gray looked at it for a few seconds, causing him to relive some memories, but he quickly shut his eyes, then let it all slide back into the dark where it belonged. When he opened them again, he turned toward Gloria. Surprised? The palace tends to have that effect, even on people who've seen it before. She was smiling gently, almost proud. Gray shook his head once. "No, just remembering a few things." Before she could ask, he let out a slow breath, and that smooth, dangerous smile curved onto his lips, calm, confident, and sharp enough to make Gloria's eyes flicker. He lifted his hand toward her. "Shall we go, my lady?" The gesture, the posture, the tone. It was like a noble escort straight out of an old imperial play. Completely natural and perfectly executed. Gloria blinked, taken off guard. Then her red lips curved upward as she placed her hand in his, her fingers pressing against his palm gently. "Oh my, it seems I don't need to teach you etiquette after all," she teased quietly. Gray's eyes narrowed a bit at that, because it told him something she didn't realize. She had no idea he was a fallen noble. That alone surprised him for a moment. But he hid it behind a relaxed expression and led her into the palace without saying anything. They entered a massive hallway that stretched so far it almost felt like a ballroom on its own. Golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling. White marble floors reflected the light like glass. Countless nobles stood in elegant clusters, in their expensive suits, shimmering gowns, sparkling jewelry, soft laughter, and slow chatter. But strangely, no one had touched the food or was drinking wine. At this, Gray pushed the sleeves of his suit and checked his watch. It was exactly 8:57 p.m., which means that the king hasn't given his speech yet, so the event hasn't truly started. Shall we head to one of the corners? Gloria asked suddenly. Gray turned to her. Aren't you going to socialize or something? I'll just follow your lead. MHM. Gloria let out a delicate hum. Not yet. The king should be the first to greet me. It's formal etiquette between us. So don't worry. You won't be dragged into anything just yet. She slid her hand a little tighter around his arm, then gently pulled him toward a quieter corner of the hall. Naturally, she added with a small smile. You're staying right beside me until then. Gray nodded lyly at her words. That just eases job a ton. Not to mention that he was trying to find his big sister. Of course, he wouldn't approach her directly because he knew that she would be the one approaching him. But for now, he just needed to hide a little, as he didn't want to meet the first princess of the kingdom. The reason? Well, she's his ex-girlfriend and also his so-called first love. Meeting her while being Gloria's partner would just be awkward. Chapter 167. 7 Stars Ball 2. Gloria leaned a little closer to Gray as they stood in the corner. You know, she said calmly, eyes scanning the room. Events like this are always the same. Too many smiles, too many lies, and far too many people pretending to like each other. Gray gave a quiet hum, his gaze drifting across the nobles. Makes sense. Everyone here looks like they're afraid of saying the wrong thing. She let out a soft laugh. That fear is what keeps this place standing. One wrong word can ruin a family. A single wrong move can cost a head. Gray simply nodded at her words. As a fallen noble, he knew exactly how the nobility functioned. And to him, the nobility was nothing more than a battlefield without blood on the floor. Every smile here hit a blade. Every toast was a test. Families didn't compete to rise. They competed to survive. When one house grew too fast, the others didn't wait for it to become a threat. They crushed it early, cut the roots, burned the soil, and made sure nothing could ever grow again. That was how the great family stayed great. They didn't fear war, but they feared the future. Gray knew about this too well. Back then, when his talent first bloomed, when his name began to spread, eyes had turned toward him from every direction. At first, it was praise, then it became interesting, and finally suspicion. After that came attempts, accidents, poisoned gifts, and even friendly duels meant to cripple him. Rumors meant to isolate him. People smiled in his face while calculating how to erase him from a board. They didn't want him dead because of hatred. They wanted him dead because he was a problem that hadn't fully grown yet. A genius was dangerous, but a mature genius was a disaster. So they aimed early, but Gray had survived. Not because he was kind or because he trusted anyone. He survived because he understood one rule faster than they expected. If you hesitate, you die. He struck first when he had to. He endured when he couldn't, and learned who could be used, who could be ignored, and who had to be erased completely. In the end, he was still standing until his talent was stolen, causing him to lose his entire cultivation. But now, he is much stronger than before. Screech. Suddenly, the massive doors at the far end of the hallway, which had been sealed shut moments ago, creaked open. The sound cut through every conversation like a blade, including Gray's thoughts. All chatter died down at once. Footsteps echoed from beyond the doors, slow and steady, each step heavy enough to command silence. Then a loud voice rang out, deep and formal, filled with authority. Headye, Headye. The man's voice carried through the entire hall. By decree of the crown, and under the witness of the stars above, her grace of the northern lands now enters this sacred hall. A pause. The frost-bound duchess, warden of the northern sea, last pure blood of the merfolk line. Another pause, longer this time. Duchess Evelyn of the North. The moment the name was spoken, murmurs exploded across the hall like a wave. Duchess Evelyn. She is here in person? So, it's true, she really came. I heard she hasn't attended a ball in years. They say she is even more beautiful than the rumors. Of course she is. She is a mermaid. The last pure one, no less. No wonder she holds a north. Even the sea listens to her. Most beautiful woman in the nation. That title wasn't given lightly. Gray's eyes shifted toward the entrance, and strangely, even Gloria straightened a little beside him, her expression turning sharper than before. From beyond the doors, a figure stepped inside. The air itself seemed to cool. Click, click. Evelyn calmly walked forward, standing tall with her chin slightly lifted. And that was when Gray finally took a look at her legendary appearance. Her face was slender and well-shaped, with soft lines that flowed naturally, not a single angle too harsh. Her nose was straight and delicate, small enough to look gentle, yet perfectly placed. Her lips were pale pink, full but not exaggerated, resting in a neutral line that gave her a quiet, unreadable expression. When she spoke or smiled, if she ever did, it would surely be the kind that lingered in one's mind long after. Her eyebrows were thin and smooth, slightly arched, giving her a naturally composed look, as if she were always in control of her emotions. Beneath them, her eyes stood out the most. Deep ocean blue. They were clear and bright, yet cold, carrying the depth of something ancient. Looking into them felt like staring into deep water, beautiful, but dangerous if you stayed too long. There was no warmth in that gaze, only calm awareness, as if she could see straight through people and had already judged them. Her skin was flawless, fair like untouched snow, with a faint glow that made her seem unreal. No blemishes, no signs of age. Time clearly treated her differently. Her long silver hair framed her face perfectly, falling down her shoulders in smooth waves, catching the light with every step. It moved softly, almost like water flowing with a current, only it could feel. She didn't need makeup, but there was a faint touch of it, just enough to deepen her eyes and give her lips a natural shine. She wore a gown of deep northern blue, woven with fine threads that looked like frost under light. The fabric hugged her figure without being vulgar, elegant and noble, flowing down like calm waves. Tiny crystals lined the edges of her dress, catching the light with every step. No jewelry weighed her down, as she needed none. So, that is Selena's mother, huh? The thought silently crossed his mind. The nobles parted for her without being told, forming a path as she walked forward. She really looks like she doesn't belong to this world. I feel like I'd defreeze if I got too close. They say mermaids can charm hearts without even trying. I believe it now. Gloria crossed her arms loosely, eyes following Evelyn as the Duchess moved deeper into the hall. She looks the same as always, Gloria said in a calm tone. Cold and distant, just like the sea in winter. She let out a small chuckle, clearly amused. And yet, she added, lowering her voice, did you hear the rumors on the way here? They say she finally found herself a young man to warm her bed. Apparently, even ice gets lonely. Her lips curved in quiet mischief. Gray didn't react to her childish gossip. Instead, he lifted his wrist and checked the time. Exactly 9 p.m. Boo! Bwah! The deep roar of trumpets thundered through the hall, sharp and commanding, their echo rolling off the marble walls and soaring toward the high ceiling. Every noble froze. Conversations died mid-breath. Chairs scraped as people moved in a rush. Then a voice rang out, loud, clear, and heavy with authority, carried by mana so that every soul in the hall could hear it. Hearken, all gathered beneath the stars and stone of this sacred hall. The speaker stood tall, near the grand doors. Clad in ceremonial attire, staff struck once against the floor. By the will of the heavens, and under the eternal gaze of the Empire's ancestors. Make way, lower thy heads, still thy tongues, for his royal highness now enters the ballroom. The trumpets sounded again. Boo! Boo! Every noble bowed at once. Some lowered themselves deeply, backs bent in perfect form. Others dropped to one knee, heads bowed so low their foreheads nearly touched the floor. Even the powerful dukes and duchesses showed respect. Only Gloria inclined her head slightly, measured and dignified. Gray followed her lead, calm and unhurried. From beyond the doors, footsteps echoed. Step, step, step. The doors opened wide. Light spilled in from behind the figure walking forward. He was alone, with no guards or attendants. His presence alone was enough. The middle-aged man wore royal robes of white and gold, trimmed with crimson patterns that marked the imperial bloodline. His posture was straight, his gaze forward, calm and firm. His expression held authority without arrogance. The hall remained silent, as one dared breathe too loudly. Then, the king stepped forward until he stood at the center of the hall. He raised one hand, slow and steady. At once, the trumpets fell silent. The echoes faded, leaving only the soft crackle of torches and the quiet breath of hundreds of nobles. The king looked around the hall. His hair was touched with gray, his face marked by time, yet his eyes were sharp and clear, like a man who had ruled not by luck, but by will. He spoke. Lords and ladies of the empire, his voice carried easily, deep and steady, nobles of high house and low, honored guests from near and far. I welcome you all to this year's Seven Stars Ball. He paused, letting his words sink in. This gathering is not merely a night of music and dance, he continued. It is a symbol of peace within our lands, of bonds between houses, and of trust that has been built through blood, sweat, and years of rule. Many nobles bowed their heads again. This year has been a heavy one, the king said honestly. Borders have been tested, ambitions have stirred, and many young talents have risen from the academy that bears the pride of our future. His gaze briefly swept over the students present. But tonight, he went on, we set aside blades and burdens alike. Tonight, we celebrate. A faint smile touched his lips. Eat well, drink freely, speak honestly, if only for a few hours. Let laughter echo louder than schemes, and let this hall remember joy before it remembers war. He lifted his hand once more. By the authority of the imperial crown, I declare the Seven Stars Ball begun. The trumpets sounded again, bright and lively this time. BWA, BWA. Music rose from the far end of the hall as musicians took their cue. Servants began moving, carrying trays of food and crystal glasses filled with wine. The frozen tension melted away in an instant. Conversations sparked back to life. Laughter followed. The king lowered his hand and turned, and just as Gloria had said, his path led not to the crowd, but straight toward her. Gray noticed it at once. Gloria lifted her chin slightly, her posture flawless, a polite smile forming on her lips as she prepared to receive him. He might recognize me, no? Gray thought. But even if the king did, he probably wouldn't say anything. So he remained calm and slowly waited until the king reached their corner. Chapter 168. Seven Stars Ball 3. The king stopped in front of Gloria and gave her a courteous nod, just deep enough to show respect without lowering himself too far. Headmistress Gloria, he said warmly, it has been some time. I trust the Academy continues to stand strong under your care. Your Majesty honors me. Gloria Academy thrives, thanks to the Empire's continued support. Gloria inclined her head in return, elegant and calm. The king smiled faintly. I would expect nothing less. The recent intake has been impressive. Word of it has reached even the inner court. They are rough around the edges, Gloria replied lightly, but they are growing fast. Several will soon become pillars of the empire, if guided properly. The king nodded, pleased by her expectations. That is good to hear, especially in times like these. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice. The northern borders remain quiet for now, but tensions beneath the surface remain, and the southern trade routes. He paused, then shook his head. We will speak of such matters another time. Of course, Gloria replied lightly. Tonight is not for burdens. The king chuckled under his breath. Indeed, throughout the entire exchange, the king never once looked at Gray, not even by accident. Gray noticed this and did not care at all. He calmly reached for a nearby tray, took a glass of deep red wine, and lifted it to his lips. A slow sip. Decent, he muttered to himself. While Gloria and the king continued speaking in hushed tones, Gray turned away without ceremony and walked toward one of the catering corners lining the hall. Servants bowed as he passed, but he ignored them, eyes already on the spread of food laid out before him. Roasted meats, warm bread, glazed fruit, and rich sauces filled the tables. He picked a plate, placed a few pieces of food on it without much thought, and leaned casually against a pillar near the wall. The D'Aurelian family, didn't he arrive yet? Are they not coming? He wondered lightly, but quickly shook his head as he looked at his suit. There was no way Alina would prepare this suit for him and not come. Gray's eyes suddenly locked onto the king as he saw him laughing with Gloria. But his body language was gradually becoming clearer. He definitely liked Gloria. He was making small, close gestures to touch her hands briefly, or even to get closer to her. If initially there was a distance of 1 meter between them, now it was only 70 centimeters. Strangely, neither his wife nor his children came. Is it because of Gloria? Gray chucked to himself. If that is truly the reason, this king would be the biggest joke of the continent. Boo! Suddenly, the sound of the trumpets roared again, louder than before, cutting straight through the noise of the hall. Heads turned at once toward the massive doors. The announcer's voice rang out once again. Hearken, noble lords and honored ladies of the realm. By ancient blood and ducal oath, the eldest daughter of House D'Aurelian now enters this hall. Lady Alina D'Aurelian. The doors opened, and she stepped inside. Her platinum hair flowed down her back, catching the light with every step, and her violet eyes held a sharp clarity that made people instinctively look away. She wore a black gown, elegant and severe, its cut perfect and precise, hugging her figure before falling smoothly to the floor. Thin silver lines traced the edges of the dress, subtle but refined, matching the small silver detail on Gray's sleeve as if the two outfits had been made together. That's Alina D'Aurelian. She really came in person. They weren't exaggerating. She's flawless. A true genius. Gray lifted his gaze fully, his expression finally changing a little. The pressure rolling off her body was impossible to miss. The only person to ever skip the Gloria Academy's training. His eyes locked onto her figure. His big sister was a true monster, as it was even she who taught his current sword art. Around her, there were many rumors that maybe Gray didn't think would be true, but now he could confirm them. The youngest person to reach the Emperor realm, not to mention that her power was at the peak stage of it. His fingers tightened slightly around his glass. So the rumors were indeed true. Even Gloria, the strongest mage of the world, had only reached that realm in her 40s. Yet Alina stood there now, at 21, carrying that same level of power. A monster indeed. Alina's eyes swept across the hall without interest, passing over nobles, dukes, and titled guests alike. Then her gaze stopped, on Gray's figure, who was also looking at her with calm eyes. Her lips instantly curled up as she walked straight toward him, her heels tapping softly against the marble floor. Who did Miss Alina get interested in? The guests around instantly felt curious as they looked in the direction of where Alina was heading, and seeing that unique black hair and black eyes, they instantly recognized him. Gray Viru. He is also attending this ball. The disgrace of the D'Aurelian family. Pust, don't you realize that their outfits match? Maybe they still have a relationship, and talking bad about him can cost your life. The whispers instantly disappeared as they realized that same fact. Looking at the incoming Alina, he calmly took another bite of food and a slow sip of wine, watching her approach without the slightest tension in his posture. She stopped right in front of him, close enough that polite distance no longer mattered. For a brief moment, they simply looked at each other. Then Alina smiled. You finally learned how to dress properly. Gray didn't answer right away. He calmly set his glass down on the table beside him and lifted his eyes to meet hers. I just wore what you gave me, he replied instantly. Her violet eyes widened slightly, softening into crescent shapes before she quickly hid them. Without saying a word, she reached for a toothpick from the table, speared one of the pieces of meat on Gray's plate, and took a casual bite, as if the plate had always been hers. Only then did she speak. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said lightly. A servant appeared at her side, and she accepted a glass of wine with practiced ease, swirling it once before taking a small sip. Gray watched her for a second, then clicked his tongue. "A great grandmaster attended isn't enough to follow me around without being noticed," he said plainly. There was no accusation in his tone, just a statement of fact. Alina hummed, completely unbothered. She tilted her head slightly, thinking, then looked back at him with mild curiosity. "Then would someone at the king realm be enough?" she asked, as if discussing the weather. Gray exhaled through his nose, his eyes narrowing lightly. "Mayhaps." Alina's lips curved into a faint, satisfied smile. Around them, the music flowed smoothly, laughter and polite chatter filling the grand hall, until the music started slowing down. A clear voice echoed across the ballroom, steady and formal. "Honored guests, lords and ladies of the realm, by tradition of the Seven Stars Ball, the first dance of the night shall now begin." Conversations faded as people turned their attention forward. All attendees are to take the floor with their assigned partners. Only after the first dance may one request the hand of another. A soft murmur spread as nobles began moving, offering arms, exchanging practice smiles. Gray's eyes turned almost on instinct. He looked toward Gloria and immediately frowned. The king stood in front of her, his hand already extended, his posture polite yet firm. Gloria looked momentarily surprised, then smiled politely and accepted, placing her hand in his. "TSK." Gray clicked his tongue softly. Beside him, Alina let out a quiet laugh, clearly entertained. "Did your partner get stolen?" she teased, her eyes glinting. Gray didn't bother looking at her. "She was the one who invited me," he replied flatly. "If she forgets proper etiquette, that's on her. And besides, that's the king." Alina laughed again, this time a little more openly. "Fair enough." Then she turned toward him, her expression shifting just slightly, turning more composed and strangely excited. "Well then," she spoke lightly, extending her hand towards him. "Shall we dance?" Gray finally turned to look at her. His gaze lingered for a second longer than before, taking in her calm smile, her steady eyes, and the way the black of her dress matched his own. "Fine," he replied, and he reached for her hand. "Russell." The moment his fingers touched hers, she tightened her grip and pulled him forward without warning. Gray was forced to take a step, then another, as she dragged him straight toward the center of the ballroom. "Alina," he started, but she didn't even look back. "Relax," she stated calmly. The floor was already filling with couples, gowns, and coats moving in smooth circles under the warm lights. The music swelled, slow and elegant, setting the rhythm. Alina finally stopped and turned to face him, still holding his hand. "Try not to look so stiff," she added, a faint smile on her lips. Gray exhaled through his nose, clearly annoyed, but he adjusted his posture anyway, placing his free hand at her waist like someone who had done this countless times before. "Don't step on my feet," he muttered. She laughed softly at his words. "No promises." Chapter 169. Seven Stars Ball. 4. Thumb. They moved slowly with the music, just perfectly following the rhythm like they had done this 100 times before. It was one of the first things drilled into every noble child before they could even hold a weapon or cast a spell. How to dance without thinking, how to let the body follow the movements. One step forward, a light turn. She spun lightly and came back into place, their hands meeting again as if pulled by habit rather than thought. While they danced, the noise of the ballroom faded into something distant. Alina lifted her gaze to his face, her eyes catching his black ones. So she said quietly, her voice smooth between the notes of the music, "How are you doing in the academy?" Gray didn't miss a step as he turned her once, before pulling her back in. "Good," he replied, rolling his eyes slightly. "TSK. What else with that attitude?" She clicked her tongue, matching his pace as they shifted into a gentle rotation. He leaned in just enough to hear her over the music. Pretty bold words for someone who has been stalking me. Alina blinked, wide and innocent, lashes fluttering as she took a step back and let him guide her forward. I want to do something like that, she said sweetly. It's not like I'd place a few talented students there just to keep an eye on your movements. She spun again, her skirt lifting slightly before settling back down. If you're that curious, you could send a letter asking how I'm doing, he added flatly. She smiled, lifting one eyebrow as they shifted into a slow turn near the edge of the floor. Aren't you supposed to be planning your revenge? She asked almost playfully. And yet here you are, dancing with your supposed enemy. Enemy? Gray scoffed softly, guiding her through another smooth step. You're the last person I'd ever call that. Oh, she hummed. Should I feel flattered? Suit yourself. The music didn't stop after the first piece ended. Instead, the musicians shifted smoothly into the second set, the rhythm changing just enough to signal the rule everyone in the hall already knew by heart. Each pair was allowed 2 sets together. It was meant to prevent monopolizing a partner, to keep alliances fluid and eyes wandering. After the second set, etiquette demanded separation. But of course, the ladies had the right to refuse the gentlemen who asked them to dance. Gray noticed the change instantly. So, he said quietly as he adjusted his grip, his hand sliding a little higher on her back to guide her into the new rhythm. Second set. Alina smiled, pleased, and stepped closer without hesitation. Looks like you remembered, she replied. It's not like it's been a long time since I last danced with you. Alina simply chuckled at his words. For her, 2 years indeed weren't a long time. To the music, their steps slowed down, becoming natural and smooth. This dance had more turns, more moments where distance was created only to be closed again. Gray led her forward, then gently pulled her back, their hands separating for a second before interlacing once again. This time, he was the one who spoke first. What are you planning to do? He asked lightly. You don't come to a ball like this just to dance. This was indeed true, as from their childhood until now, Alina had probably only attended a handful of balls. Of course, Gray knew that he was also the reason, but for someone like Alina, whose desire to control is extremely high, there should be something special about this occasion in particular. Alina tilted her head as she turned beneath his raised arm, her platinum hair catching the light before settling down her back again. When she faced him, her smile was soft, almost lazy. Straight to the point, as always she laughed lightly. You never did like small talk. He guided her into a slow circle near the center of the floor, blending perfectly with the flow of the music. I don't like wasting time, he replied. I know. I'm not doing that either. Alina let out a quiet hum, her heels gliding back as he drew her in again. He lifted an eyebrow, his hand steady at her waist. That essay lie. She laughed under her breath, low and soft, meant only for him. As the music swelled, she leaned closer, her lips near his ear. Fine. They stepped apart, then back together, shoes brushing the polished floor in perfect timing. A few days ago, some of my information lines went silent. She spoke. Not all at once. One here, one there. People who don't disappear unless they're told to. Gray's eyes narrowed a fraction, but his pace didn't change. Then came the rumors, she went on. Servants are being reassigned for no reason. Extra guards hired under fake names and supply orders that don't match a celebration. She leaned closer as he turned her, her breath warm near his ear. All of them point to the same thing. Alina sighed softly. Someone plans to make a move tonight, when everyone important is in one room and pretending to feel safe. They swayed for a moment, the music filling the space between her words. The shadow order, she added. Their work is always quiet at first. They prepare the stage long before the blade comes out. That guild doesn't act without a reason, he muttered. And tonight gives them plenty, she replied. Too many targets. Too much chaos if things go wrong, and too many chances to slip away afterward. She lifted her gaze to meet his as they turned together. So I'm here to watch, Alina stated. To listen. To see who's nervous, who's pretending not to be, and who keeps checking exits instead of enjoying the dance. The tempo slowed, and they fell into an easy sway. "And you?" she asked. "Why are you really here?" Gray didn't answer right away. He guided her through another turn, slower this time, his grip steady as he caught her again. "I was invited," he said. Her eyes searched his face. "That's not everything. It isn't." He held her gaze. The music softened, and, for a brief moment, the noise of the ballroom faded. "I wanted to see you," he added. Her lips twitched before she could stop them. A faint tremor ran through her fingers where they rested on his shoulder, and she had to take a breath to steady herself. "You're bad for my composure," Alina murmured. "I'm not trying to be," he replied calmly. She clicked her tongue softly, recovering her usual poise. "Dangerous words," she said, even as a small smile lingered. The final notes of the set stretched out, slow and long, and Gray felt the cue before it fully ended. He eased his grip and guided Alina into a clean stop, their steps coming to rest exactly as the music faded. Polite applause rippled through the hall. "Well," Alina said lightly, stepping back into proper distance, "that SR2. Give me a warning when you're ready to turn the palace upside down." Gray gave a small nod. "No promises," she replied with a faint smile. Then, before he could say anything else, she leaned in close, puckering her lips before planting a quick kiss on his left cheek. "For tonight," she whispered sweetly, "stay alive." She turned smoothly and strolled back into the crowd, her black gown disappearing among silk and jewels, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Gray stayed where he was for a moment, his expression unchanged, eyes calm and cold, as if the kiss had never happened. That was when Gloria approached. She stopped in front of him, clearly hesitating, her fingers curling together for a second. There was a hint of embarrassment on her face, but when she saw that his expression was the same distant calm he'd worn since entering the ballroom, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Shall we dance now?" she asked, extending her hand. Gray looked at her hand first, then at her face. He studied her for a brief moment, unreadable, before finally reaching out. His fingers closed around hers. "Sure," he said simply. Gloria's lips curved into a small smile as she turned, gently pulling him along. Together, they stepped back onto the dance floor just as the third piece of music began to play, the rhythm rising to welcome them into the next dance of the night. Except that now, Gray had already marked countless objects in the ballroom, as even if he fought, he was going to make sure that hide most of his power. "Jasmine, give me a warning when you feel even a little amount of divinity," he spoke inwardly. "Sure, but why?" "Obviously because of you know. I can't let such a strong authority like destruction go unused after experiencing a delicacy like it." "Oh," Jasmine nodded, feeling quite grateful for Gray. And just that little exchange overshadowed the other Gray by quite a lot. Because, unlike him, who spent most of his time dating his girlfriend, this Gray directly wanted to make her recover her power, even if it is for his own gain. It was already plenty better than the other Gray. Chapter 170. 7 Stars Ball, V. Gray, MHM. Gray's hand paused halfway to his mouth. He stopped picking at the food on his plate the moment her voice reached him. He had already finished dancing with Gloria and had no intention of stepping back onto the floor. He didn't even dance a second set with her, because he thought that maybe it could be useful for something else. "Is someone with divinity close by?" he asked straight away, setting the plate down on a nearby table and rolling his wrists slowly, loosening them lightly. "No, not exactly, but strangely, there is a very faint amount of nether energy." Gray's eyebrows furrowed slyly at her words. Nether energy was the absolute opposite of divinity. Where divinity purified and restored, nether energy corrupted and erased. It was an energy only demons could wield properly, and even by then, it was feared. Anything touched by it was damaged at its core. For example, if an arm was destroyed by nether energy, no spell, no matter how advanced it was, would be able to restore it. Flesh, bone, even existence itself would be denied. Only divinity could undo that kind of damage, because the two were perfect opposites. Nether energy? Is there a demon nearby? He wondered as he took a quick glance around his surroundings. Even with his extreme sensing ability, he couldn't feel anything wrong about the nobles around. It doesn't seem to be coming from someone, but rather some kind of object. I'll need you to walk closer to it. Oh, what direction? He asked without hesitation. Gray, are you sure you want to approach it? If that energy seeps into you, you could be permanently injured, maybe even crippled. Jasmine warned him, but Gray shrugged it aside. If my theory is right, gods can convert nether energy into divinity. He replied inwardly. That would be extremely useful to you. I know, but the risks are extremely high. Don't I have you to heal me afterwards? I don't mind if I lose a limb or two in the process. He added nonchalantly. Jasmine fell silent at his confident words. However, a strange and deep sense of security reached out to her chest. She didn't have a soul contract with him as she did with the other Gray. Yet this one placed his complete trust in her, even if they didn't interact much. Unlike the other Gray, who, in the special room of the dungeon from 3 days ago, was a little distrustful of her when she told him that he could die and wouldn't really die. Head to your right for now. Just get close to that pillar and lean wherever you want. Gray nodded slyly to her words and picked up his plate again, stuffing a little more of the food into it before turning and heading closer to the pillar. His movements were extremely normal, so no one would be able to suspect him, which they probably wouldn't since most of the nobles were far too busy laughing, gossiping, or sneaking glances at their female partners to care about a lone man drifting to the side of the hall. Upon reaching the pillar, he leaned against it casually. One foot crossed slightly over the other, the heel resting against the stone as he faced the center of the ballroom. So, it's on one of those candles by the stairway, and it actually contains a lot of nether energy, enough for a low-tier demon to be awakened. Then it was most likely placed by a mid-tier demon at the very least. Not necessarily, because even a low-tier demon can. I know, Jasmine. Gray interrupted her words calmly. If the low-tier uses himself as a medium, he'll be able to summon another low-tier demon in his stead. However, the only reason I think that this is the work of a mid-tier demon or above is because it's an actual normal object, and not even an artifact. Oh, I didn't expect you to know so much about demonology. I know about almost everything that is included in the main library of our kingdom. I just couldn't read the books from the uppermost floor that were only accessible by a handful of people like the king, the pope, and the grand counselor. Oh my. Jasmine was taken aback by his words. Reading a few restricted tomes was impressive. However, reading nearly the entire main library of the kingdom was something else entirely. I have always thought that information is power, which is why I prepared myself to gain knowledge about every single area. You're too cautious. Not really. His eyes landed on the candles for a moment before he asked inwardly, how can I make you absorb the nether energy directly from the candle? He took a small piece of fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Direct contract should be the only way, since I can't manifest a soul body until I reach a certain amount of divinity. Direct contact, huh? Gray placed his plate on a nearby table, and then, without any hesitation, he began walking toward Gloria, who stood conveniently close to the stairway. Beside her, a tall golden trident held several candles aloft, their flames casting soft light over the marble steps. Is it the middle candle? No, the left one. All right. He pinched his lips slyly, and then a small and naturally looking smile appeared on his lips as he reached Gloria's side. My lady, he knelt on one knee. May I have the honor of having the second set with you? He looked straight at her golden eyes. Seeing him act like this made him quite surprised. Nonetheless, she smiled and gently took his hand. Gladly. Hearing her words, Gray smiled as he gently turned to lead her to the dance floor. But at that moment, his lips showed a cold smile as the hand behind his back slowly lifted, barely touching the left candle for a brief moment. This kind of pain is quite mediocre. I have suffered the worst. Instantly, a sharp burning sensation tore through his right hand, violent and invasive, as if something was trying to eat its way inside him. But he ignored the pain and simply let Jasmine do her job. Phew, just in time. I barely managed to heal you with divinity. A moment later, Jasmine sighed in relief. This made Gray smile lightly as a warmth spread through his hand, the pain fading as quickly as it had appeared. The skin felt renewed, alive in a way it hadn't been before. Then he placed that same hand on Gloria's waist while his other held her delicate fingers. The music flowed gently through the hall, as the man, Gray, slowly led Gloria, moving forward and then to the side before spinning her lightly, interlacing their fingers and taking a step back. It was one of the most basic noble dances. Gloria followed his lead easily as she couldn't help but smile lightly at how natural they felt. Even while dancing with the king, he didn't give her this feeling. I realized it from our first dance, but you really dance much better than I expected, she whispered to his ear the moment their bodies closed up. I learned what was necessary, Gray replied. She smiled at that and leaned a little closer as they stepped inward again. Necessary meant a lot, coming from him. They turned together. Gray guided her gently, rotating her under his arm before pulling her back into place. It's almost like they had practiced this dance a lot of times. But one thing that shocked her was how calm Gray was acting, and how he was only looking at her in the eyes. Around them, other couples danced as well, but unlike Gray, they all looked around or didn't exactly focus on their partner, just like Gray did. Even the king didn't focus only on her while they were dancing. However, the moment he spun her, causing her back to be pressed against his chest while they slowly swayed from side to side, Gray finally had the time to look for anything more that looked suspicious. His eyes scanned the room once more, briefly passing over the stairway where the candle had been. Nothing looked out of place, except for the flame of the candle that seemed to almost disappear. Good. Jasmine, warn me if you feel anything else. Sure. Russell. Their clothes brushed against each other as Gray spun Gloria back to his arms, adjusting his free hand to her waist and interlacing his fingers with hers the moment she faced him. They continued to move, step after step, the rhythm staying calm. And just like that, the dance came to an end. Gray loosened his hold and stepped back in a proper distance, bowing his head just enough to be polite. Thank you for the dance, Gloria said. Once again, they headed into one of the catering corners. But just at that moment, the scent of blood seeped into Gray's nostrils. Jasmine, 15 people, most of whom are at the peak of the king realm, and there are 2 at the early saint realm. Gloria should be able to take care of them alone, as long as there aren't any kind of arrays nearby, Gray thought. He didn't warn Gloria because she was strong enough to kill them with a wave of her finger. Wait, Gray, we have a problem. What? The candle was not just a regular medium, but also one of the 3 inner parts of a prison array. Gray's eyes went cold in an instant. What grade? Early sovereign. But without that candle, it might have downgraded to the peak of the Emperor realm. TSK. Gray clicked his tongue. Then, at most, they can imprison both Gloria and my sister for 30 minutes, and, judging by the nobles, only Evelyn has the power to survive against the attackers. That is, if she also isn't caught by the array. Be careful. With one last warning coming from Jasmine, Gray pushed his sleeves back slyly. Boom! And just as he did, an explosion occurred just on the other side of the ballroom. Chapter 171. 7 Stars Ball 6. The explosion tore through the far side of the ballroom, shattering stone, flipping tables, bursting plates and glasses apart, and sending a violent shockwave through the hall that threw nobles across the floor. Ah! What is happening? Run! Smoke and dust flooded the room. Before it could settle, a couple of dark figures dropped down from above. Boots struck marble with dull thuds, one after another. 15 figures in total, wrapped in dark robes, faces hidden behind smooth masks carved with faint crimson lines. Through them, the moment they appeared, a crushing killing intent slammed down in the ballroom. Nobles screamed and collapsed. Some fell to their knees, gasping for air, while others fainted on the spot, eyes rolling back as their bodies gave up. The music stopped. Guards froze. One of the masked figures lifted his hand. Buzz. Dim lines of light flashed across the floor as a massive formation spread through the hall, sealing doors, walls, and ceiling alike. The array was activated, and just like that, the ballroom was separated into 4 different parts, in which 3 of them were Evelyn, Gloria, and Alina. Target confirmed. One of them said coldly, "Proceed." Whoop! Without the slightest hesitation, the 15 figures burst forward, their bodies turning into dark streaks as they rushed straight toward the king. The king's eyes widened in complete surprise. "Elder Wu," he instinctively called out. "Bam!" Before the assassins could reach him, an elderly man appeared in front of the throne in a blink, his robes snapping violently as a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. Early Emperor realm. The air itself seemed to grow heavy around him. For a brief moment, it looked like more than enough, or so everyone thought. Blood sword formation. The apparent leader barked the command, and instantly the 15 shifted positions with flawless coordination, forming a perfect pentadecagon around Elder Wu. Gather. Whip. A crushing pressure flooded the hall as streams of red energy shot out from each assassin, merging together into a massive construct. A glowing crimson barrier formed at its core, pulsing like a living thing. Elder Wu's pupil shrank. "Your Highness, retreat," he roared. "This formation is extremely dangerous. I may not be able to protect you from it." The king's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. He staggered back for a split second before turning and fleeing as fast as his legs could carry him. "Huh!" Seeing this, the leader scoffed, his voice filled with disdain. He formed a hand seal and raised his index and middle fingers, pointing directly at the king's retreating back. "Go!" Whip! A massive red sword shot forward, tearing through the air in the blink of an eye. Elder Wu stepped in front of the king without hesitation, his hands coming forward, filled with mana, as he created a hand seal. Mountain protecting seal. A giant sigil appeared before him. He slammed his palm forward, and a barrier shaped as a solid mountain rose instantly. Crash! The huge red sword hardly went through it, but before Elder Wu could relax, the leader sneered as he waved his fingers, and the red sword started to move. "Fuck! Your Highness, run away quickly." He forced more mana into his body, forming another seal, stronger and more complex, though it only took a few seconds. "Yes, yes," the king shouted, pushing himself harder as he ran. Dozens of mana circles appeared in front of Elder Wu. He tapped them rapidly with his index finger, forcing them to fuse into a single, massive formation. Then he bit his finger sharply and drew a bloody cross across the circle. "Blaze Horse, emerge!" Foom! A blinding red light erupted as a massive black horse burst forth, its body wreathed in roaring flames, its hooves scorching the marble beneath it. "Attack the sword!" Elder Wu pointed at the red sword, and in an instant, the flaming horse vanished in a flash and reappeared beside the red blade, delivering a brutal kick. Crack! The enormous sword shattered almost entirely from the impact. Caw! Ugh! All 15 assassins spat blood at once, their formation trembling violently. The leader clenched his teeth and forced another hand seal, forming a smaller, weaker version of the blade. "Go!" He waved his fingers again, and then the second sword shot out while the shattered remnants of the first still struggled against the flaming horse. Whip! Seeing this, Elder Wu gritted his teeth as he tried to condense another mountain-protecting seal, just to see the sword fly past him. "Oh no! Your Highness, be careful!" He roared madly. He directly broke space, and in the next instant, Elder Wu appeared beside the king, slamming his palm forward once more. Mountain-protecting seal. Crash! The small red sword crashed against the mountain just in time to defend the king, who had been running away for the past 15 minutes. Shriek! What? Although the sword was smaller, it surprisingly appeared to be slightly more powerful than the larger sword, mainly because more force was concentrated at its tip. In contrast, the bigger sword required a lot of mana just to support its large frame. Whip! With a piercing screech, the red sword pierced straight through the mountain-protecting seal. "Why, Your Highness?" Elder Wu called out anxiously. But unfortunately, for the assassins, exactly 30 minutes had passed. These filthy bastards. Fulham, crack. Both the large and small red swords shattered into countless fragments at the same time. The pressure binding the formation collapsed instantly as a figure appeared among them without warning. Gloria! The king cheerfully called out her name and stopped running. Thank you for the help. The honor is mine. Your Highness, she smiled lightly to him. But as she turned to the assassins, her expression dropped colder. It seems that your little organization forgot about my existence. A suffocating, killing intent poured out of her body, flooding the ballroom like a rising tide. The assassins stiffened, their breathing faltering under the crushing pressure. The plan has failed, the leader shouted. Retreat. Whoop. Without hesitation, all 15 assassins scattered in different directions, their figures blurring as they attempted to flee. Oof. Gloria sneered coldly at this. With a casual wave of her hand, a massive chessboard materialized in midair before her. The board was already nearing checkmate, with the white pieces standing dominant over black. She reached out and picked up a pawn. Then she moved it forward. Splurt. Far in the distance, one of the fleeing assassins was crushed instantly, his body exploding into a mist of blood and broken flesh. Gloria did not stop. She lifted the knight. Step. Crack. Another assassin was struck from the side. His body twisted unnaturally before slamming into the ground, lifeless. Next came the bishop. Slice. A clean diagonal strike cleaved an assassin in two, blood spraying across shattered pillars. Then another pawn. Then another. One by one, the assassins fell. Their escape routes sealed as if the board itself dictated their deaths. The hall echoed with screams, impacts, and wet, brutal sounds as bodies were erased from existence. Only one piece remained on the black side. The king, the assassin S group leader. Gloria S' fingers closed around the white queen. She paused for a brief moment, her eyes locking onto the trembling figure of the assassin leader in the distance. Checkmate. She placed the queen down. Boom. The leader's body was obliterated in a single instant, reduced to nothing but scattered blood and human meat. The chessboard vanished. Ha ha ha, truly. Heaven still favors this king. He straightened his robes, brushing away dust and shattered debris, before turning toward Gloria. His gaze held no trace of panic anymore, only admiration towards her. Headmistress Gloria, he called out, bowing his head lyly towards her. Had it not been for you tonight, this hall would have become my grave. I owe you my life. Gloria inclined her head slightly. Your Highness speaks too heavily, she replied calmly. Protecting the stability of the kingdom is within my duty. The king chuckled, clearly pleased by her words. Duty or not, it's hard for a genius like you to appear, he said, eyes lingering on her a moment longer than necessary. With your teaching at the academy, the future pillars of the nation will surely grow straight. Your praise flatters me, Gloria answered politely. Not far from them, near the edge of the shattered floor, Evelyn stood quietly, her pale blue eyes reflecting the broken chandeliers and scattered bloodstains. Despite the chaos, her posture was elegant, her expression cold and detached, as if she were merely observing an inconvenient rainstorm. Alina stood beside her, one hand covering her mouth as she let out a soft laugh. TSK. What a lively night, Alina sighed lightly. I only came to dance, yet blood ended up staining the floor. Evelyn's gaze did not move from the king and Gloria. Don't act like you didn't know that the Shadow Order was going to attack the king, she replied calmly. Alina glanced at her, her eyes narrowing slightly in interest. So the Northern Duchess already sensed the storm coming ahead? Evelyn finally turned her head. The Shadow Order does not act without reason, she said coldly, looking straight at Alina's eyes. For them to strike here means they believe the board was already sealed. Alina's lips curved upward. TSK, 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 as expected from the last true mermaid on this continent. At least your senses didn't go dull, Alina chuckled lightly. Evelyn rolled her eyes at her, and then added, I could say the same to your brother." She turned her gaze, and Alina followed, just to see Gray casually taking a sip from his glass of wine. His sleeves were rolled up, his nicely combed hair was now quite messy, and his black suit had a few marks of blood. Around him, a few corpses could be seen, albeit not a higher realm like the opponent's elder was fighting. For someone like him who was merely at the master realm. For him, to kill alone a dozen grandmasters, it would be considered a genius feat. Alina's lips curled up at her words. "Whose brother do you think he is?" Chapter 172. 7 Stars Ball, 7. 40 minutes ago. "Ah, what is happening? Run." Smoke and dust flooded the room, and before it could settle, a couple of dark figures dropped down from above. The moment Gray saw them, he slipped behind one of the thick stone pillars, pressing his back against it, diminishing his presence to the maximum. What a strong killing intent, as expected from killers from the Shadow Order. He eyed them carefully before suddenly, the array in the ground activated, trapping Evelyn, Gloria, and Alina in one go. However, even as they rushed towards the king, Gray didn't move, as he didn't care about the king's life at all. Instead, he kept on watching them until the king summoned what seemed to be his personal guard and ran away. His personal guard started fighting against the 15 assassins, so Gray took the opportunity to analyze the array. He knew breaking it directly was impossible, but if he somehow figured out how it works, maybe he could create a weaker version of it to his own benefit. It uses demonic energy as the medium, with exactly 23 candles being used as the support objects on 24 since I removed one of them. But strangely, all the other 23 don't have a trace of demon energy, only when the array was raised. Cautiously, he approached one of the candles and took a closer look at it before finding a strange, yet almost invisible pattern etched on it. Seeing this, Gray took the leisure to approach another candle and saw the same pattern on it, causing him to stop slyly. Same patterns. So, this is a combination that instead creates demonic energy, and then another array overwrites to use that same demonic energy to form the Bloodsword formation. He pondered silently. With that in mind, instead of looking at the candles, he started searching the trident, holding them, trying to see if he could find anything suspicious about it. And just like he had thought, another symbol. So that means that there are indeed 2 arrays instead of 1. Gray nodded lightly. Now, I just need to figure out how the arrays are created, or basically their source. He took a few steps back, being careful not to be noticed, and then closed his eyes before maximizing his senses. His spiritual awareness spread through the ballroom as he started feeling the waves of demonic energy flowing through the air. Around the 15 assassins, 2 pentadecagons were formed instead of the single one Gray had seen with his eyes. The one from below was extracting the mana from the air before making the mana flow through every trident and then gaining the appearance of demonic energy. But how was it turning to demonic energy? That was what Gray wanted to know. So, instead of focusing on the array from below, he decided to take a deep look at the 15 assassins. They didn't seem to have some kind of object that turned regular mana into demonic energy, or at least everyone except the leader. Got it. His lips curled up slyly as his eyes locked on the green gourd on the leaderess waist. From his speculations, that would be some kind of demonic artifact that could turn regular mana into demonic energy. Why? Because actually, there was a hidden passage that was very well hidden. The mana continuously passed through the trident, but before the final rotation, a shockwave of energy came out from the gourd. And then, as the final rotation came, the regular mana suddenly transformed into demonic energy. That was the key that made both the arrays work. The medium wasn't actually that candle filled with demonic energy, but instead, the green gourd the leader of the assassins had. Interesting, Gray's eyes narrowed slyly. Swap mark. He directly marked the green gourd, because previously, when his swap reached level 7, it now allowed him to actually switch the positions of objects with other objects. Gray. More assassins are appearing. 9 of them, all of them nearing the Great Grandmaster realm. Suddenly, Jasmine warned him, breaking his thoughts as he turned in the direction where he felt a faint and hidden killing intent. Instantly, Gray shot forward, as he knew the advantage of being the one to attack. Ashul, one of the assassins, still in the middle of closing the net, barely had time to widen his eyes before Gray appeared right in front of him. Thud! Cakeward! A heavy punch slammed straight into his solar plexus. The air was ripped from his lungs in a violent gasp as his body folded forward, hands clutching uselessly at his stomach. Splat! And before he could even collapse, Gray's hand seized his head and drove it brutally into his rising knee. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed out as blood burst from his nostrils and splashed across the ground as his body went limp. Be careful! An obstacle has appeared. Seeing this, one of the assassins quickly communicated to the others, and in just a matter of seconds, Gray was surrounded by 8 assassins. He remained silent, but then cracked his head slyly. And just during those actions, 4 assassins attacked him from 4 different directions, all of them using daggers to aim at his vital points. Instead of waiting, Gray stepped into the attack. He slipped toward one of them, ducking under the downward stab, spun on his heel, and drove his elbow up into the assassin's neck. Thud! The man's eyes rolled back as his body went slack. 7. Gray caught the limp arm without slowing down and swung the unconscious body like a weapon, hurling it straight into another assassin rushing in. Thump! One assassin barely managed to catch the crashing body, staggering back, while the remaining 2 attacked from the front and rear at the same time. This time, Gray waited for the perfect moment of their attack, and just as their daggers came within a few centimeters of his body, thud flump, his knee crushed into one man's stomach, folding him in half, while his elbow smashed into the other's ribs with a dull crack. Clatter! Both daggers slipped from numb fingers and clattered uselessly onto the ground as their owners collapsed. 5. Whoop! An assassin rushed from above, causing Gray to jump back instinctively, just to be met with another assassin already swinging both his daggers at his back. Gray saw this and twisted his body midair before channeling mana onto his feet, creating a blade neatly at the sole of his shoe and swinging his legs at the assassin's dagger. Clink! His kick met the dagger's head on, the metal screaming as the assassin's daggers shattered into fragments. Gray landed lightly, snapped his gaze forward, and flicked his wrist. 3 broken pieces flew like arrows, burying themselves in the assassin's neck before he could react. Snip, snip, splat. The assassin couldn't react as the 3 pieces pierced through his neck, causing his blood to erupt violently, spraying outward as the man collapsed, choking on his own breath. 4. He rushed to the assassin who had come from above before, but this time, the 4 of them changed strategies as they took out a strange bottle and smeared a thick green substance onto their daggers, the liquid clinging to the blades with an ominous sheen. Poison? Perfect. He had been searching for poison for quite a while now, and poison used by the Shadow Order was never low grade. He needed to be extra careful about it. I should knock out all of them for now, Gray thought. He still wanted to gather a bit of information from one of them at least, and the target he chose was the one with the stronger cultivation, as normally the strongest is the leader of the group. Whip! Before Gray could act on that thought, one of the assassins suddenly flung both poison daggers straight at him. Gray slid to the side just in time, and suddenly another figure burst out of the ground behind him, dagger aimed directly at his lower back. Thud! H-out. The words never finished. In that brief instant, Gray pushed his speed to 20 times its normal limit and struck first. His hand flashed forward, snapping the man's neck with a sharp, dry crack. The body collapsed lifelessly before the blade could even touch him. Surprisingly, they actually made me use the speed multiplier granted by the 9 illusionary dream steps. He was a little surprised. However, he shook those meaningless thoughts and rushed towards one of the 3 remaining assassins. Number 2 now. The seemingly leader suddenly called out, and suddenly Gray heard a murmur coming from behind him. Shadow exchange. Whip! The assassin whose neck had just been snapped suddenly appeared behind him, his body jerking forward as if pulled by an invisible force, his daggers rushing toward Gray's back. At that time, Gray's voice echoed. "You don't learn, do you?" Splurt. His arm moved once. This time, it wasn't the neck. The man's head flew cleanly from his shoulders, spinning through the air before hitting the ground with a wet sound. Blood sprayed across the floor as the corpse collapsed, motionless. The remaining two assassins froze, their eyes widening in pure shock. "All right, I've had enough fun." Splat! One of the fallen daggers trembled, then lifted into the air under Gray as control. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through an assassin's chest and stopping his heart instantly. Only one remained. Swish! Gray vanished from his sight. The leader staggered backward, his daggers slipping from his hands and clattering onto the ground as he slammed against a stone pillar. "Why you?" Thump! Kook! A brutal strike buried itself in his stomach. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground as Gray appeared before him, standing silently. Gray looked down at him coldly. "Now tell me." He grabbed the assassin by the hood and yanked him up, forcing their eyes to meet. "Where does your organization get its poison from?" Chapter 173. 7 stars ball, 8 thud. Useless. Gray threw the assassin's body onto the ground and straightened up. He then brushed the dust from his clothes as if the fight had been nothing more than a minor problem. Only then did he lift his gaze toward the king's side, just to see Gloria pulling out a chessboard from seemingly nowhere and placing it calmly on a nearby table. Then her fingers moved, lifting a white piece and putting it forward. And just as she did that, one of the black pieces slid across the board on its own. Then another. They didn't move randomly. Every piece moved exactly where she wanted it to go, as if the board itself obeyed her will. And with that, she easily won the game of chess. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly. This was quite an interesting weapon. A chessboard, huh? As he watched the pieces reposition themselves with perfect precision, a thought clicked into place. So that's why the Glorious City has a strange-looking structure. It seems that Glorious City wasn't built randomly. One time, Gray decided to relax under the view of the biggest building in the city, and with that, he saw the entire city. From above, he noticed that the entire city followed a strict 8x8 structure, districts aligned like squares, roads cutting clean lines between them. Each sector positioned with deliberate balance and spacing, just like a chessboard. And at its center stood the Academy. The Academy isn't just part of the board. It was the queen, the most versatile piece, the one that controlled the largest range, and the one that decided the flow of the entire game. So that's why she values the Academy that much, huh? For her, students weren't just students. They were queens in the making, practically weapons that could move freely, strike anywhere, and overturn entire situations with a single action. Gray's gaze drifted lazily until it landed on a bottle of red wine resting neatly on a nearby table. He picked it up, poured himself a glass, and paused for a moment. Strangely enough, neither the table nor the glasses had suffered even a scratch. He took a small sip, rolling the liquid across his tongue before lightly twirling the glass. How bland. He looked at the window where the 15 assassins had run, presumably being killed by Gloria, as he had felt the waves of mana coming out from the chessboard. Gray didn't need confirmation. Gloria wouldn't let pieces leave the board once they were already in play. Clink. He set the glass down neatly. "I'll go grab the gourd by myself. There's no point in wasting a swap mark in an item whose owner is dead." Thinking of this, Gray slyly turned his head, just to see both Alina and Evelyn looking at him with a seemingly interested gaze. Gray ignored them before stepping onto the windowsill and jumping. Swap before he could fall into the ground. He exchanged places with a rock several meters away and landed cleanly before starting to walk towards the place where the gourd was. He could feel the swap mark's presence, so he knew the exact position of the gourd. It took him a little more than 5 minutes to get there, and when he arrived, he saw the bloody body of the leader. It was practically squashed with his intestines, even gurgling out of his body. However, Gray was sure that he wasn't dead. After all, He had experienced a unique ability from these assassins, the shadow exchange. From what he saw, it was like some forced substitution of death, one that burned through a massive amount of energy to grant the user a second life. Most would call it a miracle. Gray called it convenient. He pressed his foot down on the man's shattered ribs. Crack! The assassin's eyes snapped open, his body convulsing violently as blood spilled from his mouth. Ayak! Gray crouched lower and grabbed his jaw before he could react. No! With 2 fingers, Gray forced his mouth open wider, ignoring the desperate resistance. His eyes flicked to the man's teeth. There, a faint carving along the molar. Gray didn't hesitate. Crunch! The tooth was ripped free. The assassin screamed, body thrashing weakly as blood poured down his chin. Gray tossed the tooth aside, the small poison capsule inside shattering harmlessly on the stone. MHM, is there anything more that I should be careful about? Gray pondered as his eyes drifted to the assassin's tongue, twitching faintly inside his mouth. For a moment, Gray genuinely considered cutting it out. Tongues were useful tools for suicide, after all, but then he shook the thought away. He crouched lower, bringing himself into the assassin's field of vision. The man was shaking now, breath coming in broken gasps. Eyes wide and unfocused. The ability shadow exchange had saved his life, but only barely. His body was unstable, exhausted, and painfully aware that it should already be dead. Gray tilted his head slightly. The other one didn't answer, he said calmly. So you will. The assassin tried to shake his head. Gray reached up and pulled a thin, dark needle from his hair. It slid free silently, no thicker than a strand of wire, its tip catching the light faintly. The assassin froze. And no, wait. Gray slowly grabbed his hand, not rushing at all. He straightened one finger carefully, pressing it flat against the stone. Then he placed the needle against the edge of the nail. Arg! The assassin screamed before the pain even came. Gray pushed the needle. Trickle. Slowly. The needle slid beneath the nail with agonizing precision, separating it from the flesh millimeter by millimeter. Gwarg! Stop. Pleasey. The scream that followed was raw and animal, ripping straight out of the assassin's throat as his body arched violently against the ground. Gray didn't stop despite his screaming words. And just when the scream broke into hoarse sobbing, he twisted the needle slightly. The man convulsed. T-talk. ILL talk. ILL tell you everything I know. Gray pulled the needle out just as slowly as he had inserted it. Drip. Blood welled immediately. And seeing this, Gray wiped the needle clean on the assassin's sleeve and moved to the next finger. Where does the shadow order gets poison? He asked. That. I sniff, I did on no. I swear. The assassin sobbed, words tumbling out uselessly, panic overwhelming sense. Hearing his words, Gray pressed the needle under the second nail. Fuyargag. The sound that came out of the assassin, this time, barely resembled a human voice. And, as if to mock him, Gray counted his breaths. 3, 4, 5. He applied pressure again. Answer, he said quietly. The pea plant. It's a pea plant. Gray paused at his words. He withdrew the needle slightly, but not fully. What plant? Bee blood petal vein leaf. The assassin screamed. It grows in the north. The Nort F forest, near G Glorious City. Gray nodded lightly as he knew about this plant. But if he wasn't wrong, it was only a mere blood-sucking flower. He didn't know that it had poisonous properties. The poison? He prompted. We extract it, We drain the nectar from the core veins very slowly because if you rush it, it loses more than 90% of its potency. His voice cracked completely. Satisfied, Gray removed the needle, but he didn't look much impressed. And then, he asked, we refine it, filtering it with dark mana in a total of 3 cycles. Only the Shadow Order knows this method. Gray nodded once. Perfect. He stood up slightly, then crouched again. And no, please. The assassin whimpered, already shaking his head. Trickle. Gray slid the needle between his fingers again. One more thing, he added quietly. He leaned in close enough that the assassin could see his own reflection in Gray's eyes. "Why did you attack the king?" The assassin's lips quivered violently. His jaw trembled, teeth clicking against each other as panic crushed what little resistance he had left. I don't know the full reason." Hearing his words, Gray sneered slyly as he simply lowered his hand. Trickle. The needle touched the third nail. The assassin screamed. "Aagh. No, wait." Gray inserted the needle slowly. "Try again." The scream tore itself raw from the assassin's throat, breaking into choking sobs as his body thrashed helplessly against the stone. "A contract!" he shrieked, voice cracking. High level seal order." Gray increased the pressure slightly. "Who?" "Someone paid." The assassin howled, tears streaming down his face. "Someone inside the Capitol." Gray stopped. The needle froze. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted it away. The sudden absence of pain made the assassin gasp uncontrollably, his chest heaving as he clung desperately to the momentary relief. Gray's voice was flat. "Who?" The assassin shook violently, his entire body trembling as if seized by fever. "I don't know. I swear." He screamed, almost hysterical. "I was only given the target kill or destabilize. That's all. Please, please don't kill me." His voice broke completely at the end, dissolving into ragged sobs. "I see." Gray nodded lyly. For a brief moment, the assassin dared to believe it was over. However, that hope lasted less than a second. Fwhip! Gray flicked his wrist, causing the needle to vanish in a sharp whistle of wind. Drip! Kugush! The assassin's scream cut off mid-breath. His body stiffened once, then went slack, collapsing lifelessly against the stone as his eyes lost focus. Unknown. Huh. The Shadow Order probably has a system that it doesn't disclose the employers. He retrieved the needle from the assassin's neck before wiping it gently with a handkerchief he had on his suit. Then he crouched down and grabbed the green gourd before throwing it into his dimensional storage and walking away. However, what he didn't know was that Alina had been watching the entire time. She looked at Gray's back, then at the dead assassin. Her expression was calm, but was also undeniably proud. A small smile curved her lips. "He is my brother indeed." Chapter 174. Demon converging gourd upon meeting with Gloria. She instantly teleported both of them back to the academy, where they said goodbye to each other. Gray headed straight back to his dormitory. Once inside, he sealed the room with his mana and pulled the green gourd out from his dimensional storage, setting it down on the table in front of him. "Now, I just need to figure out how this thing works." He picked it up and turned it slowly in his hand. To the naked eye, the gourd looked ordinary. It had a smooth surface, a faintly aged texture, nothing that actually said that it was an artifact. However, even without actively sensing it, Gray could feel a thick, demonic aura seeping from it. If anything, it looked like the gourd was hungry for something. "Any suggestions, Jasmine?" he asked calmly. Jasmine hummed thoughtfully. "I can try absorbing the demonic energy first. If it's suppressing the mechanism, clearing it might allow you to interact with it using mana." "Sure." Without hesitation, Gray tightened his grip around the gourd and allowed Jasmine to do her job. Trickle. The demonic energy slowly began to drain away in thin, fading wisps. The oppressive presence receded gradually, like a shadow being peeled off layer by layer, until the gourd finally felt empty. So, Gray sent a small stream of his mana into the gourd. It slipped inside effortlessly, but even after waiting for a while, nothing happened. The mana simply remained there, circulating lazily within the container, flowing without resistance, just like water poured into a hollow shell. Gray frowned slightly. But then, Jasmine suggested after a short pause, "Maybe it only reacts to demonic energy?" She hesitated, then added with a faint sigh, "If only I still had my yin-yang divine eyes, I'd be able to see its true structure." Her frustration was quite evident. After all, her divinity had reached enough power for her to be able to use that ability. No worries, I think I know how this works, Gray muttered lightly, narrowing his eyes as he continued staring at the gourd. You do? Instead of replying, Gray simply decided to demonstrate. He inserted a little more mana into the gourd, and suddenly, flip, 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 the mana inside the gourd suddenly began to rotate, spinning faster and faster until it became a dense, spiraling current. Despite the speed, the flow remained stable, circling in the same direction as before, as if guided by an unseen structure carved deep inside the artifact. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. Without hesitation, he reached into his dimensional storage, took out a mana crystal, and tossed it onto the ground beside the gourd. Chomp! The gourd tilted on its own. The opening widened unnaturally, and the crystal was greedily devoured whole in an instant, crushed as if bitten by invisible fangs. The crystal dissolved immediately, breaking down into shimmering wisps that were pulled inward along with the mana already circulating inside. It remained like this for a few moments, until, trickle, a thick and familiar malevolent aura bloomed inside the gourd. Demonic energy replaced the mana entirely, perfectly condensed, its quantity matching the combined energy of the mana and the crystal that had been consumed. Just as I thought, Gray nodded lightly. He had thought that this was some kind of artifact that turned regular mana into demonic energy. After all, only demons can truly produce demonic energy. And well, he remembered that the mana in the air was devoured by the gourd when the assassins were trying to kill the king. However, unlike him, who had a pretty calm reaction, Jasmine froze. This is a demon converging gourd, she exclaimed in complete disbelief. Even Gray was confused by her surprise, but well, he actually didn't know what a demon converging gourd was. I thought those kinds of artifacts only existed during the battle between gods and demons. A demon converging gourd. Gray murmured its name as he studied the gourd more closely. Jasmine hesitated, then continued. Doesn't this mean that there is some kind of seal hiding his true appearance? Huh? Gray raised an eyebrow. This isn't the natural appearance? Asked Gray in surprise. No, not really. Jasmine answered seriously. Each demon converging gourd has its own demonic symbol, practically a kind of blessing that gives extra functions to the gourd. Those functions are the reason the demons almost won the battle against the gods. There was even a gourd in particular that could create divinity instead of demonic energy. She paused, but well, that gourd was destroyed by the demons themselves, because an unlimited amount of divinity would be very beneficial for us gods if we took claim over. Besides, converting demonic energy into divinity requires a 10-to-1 ratio. Gray nodded slowly. So what is the exact purpose of this gourd? He asked. Jasmine answered without hesitation. To forge more demons. They would throw enormous amounts of mana or demonic energy into it, along with demonic cores, weapons, blood, materials, anything of value. The gourd would fuse everything together and refine it into a stronger demonic core, allowing them to enhance themselves or create higher-grade demons. She paused thoughtfully. If I'm not mistaken, the outcome depends heavily on the owner's intent and imagination, which means you were subconsciously aiming to convert mana into demonic energy when you fed it the crystal. That's indeed what I was thinking about. He sighed deeply. He calmly looked down at the gourd. Unfortunately, anything I create with this will be demonic in nature. Gray shook his head slightly. That means I can't generate divinity for you directly. For the first time, a faint trace of disappointment slipped into Gray's voice. Nevertheless, this is already a beginning for you to regain your power. Jasmine nodded lightly, watching as Gray continued to examine the gourd. He turned it slowly in his hand, his fingers tracing its surface as if searching for an invisible seam, some hint of where the seal might be. After a moment, he spoke again. By the way, how much divinity do you need to unseal the yin-yang divine eyes? Gray asked curiously. Well, probably 30 times the amount of the demonic energy present in the gourd after you stole it from the assassin leader. 30 times. That means He looked at the gourd, seeing the amount of demonic energy contained inside. He had spent just a little bit of mana and a whole crystal to generate that amount. And compared to the amount there was when he took it away, the difference was extremely vast, which meant I would need the total mana of a Peak King Realm cultivator, plus 292 crystals. He paused, then added, or alternatively, the entire mana reserve of an intermediate Emperor Realm expert. Quite a lot, huh? Jasmine muttered softly. Indeed, Gray replied, especially considering that the crystals the other me mined are high grade and extremely rare. He only managed to gather a little over 100, and that south not really close to the 292 needed. Not by a long shot. He sighed deeply. Well, let us check the notifications I've received for now. He waved his hand lightly through the air. Ding! The Ring of Gluttony has absorbed the mana of 24 people. The Ring of Gluttony has successfully looted 24 people. You have obtained 1 low-grade St. Chi orb. For Great Grandmaster Chi orbs, 7 bottles of Blood Vein poison, 6 Spirit-grade daggers, 24 poison needle boxes, and 24 packages of Essence Blood. All items have been stored in dimensional storage. Oh, those 15 assassins actually managed to create a St. Chi orb? Gray couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That really had genuinely surprised him, as he and T expected their combined mana to reach Saint-grade refinement. An empty smile appeared on his lips. That's a very good surprise. What are you planning to do with those items? Jasmine asked lightly. Well, Gray replied thoughtfully as he organized the loot in his mind. I'll sell the daggers. No point keeping weapons I want to use. He paused briefly before continuing. As for the rest, I'll keep them. Maybe in the future, I can fuse the St. Chi orb with another one, gradually refine it until it reaches Emperor grade. His eyes sharpened slightly. With that, I could create a puppet. At his words, Jasmine's face dropped slyly. But of course, I'm not doing that as I still have to grant you enough divinity for you to awaken entirely. He continued casually. He didn't think that he had said much. But what he didn't know was that seemingly casual words actually made a warmth spread through Jasmine's chest. All right, Gray said, cracking his neck lightly as he finished sorting everything back into his dimensional storage. He then lay down on the bed, his hands resting right behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. After a moment, he spoke to Jasmine. I'll be going now. He closed his eyes halfway. I might come back if there's anything interesting for me to do. Until then, help the other Gray reach the Great Grandmaster realm. His tone turned decisive. I'll force the fusion once he does. He paused lightly before letting out a small sigh. Have a good night, Jazz. His eyelids closed completely. Within seconds, his breathing evened out as he sank into deep slumber. And once again, Jasmine was left alone. Gray. She whispered his name. And this time, as if fueled by her own feelings, her figure faintly condensed, becoming clearer as she drifted downward until she hovered above him. She looked at his cold, sleeping face and smiled warmly before pressing her cheek against his chest and closing her eyes. I'll miss you. Chapter 175, A Little Annoyance. Ugh. What the hell happened? Gray groaned as he sat up, one hand pressed against his aching head. His vision swam for a brief moment before focusing on the familiar ceiling above him. My dormitory? He looked around slowly, confirming it. Jasmine, do you know what happened? He muttered, rubbing his temples. No. Her voice sounded hesitant. But the other Gray may have taken control of your body. Gray's expression darkened instantly. That bastard. His fist clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He always interrupts me when I'm in the middle of something important. He snapped,